Chapter 2551, Chapter 2542. Hee hee. Miss, I appreciate your kindness. I will take care of this matter. Jiang Fei smiled. How can you be like this? I told you to leave. If you delay any longer, you won't be able to leave, Yu Ling said anxiously. At that moment, a few rays of light flashed across the horizon. Linger! What happened? Yu Kuai rushed to the scene. The previous disciple of the Qianyuan sword sect had already sent the news back to the sect. Huang Renxian is dead, said Yu Ling. What? Yu Kuai turned pale with fright. He had felt his eyelids twitching as soon as he came here these days. He had a vague feeling that something bad was going to happen. But he didn't expect Huang Renxian to die. Although Huang Renxian was nothing, the Mystic Eyes divine sect behind him was not to be trifled with. It was the strongest sect within 1,000 miles. It could even be said that only the Shao family could stand shoulder to shoulder with them in the entire Sui Xing. Now that Huang Renxian had died in the Heaven's Origin Sword Sect's territory, would the Dark Eye sect let it go? What exactly happened? Yu Kuai asked with a frown. Huang Renxian caused a disaster. I could not stand it anymore, so I killed him. To Jiang Fei's surprise, Yu Ling actually took the blame on herself. Senior sister? You? A few Heaven's Origin Sword Sect disciples were dumbfounded. You? Didn't I tell you to ignore him? Yu Kuai slapped his thigh. He had warned Yu Ling many times before. Moreover, he knew that Yu Ling had taught Huang Renxian a lesson more than once. However, he did not pay much attention to it, because Yu Ling always acted appropriately. In the end, he did not expect. In the end, Huang Renxian died at the hands of his own daughter. This way, the trouble would be even greater. Hee hee. Lady, I know that you mean well. However, I really do not need anyone else to take the blame for me. Jiang Fei smiled and walked out. Actually, he had seen Jiang Fei since Yu Kuai arrived. However, Jiang Fei had previously instructed him to help hide his identity. Therefore, Yu Kuai pretended not to have seen Jiang Fei. Moreover, Yu Ling had indeed taught Huang Renxian a lesson a few times before. Therefore, when she said that she had accidentally killed Huang Renxian, Yu Kuai believed her. Master Wang, did you kill him? Yu Kuai was in a moment of panic. He almost pursed his lips. However, his tone was still very respectful toward Jiang Fei. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. You? That's good. That's good. Yu Kuai nodded. He thought that it would be easy if Jiang Fei killed this person. He was a revered elder of the martial meritocracy palace. If his identity was exposed, the mysterious Ice God sect would not be able to hold him accountable. They had to pay a visit to apologize. They had to apologize for Huang Renxian. As for the people who died on their side, they only deserved it. The world of cultivators was like this. The big fist was the truth. Everything else was nonsense. Father! Why are you like this? Yu Ling stomped her feet. In her opinion, this had become Yu Kuai's sphere of responsibility. When he saw Jiang Fei admit that he was the one who killed him, he decided to stand by and watch. However, Yu Ling could not be blamed for this misunderstanding. The expression on Yu Kuai's face when he heaved a sigh of relief just now was too obvious. Sigh? Girl, this is not something that you can meddle in. It's not something that I can meddle in either. Young Master Wang can take care of everything. Why do you have to create trouble? Yu Kuai could not expose Jiang Fei's identity. Therefore, he could only try to persuade Yu Ling in a roundabout way. You just don't want to get involved in this mess. Fine. You don't want to meddle? I'll meddle. Yu Ling stomped her foot angrily. This little girl had been hating evil since she was young so that she could stand up for others. Now that she saw that Jiang Fei might be held responsible by the mysterious Eyes sect, she stood up. You silly girl. I can handle it myself. Yu Kuai was so anxious that he was almost sweating. Although the mysterious Eyes sect could not afford to offend Jiang Fei or the Martial Honor Palace, killing the Qianyuan sword sect was like playing with a toy. Now that Yu Ling was trying to get involved in this matter, how could he not be anxious? Father, you don't have to say any more. I have made up my mind, Yu Ling insisted. Men, bring this girl back. Yu Kuai was anxious. He planned to bring Yu Ling back to house arrest and release her after the matter was over. Father, if you dare to lock me up, I will destroy my own cultivation. Yu Ling was also anxious. You? Yu Kuai was so angry that he did not know what to do. He really felt sorry for his daughter. Otherwise, when Huang Renxian proposed the marriage, he would have used his daughter's happiness to exchange for the sect's future. Leader Yu, don't be anxious. Let her handle this matter. I will take care of everything, Jiang Fei said with a smile. To be honest, Yu Ling's personality was rare. Such a person, who was eager for justice, was rare. Especially in this era. Therefore, he did not want to let external forces interfere with the girl's original intentions. Sigh! Yu Kuai sighed. Then, he cupped his fist at Jiang Fei. Since Jiang Fei had taken the responsibility, he had nothing more to say. Sect leader you guys go back first. I'll handle this matter, Jiang Fei said to Yu Kuai. Alright. Yu Kuai turned around and left with his disciples. In the eyes of the people around and Yu Ling, Yu Kuai was like a donkey that had fallen off a slope. He did not want to get involved in this trouble with Jiang Fei's words. Only Yu Kuai understood that with Jiang Fei here, the Dark Eye sect would not be able to cause any trouble. Lady, what do you plan to do? Jiang Fei pointed at Huang Rengshen's corpse and asked. I think it won't be long before the people from the Dark Eye sect arrive. We'll talk about it when the time comes, Yu Ling said. Every cultivator had a life stone in this sect. Once they had a life stone, it would shatter. Moreover, they could also find the place where their disciples died based on the life stone. Therefore, once Huang Renxian died, the Dark Eye sect would definitely receive the news, although they had to travel thousands of miles. For high-level cultivators, it would only take a few hours to travel by flying sword. Alright. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he said to the little brothers, you guys don't have to get involved in this matter. Quickly take fifth brother back to recuperate. Brother Wang, thank you so much for this time. Why don't we take the responsibility together with you? Yeah. At most, we'll kill you. I'll pay for it. There was no lack of righteous people among the little brothers. Hee hee. There's no need. The matter is not as serious as you think. I can solve it, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Really? Brother Wang, don't lie to us, the little brothers asked. Don't worry. Brother Wu's injuries are quite serious. Quickly find a doctor to take a look at him, Jiang Fei said. Alright. Let's send Brother Wu back to recuperate first. When things are settled, we will come and look for you, an older young man said. Alright. Go. Jiang Fei waved his hand and sent the little brothers away. I didn't expect you to be so loyal, Yu Ling said to Jiang Fei with a smile. Chapter 2552, Chapter 2543. Intimidating Huang Wabing. Yu Ling's impression of Jiang Fei was actually quite complicated. In the beginning, Jiang Fei's understanding of the world had made Yu Ling's eyes light up. Therefore, she became interested in him. However, in the end, Jiang Fei said that Yu Ling had encouraged Huang Rengshen's arrogance. This was something that Yu Ling could not accept. Therefore, her impression of Jiang Fei was a little bad. However, today, Jiang Fei had stood up for his friend. Moreover, he was so brave to take responsibility. This made Yu Ling look at Jiang Fei in a new light. This guy is really strange. I can't see through him no matter how hard I try. Yu Ling looked at Jiang Fei and thought to herself. Jiang Fei and Yu Ling did not wait for long. In about 2 hours, more than 10 streams of light rushed over from the horizon. Swoosh! When the streams of light landed on the ground, the members of the mysterious Eye sect had arrived. Son! When the leader saw Huang Rengshen's corpse, he cried out in grief and pounced on it. This person was none other than the right protector of the mysterious Eye sect. His name was Huang Binwen. When he saw his son die on the spot, Huang Binwen cried like rain. He only had one son. Although he was not a good-for-nothing, he doted on him very much. Otherwise, he would not have developed such a domineering character like Huang Renxian. Now that his son was dead, Huang Bingwen's heart felt like it was being torn apart. As he cried bitterly, he looked around. The fury in his eyes couldn't be any more. Who did this? Who did this? This place is the territory of the Heavenly Origin Sword Sect. I think they must be involved. Let's go! Well, go to the Heavenly Origin Sword Sect to settle the score with them. The members of the Dark Eye sect who had come with Huang Binwen were also furious. Although Huang Renxian was not well liked in the Dark Eye sect, he was still a member of the Dark Eye sect. If someone killed him, that would be a slap in the Dark Eye sect's face. Girl, my son's death is related to you. Huang Binwen stared at Yu Ling, who was not far away, as Jiang Fei did not show any signs of life. In their eyes, Jiang Fei was just a mortal. It was impossible for him to kill Huang Renxian, who was a cultivator. That's right. Yu Ling stood up and replied. Good. 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 Huang Binwen was so angry that he kept saying good 3 times. At that moment, his eyes were red. Although I killed him, he deserved it. Ever since Huang Renxian came to the territory of our Qianyuan sword sect, He has been acting recklessly. I have tried to stop him many times, but he has become even worse. Although I accidentally killed him this time. He deserved it, Yuling said without fear. Good girl. I don't care how sharp-tongued you are or what my son has done. In any case, if you kill him, you will be buried with him, Huang Wabing said. Yes, I can pay with my life, Yuling said very frankly. In fact, she had been prepared to pay with her life from the beginning. After all, Yuling was only in a state of excitement, facing the powerful Huang Binwen. She had no ability to resist at all. Humph. Little girl, you're dreaming. Not only do I want you to pay with your life, but I also want everyone in the entire Heaven's Origin Sword sect and everyone within 100 miles to pay with their lives for my son, Huang Wabing said angrily. Oh, does that mean that I have to be included? Jiang Fei stood up and said slowly. Pui, who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me? Huang Wabing was furious. He had always been arrogant and looked down on the mortals. Now that he was angry, he was even more rude to Jiang Fei. Hee, I have forgotten how long it has been since someone spoke to me like that. Jiang Fei smiled and shook his head. Huang Wabing frowned when he saw Jiang Fei's calm and composed appearance. His heart skipped a beat. However, he used his spiritual power to scan Jiang Fei's body from top to bottom. He did not detect any trace of a cultivator's aura on him. What's wrong with this kid? Is he trying to be mysterious with me? Huang Wabing thought to himself. I don't care who you are. My son is dead. Since you're here, you have to die with my son. After confirming that Jiang Fei was an ordinary person, Huang Wabing made up his mind. All right. Remember what you said? Jiang Fei smiled. Stop trying to be mysterious. Greenleaf, kill him. Huang Wabing frowned and said to a disciple of the Dark Eyes sect beside him. Yes, Master. The disciple named Qin Yi nodded. Then, he took out his flying sword and charged at Jiang Fei. This disciple named Qin Yi was around the Aurus Core stage, among the human sects outside of the town star. A disciple who could reach this level at the age of 20 or 30 was considered an elite. Swoosh. The flying sword slashed at Jiang Fei's face. Be careful, Yuling shouted. Then, she pulled out the sword on her back and tried to block it. As he was still weak, he could not even keep the flying sword in his body. If he wanted to fight against an opponent at Qin Yi's level, he would be courting death. However, Yuling still stood in front of Jiang Fei without hesitation. In her opinion, as a cultivator, she could not just stand by and watch Jiang Fei, a mortal, die in front of her. Don't be nervous. Jiang Fei stretched out his hand and pulled Yuling back behind him. Yuling had intended to fight against the sword with all her might. However, a gentle force came from behind her. Although the force was gentle, it was irresistible. Yuling could not help but be pulled behind Jiang Fei. At that moment, Greenleaf's flying sword was already in front of Jiang Fei. Pa! Jiang Fei extended his right hand and pointed his finger at the tip of Greenleaf's sword. Ding! Following a clear sound of metal colliding, Greenleaf's flying sword instantly stopped in midair. Following that, something shocking happened. Greenleaf's flying sword actually broke bit by bit and fell in front of Jiang Fei. Qin Yi spat out a mouthful of blood. The flying sword that he had cultivated with his life was destroyed. He was also severely injured. Even though Jiang Fei did not use any spiritual energy, his physical body had already been strengthened to an extreme level. Not to mention a mere Aurus Core stage cultivator. Even an ordinary true immortal would not be able to break through Jiang Fei's defense. Therefore, when faced with someone like Qin Yi, Jiang Fei's moves were useless. It was just a head-on clash. His fingers were even more careful than Qin Yi's flying sword. In an instant, the flying sword was shattered. What? How is this possible? Huang Wabing was shocked. If it was just shattering Qin Yi's flying sword, Huang Wabing could do it as well. Moreover, he could do it easily. However, the problem was that Jiang Fei's body did not have any spiritual energy fluctuations at all. When he shattered Qin Yi's flying sword, he was like a mortal. This was too terrifying. Who exactly are you? Huang Wabing could not help but take half a step back. Does it matter who I am? Didn't you say that you want everyone within 100 miles to be buried with your son? Didn't you say that I was one of them? Jiang Fei asked calmly. You? Huang Wabing could not bring himself to be embarrassed here. He was thinking quickly in his mind about how to deal with the trouble in front of him. Chapter 2553, Chapter 2544 came in full force. Good. Since you are so arrogant, don't blame the Dark Eye sect for not teaching you. Huang Wabing said. He was the right protector of the Dark Eye sect. He was the leader of tens of thousands of people. Usually, everyone would give him some face. Today, Jiang Fei had insulted him in front of him. He was a little embarrassed and angry. Even so, Huang Wabing did not forget to support him with the entire Dark Eye sect. This way, even if he was no match for this guy in front of him, he could still go back and get his men to take revenge. From the beginning to the end, Huang Wabing had underestimated Jiang Fei. However, this was only natural. As a master at the peak of the Mahayana stage, Huang Wabing was considered a top-tier master outside of the town star. Even if he encountered a master at the tribulation stage, he was confident that he could escape with his own secret manual. That was why Huang Wabing dared to challenge Jiang Fei when he was unsure of Jiang Fei's strength. However, Huang Wenbing's strength and identity were limited here. In his opinion, a human cultivator at the tribulation stage was already a top-tier existence. Why would a true immortal god waste his time talking to him here? The poor Huang Wabing never would have thought that the great Jiang Fei in front of him was indeed not a true immortal. This was the legendary immortal lord. Moreover, he was also a top-notch expert among the immortal lords in the entire 5 directions of heaven and earth. Other than Yu Ting, who had survived since ancient times, no one was likely to be a match for Jiang Fei, who had the nucleus of will and the inheritance space. On the other hand, an old monster like Yu Ting, in the entire world of the 5 directions, there would not be more than one slap. Moreover, other than Yu Ting, there was no other super expert like him. Jiang Fei laughed coldly when he heard that Huang Wabing wanted to kill him. If he could really kill him, then the dragon race would be at an end. The entire world of the 5 directions would be decided by the humans. However, was that possible? The answer was clearly no. Go! The ignorant and fearless Huang Wabing shouted loudly. The disciples of the Divine Eye sect around him swarmed forward. One by one, they flashed their flying swords and charged towards Jiang Fei. Moreover, Huang Wabing himself was not idle. He opened his mouth and spat out a small sword. The small sword grew in the wind as soon as it came out. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a flying sword. Under Huang Wenbing's control, it slashed straight at Jiang Fei's face. Be careful! Yu Ling, who was standing at the side, was shocked. She had never seen a fight between masters of such a scale. Among the disciples of the entire Qianyuan sword sect, there were only a few who had exceeded the heartbeat stage. Not to mention, there was a large group of disciples who were at the Oris core stage and above. There was also a master who was at the peak of the Mahayana stage. Therefore, when Yu Ling saw so many masters charging at Jiang Fei, she subconsciously felt that Jiang Fei was doomed. However, just as Yu Ling was so frightened that she closed her eyes, she heard the sound of metal colliding. When she opened her eyes again, she saw countless pieces of flying swords scattered on the ground. The flying swords refined from these precious materials were scattered all over the place. It was a pity to look at them. However, the problem was that Yu Ling could no longer care about those flying swords. In her eyes, there were many disciples of the Dark Eye sect lying on the ground vomiting blood. In just the blink of an eye, these people were all seriously injured. All of them looked dispirited. This is all you're doing? Yu Ling widened her eyes. She could not understand how an ordinary person beside her could have such powerful strength. They all fell down by accident. Jiang Fei was still teasing Yu Ling, as he could not bear to kill the disciples of the Dark Eye sect. Jiang Fei only shattered their flying swords. The disciples were all seriously injured because of the backlash. However, it was not fatal. They only needed to recuperate for a few months. They would be able to recover. However, there was still one person in the Dark Eye sect who was unharmed. That person was Huang Wabing. Of course, this was not because Huang Wabing was very strong. He stayed there safe and sound. It was completely because Jiang Fei had deliberately left him there. At that moment, Huang Wenbing's forehead was covered in cold sweat. The flying sword that he had just slashed out was no longer coming back. The flying sword was originally aimed at Jiang Fei's face. However, when it reached the top of Jiang Fei's head, it was as if a mud cow had entered the sea. There was no more news. Then, Huang Wabing saw his flying sword hovering above Jiang Fei's head. No matter how he summoned it, there was no response at all. You? Who exactly are you? At that moment, no matter how stupid Huang Wabing was, he knew how terrifying the other party was. Me? I'm just a passerby, Jiang Fei said with a smile. You? Huang Wabing was so angry that he could not speak. However, at that moment, He did not even dare to run away because the other party was too powerful. He was so powerful that he could not even muster up the will to fight back. At that moment, dozens of lights flashed across the distant sky. A large number of Dark Eyes sect disciples had arrived. I wonder if I have brought good or bad luck to the divine sect. Huang Wabing looked at the large number of disciples who had arrived. He was very troubled. If the sect master could defeat this kid in front of him, then this kind of expert would definitely have a lot of treasures on him. Their Mystic Eyes divine sect would also be rich. But if the sect master wasn't his match, then the Mystic Eyes divine sect would be in great danger. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, a stream of light landed on the ground. The person in the lead wore a black cloak and an exaggerated crown on his head. Greetings, sect leader. Huang Wabing had no choice but to go forward and bow. Protector Huang, what happened? I heard that your son died in the territory of the Qian Yuan sword sect. I was afraid that you wouldn't have enough manpower to rush here, so I led a large group of people to follow, said the Mystic Eyes sect leader. In fact, the Mystic Eyes sect leader didn't rush here in time to support Huang Wabing. He also had a purpose. All along, the Mystic Eyes sect had the intention to annex the Qian Yuan sword sect. Although the Qian Yuan sword sect had declined, it had once been glorious, and such a sect usually had a lot of wealth. If they could annex it, it would be a huge fortune. It was a pity that although the Qian Yuan sword sect had declined, the mountain protection array still retained its power. Even if the Mystic Eyes sect went all out, it would be impossible to take it down in a short time. If it was delayed for a long time, then the other sects that were spying on the Heaven Origin sword sect would also come when they heard the news. When that time came, the Mystic Eyes divine religion might be able to benefit others. Therefore, although the Mystic Eyes divine religion was the closest to the Heaven Origin sword sect, they had been unwilling to make a move. Now that the right guardian son had died here, they could finally be justified. This way, it was justified for them to besiege the Heaven Origin sword sect. And even if the other sects were envious, they would have no excuse to come over and take a share of the spoils. Chapter 2554, Chapter 2545, Playing Tricks on the Sect Leader. It was precisely because he wanted to take the opportunity to annex the Heaven's Origin sword sect that the sect leader had brought almost all of the sect's experts. His goal was to besiege the Heaven's Origin sword sect and take it down in one fell swoop. Sect leader, it was he who killed my son and injured our disciple, Huang Wabing told the sect leader briefly. Huh? The leader of the Mysterious Eyes sect frowned. If it was as Huang Wabing had said, then there would be a debt to be repaid. Their revenge could only be directed at Jiang Fei alone. Although this matter was in the territory of the Prime Sword sect, they would at most have to apologize. Now that the murderer was still there, they had no reason to cause trouble for the Prime Sword sect. Who is this girl? After killing and sizing Jiang Fei up, the master of the Mysterious Eyes sect did not take him seriously. At that moment, Jiang Fei had released his own aura and pretended to be in the initial stage of the Heavenly Tribulation. This made sense. As an expert in the Heavenly Tribulation stage, it was not difficult for him to defeat Huang Wabing and injure the disciples of the Mysterious Eyes sect. However, the Mystic Eyes sect master's strength had already reached the intermediate stage of the Tribulation stage. So he did not take Jiang Fei seriously. He focused his attention on Yuling mainly because he wanted to implicate the Qian Yuan sword sect. He had a good reason to make things difficult for Jiang Fei. Reporting to the sect master. This girl is the daughter of the sect master of the Qian Yuan sword sect, Yu Kuai. Her name is Yuling. One of the disciples of the Mystic Eyes sect knew Yuling. Oh, good, good, good. The leader of the Mysterious Eyes sect immediately smiled. To him, this was like eating a hail of ice. Now that Yuling was also present and standing with Jiang Fei, it went without saying that she was definitely involved in the murder of Huang Renxian. Moreover, Yuling was Yu Kuai's daughter. The Celestial sect would not be able to escape this time. While the leader of the Mysterious Eyes sect was happy, Jiang Fei smiled. Hey, aren't you guys hot with so many people gathered here? Jiang Fei looked relaxed. It was obvious that he did not care about the members of the Mysterious Eyes sect. Humph. You're too arrogant. Don't think that you can ignore all the heroes in the world just because you have reached the tribulation stage at such a young age. The leader of the Mysterious Eyes sect sneered. What? You have the cultivation of the tribulation stage? Yuling's eyes widened even more. She did not expect that the weak ordinary person beside her was actually a super expert that was even more powerful than her father. Hee hee. You did not expect that. Right. There are many things that you did not expect. Jiang Fei winked at Yuling. The person opposite is the master of the Dark Eyes sect. I heard that he had already broken through to the tribulation stage 50 years ago. Can you defeat him? Yuling asked with some fear. Hee hee. What's there to be afraid of? Isn't it just the Dark Eyes sect? So what if the leader of the Shao family comes? Jiang Fei smiled faintly. You? Don't spout nonsense. It's said that the Shao family has immortals. If you say that about them, they might sense it, Yuling said. For someone who came from a small sect like her, a true immortal was already a legendary existence. Ha ha. You're thinking too much. Let alone a true immortal. Even a stronger existence would not know that I'm scolding him from so far away. Jiang Fei laughed. So what if he was a top-tier immortal? He did not even feel anything when someone was scolding him from 800 miles away. Hey! Kid! I'm talking to you! At that moment, the Dark Eyes Sect Master's face was livid. When he was talking to Jiang Fei, the other party only cared about talking and joking with the little girl next to him. She did not even pay attention to him. What was the greatest insult? Some people thought that it might be a verbal abuse, while others thought that it might be spitting. However, the real insult was to ignore him. When you were talking to him for half a day, he did not even look at you. This was the real insult. Therefore, the leader of the Mysterious Eyes sect could not hold back his embarrassment. He initially thought that he was flattering Jiang Fei by taking the initiative to talk to him. However, he did not expect that Jiang Fei did not even put him in his eyes. Good! 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 The leader of the Mysterious Eyes sect was so angry that he said 3 good words in a row. Then, he pointed at Jiang Fei and said, Today, I will let you have a taste of my power. As soon as he said that, the leader of the Mysterious Eyes sect extended his hand and pointed a finger. An ice spike flew toward Jiang Fei. Be careful! Yuling shouted loudly because she noticed that Jiang Fei was still facing her. It was as if he did not notice the ice spike behind him. Humph! Go back! Jiang Fei did not even turn his head. He waved his hand as if he was shooing away a fly. Then, the icicle turned around and headed straight for the Mysterious Eyes sect master. Good boy! You are also a water element cultivator. The Mysterious Eyes sect master waved his hand and shattered the icicle into dust. At the same time, he also realized that the spiritual power that Jiang Fei used was also of the water element. Sister, let me show you a magic trick. Jiang Fei ignored the master of the Mystic Ice sect and said to Yuling. Ah? Yuling was stunned. Then, Jiang Fei did not wait for her to answer. He waved his hands and drew a circle with his left hand and a square with his right hand. As Jiang Fei moved his hands, ice appeared on one side and fire appeared on the other. Pa! Jiang Fei's right hand suddenly clenched into a fist. The ball of fire seemed to be caught in his palm and was instantly compressed into a little blue light. At the same time, Jiang Fei's left hand shook. The ball of ice instantly turned into an ice lotus. Let's go! As Jiang Fei shouted, the flame in his right hand was thrown into the ice lotus. How is it? Is it good? Jiang Fei asked Yuling with a smile. Beautiful, Yuling said from the bottom of her heart. She had never thought that spiritual power could be used in such a way. Then, I'll do another trick for you, Jiang Fei said as he swung the ice lotus. The ice lotus went straight for the leader of the Mysterious Eyes sect. Humph! Small tricks! The leader of the Mysterious Eyes sect saw that Jiang Fei was only focused on picking up girls. He was already filled with anger when Jiang Fei ignored him. Now, Jiang Fei had actually used a flashy piece of junk to hit him. This made him even angrier. Seeing that the ice lotus was right in front of him, the leader of the Mysterious Eyes sect waved his hand. More than 10 ice thorns hit the ice lotus, instantly turning it into dust. However, once the ice lotus was shattered, the leader of the Mysterious Eyes sect regretted it. At the same time, a strong sense of fear arose in his heart. Boom! The moment the ice lotus was shattered, the blue flame instantly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a sky full of flames that charged straight at the leader of the Mysterious Eyes sect. Ah! The patriarch shouted, and then he set up an ice shield to block it. However, the raging flame swept over, and his ice shield only existed for a moment before it was turned into nothingness, followed by the raging flames. Age? The patriarch had originally planned to be seriously injured. After all, his ice shield was destroyed in an instant, and the intense flames were enough to seriously injure him. However, after the flames passed, the patriarch of the Mystic Eyes sect didn't feel any pain at all, so he was very surprised. Ha ha ha! At this time, Yuling was laughing so hard that her flowers were trembling. It was because the cloak of the patriarch of the Mystic Eyes sect had also been burned. His crown had been burned, and his entire face had turned black. His eyebrows, beard, and hair had all been burnt to a crisp. Chapter 2555, Chapter 2546, The Forgotten Legend. The patriarch of the mysterious Ice God sect was at a loss. He hadn't figured out what had happened yet, so he turned around to look at the disciples of his sect. At this moment, the expressions of the disciples of the mysterious Ice God sect were very interesting. Some of them had serious expressions, while some wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. As for the elders and the protectors, they all had solemn expressions. "What are you guys laughing at?" The Dark Ice sect master looked at the low-level disciples and asked angrily. These low-level disciples clearly did not realize what had happened. They only felt that the sect master's current predicament was a little funny. However, none of the true experts could laugh at that moment. That was because Jiang Fei's move just now was too shocking. If Jiang Fei was able to beat the Dark Ice sect master to the point that he vomited blood, it could only mean that he was slightly stronger than the sect master. However, now, Jiang Fei was clearly toying with the leader of the Dark Ice sect. The sky-high flames could instantly melt the leader's ice wall. This meant that the power of the flames was enough to seriously injure or even kill the leader of the Dark Ice sect. However, it had only burned off his clothes and hair. What did this mean? This meant that Jiang Fei's control of power had reached its peak. When experts of similar strength fought, everyone would go all out. At that time, it was impossible to accurately control power. It was already good enough to be able to defeat the opponent. On the other hand, one side could accurately control spiritual energy. When one party could only injure and not kill, it meant that the other party's strength was far superior to the other party's. However, Jiang Fei did not kill the mysterious Ice sect master. He did not even hurt him. He only used flames to humiliate him. That meant that the other party's strength was completely superior to his own sect master's. Therefore, when faced with such a powerful expert, how could the mysterious Ice sect's expert still laugh? Those who wanted to laugh were just low-level disciples, who did not realize how powerful Jiang Fei was. Sect master. Your clothes. A few low-level disciples were terrified. Usually, they did not even have the right to speak to the sect master. Now that the sect master had glared at them, all of them kept quiet out of fear. They quickly told the sect master what had happened. "My clothes?" The patriarch of the Mystic Ice sect was stunned. Then he raised his arms. And sure enough, he felt a chill under his armpits. "Ah!" Looking down, the patriarch of the Mystic Ice sect shouted loudly. At this time, his clothes had almost been burned to ashes, leaving only a few pieces of cloth sticking to his body. Then, he touched his head. The priceless crown had long been burned to ashes. Swish! The leader of the Dark Ice sect raised his hand, and an ice boundary appeared in front of him. He could see his pathetic appearance in the mirror. "My beard! My eyebrows! My hair!" After seeing his predicament, the leader of the Dark Ice sect could not accept this reality. "A man can be killed! He cannot be humiliated!" With a loud roar, the leader of the Dark Ice sect, who had become angry out of embarrassment, had forgotten the difference between him and Jiang Fei. He waved his flying sword and charged at Jiang Fei. "Ah! Be careful! He's coming!" Yu Ling, who was laughing happily just now, shouted. Jiang Fei, who was facing Yu Ling, did not even turn his head. The master of the Dark Ice sect, who was charging forward, transformed into an ice dragon in midair. Powerful ice spiritual force covered his entire body. The ice dragon spat out ice breath and charged at Jiang Fei. Escape dragon stance! Although Jiang Fei did not turn his head, his right hand snapped his fingers. Pa! Following the sound of his fingers, an earth pillar rose from the ground and instantly appeared beside the ice dragon that the leader of the Dark Ice cult had transformed into. Crack, crack, crack! 3 golden rings appeared out of thin air and directly tied the ice dragon that the leader of the Dark Ice cult had transformed into onto the earth pillar. Time! Flames rose from the bottom of the earth pillar. The ice dragon that was the leader of the mysterious Ice sect was instantly dissolved. Then, the leader of the mysterious Ice sect was tied to the earth pillar by the golden hoops. This time, the leader of the mysterious Ice sect could not cause any more trouble because the 3 golden hoops had sealed his Dan and Sea of Consciousness. At this time, the leader of the mysterious Ice sect was not only unable to mobilize the spiritual power in his body, he could not even mobilize his spiritual energy. Leader! The members of the Dark Ice sect were dumbfounded. Although the experts had already seen that Jiang Fei was stronger than their leader, they had never expected that Jiang Fei would only snap his fingers. Their leader had been captured alive. It was easy to kill and injure him, but it was difficult to capture him alive. Moreover, what shocked the members of the Dark Ice sect the most was the ability that Jiang Fei had displayed. This dragon escape stance seemed simple, but it included the use of earth, metal, and fire attribute spiritual energy, in addition to the water attribute spiritual energy that Jiang Fei had just displayed. He could already control 4 types of spiritual energy. At that moment, a terrifying thought appeared in the minds of the Dark Ice sect's experts. Could it be that this mysterious guy in front of them was actually a monster with all attributes? Although there had been people with 2 or even 3 attributes among the cultivators, these people were already very rare geniuses. Their appearance often represented the glory of a sect. But since ancient times, there had never been any experts with all attributes. Wait! Why do I remember that a master with all attributes once appeared in history? I seem to have some recollection as well. However, that person has disappeared for decades. Moreover, he is not in the year star. Could you be talking about Jiang Fei from the Valiant Martial Hall? Yes. It is said that he is Ji Chunhong's disciple and the Holy Maiden's master. However, there was no news of him after that. That's right. I remember that the legend says that he has all attributes. If it is him, then everything makes sense. He is the legendary true immortal. How could a mortal like us be a match for him? But that's not right. He does not have the aura of a true immortal. It seems that he is only at the beginning stage of the tribulation. Moreover, his age does not match. The few experts of the mysterious Ice sect discussed among themselves. The legend of Jiang Fei had long been forgotten by people. One had to know that the 5 directions of heaven and earth had a 12 times time flow deficit compared to the outside world. If he stayed outside for a year, it would take more than 10 years. Therefore, after a few decades, the name Jiang Fei had gradually been forgotten by the people of the Mystic Ice sect. Moreover, in the eyes of these people from the Mystic Ice sect, Jiang Fei was too young. If he was the legendary figure of the past, even if his appearance did not change, his temperament would also change. It was impossible for him to maintain his current appearance. Unfortunately, the members of the Dark Ice sect did not know that Jiang Fei could leave the world of the 5 directions. In fact, he had only stayed outside for a few years. Naturally, there would not be too much of a change. Swoosh! Just as these people were discussing, a spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared in midair. Someone had used his power to forcefully tear open space. Chapter 2556. Chapter 2547. True Immortals came for nothing. As the space was forcibly torn apart, an old lady with a dragon-headed walking stick walked out. Who is bullying my grandson? The old lady asked angrily as soon as she came out. Grandma! Save me! The patriarch of the Mystic Ice sect saw that his backer had come, and immediately shouted loudly. Swish! Seeing this, the old lady waved her hand, sending 3 ice blades straight towards the 3 golden rings on the fleeing dragon pillar. Ding! 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 With 3 crisp sounds of collision, the ice blade shattered. However, the 3 golden rings were safe and sound. Huh? The old lady frowned. She asked coldly, Who did this? In answer to the ancestor, it was that kid who did it. Wang Wabing pointed at Jiang Fei and said, he did not expect that this time the ancestor, who had lived in seclusion for many years, would be alarmed. This ancestor was the foundation of their mysterious ice god sect. It was also because of the existence of this true immortal that they were able to become one of the top sects in the entire age range. Oh! At this moment, the old lady finally turned her gaze to Jiang Fei. Kid, who are you? The old lady asked. Old lady, you have lived for so long. Have you forgotten all the etiquette that your family had given you when you were young? Don't you know that you should introduce yourself before asking someone else's name? Jiang Fei smiled and said, How dare you? The old lady was furious. As a true immortal, she was already one of the top existences in the human world. Even in the town star, a true immortal would receive due respect. Now, a young boy dared to speak to her like that. This made the old lady furious. Hee hee. Jiang Fei smiled faintly and ignored the old lady. Old ancestor, this kid is not ordinary. We suspect that he has something to do with the Valiant Martial Hall. Wang Wabing whispered behind the old lady. No wonder he is so arrogant. The old lady nodded. She had always thought that Jiang Fei was extraordinary. With his tribulation stage cultivation, even a true immortal like herself could not easily break the spell he cast. So, he was a disciple of the Valiant Martial Hall. I don't care who you are or what your background is. Let my grandson go now. Otherwise, Don't blame me for teaching you a lesson on behalf of your master. Although the old lady knew that Jiang Fei might be related to the valiant Martial Hall, she did not decline. This was the confidence of a true immortal level master. If you want me to let him go, fine. He's right there. But whether you can save him or not, that will depend on your ability. Jiang Fei's expression was still as calm as ever. Good boy. You have guts. The old lady laughed coldly. Then, she said to Jiang Fei, when I save my grandson, it'll teach you a lesson. All right. But I'm afraid that you don't have the ability. Jiang Fei laughed. Humph. The old lady glared at Jiang Fei. Then, she took 2 steps and walked in front of her grandson. Grandson, how are you? The old lady asked. Grandma, I'm fine. I'm just trapped here, said the master of the mysterious ice sect. All right. Grandma will save you now. The old lady nodded and prepared to save her grandson. Young Master Wang. On the other side, Yu Ling did not know how to address Jiang Fei. Based on Jiang Fei's strength, she would have to call him senior. However, looking at Jiang Fei's age, she really could not bring herself to call him senior. What's wrong? Jiang Fei asked with a smile. This old lady looks very powerful. She can actually tear space apart, said Yu Ling. Before this, she had never seen such an expert. It's just tearing space apart. An expert at the tribulation stage can do it. However, this old lady is already a true immortal. That's why she can do it so easily, Jiang Fei said with a smile. What? Yu Ling was shocked. She stuttered and asked. She's already an immortal? Hee. She just passed the heavenly tribulation. Jiang Fei smiled. In his eyes, a true immortal was just a cultivator who had passed the heavenly tribulation. However, in the eyes of ordinary cultivators, becoming a true immortal was equivalent to becoming an immortal. You're already an immortal. All right? You make it sound so easy. Yu Ling rolled her eyes. All right. Let's not dwell on this anymore. Let's continue watching the show. Jiang Fei smiled. At that moment, in midair, the old lady turned her palm into a blade. A stream of ice condensed on her palm and formed a blade. Open up! With a loud shout, the old lady made her move. Her hand blade cut into a golden ring. The hard ice blade collided with the golden ring and sparkled with bright sparks. However, after the sparks dissipated, the old lattice ice blade was already missing a hole. However, the golden ring did not even leave a white mark. What? The old lady was shocked. At the same time, she guessed in her heart. Could this be a magic treasure of the valiant Martial Hall? No wonder this kid is so sure. It turns out that he is certain that I can't break this magic treasure. Kid, quickly take your magic treasure. The old lady felt that she had been played. She immediately roared at Jiang Fei. Don't you think that you can crack it yourself? Jiang Fei did not explain further. Humph. I'll say it one last time. Take this magic treasure. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The old lady said angrily. Oh. Then, don't be polite. Let's see how you're going to save him. Jiang Fei was a person who would not be swayed by force. The more the old lady threatened him, the more he would not compromise. Good. The old lady was furious. She immediately said to Jiang Fei, Baby, you're too arrogant. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your sect. As the old lady spoke, she turned the dragon head in her hand, and an ice plate appeared in front of the old lady. Immediately after, the ice plate shot out countless icicles. Although each icicle was only the size of a fist, the number of icicles was shocking. In the blink of an eye, thousands of icicles shot towards Jiang Fei in all directions. Hee. Are you trying to cheat me just because you can't crack it? Jiang Fei smiled slightly. He could also see that the Dark Ice Sect was simply a system that worked from the top to the bottom. There was a reason why Huang Renxian was so hateful. Based on what Jiang Fei saw with his own eyes, there was no reasonable person in the entire Dark Ice Sect. From Huang Renxian to this old lady, who was at the true immortal level, they all felt that the big fist was the truth. In that case, Jiang Fei did not mind teaching them a lesson. The content of this lesson was that there was always someone better than them. Old lady, I have tolerated you a few times. However, since you are so unrepentant, don't blame me for not being polite. As Jiang Fei roared, he made his move. Escape dragon stance. As Jiang Fei snapped his fingers again, an earth pillar rose from the ground and directly shattered the ice plate that the old lady had summoned. Before the old lady could react, her body was bound by the 3 golden rings. However, this time, Jiang Fei did not burn her clothes with flames. Otherwise, the old lady would have run naked like her grandson. Chapter 2557, Chapter 2548, Heaven's Roar. Brat! Who are you? What kind of demonic magic did you use? Although the old lady was imprisoned, her words were still very powerful. How is it? Is there anyone in the Dark Ice Divine sect who can fight? Quickly call them out so that I don't have to deal with them one by one. Jiang Fei ignored the old lady and directly asked Huang Wabing. Previously, Jiang Fei saw that the old lady was very old, so he took the initiative to talk to her. He did not expect this old fellow to be so arrogant. Now, Jiang Fei had only used one move to capture her alive. Then, what else did Jiang Fei have to say to her? The disciples of the Dark Ice sect, led by Huang Wabing, were dumbfounded. Originally, they had come to annex the Qianyuan sword sect. In their opinion, this matter should be a piece of cake. However, they did not expect such a mistake to occur halfway. Not only was their sect leader captured alive, even the ancestor of true immortal level appears, also be captured alive by one move. For God's sake, what kind of existence have we provoked? Could it be that our Dark Ice Divine sect has been destroyed just like that? Oh my God! Please give us a way out! At that moment, everyone from the Dark Ice Divine sect fell into despair. Kid, you're good. As expected of someone from the valiant Martial Hall. You're really something. At that moment, the old lady still had a fearless look on her face. Old man, hurry up and admit your mistake. Young Master Wang is not that kind of cruel person. He will let you all go. Yu Ling shouted from below. This girl was indeed too kind. Did she not think about why she was so aggressive? She was here to destroy your Qianyuan sword sect. Why did she still persuade him to admit his mistake and let Jiang Fei let them go? After letting them go, would your Qianyuan sword sect still have a good ending? However, Yu Ling did not think that it was that complicated. She only saw that the old woman was already very old and was still tied up in the air. She looked very pitiful. So she gave her advice. Humph. Admit your mistake? Little girl. You think that I have already lost, right? The old lady did not appreciate it at all. Instead, she looked at Yu Ling with disdain. Then, she said to Jiang Fei, Kid, don't think that you are superior just because you came from the Martial Valiant Hall. Let me tell you, times have changed. Now, the Martial Valiant Hall has lost its previous power. There are many forces that are more powerful than the Martial Valiant Hall. Oh, then, please bring out your backer. Jiang Fei smiled. He was really curious about what kind of trump card this old lady had. All right. Then, don't regret it. The old lady shouted angrily. Then, a strange small item popped out from her palm. Pa-la. Although her spiritual power was restricted, the old lady's hand was still able to move. She crushed the small thing in an instant. Then, a red light flashed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Another signal? Jiang Fei smiled faintly when he saw the old lady calling for help. After all, the leader of the Mysterious Eyes sect had done the same thing before. About 20 to 30 seconds later, there was another violent spatial fluctuation in the air. At the same time, Yu Kuai rushed over from the distance. Little girl, what happened? Yu Kuai came to Yu Ling's side and asked. Although he knew Jiang Fei's identity, he did not expect the situation to be so violent. Even a true immortal level expert had been alerted. How could this be? Another expert has come. Yu Ling was very calm at this time. Anyway, the legendary immortal had come. He had been easily captured by young Master Wang next to her. It would not be surprising if more experts came. Right. At this time, Yu Ling had developed a kind of blind trust in Jiang Fei, although she might not admit it herself. Subconsciously, she had already regarded Jiang Fei as an invincible existence. As the space was completely torn apart, the spatial rift was even larger this time. It was obvious that the thing that was coming over was not as simple as a human being. Boom! A gigantic sharp claw appeared in midair. Then, a huge body squeezed out from the spatial rift. Who is summoning me? The huge beast appeared in front of Jiang Fei and the others. Sky Ho? Jiang Fei looked at the giant beast with interest. It was a giant beast that looked like a lion. Its entire body was covered in scales, and there were 2 dragon whiskers at the corner of its mouth. Master, I am summoning you, the old lady said respectfully. Oh. Sky Ho looked at the old lady and recognized her. Oh, it's you. Since you've been supporting me for so many years, I won't punish you for disturbing me. Tell me, why did you summon me? Wang Tianho asked. My lord, It's like this. Our mysterious ice god sect is facing a disaster. So I hope you can help us. Otherwise, if our sect is destroyed, we won't be able to support you anymore. The old lady said. Oh, what's going on? Skygazing Roar looked at the situation. As expected, the old lady seemed to have been captured. It's that guy who tried to destroy our sect. The old lady was the first to complain. I see. Then, he'll help you get rid of this human. Skygazing Roar looked at Jiang Fei. At that moment, Jiang Fei's aura was only that of a new true immortal. Therefore, in the eyes of this ancient mutant who had the dragon bloodline, Jiang Fei was nothing at all. Thank you, my lord. The old lady hurriedly thanked him. In her opinion, the power of this Skygazing Roar was definitely not something that a human could compare to. This ancient mutant was definitely able to take care of Jiang Fei. Kid, although you and I have no grudges against each other, we can't do anything about it. I have enjoyed the worship of the Dark Ice sect for many years. Today, I have no choice but to help him. So, I can only let you down. Skygazing Roar said to Jiang Fei. Without waiting for Jiang Fei to reply, he opened his mouth and spat out a ray of blue light. He wanted to kill Jiang Fei. At that moment, even Yu Kuai was dumbfounded. He did not expect the Dark Ice sect to collude with ferocious beasts. This was a big taboo for humans. However, ever since the dragon race reappeared, the agreement between humans and ferocious beasts was almost non-existent. Although the valiant martial hall was still powerful, it had long lost its previous dominance among humans. Many sects that were unwilling to submit to humans began to collude with ferocious beasts in private. However, they did not expect that the mysterious ice god sect would actually collude with an ancient strange beast. Young Master Wang, be careful. Yu Ling did not know what the Skygazing Roar was, nor did she know how powerful the ferocious beast was. Therefore, she only reminded Jiang Fei as usual. Jiang Fei smiled slightly and extended his right hand. With a snap of his fingers, the hearts of the disciples of the Dark Ice sect jumped. No way! It's still the same move? Could it be that even the ancient mutants are not worth his second move? Wang Wabing had a bad premonition. Chapter 2558, Chapter 2549 was completely dumbfounded. Dragon escape stance. As expected, Jiang Fei used the same move after snapping his fingers. Boom! A pillar of earth rose from the ground. Before the blue light that Skygazing Roar spat out could hit Jiang Fei, it was shattered by the blue light. Immediately after, 3 golden rings appeared and directly tied the gigantic Skygazing Roar to the earth pillar. Roar! Skygazing Roar roared. He wanted to struggle, but he found that his spiritual power was completely restrained. He wanted to use his physical strength to break free. However, he found that the golden ring and the earth pillar were formed from the purest spiritual power. No matter how hard he tried, the earth pillar and the golden ring did not move at all. Boom! The flames churned. In an instant, Skygazing Roar was roasted until it was 30% cooked. The fragrance of meat wafted down. Although Skygazing Roar was an ancient mutant with a dragon bloodline and had extremely strong vitality, after being burned for such a long time, he had finally become obedient. How is it? Who else? Jiang Fei shouted at the members of the mysterious Ice Divine sect. Although he did not do anything, the members of the mysterious Ice Divine sect were scared away. Wow! Young Master Wang, you are so powerful! Yu Ling shouted happily. Among the people present, she was probably the only one who did not know what was going on. Could this emissary of the valiant martial hall be related to that legendary figure? At this moment, Yu Kuai had also connected this. Young Master Wang, in front of him to the legendary Jiang Fei, who had disappeared for decades. Wang Wabing and the other experts of the Dark Ice Divine sect had the same thoughts. However, they were now filled with fear and were unable to speak. However, for the Skygazing Roar, he had never heard of Jiang Fei from the valiant martial hall. Even if he had heard of him, he would not remember a single human. Now, he knew that he was injured and beaten up by a human. This matter could not end just like that. It must be known that the dragon race had just announced that they would accept all dragon race bloodlines and acknowledge the status of their mixed blood dragon race. This way, ancient mutants like the Skygazing Roar, the purity of their dragon bloodline was quite high. Although they couldn't enter the core of the dragon clan after returning, they had obtained a second-class identity. Among a mixed blood dragon clan, their status was quite prominent. Now that he was being bullied by a human, wasn't this a slap to the face of the dragon clan? Since he couldn't beat this abnormal human in front of him, he naturally had to ask for help. Thus, The sky-gazing roar secretly crushed a piece of dragon scale in his hand. After these mixed-blood dragons joined the dragon clan, they had to find a dragon clan to rely on. Only then could they obtain the identity of a dragon clan. As for a mixed-blood dragon clan like the sky-gazing roar, they were all able to pledge their loyalty to the elders of the dragon clan. Therefore, the piece of dragon scale in his hand naturally belonged to a certain dragon clan elder. Swoosh! After the dragon scale was crushed, a teleportation door immediately appeared in midair. This was the effect of the dragon scale, which could directly open a two-way teleportation door to its owner. Sky-gazing roar. What happened? Why are you so anxious to find me? Did you use my reverse scale? An elder of the dragon clan walked out from the teleportation door. Ninth elder. I was beaten up by a human. Sky-gazing roar immediately cried. What a waste. I was beaten up by a human. Ninth elder rolled his eyes, because his back was facing Jiang Fei, and Jiang Fei had concealed his aura. He did not realize who was behind it. It's my incompetence. However, this guy beat me up. It's also a slap to the face of our dragon race. Ninth elder. You have to help me. Sky-gazing roar pleaded. Sigh. I told you that the Sage King should not have given such an order. What's the point of accepting trash like you? You are just adding to our troubles, said Ninth elder. Then, he said, Sigh. Ever since the Sage King gave the order not to interfere in the affairs of the human race, the humans have become too arrogant. They actually dare to touch the people of the dragon race. It seems that if I do not teach you a lesson, you will not know the immensity of heaven and earth. As he said that, the ninth elder turned around. When the ninth elder turned around, he saw Jiang Fei smiling at him. This scared the ninth elder. He rubbed his eyes hard. Then, he used the bloodline connection to identify Jiang Fei. It was not until 10 seconds later that he confirmed that the person in front of him was the Sage Lord. He then confirmed that the person in front of him was his own Sage Lord. Ninth elder. It's this human. Kill him quickly and save face for the dragon race. Sky-gazing roar was still fanning the flames. F***CK. Even the well-mannered ninth elder was about to curse. He regretted taking in that brainless sky-gazing roar. Plop! Under the gaze of all the members of the Dark Ice sect, Sky-gazing roar, and Yukuai, the ninth elder kneeled in front of Jiang Fei. Your humble servant does not know that the sage has come again. Please forgive me for being late, said the ninth elder respectfully. What? The entire place was silent. Wang Tianho was dumbfounded. The master of the Dark Ice sect and his grandmother, who were tied up, were dumbfounded. The group of people below were also dumbfounded. No one knew what had happened. The dignified elder of the dragon race had actually knelt before that brat just like that. The dragon race was a legendary race. They had ruled over the 5 directions for millions of years. Until now, they had still ruled over this land. Moreover, this was the elder of the dragon race. That was one of the most powerful people in the dragon race. Everyone felt that their brains were enough. Their worldview was about to collapse. No one could understand what had happened. Especially people like the mysterious Ice Sect Master and Huang Wubing. They felt like they were going crazy. Get up. Jiang Fei waved his hand lightly, and completely released his aura. Thank you, Sage Lord. The ninth elder stood up. However, the people from the Dark Ice sect behind him all knelt on the ground. There was nothing they could do. Jiang Fei's aura was too strong. With their average strength of only around the aura's core stage, being able to survive meant that Jiang Fei could control the strength of his aura. Of course, not everyone knelt down. Yukuai and his daughter were not affected by Jiang Fei's aura. However, Yukuai still knelt down. He was not a country bumpkin. Although the Prime Sword sect was lonely, the ancient records were still there. He knew very well what kind of existence the Dragon Sage was. Yu Ling was a little dumbfounded. She stood behind Jiang Fei and looked at him blankly. Kneel! Silly girl! Yukuai tugged at his daughter's lapels. However, Yu Ling was stunned. She did not have any reaction. Yukuai did not dare to move too much. In the end, he could only let Yu Ling stand there. Other than Yu Ling and the ninth elder, there were 3 others who did not kneel. However, it was not that the 3 of them did not want to kneel. Instead, they were tied to the soil pillar by Jiang Fei. They could not kneel even if they wanted to. Chapter 2559, Chapter 2550. Flaying alive. At this moment, the scene had exceeded everyone's expectations. Whether it was the members of the Mystic Ice Divine Sect or Yukuai and his wife, they would never have dreamed that some of their actions could actually implicate the legendary Sage Lord of the Dragon Clan. Moreover, These guys never expected that the Sage Lord of the Dragon Clan would be so young. And he even liked to play such a deceitful trick like secretly visiting in disguise. For Yu Kuai and his Prime Sword sect, this was not a bad thing. Even if the Dragon Sage did not have a good impression of them, they had always treated them with respect. At the very least, they would not have any feelings of disgust. Therefore, this time, seeing Jiang Fei was at most an eye-opener for them. They just wanted to see the big picture. However, for the members of the mysterious Ice God sect, their hearts were chilled to the bone. Although the mysterious Ice God sect was considered one of the largest sects on planet Sway, in the entire human society, the mysterious Ice God sect could only be ranked in the middle. After all, the truly powerful sects were all on planet Sway. Even the valiant Martial Hall, which was the strongest among the humans, was protected by Jiang Fei. That was why it was not ruled by the dragon race. Now, their small mysterious Ice God sect had offended the dragon race's Sage Lord. Even if one were to think with their toes, they would not be able to avoid a disaster. Ninth Elder! Ninth Elder! Save me! At that moment, Skygazing Roar, who was tied to the earth pillar, shouted loudly, Ninth Elder! What do you think these people should be punished? Jiang Fei looked at Skygazing Roar, then looked at Ninth Elder and asked, When he heard Jiang Fei call out his name, Ninth Elder broke out in cold sweat. Therefore, he quickly said, I have failed to discipline them. However, it is up to the Sage Lord to decide. The Skygazing Roar had just joined the Ninth Elder sect. He did not even know much about the mixed blood dragons, let alone have any feelings for them. Therefore, he would not risk offending Jiang Fei to plead for the Skygazing Roar. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he said to the Ninth Elder, Do you still remember that I once issued a decree prohibiting the dragons from interfering with human affairs? Yes. How would I dare to forget the sage's decree? The Ninth Elder quickly said. Then, what is the crime of disobeying the sage's decree? Jiang Fei said calmly. Sage, according to the clan rules, you shall be punished by death. The Ninth Elder gritted his teeth. He had completely given up on the Skygazing Roar. Therefore, he chose the most severe punishment. All right. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he said to the Skygazing Roar, Since you have already joined the dragon race, you should know the clan rules. Right. Please spare my life. Sage Lord. Please spare my life. Sage Lord. The Skygazing Roar was truly afraid now. He had originally thought that joining the dragon race would allow him to receive the protection of the dragon race. However, he had not expected that he would be skinned alive after joining the dragon race for only a few months. Sigh. Jiang Fei sighed. Although the Skygazing Roar was wrong, he would not be cut into pieces. However, since the Ninth Elder had chosen the harshest punishment, Jiang Fei could not say anything else. If Jiang Fei pardoned the Skygazing Roar, it would be the same as setting a precedent. At that time, the mixed blood dragons, and even the pure blood dragons would be able to disobey his orders. Moreover, there would be no peace on the human side. Therefore, the Skygazing Roar was purely unlucky. As the saying goes, he would not beat those who did not work hard. And he would not beat those who did not have eyes. This Skygazing Roar was exactly the kind of person who did not have eyes. If he were to go against the muzzle of his gun, he could not blame anyone else. Paw! As Jiang Fei snapped his fingers, a whirlwind rose from the ground and slowly rose to the front of the Skygazing Roar. Whoosh 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 whoosh. A cold light flashed in the whirlwind. Those cold lights were all fine metal-type astral energy. They swirled and closed in on the Skygazing Roar. H! The Skygazing Roar's heart-wrenching scream rang in the air. This scream made the members of the mysterious Ice sect tremble in fear. After all, the Skygazing Roar was a member of the dragon race. Since this dragon sage was so cruel to his own people, how could he treat them well? However, at this point, the members of the mysterious Ice sect did not even have the courage to escape. Under Jiang Fei's powerful aura, all of them were silent. They all knelt on the ground and could not move at all. After about 10 minutes, the Skygazing Roar was only left with a skeleton in the air. His immortal soul floated in the air and did not dare to run away. All right, you can go now, Jiang Fei said to the Skygazing Roar's immortal soul. The punishment was already very heavy. Jiang Fei did not want to kill them all. Thank you, Sage Lord. At this time, what else could the Skygazing Roar say? He could only count out to Jiang Fei in the air and run away. As for when the Skygazing Roar would be able to find a suitable body to possess and be reborn, it was hard to say. Moreover, even if he was reborn, he would not be able to find Jiang Fei and the dragon race to take revenge. The difference in power between the two sides was too great. Therefore, even if the sky-gazing roar hated the Dark Ice Sect, he hated the Dark Ice Sect. If it was not for these idiots, how could he have offended the Dragon Race's Sage Lord? How could he have ended up like this? After Jiang Fei finished off the sky-gazing roar, he turned to look at the Sect Master. Sect Master, what else do you want to say? Jiang Fei asked with a smile. Sage, you don't have to mock me anymore. I brought this upon myself. It was I who failed to recognize Mount Tai that caused the sect to fall into eternal damnation. I only ask that you let my disciples go. I have nothing else to ask for, said the Sect Master. Although he was a little overbearing and arrogant, he still wanted to protect his own disciples at this moment. Do you really want to die? Jiang Fei asked with a smile. Will you spare me? The leader of the Dark Ice Sect said with a cold smile. You're not a dragon. You're not under our control. Why would I want to kill you? Jiang Fei asked with a smile. But I offended you. At that moment, the master of the Dark Ice Sect remembered his arrogant words. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. You are also standing up for the disciples. This is not your fault. Jiang Fei waved his hand and put down the master of the Dark Ice Sect and his grandmother. The reason why Jiang Fei did not kill the master of the Dark Ice Sect and her grandmother was partly because of his concern for the humans. On the other hand, Jiang Fei could understand the actions of the master of the Dark Ice Sect and her grandmother. That was because Jiang Fei was also such a person. Therefore, from his point of view, the behavior of the leader and his grandmother was understandable. Thank you, Sage Lord. The leader of the mysterious Ice Sect was overjoyed. No one would want to die if they could live. However, you have angered me after all. Although the death penalty will be waived, the punishment will not be spared. Jiang Fei's face darkened as he said. Sage Lord, what do you want? The leader of the mysterious Ice Sect was shocked. Chapter 2560, Chapter 2551 Infection. My request is very simple. The Dark Ice Sect will seal the mountain for 50 years. Jiang Fei said. No problem. Sage Lord, do you have any other requests? The Dark Ice Sect Master asked. 50 years might be more than half a lifetime for an ordinary person. However, for cultivators, it was just a snap of the fingers. And that's him. Jiang Fei extended his hand and pointed at Huang Wabing. Leader, I. Huang Wabing was so scared that he took a few steps back. Sage Lord, do you really have to kill him? Asked the leader of the mysterious Ice Sect. There's no need to kill him. However, I need you to cripple his cultivation, said Jiang Fei. He was doing this for the sake of the Primordial Sword Sect. The leader of the mysterious Ice Sect frowned. Although crippling Huang Wabing could save the entire sect. As the leader of the sect, once he did something like betraying the sect in exchange for his life, his prestige would be completely destroyed. Leader, since I'm the one who caused this, let me settle it. At this time, Huang Wabing took the initiative to step forward. Protector Huang, the leader of the mysterious Ice Sect, and Huang Wabing had a good personal relationship. He wanted to stop him, but he could not bring himself to say it. Leader, you don't have to say any more. Even if you ask me to hand over my life today, I will not back down. Let alone just cripple my cultivation, Huang Wabing said as he shattered his meridians. His cultivation was crippled. PFFT. As Huang Wabing spat out a mouthful of blood, he knelt on one knee on the ground. Then, he struggled to stand up and asked Jiang Fei. Sage Lord, are you satisfied with the result? Yes. You can leave now. Jiang Fei waved his hand. Okay. The mysterious Ice Sect Master replied and was about to leave with the sect members. However, at that moment, Jiang Fei suddenly felt a warmth in his arms. Jiang Fei could vaguely see a faint red light on one of the Dark Ice Sect disciples. Peter! Jiang Fei was shocked. He immediately shouted, Hold on! Sage Lord, is there anything else? The leader of the Dark Ice Sect turned around and asked. Although he looked calm, he was extremely nervous. He was afraid that Jiang Fei would go back on his word and leave all of them behind. Jiang Fei did not say anything. He walked straight towards the disciple whose body was glowing red. We meet again, Jiang Fei said to the disciple. Sage Lord, have we met before? The disciple of the Dark Ice Sect was terrified. Do you want to come out yourself? Or do you want me to help you come out? Jiang Fei asked. Sage Lord, I don't know what you're talking about, the disciple said nervously. Sage Lord, this is just a low-level disciple of mine. I wonder where he offended you. The leader of the Dark Ice Sect came over and asked carefully. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Jiang Fei glared at the leader of the Dark Ice sect. Then, he grabbed the disciple's shoulder and disappeared in an instant. Sage Lord! The leader of the Dark Ice sect wanted to say something more, but Jiang Fei had already disappeared. Alright, all of you can go back first. The Sage Lord must have had his reasons for taking the disciple away, said the ninth elder at this time. Sigh! Grandson, let's go back first. The leader's grandmother also advised. It was already good enough that they could keep their lives. If they were to go against the Dragon Clan for a low-level disciple, it would not be worth it. Alright. The Mystic Ice Sect Master had no choice but to bring his disciples back to the sect. The two of you, please go back too, Ninth Elder said to Yu Kuai and his daughter. Yes. Yu Kuai bowed and then prepared to leave with Yu Ling. Exalted Immortal, is that young Master Wang really your Sage Lord? Yu Ling asked at this time. Hee hee. Little girl, I don't know what name the Sage Lord uses when he travels outside, but that person just now was indeed our Dragon Race's Sage Lord. The Ninth Elder laughed. The reason why he was so kind to Yu Ling, it was not because the Ninth Elder did not put on airs. Instead, it was because he realized that the Sage Lord, Jiang Fei, could actually tolerate Yu Ling standing without kneeling. What did this mean? This meant that the sage and this little human girl had a good relationship. After all, the sage's spouse was brought back by him from the outside world. The male dragon race was also famous for being lascivious. Who knew if this little girl was the sage's secret lover? Therefore, when the Ninth Elder spoke to Yu Ling, his attitude was so kind. At the same time, Jiang Fei grabbed the disciple's shoulder and flew far away. Finally, they landed on a remote hill. Saint Lord, what do you want to know? I promise to tell you everything. At that moment, the disciple was so scared that he almost wet his pants. What's going on? Can't that Peter control his host? Jiang Fei frowned. From the disciple's behavior, he did not look like an apostle with a cheat. Moreover, Peter's previous behavior was very strange. Although he had parasitized a few people, they did not seem to be affected by him. What is Peter's purpose in parasitizing other people? If he cannot control the host, what is he trying to do? Jiang Fei frowned even more. From the looks of it, Peter did not seem to be very powerful. Other than being able to parasitize other people's bodies, he seemed to be unable to do anything else. Even if he could parasitize the host, he could not control the host's actions. This made Jiang Fei very confused. Previously, he had dealt with a few apostles. These people came to the game with a purpose, regardless of whether they wanted to promote their ideals or to torture the ordinary players. However, they had to do something. Peter was like a real parasite. He just chose a host to parasitize and did nothing. This made Jiang Fei feel very strange. Brother, why don't you let him parasitize you? Little Nine suddenly said. Jiang Fei frowned. Although Little Nine's suggestion was feasible, the risk was too great. If Jiang Fei wanted to let Peter parasitize him, he would have to turn off the player privilege. However, after turning off the player privilege, it meant that Jiang Fei was like the other local creatures. Once he had completely lost his protection, once he was activated by the apostle's ability, he might be killed instantly or be controlled. It was hard to say. Brother, don't you see that the others are fine after being parasitized? Little Nine said. This. Jiang Fei frowned slightly. Little Nine's words were right, but he was still unwilling to take the risk. However, just as Jiang Fei was hesitating whether or not to temporarily turn off the player privilege, the red light suddenly moved. It followed Jiang Fei's hand that was holding the disciple and directly came to his body. F***CK. His parasitic ability is actually effective on players. Jiang Fei was shocked and quickly waved his hand. However, it was already too late. The red light had already climbed onto his body. Chapter 2561, Chapter 2552. Jiang Fei's deception. Jiang Fei was so shocked that he quickly checked his body condition. However, even if he had activated the Eye of the Violet, he could still see that there was nothing wrong with his body. What's the situation? Jiang Fei frowned. The red light seemed to be fake. Other than being attached to his body and causing his jade pendant to react, it did not seem to have any other effects. Are you looking for me? Suddenly, a voice sounded in Jiang Fei's mind. Who? Jiang Fei, who was already nervous, was shocked. Logically speaking, with Jiang Fei's strength, he should not be making such a fuss. However, the situation was different now. He was infected by that Peter. He did not know what would happen. Therefore, If there was even the slightest movement, Jiang Fei would become very alert. You've been chasing me for so long. Don't you know who I am? The voice said with a smile. I don't care who you are. This is my territory. Get out of here. Jiang Fei pretended to be angry. He did not understand Peter's ability at the moment. So of course, he could not confront him directly. You're not here for me. The voice was stunned. I'm here for a big watermelon. The entire world of the 5 directions is my territory. Get the hell out of here. Jiang Fei pretended to be very angry as he said. Hee hee. You're really lucky, kid. You actually monopolized such a dungeon. No wonder you can't allow others to get their hands on it. The voice laughed. It was obvious that Jiang Fei had misled it. Since you know about it, why don't you scram? There is no room for a second player here. Jiang Fei said. How did you find me? The voice asked with a smile. I had obtained a player radar from a quest before. It can locate the coordinates of nearby players. So, you better scram obediently. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Jiang Fei made up an excuse. I see. The voice was silent for a moment. Then, it said to itself, if I knew that you were not here for me, why would I go through so much trouble to hide? Get off my body, Jiang Fei said. Don't be afraid. I'm just going to stay on your body for a while. I can't do anything to you. Why are you nervous? The voice asked. Nonsense. If I possess you, I'll see if you're nervous. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Ha ha ha. That's true. The voice laughed loudly. With a flash of red light, he came out of Jiang Fei's body and transformed into a man in his 20s in front of Jiang Fei. Hey! Stop laughing. What's your name? Jiang Fei asked. My name is Peter, the person said. It really is you. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Then, he said to Peter, my name is Eamon. I was the one who found this dungeon first. You should leave quickly. This time, Jiang Fei did not hold back and used the rich player that he had met previously to block the attack. *Eamon. You are Eamon. Peter had indeed heard of this name. Eamon was quite famous in the Gamma Dimensions gaming circle. You've heard of me? Jiang Fei asked. Hee hee. Who doesn't know that you're a gaming expert? And a tycoon at that. Peter laughed. Since you know, get lost quickly. If you meet me at another game in the future, I can give you some benefits. Jiang Fei was also an expert at drawing a picture. Hee hee. Boss Eamon, don't you think it's a little too much of a waste to monopolize such a large dungeon by yourself? Peter laughed. I'm willing, Jiang Fei said. As expected of Eamon. Such arrogance. Peter muttered to himself. Then, he said to Jiang Fei, Boss Eamon, let's discuss it. I won't disturb you or snatch your resources in this dungeon. I'll just stay here for a while. What do you think? Although Peter was an apostle with a cheat, he still had to give some face to a well-known tycoon like Eamon. Although he might be stronger than Eamon in this game with the cheat factor. However, the problem was, what about the next game? After all, they were players, not NPCs. A game was just a small experience for them. If they could build a good relationship with a person like Eamon, when they met him in another game, there would be a lot of benefits. What are you doing here? Jiang Fei frowned. Peter thought for a moment. If he did not tell Eamon the truth, he would not let it go. Although he had a cheat and Eamon could not do anything to him, it would offend him. If he met Eamon in another game in the future, he might not be able to protect himself with a cheat. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Peter decided to reveal some information to Eamon. It's like this. I'm here to look for something, said Peter. What is it? Asked Eamon. It's something called the 9-turn astrolabe. Peter did not hide anything. There were so many items in the game. He did not think that Eamon would have heard of it. Eamon did not know what the 9-turn astrolabe was. However, Jiang Fei was on the other side. Moreover, the 9-turn astrolabe was with him. Therefore, how could Jiang Fei not know what the 9-turn astrolabe was? What is the 9-turn astrolabe? What do you want it for? Jiang Fei immediately asked. It's just a quest item. At this time, Peter was not telling the truth. However, even if he did not say it, Jiang Fei could guess it. It was obvious that Peter's plan was the same as Jiang Fei's. He planned to bring all the experts from the 5 directions and use them to fight against other players. However, Peter did not expect that his information was too old. The 9 revolving astrolabe had already fallen into Jiang Fei's hands. Then, why are you possessing these mortals? Although Jiang Fei understood Peter's purpose for coming to the 5 directions, He still had a lot of doubts in his heart. To avoid you, Peter shrugged and said. Avoid me? Jiang Fei was stunned. I thought that you were here to kill me. So I hid myself in these unremarkable people. I did not expect that you would still find me, Peter said helplessly. As the apostles had already lost 6 of them, the remaining few apostles were very careful. They also knew that the development team was thinking of ways to get rid of them. So they were all very cautious. Peter was the same. In fact, when Jiang Fei, the player, came to this town, he had already discovered him. Originally, this guy was staying with Yu Kuai. However, when Jiang Fei came, he was so scared that he immediately ran to Brother Qin. He did not expect that he would stay with an unlucky person. After he had changed a few hosts in a row, he realized that these mortals were getting more and more unlucky. He had originally wanted to leave this place with an inconspicuous disciple of the Dark Ice sect. However, Jiang Fei had even found out about it. Chapter 2562, Chapter 2553. Parasitic Control. Chasing after you? Who's chasing after you? Jiang Fei asked. No, nothing. Just a few of my enemies. Peter was flustered by Jiang Fei's question. Humph. Jiang Fei snorted in his heart. It was obvious that he had killed too many apostles, causing the others to become suspicious. However, even though Jiang Fei knew Peter's purpose, he still knew nothing about Peter's ability. Therefore, he did not know how to make a move. You? Jiang Fei was about to say something when he suddenly had an idea. Previously, Jiang Fei had used the instrument given to him by Vinolin to detect Peter's external attributes. However, it was useless. Now that he thought about it, it was because Peter was living in someone else's body. The device was only detecting the host's body. Therefore, it was normal that it could not be detected. However, Peter was now in his real body. If he used the instrument to detect Peter, would he not be able to know Peter's ability? After thinking about it, Jiang Fei was not in a hurry to make a move. If he were to test Peter in front of Peter, it would be easy to alert him. If Peter were to run away, Jiang Fei would have nowhere to go. After thinking about it, Jiang Fei changed the topic and asked, Then, after you find the 9 rotating star plate, can you leave my territory? Of course, Peter said. All right. My identity here is the Dragon Sage. You should have heard of it. Right, Jiang Fei asked. Yes. I've heard of it. Peter nodded repeatedly. The reputation of the Dragon Sage was very well known in the 5 corners of the world. It was difficult for him not to hear of it. That's good. Follow me first. In a while, we will go to a dragon stronghold. I will pass down the order and have them help you find it, Jiang Fei said. Thank you very much. Peter's eyes lit up. If he had Jiang Fei, the Dragon Sage, to help him find it, it would be much easier than finding a needle in a haystack like this. It's okay. But let me be clear. When you find the 9 rotating astrolabe, if you do not leave immediately, don't blame me for putting you on the wanted list in all the games. Jiang Fei threatened. Don't worry. I still want to play a few more games. I want to fend a big player like you. Peter laughed. That's good. Let's go. Jiang Fei turned around and flew away on his sword. Peter followed closely behind. However, he did not notice that there was a small gadget in Jiang Fei's hand that was facing away from him, holding the detector in his palm. Jiang Fei turned around and asked Peter, Do you have any general information about the 9 revolving astrolabe? When the time comes, I will let the dragon race search for it purposefully. As he spoke, Jiang Fei waved his left hand at Peter. Peter was attracted by Jiang Fei's words, so he did not notice it. No, I only know that it is in the 5 directions of heaven and earth. I don't know where it is exactly, said Peter. All right. Jiang Fei nodded and turned around. At this time, there was a row of information on the detector in his hand. Apostle number 7 Peter. Ability, Parasitic Control. Parasitic Control? After Jiang Fei read the information, he quietly put away the detector. Although there were only 4 words in the information about Peter, as the name suggested, he could roughly guess it. There was no need to talk about parasitic. This guy had shown it many times before. 80% of the time, he could control the host that was infected by him. However, this ability should not be effective on players. In other words, Peter could parasitize and control NPCs. However, when faced with players, he could only parasitize them and could not control them. After roughly understanding Peter's ability, Jiang Fei quietly spread out his spiritual power. Swoosh! Under Jiang Fei's spiritual power scan, everything within a radius of tens of miles was under his control. Boss Eamon, what are you doing? Peter also noticed Jiang Fei's spiritual power coverage. Searching for the dragon race's stronghold. Jiang Fei said. Oh. Peter nodded. He did not think too much about it. As an apostle with a cheat, as long as he did not face people who specifically hunted him, he was not afraid of being attacked by ordinary players. Therefore, Peter did not think too much about it when Jiang Fei opened his mind. There are too many creatures here. It's easy for this guy to escape. I should go to the year mark. Jiang Fei made a decision in his heart. As long as there were no living creatures around, Peter's parasitic ability would be useless. Moreover, after knowing Peter's ability, and knowing that it would not affect him, Jiang Fei was not afraid that Peter would parasitize him anymore. Jiang Fei even hoped that Peter would parasitize him again. After that, Jiang Fei suddenly turned around and flew in the direction of the year mark. Boss Eamon, have you found the dragon race's stronghold? Peter asked curiously when he saw Jiang Fei suddenly turn around. Yes. It's not far. Jiang Fei smiled and continued to fly in the direction of the year mark with Peter. As the year mark side was too cold, even cultivators and fierce beasts who practiced the ice attribute rarely set foot on it. In the vast ice field, it was simply too easy to find a place where there were no humans or fierce beasts. After more than an hour, Jiang Fei found a suitable location. He was ready to turn hostile. Swish. Suddenly, Jiang Fei turned his head. The Chunging sword was like a cold ray of light, piercing directly into Peter's chest. You? Peter was shocked. He did not expect Jiang Fei to suddenly attack him. Swish. Peter, who was not in a hurry to dodge, was pierced through the shoulder by Jiang Fei. What are you doing? Peter asked loudly. Humph. You intruded into my territory and still want to negotiate with me? Jiang Fei laughed coldly. He did not have the interest to explain things to his opponent. Therefore, he continued to use Eamon's identity to attack Peter. Eamon, I respect that you are a well-known player, so I'm talking to you nicely. If you do that, don't blame me for being rude. Peter was also angry. Although his ability did not have any effect on players, the carriers used by the apostles were all first class. Therefore, he was not afraid of Eamon. Peter's carrier was not weak, even among true immortals. He was a first-class expert. However, do not forget that he was not facing a top-tier player like Eamon. Instead, he was facing a top-tier boss like Jiang Fei. After just a few exchanges, Peter was already badly injured by Jiang Fei. F***CK. How are you so powerful? What level of carrier is this? Up until now, Peter had never doubted Jiang Fei's identity. He still believed that Jiang Fei was the famous player named Eamon. In the face of danger, Peter knew that if he did not activate his cheat ability, he might be killed. Therefore, he instantly turned into a ball of red light and latched onto Jiang Fei. Humph. I've been waiting for this. Jiang Fei laughed coldly in his heart. Chapter 2563, Chapter 2554. Killing Peter. When Jiang Fei saw that Peter had possessed him, he was not surprised. Instead, he was delighted. Humph. Let's see how you're going to kill me, Peter said proudly. Is that so? Who said that I'm going to kill you? Jiang Fei smiled and immediately activated his inheritance space. Once the inheritance space was opened, Jiang Fei's figure disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he had already entered the space. Logically speaking, as a player, as long as Peter's carrier was still there, Jiang Fei would not be able to put him into the space. However, this guy was courting death by possessing Jiang Fei's body. This way, once Jiang Fei entered the inheritance space, Peter was also transferred into it. Where is this? Peter was shocked. He wanted to get off Jiang Fei's body, but he realized that he could not move at all. In the inheritance space, time was frozen. Although Peter's mind was not restricted, many of his abilities could not be activated. Welcome to my world, Jiang Fei said with a smile. You are not Eamon. You are the one who is chasing us. A thought flashed through Peter's mind. It was exactly this thought that scared him to death. For players, dying in the game was nothing to be afraid of. No matter how miserable they died, they could still return to the safe zone to resurrect or log out and return to the real world in the gamma space. However, Jiang Fei was an exception. Although he could not completely kill a person's soul, he could use the inheritance space to permanently imprison these souls and make them suffer a fate worse than death. Once the souls were imprisoned, the players in the gamma space would become vegetative. For ordinary players, after an accident, their families could also sue the development team and use a large amount of compensation money to maintain the lives of these vegetative people. However, the apostles who used cheats did not receive such good treatment. They did not enter the game using the equipment provided by the development team. Therefore, even if something happened, their rights and interests would not be guaranteed. Most of the apostles' families did not have much money. Therefore, once they became vegetative, one could imagine their ending. It was also because of this that Peter was so afraid after he had guessed Jiang Fei's true identity. Although the players did not really die in the game, if they died outside, they would really die. Hee. Congratulations. You guessed it right. Unfortunately, there is no reward. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Humph. So what if you came to kill us? As long as I stay on you, you can't do anything to me. Peter's tone was full of pride. Peter's ability was indeed very powerful. As a player, he was not afraid of spiritual attacks. Moreover, after he possessed Jiang Fei could not kill him. Once Jiang Fei left the inheritance space, naturally, Peter would follow Jiang Fei out. Therefore, although he was shocked by Jiang Fei's true identity, Peter quickly calmed down. Do you really think that I can't do anything to you? Jiang Fei smiled faintly. Humph. Kid, don't be an alarmist. At most, well, just stay here and waste time. As long as you leave this strange space, you'll be free, Peter said very proudly. Is that so? Then, let me show you a new trick. Jiang Fei smiled. Then, his body suddenly exploded and disappeared into thin air. What? Peter clearly did not expect Jiang Fei to commit suicide. Therefore, Jiang Fei's sudden explosion caught him off guard. Since Jiang Fei had disappeared, Peter, who had nowhere to hide, naturally revealed his true form. Are you willing to sacrifice your own life just to trap me? Peter shouted. Sacrifice my life for you? You're thinking too much. Jiang Fei's spiritual power came from all directions. The ability that Jiang Fei had just used was a new ability that he had mastered during his closed-door training. It was to instantly disintegrate his physical body through the adjustment of the energy string. After losing his physical body, Jiang Fei's primordial spirit would become extremely weak. If he were to encounter any magical artifacts or masters that specialized in dealing with spirit bodies and spiritual power, then he's exposing his weakness to the world. And one more thing. That is, after he disintegrates himself, he cannot delay for too long, and the surrounding matter cannot be greatly disturbed. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to adjust the vibration frequency of the energy string to allow his physical body to reassemble. This was because Jiang Fei's skill was based on the energy string. Every cell, every molecule, every atom, every quark, and even every material-based point in his body had an independent formula. It was almost impossible to memorize all of it. However, if there was no interference after disintegrating, Jiang Fei only needed to return the frequency of all the energy strings to its previous state. That would be much simpler. Therefore, Jiang Fei could only use this skill in the inheritance space. Time was frozen here and matter was almost constant. After he disintegrated, nothing would change in his surroundings. However, in the outer space, after Jiang Fei disintegrated, someone would throw a handful of sand at his position. He might be crippled. Initially, Jiang Fei thought that this skill was almost useless, so he did not take it seriously. However, he did not expect to use it here today. After disintegrating his own body, Peter had no place to stay. He could only reveal his true body. As soon as he appeared, Jiang Fei's body also reassembled. After seeing Jiang Fei's body reassemble, Peter wanted to use his ability again to parasitize Jiang Fei's body. However, this kind of parasitism required contact. In Jiang Fei's inheritance space, time was approaching a halt. He could not move his body at all. It was even more impossible for him to come into contact with Jiang Fei's body. Swoosh! Jiang Fei's shadow-bearing sword appeared and pierced Peter's heart. Don't kill me! Peter was really afraid this time. Although you have not done anything outrageous. I'm sorry. I have no choice. Jiang Fei sighed. Logically speaking, although this Peter was also an apostle. However, so far, he had not done anything wrong. However, the problem was that Jiang Fei could not kill Peter. The development team had given him a time-limited quest. If Jiang Fei did not kill Peter, the development team would punish Jiang Fei. They might even target Jiang Fei's family. Therefore, although Jiang Fei did not have any enmity with Peter, for the sake of himself and his family, he had to sacrifice this guy from the high-dimensional space. As the sword flashed, Peter's physical body was killed. A soul soared into the sky and wanted to escape back to the Gamma dimension. However, no matter how hard he struggled, he could not escape the imprisonment of the legacy space. Chapter 2564, Chapter 2555 Torture. Where exactly is this place? After confirming that his soul could not escape, Peter was completely flustered. Although from the beginning, Peter had already guessed that Jiang Fei might be the person who was hunting them down, he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. He hoped that after the carrier died, his soul would be freed. However, Peter's hope was now gone. His soul was trapped in Jiang Fei's inheritance space. Alright, stop struggling. If you can escape, your companions will not be unable to return, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Who are you? Do you know what you are doing? Do you know that you are killing people? Peter asked. Oh, killing people? Haven't you killed people before? Aren't you killing people every day in this world? Jiang Fei said with a cold smile. That's different. We're killing NPCs in the game. How is that killing people? You've now imprisoned our consciousness bodies, causing several people to die in real life. Do you know that? You're killing people, Peter roared. Really? That's not bad. I thought that before I went to your place, I would not be able to kill a few people to take revenge. Now, it seems that my wish has been fulfilled ahead of time. Jiang Fei laughed, although he had already guessed that this would be the result when he left Aisha and Lorna behind. When he heard Peter admit it personally, he still felt a sense of joy after taking revenge. Where we are? Aren't you a player like us? Are you an NPC? It was only then that Peter realized Jiang Fei's true identity. Yes, I am the NPC that you all speak of. Now that I have killed you, do you still have any objections? Jiang Fei laughed coldly. You? Peter was speechless. Yes, these so-called players were killing almost every day in Jiang Fei's universe. The number of lives that had died at their hands was more than billions. Now that they had started to take revenge, what could they say? What were they even qualified to say? If you do not want to suffer, you had better tell me everything you know. Otherwise, I do not mind showing you my methods, Jiang Fei said with a cold smile. Alright, what do you want to know? You can ask. Peter was a bachelor. He knew that Jiang Fei was different from these players. These players might look like they were slaughtering everyone in the game. However, when they returned to reality, they were almost all losers. If they were asked to kill people in reality, it would scare them to death. However, the guy in front of him was different. One look at him, and one could tell that this guy was a real butcher. Countless lives had died at his hands. If he did not obediently tell everything that he knew, Peter could guess that Jiang Fei had the means to extort a confession. It was definitely something that he could not even imagine in his dreams. Jiang Fei pondered for a moment. Actually, he had already learned a lot of things from other apostles. After all, Jiang Fei had already captured a few apostles. Moreover, he also had a powerful interrogation technique like mind reading. What exactly is your goal? Jiang Fei asked. Actually, he already knew the answer to this question. Now, he was just using this question as an opening to see whether Peter was honest or not. What exactly is your purpose? Peter was silent for a moment. Then, he said to Jiang Fei, according to our boss, that is because the players have destroyed your universe too cruelly. We want to save your universe and drive away those players. The answer that Peter gave was similar to what the apostles had said before. However, Peter immediately added, I'm afraid that there are only a few people who really have such thoughts. After all, the reason we joined this organization is to obtain this set of equipment. Is there really someone who has the same ideals as our boss? I don't know if there are any, but there definitely won't be many. Then, what are your real thoughts? Jiang Fei asked. I'm not too sure about others. Some of them are doing it to take revenge on the development team. Some of them are doing it to earn some money. There are also people like me who are doing it to have fun in the game, said Peter. Are you willing to give up your life just to have fun? Jiang Fei glared at Peter. He had discovered that Peter was lying through his mind-reading skill. Moreover, Peter's words could not help but be analyzed. In the beginning, there might have been some apostles who wanted to feel good. However, because of Jiang Fei's hunting, a few of them had already been turned into vegetative states. Some of them had even died. Peter still dared to use this cheat. How could he just want to feel good? Peter was stunned by the question. You're too dishonest. Jiang Fei snorted coldly. Then, he directly used his spiritual power to pierce Peter. Ah! The intense pain in the spiritual dimension almost made Peter faint. However, since he had lost his physical body, it was impossible for him to faint now. Therefore, under the torture of this intense pain, Peter became even more awake. The consequence of being awake was that he did not waste any of the pain. He experienced it all once. I beg you, big brother. I beg you. Please spare me. I'll tell you the truth. In the blink of an eye, Peter could not take it anymore. After all, when they were in the Gamma dimension, they were just a group of ordinary people. They had not experienced any anti-torture training. Therefore, they were unable to withstand the pain. Tell me. Jiang Fei had already known the truth from mind reading. The reason why he interrogated them was to vent his anger. I'll tell you. Peter told Jiang Fei the truth this time. I have a few people who are actually using money to do other people's work. Continue. Whose money did you take? Jiang Fei knew that Peter was not lying this time. Open. The development team, Peter said. In the beginning, these apostles were indeed a bunch of motley crew. Their initial goal was to enter the game to feel good, or get some equipment to sell for some money. As for their boss ideals, most of them did not take it seriously. Only people like Aisha and Lorna were really playing with the heart of a virgin. However, ever since the apostles entered the game, the development team had targeted them. Although this cheat was very powerful, and the development team could not do anything about it. The cheat was dead, and people were alive. The development team could not deal with the cheat. However, they could bribe the people who used the plugin, especially after Aisha and Lorna died in the Gamma space. And a few people became vegetative. The remaining apostles were terrified. They had originally planned to give up. However, the development team took the initiative to pay them to continue using the plugin. Under the temptation of money, Peter and the others were tempted. So they gritted their teeth and continued to stay in the game. And continued to use the plugin. Chapter 2565. Chapter 2556 was full of doubts. What? The development team? When Jiang Fei received the news, he was really shocked. Yes, they were the ones who paid us. In the beginning, we were just here to have fun. So, when there was danger, we naturally prepared to leave. But now, for the money, I'm going to take a risk. If I don't meet you, I'll be able to make a fortune, said Peter. What the hell is going on? What is the development team trying to do? Jiang Fei frowned. Since the development team had already bribed Peter and the others, why would they still want him to kill Peter? I don't know what they are trying to do either, Peter said. Is there anything else that you have not told me? Jiang Fei asked. No, Peter replied. I think you're still being dishonest, Jiang Fei said as he pretended to launch a mental attack. Don't! I'll tell you. Peter was immediately afraid. Tell me. The development team gave you money for a reason. What do they want you to do? Jiang Fei asked. They want us to start a larger war. To create more deaths. Peter answered nervously. Start a bigger war? Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Yes. Peter nodded. But since you are following the development team's orders, why would they want to kill you? Jiang Fei frowned and asked. Since these apostles had been bribed, there was no need for the development team to ask him to kill them. What they did was too illogical. You are also under the orders of the development team? They want to kill me. Could it be? Peter was shocked. Could it be what? Jiang Fei immediately asked. Could it be that they have already found out about this? Peter muttered to himself with a dejected face. If I had known earlier, I would not have been so greedy. Sigh. It was me who harmed myself. Jiang Fei frowned. He was certain that there was something going on. However, at that moment, Peter was in a trance. It was obviously not realistic to ask him anything. However, this was not difficult for Jiang Fei because he still had the ability to read minds. Very soon, Jiang Fei found out the reason why the development team was after him in Peter's mind. Although Peter was speechless and looked a little dazed, his mind was filled with these things. Therefore, Jiang Fei's mind-reading ability could easily find the information that Peter wanted to know. According to Peter's own guess, the reason why Peter was being hunted down by the development team was 80% because he was too greedy. That was because he was taking the reward money from the development team and preparing to create a bigger massacre in the game. He actually sold the information to a tabloid reporter. Such an extremely unprofessional behavior might have attracted the revenge of the development team. If it was in the Gamma space, the development team would not be able to deal with Peter. The big mouth, The risk of hiring someone to kill someone was too high. However, Peter was still in the game. This gave the development team a chance. Therefore, in order to avoid any more trouble, they directly gave Jiang Fei a time-limited mission to get rid of Peter. As long as Peter became a vegetable in the gamma space, there would be no evidence to prove it. No matter what the tabloid reporter said, it would not cause any waves because there was no evidence. No one would believe such gossip. Moreover, after seeing Peter's end, the tabloid reporter would probably be shocked and would not dare to spread the news anymore. What is the development team trying to do? Expand the scale of the war and create more deaths? Jiang Fei frowned. At this moment, he was not sure if the development team really wanted to kill Peter to silence him, because all of this was just Peter's own guess. If it is really as Peter guessed, the development team killed him because of this matter, then there must be some secret hidden behind this matter. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Although the cost of the development team ordering Jiang Fei to kill someone was very low in the game, it would be too much of a fuss if it was just because Peter had revealed that the development team had bribed cheating players. Such a small matter was probably not worth it to kill someone to silence them. Therefore, Jiang Fei was certain that there must be a secret behind this. However, he still had too little information at the moment. It was impossible for him to deduce the real purpose of the development team. Hey! Wake up! Jiang Fei gently used his mind power. The intense pain woke Peter up from his stupor. Ah! You? What else do you want to know? Peter was shocked. When he saw Jiang Fei, he instantly woke up. Let me ask you one last question. When the development team bribed you, did they only let you expand the scale of the war, or did they let everyone else do the same thing? Jiang Fei asked. Our quest is the same, Peter replied. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he asked, do you know who else was bribed by the development team besides you? I don't know much about that. At least Dormer and Liwei collected the money together with me, Peter said. Dormer. Liwei. Jiang Fei muttered the two names in his mind. Do you know their cheat attributes? Jiang Fei asked. Liwei is very tight-lipped. I don't know what his ability is. However, Doma mentioned to me before that his ability seems to be related to space. This guy is more talkative. He had a good relationship with Boss back then, so his cheat is stronger than ours, said Peter. Okay, I got it. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, Big Brother. Peter wanted to beg Jiang Fei to let him go, but he was afraid that he would anger Jiang Fei. You haven't done anything outrageous yet, so I'll let you live for now. If there's a chance in the future, I might let you go, Jiang Fei said. But I will be dead by then. Right. Peter looked troubled. His soul was trapped in this place. Then, his physical body in the gamma space would definitely be reduced to a vegetable. Although he had received a sum of money from the development team, his family was not particularly wealthy. If his family gave up on his treatment, he would not be able to last long. That's not something I can control. Jiang Fei laughed coldly and left the inheritance space. At that moment, although Peter had not done anything outrageous, Jiang Fei would not let him go. After all, if he let the tiger go, there would be too many consequences. Chapter 2566, Chapter 2557, Family Visit. After coming out of the inheritance space, Jiang Fei was stunned for a long time. This time, he had received too much information from dealing with Peter. He needed to digest it. The development team must be plotting something. However, I do not know the details yet. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. According to Peter's description, there were at least 2 apostles working for the development team. One of them was Dormer, who had mastered the spatial ability, and the other was Liwei, whose ability was unknown. If the 2 apostles did not do anything in private, the development team would not issue any missions to the 2 of them for a period of time. Even so, the development team probably would not let Jiang Fei be too idle. After all, according to the information that Jiang Fei had, there were still 6 apostles who were still alive. Other than Thomas and Liwei, the remaining 4 apostles might have people working for the development team. However, they were definitely not all of them. At the very least, the boss was definitely not one of them. The development team would never allow these disobedient apostles to cause trouble in their game. However, to Jiang Fei, whether it was the apostles who worked for the development team or the apostles who continued to risk their lives in the game for their own ideals, they did not have anything good. The existence of these people was a threat to the universe, regardless of their motives. In Jiang Fei's opinion, these people deserved to die. Forget it. If Vitalant does not provide me with information, It will be too difficult for me to find these apostles. I still have to wait for them to give themselves away or take the initiative to find me. Jiang Fei thought for a long time. There was no good solution. When the apostles did not activate their abilities, they were no different from normal players. At this time, games were already very popular in the Gamma space. The number of players that had invaded Jiang Fei's universe had already reached more than 100,000. To find the apostles from among these players who could not die, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, Jiang Fei was a big target. These apostles were very likely to target Jiang Fei like John and Philip. Therefore, Jiang Fei decided not to look for them. He would just wait for them to come to him. Of course, if Vinolin sent him information, Jiang Fei would not mind taking the initiative to attack. He would kill all these people who threatened the stability of the universe. After making up his mind, Jiang Fei did not rush to return to the outer universe. Instead, he returned to the dragon race's territory. Sage Lord, you're back. Greetings. Sage Lord. Sage Lord, is there something important that you came back for? After returning to the dragon race's territory, the dragon race elders greeted Jiang Fei one after another. I'm fine. I just came back to take a look. You guys can get back to work. Jiang Fei smiled and went straight to his bedroom. Now, he had someone worth thinking about in the 5 corners of the world. And that was the Phoenix Spirit. At this time, the Phoenix Spirit had already been in the Dragon Clan's territory for a period of time. During this period of time, the Phoenix Spirit had become the treasure of the entire Dragon Clan. The Dragon Queen personally waited on her every day, and there were countless servants and maidservants under her. The most ridiculous thing was that Yu Ting actually came to check on Phoenix Spirit every day. If there was even the slightest discomfort, the previous Dragon Sage would not hesitate to use up his spiritual energy to send Phoenix Spirit over. As the Dragon Clan had not had a dragon whelp for hundreds of years, Phoenix Spirit, who was now pregnant, enjoyed the most meticulous care. When Jiang Fei returned to the bedroom, the Dragon Queen was holding Phoenix Spirit's hand and talking to her. There were at least 6 maidservants by Phoenix Spirit's side at any time. Good boy. Your treatment is not bad. Jiang Fei smiled as he walked in. Husband. Phoenix Spirit stood up. Due to the difference in the flow of time, Phoenix Spirit had been pregnant for more than a year. However, to the Phoenix Spirit of the something clan, her belly was not even showing. Greetings, Sage Lord. The Dragon Queen also stood up and bowed. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded at the Dragon Queen. Then, he came to Phoenix Spirit's side and asked, How have you been? Thank you for your concern. Husband, I am doing well, said Phoenix Spirit. Although she was more casual with Jiang Fei when she was in the outer universe, it was different when she was back in the 5 directions of heaven and earth. Especially in the dragon race's territory, the hierarchy here was strict. Even if Phoenix Spirit was pregnant with Jiang Fei's child, she had to be careful when she spoke. Sage Lord, you guys chat. I won't disturb you anymore, the Dragon Queen said tactfully. Okay, you can go back to your work. Jiang Fei nodded. After the Dragon Queen left, Jiang Fei waved his hand and asked the maids to leave. How is it? Are you used to it? Jiang Fei smiled and said, Sigh. How should I put it? Although I used to live like this, I still like the casual days in the outer universe, said the Phoenix Spirit as she shrugged. Since there were no outsiders, she naturally did not have to put on the airs of a sage spouse. She even leaned on Jiang Fei's body. Sigh. Why don't I tell teacher and he'll bring you out? Jiang Fei said. Since Phoenix Spirit did not want to stay here, he did not want to let her be restricted. Forget it. It'll just stay here. If I go out now, you might not be able to see your child for another year, Phoenix Spirit said in Jiang Fei's ear. The hot air that she breathed out with the fragrance of the orchid tickled Jiang Fei's ears. To be honest, Phoenix Spirit had her own selfish reasons for wanting to stay in the world of the 5 directions. As the former female beast empress, Phoenix Spirit was not as innocent as the other girls. From Phoenix Spirit's point of view, it was not easy for her to be the first to conceive Jiang Fei's child. Naturally, she had to be born first to preserve her title as the eldest son of the first wife. However, the problem was that because of Phoenix Spirit's bloodline, she could be pregnant for decades and give birth again like it was nothing. If she went out, the other girls might even give birth to a football team for Jiang Fei. Her child was still in her stomach. Therefore, in order to let the child land early, not to mention the dragon race, she had to stay here even if the conditions were not good. Moreover, There was another reason why Phoenix Spirit had to stay in the world of 5 directions. The spiritual energy here was abundant, and it was good for the child's development. Otherwise, it would be more efficient to go to the time house in the technological universe. However, in order for her child to be outstanding, the world of 5 directions was clearly the best place to nurture her child. Sigh. All right. Thank you for your hard work. Jiang Fei did not think as much as Phoenix Spirit. He only felt that it was more lonely for Phoenix Spirit to stay here alone. However, since Phoenix Spirit had taken the initiative to request to stay here, there was nothing he could do. He could only bring the girls over to visit her more often. Chapter 2567, Chapter 2558 was a rare moment of leisure. Jiang Fei spent more than a month with the Phoenix Spirit in the Dragon's territory. Then, he returned to the outer main universe through Little Nine. Brother, can you rest for a few days? Little Nine asked after he returned to Skoda Star. I hope I can rest for a few days. I don't know. Jiang Fei shook his head. Very soon, the news of Jiang Fei's return spread across Skoda planet. Although Jiang Fei had stayed in the 5 directions for a long time, due to the time flow deficit, he had only left home for a little more than a week. Ah, Fei! This time, the first person to notice Jiang Fei was still Aurelia, who was in charge of the planet's defense. However, before Aurelia could finish his sentence, a staff member barged in. General, I have something to discuss with you, the staff member said. What's so urgent? Aurelia frowned. Jiang Fei did not hide anything from them. The staff member's attitude was very unusual. I'm going out for a while. Jiang Fei frowned. Just by looking at the staff member's attitude, he knew that Vitalin had come. All right. Aurelia nodded. She had also guessed a little, so she did not stop him. On the other hand, Jiang Fei followed the staff member to a quiet place. Congratulations. This mission has been completed very smoothly. As expected, once the staff member opened his mouth, he was even more certain of Vitalin's identity. Why are you in such a hurry this time? I just came back, Jiang Fei said with dissatisfaction. Previously, when Vitalin came to give him quests, there was always a gap. He had never been in such a hurry before. Hee hee. Don't be nervous. I'm not here to give you a quest this time, Vitalin said with a smile. Then why are you here? Jiang Fei frowned. In his impression, Vitalin was the perfect example of a night owl who would come to the mansion for no reason. Don't be anxious. I'm really here for a good thing, Vitalin said with a smile. A good thing? What good thing could you possibly have? Jiang Fei laughed coldly. I'm here to give you a reward, said Varen. Reward? Jiang Fei was stunned. Yes. You dropped Peter. The development team has specially given you a reward, said Varen with a smile. Hee hee. What the H.L. The development team actually thought of giving me a reward. Jiang Fei snorted coldly. He had done so many things for the development team. The development team had never given him any benefits. Even if they occasionally gave him some rewards, it was to deal with those apostles. This time, the development team actually took the initiative to give him some benefits. This actually made Jiang Fei somewhat suspicious. Look, Vitalin said as he took out a small box. What is this? Jiang Fei did not reach out to take it. I don't know either. Vitalin shrugged. How could you not know? Jiang Fei frowned. I really don't know. The development team only asked me to give this to you. They said that you would be able to use it, Vitalin said. All right. Jiang Fei reached out and took the box. He knew that if the development team wanted to kill him, they would have plenty of ways to do so. Even if he did not take the box, he would not be able to hide from them. After taking the box, Jiang Fei did not carry Vitalin behind his back. He opened it right in front of him. As the box opened, a small thing appeared in front of Jiang Fei. What is this? Jiang Fei asked as he looked at the eyeball-like object in the box. I already said that I don't know. Vitalin shrugged and said. Did the development team not say anything? Jiang Fei asked. No. They just said that you will need it when the time comes, Vitalin said. All right. Do you have anything else? Jiang Fei took a deep breath. He could not do anything to the development team. No. If there is a quest, I will come to you, said Varen. Then, I will not send you off, Jiang Fei said and ignored Varen. He turned around and left. After a short moment of daze, Varen's face became blank. Clearly, the staff member was very confused as to why he had come here. After returning to the front of Aurelia, Jiang Fei smiled and asked, How have things been at home for the past few days? Nothing has changed. Why? Do you want to leave as soon as you return? Aurelia asked. No. Vidlon did not come here to issue a quest, Jiang Fei said truthfully. Then, she showed the eye to Aurelia and said, He gave me this. What is this? Aurelia was also very curious. This thing looked like the eye of something, but the texture was like a gemstone. I don't know either. Vidalin did not say anything either, Jiang Fei said speechlessly. Sigh. Working with the development team is like asking a tiger for its skin. You have to be careful, Aurelia advised. How could I not know? It's just that I have to lower my head when I'm under a low eve. Jiang Fei sighed. Of course, he knew that the development team had bad intentions. If it was not for the fact that he was still useful to the development team, they would have killed him long ago. Alright, let's not talk here anymore. Let's go home first. Bella and the others will definitely miss you to death. Aurelia also sighed. She also knew that it was not easy for Jiang Fei. The man that she had taken a fancy to was for the sake of his family. For the sake of the entire universe. She had no choice but to shoulder the burden alone to fight against the threat of the high-dimensional space. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he returned home with Aurelia. After returning home, Jiang Fei first went to greet his parents and told them not to worry anymore. Then, he returned to the girl's side. In the next few days, Jiang Fei really lived a comfortable life. No apostles came to cause trouble. Nor did Vinylin come to arrange missions for him. Even the battle report from the Empire was that the world was at peace. Jiang Fei even forgot how long it had been since he had lived such a peaceful life. After spending half a month with the girls, Jiang Fei suggested to them to go to the Five Directions world. After all, half a month outside was half a year in the Five Directions world. If he did not go back and take a look, that would be a little too much for the Phoenix Spirit, who was nursing her baby. I'll go! I'll go! Ariel had always been the most enthusiastic about such things. She had followed Jiang Fei to, and from the Five Directions world the most. Moreover, once she went back, she would circle around the Phoenix Spirit's belly. Unfortunately, the Phoenix Spirit's belly was not visible at all. I'll go and take a look too, Nina said with a smile. Among the group of girls, apart from Wei Chung, Nina was the one who had the best relationship with the Phoenix Spirit. I've been there last time. I won't go this time, said Wei Chung. Because Jiang Fei could not bring too many people, she would not fight for the position. Alright, then the three of us will go. Jiang Fei nodded. Go and come back as soon as possible. Be careful, Bella reminded. Her relationship with Phoenix Spirit was not good or bad. However, Phoenix Spirit's first pregnancy had indeed made Bella jealous. In order to make up for the gap in their relationship, Bella also had a lot of thoughts. So Great Jiang had been going to Bella's room to serve her recently. Chapter 2568, Chapter 2559, Eye of Nishiro. After bidding farewell to Bella and the others, Jiang Fei used Little Nine's ability to bring Nina and Ariel into the Five Directions of Heaven and Earth. Hubby, quickly bring us to the Dragon Clan's territory. I can't wait to see the baby, Ariel said excitedly. Where does the baby come from now? There's still no sign of the Phoenix Spirit's stomach, Jiang Fei said with a smile. I can feel him, Ariel said seriously. Really? Jiang Fei asked with a smile. Of course it's real. As long as you feel it with your heart, you will definitely be able to feel it, Ariel said. Alright then. This time, you can teach me, Jiang Fei said. Okay. Ariel immediately nodded. Alright. Fei. Let's go, Nina said with a smile. She actually did not believe that Ariel could feel the existence of the baby. After all, the baby had not been formed yet. It was most likely due to Ariel's psychological influence. After all, she loved children too much. Alright. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he rode on his sword and brought Nina and Ariel straight to the dragon's territory. Soon, the three of them entered the dragon's territory. However, before Jiang Fei could meet the Phoenix Spirit, a delicate figure appeared in front of Jiang Fei. Handsome! Did you miss me? Natasha said with a smile. Natasha? Jiang Fei was stunned. It had been a long time since he had seen Natasha. Hee hee. My brother found out that I did something bad, so I was locked up for a period of time, Natasha said shyly. Come! Let me introduce you. This is the Natasha that I told you about. Jiang Fei called Ariel and Nina over. Hello, Natasha. My name is Ariel. Ariel smiled and came over to greet them. I'm Nina. Nice to meet you. Nina also came over. She and Ariel were not the kind of people who liked to be jealous. Moreover, Jiang Fei did not hide the matter of Natasha from the girls. Therefore, they all knew about Natasha's existence. They also knew that Natasha had helped Jiang Fei a lot. Hello, sisters. Natasha greeted them obediently. Natasha, why are you in the dragon's territory? Jiang Fei asked curiously. I'm here to play with you, Natasha said with a matter-of-fact expression. Hee hee. I really can't stop you. Jiang Fei smiled. Although he was not clear about Natasha's identity, he was sure that this girl was definitely not an ordinary player. Because even a top-tier player like Eamon would not be able to defeat a monster like Natasha. Of course, Natasha said proudly as she raised her little face. Alright, Nina, Ariel, you guys go and find the Phoenix Spirit first. I have something to say to Natasha, Jiang Fei said to Ariel and Nina. Okay. Nina and Ariel nodded. Then, they flew to Jiang Fei's bedroom. As the two of them had been to the Dragon Clan's territory before, the Dragon Clan also knew them. Therefore, Jiang Fei was very relieved to let them enter by themselves. After sending Nina and Ariel away, Jiang Fei smiled and asked Natasha, What bad thing did you do? How could your brother lock you up? Hee hee. I can't tell you that, Natasha said as she covered her mouth. Alright. If you don't want to tell me, then forget it. Let's go and play, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Alright. Let's go to planet Mars, Natasha said. Planet Mars? Is there anything fun there? Jiang Fei asked curiously. The flame tree there has bloomed. It's beautiful, Natasha said. Alright. Let's go there then. Jiang Fei had always doted on Natasha. Firstly, Natasha had helped him a lot. Secondly, he also liked this little sister of his. Ever since he had little Nine, Jiang Fei no longer had to worry about traveling in the 5 directions. He directly summoned little Nine and activated his ability. He and Natasha were teleported directly from the dragon's territory to the flame forest on planet Mars. Look! Handsome! It's so beautiful! Natasha was very happy as soon as they arrived at the flame forest. The scenery of the flame forest was indeed very beautiful. The flame tree was a very unique tree. It could only be found on Mars. Except for its light blue leaves. It only bloomed once every 3 years. Moreover, the flowers were like quivering flames. Regardless of their color or shape. Or the shape of it? It's like fire. In addition to the fire tree itself is rich in fire spiritual power. So the entire forest in bloom. Like a raging fire general. And every time this time, a large number of fierce beasts will also gather in the forest of fire. Because at this time the fire nature of the most dense spiritual energy. Especially suitable for fierce beasts to cultivate. Natasha! Slow down. Don't fall. Jiang Fei smiled as he watched Natasha run happily into the forest. The corners of his mouth curled into a warm smile. After an unknown amount of time, Natasha was tired from running. Only then did she return to Jiang Fei's side. Handsome! Look at how beautiful this place is, Natasha said as she pulled on Jiang Fei's arm. It is quite beautiful. Jiang Fei nodded. I really want to live here forever, said Natasha. Silly girl. The more beautiful things are, the shorter they are. The flowering period of the flame tree is very short, said Jiang Fei. Yes. Natasha lowered her head as if she was thinking about the decline of the flowering period of the flame tree. Therefore, she was a little unhappy. Are you hungry? Let's eat something. Jiang Fei did not want Natasha to lose her playful nature because of his words. Therefore, he immediately took out a picnic cloth from the spatial ring and spread it on the lawn. Then, he filled it with delicious food. Wow! So much delicious food! Natasha was still a child after all. Therefore, her attention was quickly attracted by the delicious food. While eating and drinking, Natasha suddenly noticed a small box hanging on Jiang Fei's waist. Handsome! What is this? Natasha said. Without waiting for Jiang Fei to answer, she directly took the small box into her hand. This. Jiang Fei was about to stop her, but Natasha had already taken the box away. Pa! The box was opened, revealing the strange eyeball inside. The eye of Nishiro? Natasha was slightly surprised. You know this thing? Jiang Fei's eyes lit up. Although the development team had given him this thing, he did not know what it was used for. Now that Natasha happened to know this thing, he naturally had to ask around. It also saved him from being cheated by the development team. Yes, this is a very strange item. Natasha nodded and said. What is this thing used for? Jiang Fei asked. Actually, it's not very useful. It's just that it can see things that are invisible under normal circumstances, Natasha said. You mean invisibility? Jiang Fei asked. Not exactly. It can also see things like subspace, ethereal, and so on, Natasha explained. Chapter 2569. Chapter 2560. Black holes appeared frequently. If it's so powerful, doesn't that mean that nothing can hide from it? Jiang Fei asked in surprise. He really did not expect the development team to give him such a useful reward. That's true. But whether it's an ethereal or hiding in a subspace, brother, even if you see it, you can't do anything about it, said Natasha. That's true. But at least it's good to see it. At least you can be on guard against it, said Jiang Fei. He was already happy that the development team had given him such a good thing. Oh right. Handsome brother. Who gave you this thing? Asked Natasha suddenly. An ethereal. Although Jiang Fei did not reveal Varen's true identity, he did not completely hide it. Ethereal. Natasha fell silent after hearing it. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Jiang Fei asked. Age? Oh. Nothing. Natasha, who was thinking about something, was shocked by Jiang Fei, so she appeared to be a little flustered. Hee hee. Silly girl. Jiang Fei stroked Natasha's head lovingly. He knew that this little girl must be hiding something from him. But he did not continue to press her. He knew that if Natasha wanted him to know, she would definitely tell him. Handsome, do you still remember the little toy that I gave you? Natasha suddenly raised her little face and asked. Are you talking about this? Jiang Fei took out a small jade pendant. Natasha had given it to him back then. She said that he must bring it with him. However, after so long, Jiang Fei did not know what it was used for. Yes. Yes. You must keep it close to you, Natasha said. Okay. I got it. Jiang Fei smiled. After the picnic, Jiang Fei played with Natasha for a while. However, Natasha seemed to be a little absent-minded. Natasha, are you tired? Jiang Fei asked. Age? Oh. No. Yes. I am a little tired, Natasha said. Then let's rest for a while, said Jiang Fei with a smile. No. No. I have to go back. Goodbye, brother. After Natasha said that, she disappeared. What's wrong with this girl? Jiang Fei frowned. But he knew that there must be something going on. Since Natasha had left, Jiang Fei naturally would not stay in the flame forest to enjoy the scenery. Therefore, he directly asked Little Nine to send him outside the dragon's territory because the dragon's territory was blocked by a barrier. Therefore, Little Nine could only send him here. After entering the dragon clan's territory, Jiang Fei went straight to his bedroom. At this time, Ariel and Nina were talking to Phoenix Spirit. You're back. Phoenix Spirit was like the mistress of the house. She stood up and welcomed Jiang Fei in. Ah, Fei. Is Natasha gone? Nina asked. Yes. She's gone. Jiang Fei nodded. Did she come to you this time to play with you? Phoenix Spirit asked. At first. Yes. But then, something went wrong. Jiang Fei told her everything. So, that jade pendant is not an ordinary thing, Nina said. Yes. This thing is definitely not ordinary. But I don't know what it does for now, Jiang Fei said. But at least one thing he was sure of was that Natasha would not harm him. Forget it. Don't think too much. At least now you know what the eye does, said Wind Spirit. Yes. Husband, do you know how to use the eye? Asked Ariel. Yes. Natasha has already taught me, said Jiang Fei with a nod. Isn't that good? Said Ariel with a smile. That's true. Why think so much? You'll know when the time comes. Jiang Fei smiled and began to chat with the girls. Jiang Fei brought Ariel and Nina to stay in the dragon territory for 5 days. Then, he brought them to bid farewell to the Phoenix Spirit and return to the outer main universe. 5 to 6 days was only half a day for the outer main universe, which had 12 times the time flow deficit. Therefore, when Jiang Fei and the others returned, they could even catch up to Bella and the others for dinner. How is it? Is the Phoenix Spirit's belly showing? Bella asked casually. Not yet. This race is really strange. It has been a year, but I can't even see the slightest bit of belly, Ariel said. Hee hee. Don't worry about it. Without 10 to 8 years, the Phoenix Spirit's belly will not change, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Oh, Bella nodded. Then, she said to Jiang Fei, come over to my place tonight. I have something to tell you. You don't have something to tell me. You have something to do. Right, Sylvie said with a strange tone. What? You have a problem with it too? If you want to hear it, come over too. Bella glared at Sylvie. Come if you want, Sylvie said without showing any signs of weakness. Jiang Fei looked at the situation and his forehead started to sweat. Bella alone was enough to make him suffer. Now that the two of them were together, it seemed like he would have to work hard again tonight. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. During that time, Jiang Fei had brought the girls to see the Phoenix Spirit a few times. The entire universe seemed to have returned to peace. Be it the development team or the apostles, none of them came to find trouble with Jiang Fei. During this period of time, Jiang Fei often went to the time house for closed-door training. He hoped to use this opportunity to understand the secrets of the legacy space. Then, he could enter the gamma space to fundamentally solve the current predicament. However, the legacy space was much more profound than Jiang Fei had imagined. Otherwise, Yu Ting would not have spent hundreds of thousands of years and failed to understand the secrets of the legacy space. One day, Jiang Fei had just had breakfast with Bella and the others. He was about to go to the time house to cultivate for a period of time when a messenger came to him. Read. Jiang Fei nodded. According to the report of the 9th Scout Fleet, an unknown spatial fluctuation has been detected in the Rei star area. The violent spatial fluctuation has caused the surrounding stars to be greatly affected. A black hole is about to be formed there. The messenger read. Black hole formation? Jiang Fei was stunned. This was nothing new in the vast universe. He did not know why Peter Zhu had sent him such a message. General, His Majesty said that this has happened for the 5th time recently. Furthermore, the locations are very close to each other. He thinks that this is not normal, the communicator said. Oh, the 5th time? Jiang Fei was stunned. If the black hole only appeared once, then it was indeed very normal. However, if it appeared 5 times in a row and the distance was not too far, then there must be something wrong. Chapter 2570, Chapter 2561. Doma appeared. The Rei star area? Where is it? Jiang Fei asked. It's in the Norkin star area. It's only 4 galaxies away from the Empire's core star area, the messenger replied. South close? Jiang Fei was shocked. Yes. According to the calculations of the Universe Research Center, after the 5th black hole is formed, it will form a huge gravitational field with the other 4 black holes. Once another black hole is formed in this gravitational field, they will fuse together to form a huge black hole. Under its devouring, the entire empire will be destroyed, the messenger said. All right, I understand. I will go and check on the situation. You can go back to your work. Jiang Fei nodded. Yes. The messenger turned around and left. At that moment, Jiang Fei could not sit still. The 5 black holes had appeared at the same time. It was obvious that someone was controlling them. Moreover, Jiang Fei had a suspicious target in his heart. When he was interrogating Peter, this guy had once given up an apostle named Dorma. This guy's ability was related to space. Therefore, Jiang Fei guessed that this matter was most likely related to this guy. Damn it! I was wondering why things have been so peaceful recently. It turns out that you did not come here to look for trouble. Instead, you went to the uninhabited star zone. Jiang Fei was secretly angry. This Dormer was much more vicious than the previous few apostles. At most, the apostles, including Peter, were only trying to expand the scale of the war. However, Dormer was even more ruthless. He actually wanted to destroy the entire universe. If that super black hole was allowed to take shape, even the development team would not be able to stop it. This thing would grow bigger and bigger until it eventually swallowed the entire universe. Aurelia, I have to leave for a while. You can say hello to Bella and the rest, Jiang Fei said to Aurelia using the communication device. Is it because of the black hole? Aurelia asked. Clearly, she had received the news as well. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. This time, he did not go to the spaceport. He teleported directly to outer space and summoned his yacht. Maleki, target the Raytheon star area. Use my special permission to clear all obstacles along the way. I want to reach there as soon as possible, Jiang Fei said. Yes, my lord. After Maleki received the order, he immediately controlled the spaceship to calculate the best route and began to warp. As he had activated his special privileges, the green passage was cleared out wherever Jiang Fei went. Even when he was passing through the Stargate, there was no need to queue up. There were already people who had isolated the other spaceships. Therefore, although the Raytheon star sector was far from Skoda star, Jiang Fei still arrived here on the 5th day. What a strong spatial fluctuation! As soon as he arrived at the Raytheon star sector, Jiang Fei sensed the terrifying spatial fluctuation. It's not easy to deal with. Jiang Fei frowned. Judging from the intensity of the spatial fluctuation, the opponent's control over the power of space had reached the limit. Even Nina, who had the spatial core, could not be compared to him. Forget it. I don't care. Let's stop him first. Jiang Fei took a deep breath. It was up to him whether he could kill the opponent or not. At the very least, he had to stop him. Otherwise, once more black holes formed, the universe would really be finished. When that time came, it would be too late to save it. With that thought in mind, Jiang Fei asked Maleki to switch the steering mode of the yacht to manual mode. Then, he drove the spaceship toward the core of the spatial fluctuation. The closer he got to the core of the spatial fluctuation, the more the spaceship trembled. At the back, the alarm inside the spaceship was already ringing. If he continued to sail, the entire yacht would be ruined. Sir, we can't get any closer. The spatial force field here is already very unstable. Although your yacht is very high-tech, it is not a battleship after all. It can no longer withstand this kind of spatial force field, Malachi reported. Yes, I know. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he waved his hand and put the yacht away. As soon as the yacht was put away, Jiang Fei could feel the terrifying power of space. So powerful! Jiang Fei's body could not help but tremble. Immediately, a layer of dense spiritual energy covered his body and isolated the powerful power of space. Over there! Jiang Fei could almost find the source of the power of space without using his senses. Therefore, he quickly flew toward the depths of the vast starry sky. After a few hours, Jiang Fei finally approached a planet. This planet was very lonely. It was the only planet in this solar system. Moreover, the star that it orbited was also very huge. The sun was not even a sesame seed compared to it. If this star collapses into a black hole, the energy that it contains would be too terrifying. Jiang Fei frowned. Then, he teleported and landed on the surface of the planet. Swoosh! Jiang Fei opened his mind and quickly found the player. It really is you. Although he had not seen the player yet. After confirming that it was a player, Jiang Fei had already determined the identity of the player. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Jiang Fei directly summoned the Chungying sword and flew towards the player's location. After a few minutes, Jiang Fei arrived near a large mountain. At that moment, the player was casting a spell at the top of the mountain. Stop! With a loud shout, Jiang Fei rode his sword down, as he was worried that the player might have some means to kill the NPC in an instant. Jiang Fei had already activated his player privilege. Who are you? Why are you here? Thomas was stunned when he saw Jiang Fei. He was indeed an apostle who had received money from the development team to work for the development team. The development team's mission was to create more deaths. Therefore, he came up with this idea. If he could create a super black hole, the black hole would gradually devour all the planets. This kind of killing speed was much more efficient than some kind of war. However, now, Doma saw a player suddenly appear in front of him. Therefore, he was very surprised. After all, the starfield that he was in was uninhabited. There was not a single NPC here. What was a player doing here? I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? Jiang Fei did not waste any time and directly slashed out a sword aura. F***CK? Are you crazy? Doma stopped casting after being broken. He took a few steps back and pointed with his finger. The space in front of him froze, and Jiang Fei's sword aura was instantly blocked. This is my territory. Who allowed you to behave atrociously in my territory? Jiang Fei roared. Then, he flew out with his sword. The Chungying sword in his hand continuously slashed out more than 10 sword auras, forcing Doma to continuously retreat. Chapter 2571, Chapter 2562, Bargaining. Under Jiang Fei's continuous attacks, Thomas had no choice but to temporarily stop casting his spells. Moreover, he was forced to retreat by Jiang Fei. Who exactly are you? What good would it do you to stop me? Thomas asked loudly as he dodged. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you must die today. As Jiang Fei spoke, the attacks on his hands never stopped. What the hell? I'm not going to play with you anymore. After a few rounds of defense, Thomas realized that he was no match for Jiang Fei. He immediately prepared to escape. Although his spatial ability was very strong, he did not have any offensive skills. Therefore, he could only defend himself. This made Thomas very unhappy. As soon as Thomas finished his words, Jiang Fei felt Thomas' figure suddenly turn illusory. Then, he disappeared into thin air. He teleported away? Jiang Fei was stunned. However, he felt that something was not right. If Doma teleported away, it would leave behind an obvious spatial fluctuation. However, the surrounding space was relatively stable. It did not seem like someone had teleported away. Oh right! I still have this! Jiang Fei suddenly remembered the eye of Nishiro on him. Swish! Jiang Fei's spiritual power entered the eye of Nishiro. In an instant, the eyeball-shaped gemstone was activated. In the light emitted by the gemstone, Jiang Fei found that there was a shadow not far away from him. This shadow was none other than Thomas, who had just disappeared. Good boy! I was almost fooled by you! Jiang Fei cursed in his heart. Thomas did not teleport away. Instead, he hid in a subspace. If Jiang Fei mistakenly thought that he had escaped, then once Jiang Fei left, this kid would be able to come back and continue casting spells. However, now that Jiang Fei had discovered Doma's tracks, he would not leave so easily. Although Doma was in the alternate dimension, Jiang Fei could not do anything to him. However, he could at least block the door so that Doma could not come out. Why is this guy staring at me? Could it be that he has discovered me? Doma looked at Jiang Fei in the distance and asked curiously. The attributes of this subspace were very strange. One could see the outside world from the inside. If the outside world wanted to see the inside, it would have to depend on whether the person who had opened the subspace had agreed. This subspace was like a glass that shone through one side. If the person who had opened the subspace did not open the visibility to the outside world, the person in the main space would not be able to see the inside. Of course, there were some special tools that could ignore this attribute of the subspace. For example, the eye of Nishiro in Jiang Fei's hand. However, Doma clearly did not know that Jiang Fei had such a treasure. Therefore, he thought that Jiang Fei was just suspecting him. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to get out of the subspace. Come on! Let's just waste some time. Jiang Fei was not in a hurry. He directly sat cross-legged on the ground and left a trace of his spiritual power to pay attention to the subspace exit. After that, he entered a semi-meditative state. At this moment, Jiang Fei would not waste a single minute. He needed to understand the profoundness of the inheritance space and enter the gamma space. Moreover, this time was very tight. This was because Jiang Fei did not know when the development team would get tired of playing this cat-and-mouse game and directly wipe him out. In the blink of an eye, 3 to 4 days had passed. Jiang Fei just sat there quietly and did not move at all. However, Jiang Fei was not in a hurry. Thomas could not hold it in anymore. As a player, although Doma had taken the money from the development team, he had entered the game to play and to have fun. Every day, he would squat in a dark, narrow subspace. This was not the life that he wanted, because the subspace was a small space that was temporarily opened. It was like a box. People could not move inside. They could only enter and exit as they wished. Therefore, Doma was very anxious when Jiang Fei refused to leave. Has this guy discovered me, or is he just waiting for me here? As Doma was not sure of Jiang Fei's thoughts, he could not leave the subspace for the time being. After another 3 days of stalemate, Doma finally could not hold it in anymore. In the past 3 days, Doma had logged off a few times in an attempt to fool Jiang Fei. However, Jiang Fei's inheritance space had similar effects. Before Little Gio, his inheritance space would enter and exit as he wished. Therefore, he knew this very well. Even if Doma had logged off, he would not be affected. He just stood guard outside the subspace. Finally, Doma could not hold on any longer. Damn it! I admit defeat. Doma gritted his teeth and jumped out of the subspace. Swoosh! The moment Doma walked out of the subspace, Jiang Fei opened his eyes. You finally appeared, Jiang Fei said deliberately. He did not want Doma to know about him. You're so King patient. Because in Doma's eyes, Jiang Fei was also a player. Therefore, he was almost driven mad by Jiang Fei. After all, in Doma's eyes, Jiang Fei was a player who had nothing better to do. If he did not go out to enjoy himself with his top-tier equipment, he would be stuck here for a few days. Was he not bored? Humph! The Universe Empire is my territory. You want to destroy my hard-earned land. Can I spare you? Jiang Fei said angrily. Tut-tut. Doma listened to his also straight teeth. According to Jiang Fei, it was not easy for him to control the entire Universe Empire. If he were to think about it from another perspective, if Thomas had gone through his own painstaking efforts, from an ordinary player, became the king of half the universe, then he certainly did not want someone to his territory to smash all. This. Doma did not know how to persuade Jiang Fei for a time. Now that Jiang Fei had interests related to him, it was obviously impossible for him to ask Jiang Fei to walk away without saying anything. According to normal logic, Doma could compensate Jiang Fei for his loss. For example, if he was given some money in real life to give up the game, Doma would be able to successfully complete the task given to him by the development team. With that thought in mind, Doma said to Jiang Fei, "How about this? Name a price. You can stop playing this game. I'll buy this thing for you. Okay? Name a price?" Jiang Fei laughed coldly. If he was really a player, he might really be tempted. As long as Doma gave him enough compensation. Who would care about the contents of a game? However, the problem was that Jiang Fei was not a real player. This game was related to the universe that he lived in. It was related to his family and loved ones, as well as tens of billions of lives. Therefore, no matter what price Doma offered, Jiang Fei would never agree to him destroying this universe. "Yes, you can say it. As long as it's about the same. I'm very easy to talk to." Doma laughed. He thought that Jiang Fei was just a normal player, so he tried his best to persuade him. Chapter 2572, Chapter 2563. F***CKU. Jiang Fei roared and charged at Doma again. Although he knew that he could not kill Doma, Jiang Fei had to make his stance clear. If he could make Doma back down, he could also buy time to think of a way to deal with Doma. If he let Doma stay here, Jiang Fei would not have time to think of a way to deal with him. Once Jiang Fei left, Doma would have to resume casting spells. Once the black hole was formed, even if Jiang Fei had heaven-defying abilities, he would not be able to reverse the disaster. Therefore, the most important thing for Jiang Fei now was to get rid of Doma. Even if he went to another place to create a black hole, a single black hole would not be able to destroy the entire universe. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei could use this time to find a way to deal with Doma. "Why are you so stubborn? Isn't it just a game?" Doma said as he dodged. "Game? My ass. Is it easy for me to accumulate this fortune? Do you think you can destroy it just like that?" Jiang Fei was furious. His attacks were extremely violent. Even the planet under his feet was trembling. I know it's not easy for you, but a game is not as important as real money." Doma had no choice. Although he could protect himself, he really could not beat Jiang Fei. Otherwise, he would not have discussed it with Jiang Fei so lowly. Who? Jiang Fei finally stopped after venting. It was not that Jiang Fei had let Thomas go, but he also realized that he could not kill him at all, because Thomas had mastered the power of space. Whenever Jiang Fei's attacks came, he would freeze the space in front of him. Thus, Jiang Fei's attacks became invisible. If an ordinary person had this kind of power, Jiang Fei could still use his spiritual power to defeat the opponent. However, Doma was a player. Jiang Fei's spiritual power could not directly affect the opponent. Therefore, the current situation was a stalemate. "Have you fought enough? Let's talk." Doma did not want to fight to the death with Jiang Fei. After all, he lacked offensive means. There was nothing he could do about Jiang Fei. Moreover, if he wanted to create a black hole, he had to focus on casting spells. If Jiang Fei continued to waste time with him, he would not be able to do anything. "Chat? What's there to chat about?" Jiang Fei glared at Doma. Hee. This matter is dead. Humans are alive." Doma smiled slightly. Then, he said to Jiang Fei, "I'm not afraid to tell you that I was also entrusted with the black hole. I took the money, so this matter cannot be changed. Then, let me tell you this. I worked hard to build this industry. As long as I'm here, no one can have any ideas about it," Jiang Fei said without giving in. "Don't be so stubborn. Let's discuss it." Doma smiled and then said to Jiang Fei, "I know that you can't bear to part with this industry. How about this? I will give you a sum of money as compensation. Real money in reality." Before Doma could finish his sentence, Jiang Fei interrupted him. "No, I can't even give you money. I'm not done yet. Why are you in such a hurry?" Doma rolled his eyes. Then, he continued, "I know that it might be a little difficult for you to give up on this game right now. After all, you have just conquered a kingdom, and you haven't had the time to enjoy yourself yet. So, let's discuss this. I'm not going to build a black hole here anymore. I'll go somewhere else to do it. After a while, I'll come back after you have enjoyed yourself. What do you think?" Jiang Fei frowned. Although this was not a good idea, it was beneficial to him. Since Jiang Fei could not kill the other party right now, he could use the delaying tactic to stall for time. How much do you want to pay? Jiang Fei pretended to be tempted. How about this? I'll give you $10,000. What do you think? Doma asked. $10,000? Jiang Fei frowned. It was not that he felt that it was too little. It was just that he had no idea how much the gamma space was worth. At that moment, Jiang Fei's spiritual power entered the inheritance space. Then, he looked for Peter and asked, in your place, what is the concept of $10,000? How much did the development team give you? $10,000 is indeed not a small amount. This is the income of an elite class for a month. If it were us, the lower class, we would be able to save half a year, said Peter. He was almost driven crazy by the loneliness of this space. Now that someone was willing to talk to him, he would naturally tell Peter everything. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded and signaled Peter to continue. The development team has promised US 30,000.10,000 is the deposit. Peter continued. Okay. I understand. You stay put. If there's a chance, I might let you go, Jiang Fei said. He did not care about what Peter said and left the inheritance space. As time in the inheritance space was almost at a standstill, and Jiang Fei had entered it with his mind power, Doma did not realize that he had entered and left. 10,000? That's too little. Even if I sell my business to other players, it would still be more than that amount, Jiang Fei said to Doma. Actually, he did not care about the amount of money because it was meaningless to him. The main reason why he was bargaining was to make Doma believe that he really wanted to sell the Universe Empire. I say, brother, how can you be so honest? Doma shrugged speechlessly. Then, he said to Jiang Fei, look, I'm giving you time to enjoy yourself first. When you're almost done, you can sell the empire in the game to someone else. After you sell it all, you can still get an additional $10,000 from me. That's great. The reason why Doma was so polite to Jiang Fei was mainly because he could not beat Jiang Fei. If Jiang Fei insisted on causing trouble for him, he would not be able to complete the quest. By then, not only would he not be able to continue earning money from the development team, he would also have to return the deposit to the other party. If Jiang Fei agreed to his proposal, although he would have to give Jiang Fei $10,000, he would still be able to get $20,000 from the development team. Therefore, the deal was worth it. As for when Jiang Fei sold the empire to other players, those people would not be able to stop him. Therefore, he did not care at all. All right, then you can leave. I'll call you when I'm done, Jiang Fei said. Don't do that. Aren't you trying to get something for nothing? You should at least add a time limit. Right. Doma rolled his eyes and said, all right, 3 months, Jiang Fei said. He did not dare to ask for a few years because Doma would not believe him if he said that. 3 months is too long. Right. 1 month, Doma said. 2 months. I still have time to find another buyer. Jiang Fei continued to buy time. 1.5 months. No more talk, Doma said after thinking for a moment. All right. 1.5 months then. But if you dare to break the contract, don't blame me for causing trouble for you, Jiang Fei threatened. Don't worry. I can still wait for 1.5 months, Doma smiled and said. Chapter 2573, Chapter 2564. Asking for Nina's help. I hope you're a man of your word, Jiang Fei said as he looked into Doma's eyes. All right. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I'm leaving now. If you find your next target ahead of time, remember to contact me. Doma immediately activated his spatial ability and teleported away. *MN. This guy's spatial ability is too strong. I have no chance to kill him. Jiang Fei frowned. Although Doma did not have any offensive means, with his absolute defense of spatial ability, with his teleportation ability, it was almost impossible to kill him. After sighing, Jiang Fei looked around. Although Doma had already left, the spatial structure here was still very weak, especially the supergiant star in the distance. It was almost at the point of collapse at any time. I can't let him continue to act so recklessly. Jiang Fei took a deep breath and asked Little Nine to send him back to the 5 directions. Brother, where are you planning to go? Are you looking for Uncle Yuting? Little Nine asked. No. Please send me out first. Jiang Fei shook his head. He did not know how much Yuting knew about this spatial ability. However, Jiang Fei did not want to disturb him at the moment. Oh! Little Nine nodded and sent Jiang Fei out of the 5 directions. after the 9 rotating astrolabe had fully evolved. Jiang Fei did not have to go in and out of the world of the 5 directions. He could also ask Little 9 to send him out of the world of the 5 directions. After coming out of the world of the 5 directions, Jiang Fei immediately summoned his yacht and ordered Maleki. Return to Skoda Star first. Yes, sir. Maleki immediately followed Jiang Fei's orders. After the spaceship adjusted its course, it immediately warped towards the Stargate. 3 days later, Jiang Fei returned to Skoda Star. You're back so soon. Did you take care of that guy? Aurelia asked as she guided Jiang Fei's spaceship into the airport. Sigh. It's not that simple. I just delayed it for a while. I don't have any good ideas yet, Jiang Fei said. It's okay. Don't worry. There will be a way. Aurelia comforted him. If it was a battle between fleets, Aurelia would be the best commander. However, when it came to fighting alone, she was not very good at it. Therefore, other than comforting Jiang Fei, Aurelia could not do anything else. I know. Jiang Fei nodded. I will inform Bella and the others to come and pick you up now, Aurelia said. No need. Just ask Nina to come over, Jiang Fei said. He did not plan to stay on Skoda Star for long because he had only agreed with Doma for half a month. It had already been 3 days. Okay. Aurelia nodded and then informed Nina. Nicole, who had mastered the spatial core, quickly teleported to Jiang Fei's side. This time, Jiang Fei rushed back in a hurry to hear her opinion. Ah, Fei. What's wrong? Why are you looking for me so urgently? Nina asked. It's like this. Jiang Fei explained the situation in detail, especially Doma's grasp of spatial power. Hiss. After listening to Jiang Fei's description, Nina took a deep breath. Then, she fell silent. Jiang Fei quietly watched as Nina fell into deep thought. He did not rush her. Instead, he waited patiently. After about half an hour, Nina raised her head. Then, she said to Jiang Fei, This Doma that you're talking about, his grasp of the power of space is much stronger than mine. However, according to your description, the reason why this guy can grasp the power of space is not because he has understood the rules of space. Instead, he is using external forces to cast his power of space. Right. I think so. Jiang Fei nodded. Whether it was players or apostles, they were actually just a group of ordinary people in the gamma space. The reason why they were able to perform all sorts of abilities in this universe was entirely due to the convenience provided by the development team or the cheat. They did not understand the rules, and did not know how they could achieve such an effect. This was because as long as they activated a certain skill, the ability would naturally be used. I understand. Nina nodded. What do you understand? Jiang Fei asked. I have an idea now, but I'm not sure if it will work. I want to meet this Doma, Nina said. Meet him? Jiang Fei was stunned. Yes. Nina nodded. All right. I'll think of a way. Jiang Fei nodded. Then I'll go back and make some preparations. I'll be right there, Nina said and teleported away. I hope Nina has a way to deal with that Doma. Jiang Fei prayed in his heart. After about half an hour, Nina returned to Jiang Fei's side. She said to Jiang Fei, All right. I'm ready. When do we leave? Now! Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he brought Nina back to the yacht and left the airport. Where is that guy? Nina asked. I don't know, but he should be within the range of the resistance, Jiang Fei said, because he had an agreement with Doma. Doma would not cause any trouble within the Universe Empire for more than a month. Then, other places that could cause large-scale deaths would be within the range of the resistance. Then, let's set off, said Nina. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he told Maleki, immediately head to the dominant galaxy and open the special channel. Yes, sir. Maleki immediately adjusted the route after receiving the order. Then, he warped towards the dominant galaxy. 2 days later, Jiang Fei and the rest arrived at the Dominion Galaxy. This was the border between the Universe Empire and the Vizari army. Once they crossed this border, they could enter the dominion of the other party. There were 2 routes from the Universe Empire to the territory of the Vizari army. One of them was through the Dominion Galaxy. However, there would definitely be enemy fleets guarding the opposite side of the Stargate. The other route would be through the Sara Cloister. However, due to the bad environment in the universe, the Sara Cloister lacked planets as the base point for the warp. Hence, they could only travel through the sublight speed engine. However, this cloister might not be very wide. However, If they could not warp using the normal engine, it would take them a month to leave. Jiang Fei could not afford to delay this time. Sir, we are already close to the Stargate, Maleki reported at this time. Disguise your identity code? Jiang Fei ordered. Yes. Maleki immediately changed the yacht's identity code according to Jiang Fei's order. As a top-tier artificial intelligence, such a small matter was nothing to him. Chapter 2574, Chapter 2565 went deep into Vizari. Very soon, Maleki gave Jiang Fei's yacht a new identity, a smuggling merchant ship. When you're ready, cross the border, Jiang Fei said to Maleki. Yes, sir. After Maleki received the order, he drove the yacht toward the Stargate. Main engine shut down. Guiding to the Stargate. Orbital accelerator activated. Passing through the Stargate. Amidst a series of electronic mechanical voices, Jiang Fei's yacht rushed into the Stargate. In the wormhole created by the Stargate, Jiang Fei's yacht traveled at high speed. After about an hour, they arrived at the other end of the Stargate. Warning! Warning! The ship has been locked onto by the fire control radar. As soon as they passed through the Stargate, Jiang Fei's ship was discovered by the Vizari Army's battleship. Although the technology was very advanced, Jiang Fei's yacht was after all a civilian ship. Under the military radar, the ship was too eye-catching. It was difficult not to be discovered. The opposite ship. Please show me your identification. Very soon, Jiang Fei received a clear message from the Vizari Army's fleet. Although the Universe Empire and the Vizari Army were in a state of war, the Vizari Army could not do without the support of the Empire. This was because the Vizari Army lacked a large amount of resources. These resources were all smuggled from the Empire. Therefore, the garrison fleet actually turned a blind eye to the smuggling ships from the Empire. The Universe Empire's predecessor was the Merchant Alliance. This group of profiteers only cared about profit. They did not care about any hostile countries. As long as there was profit to be made, these profiteers would even dare to sell their own heads. Therefore, even though the Universe Empire and the Vizari Army were in a state of war, the smuggling trade between the two sides had never stopped. We are from Eugeni's caravan. Jiang Fei showed his identity number. Eugeni's caravan. You have not come for a while. The Vizari Army's guard was checking his identity number while chatting with Jiang Fei. Yeah. Things have been a little tense lately. We've been resting for a while, said Jiang Fei with a smile. Actually, this Eugeni's caravan had been wiped out during the previous battle against the pirates. This Eugeni's caravan was a legitimate company in the God's Empire. However, they were actually specialized in smuggling pirate plunder. Originally, this was not a big deal because the profiteers had done this many times. However, the bad luck of the Eugeni's caravan was that when they went to pick up the goods from the pirates, they were caught by Aurelia's fleet. The result was obvious. The profiteers were blasted into dust along with the pirates. The ID code is correct. You can pass. Very soon, the defenders had passed the verification. As it was only a civilian spaceship, they did not check it in detail. This is a small gift for the generals, said Jiang Fei as he threw a container from the back of the cabin. There were some belongings inside. This was the usual practice of smugglers. If they did not do this, the next time they came, they would definitely be made difficult by the guards. Although Jiang Fei did not plan to do it a second time, all the smugglers did it. If he did not leave some valuables, he might be exposed. Thank you so much. The Vizari Army's guards did not stand on ceremony and directly sent a small boat to tow away the container. These guards were stationed at the front line. If the enemy invaded, they would immediately become cannon fodder for second-line troops like them. The purpose of staying here was to put their lives at stake. As long as they found the enemy and sent the news back, their chances of survival would be negligible. Under such circumstances, the soldiers at the front lines naturally had to eat and drink. They would naturally not reject the bribes of these smugglers. After leaving behind the containers, Jiang Fei's yacht officially entered the Vizari Army's territory under the escort of the garrison fleet. Maleki, find a place with people. Let's dock for a while, Jiang Fei said to Maleki. Yes, sir. Maleki immediately adjusted the course and flew toward the nearest colonial planet. The administrative planet closest to Jiang Fei, and the rest was Bertram Planet in the island system. This was an early colonial planet. The inhabitants of the planet were mainly agriculture. Although the population was not very large, there were still several million people. After almost a day of sailing, Jiang Fei and the others arrived at Bertram Planet. Sir, do we need to request for a stop? Malachi asked. No need. Just wait for us here, Jiang Fei said and gave Nina a look. Swoosh. Nina immediately activated her spatial ability and teleported her and Jiang Fei to Bertram Planet. "Ah, Fei, what are we doing here?" Nina asked curiously. "Looking for someone," Jiang Fei said as he grabbed Nina's hand. Then, he sprinted toward a small city nearby. Soon, Jiang Fei and Nina arrived at the small city. The population of the small city was not very large, but it was not important to Jiang Fei. He went straight to the door of a small tavern and pushed the door open. "Yo! New face!" As soon as Jiang Fei and Nina entered the door, someone whistled. "Vinlon, come out for a moment!" Jiang Fei shouted loudly. "Vinlon? You've got the wrong person. We don't have a Vinlon here." The bartender walked out and said, "Vinlon! Come out quickly!" Jiang Fei was unmoved. "Hey, kid! You're here to cause trouble." "Right." The bartender's face darkened. "Let's go out and talk." At this moment, a middle-aged man with a nose full of alcohol walked over. He then put his arm around Jiang Fei's shoulder and walked out. "When did old Donald change his name to Vinlon? I've never heard of him. Could it be that after his wife died, he wanted to start over?" On the other side, Jiang Fei and Nina ignored the people who were drinking. They followed the old man out of the tavern and came to a quiet corner. "Why are you in such a hurry to find me?" asked Vinolin. "Tell me where Dorma is." Jiang Fei asked directly. "How would I know? Who is Dorma?" Vinolin said with a confused look. "Cut the crap. How could you not know?" Jiang Fei frowned and then threatened Vinolin. "If you still want to cooperate, it's best if you don't hide anything from me. Ah, Fei, it's best if you don't provoke Dorma. The development team did not ask you to kill him," Vinlon said helplessly. "This matter is not negotiable. Just tell me where he is. Don't say that you don't know. This kid is creating black holes everywhere. It would be a miracle if you did not notice." Jiang Fei said. "I really can't tell you. Why don't we go in and have a drink? The Horus wine here is very good," Vinlon said with a troubled look. However, when he said this, his eyes were a little erratic. There's no need." Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. Then, he turned around and left with Nina. Chapter 2575, Chapter 2566 Hints. "Where are we going?" Nina asked in confusion. "To the spaceship," Jiang Fei said. "All right." Nina nodded and brought Jiang Fei directly to the yacht. "Maleki, help me find out where the Horus wine is produced," Jiang Fei asked. "Yes, sir." Maleki immediately started searching after receiving the order. Very soon, the answer was found. "This Horus wine is a very expensive wine. It is only produced in the Valka region of the Vizari army. Moreover, only the Saflin winery on Kale Pula can be considered as a rare wine," Maleki replied. "Very good. Then, let's go to Kale Pula," Jiang Fei immediately said. "Ah, Fei, was Vinlon hinting at you just now?" Nina finally reacted. "If that guy still wants to cooperate, he would not lie to me," Jiang Fei said. "Sir, the route has been adjusted. Shall we set off now?" Malachi asked. "Yes. Let's go." Jiang Fei nodded. Then, the yacht entered the warp mode again. After nearly 7 hours of interstellar travel, Jiang Fei's yacht finally arrived at the Vilka Star area. Vilka Star area was already considered the core of the Visari Army's territory. It was very close to the Visari Army's headquarters. Therefore, there were more and more ships coming and going. A large number of merchant ships and civil flights were constantly shuttling back and forth. Although there had been a lot of space wars recently, the people still had to live their lives. The merchants were even more happy to make money from such a national disaster. "Nina, we have to go to the surface later. Do you want to disguise yourself as well?" Jiang Fei asked. As he spoke, he was also preparing himself. Very soon, Jiang Fei had changed his appearance. Moreover, his strength had been disguised to only around 8 million combat power, as he was not in the 5 corners of the universe. It was too rare to see a hermit-level expert with a combat power of more than 20 million in the outer universe. It was impossible to see one on a normal planet. Even for someone like Jiang Fei, the only hermit-level master that he knew was Tyrion. Although he knew about the existence of the Hermit Alliance, he had never seen it before. Therefore, if Jiang Fei and Nina appeared on an ordinary administrative planet with their real abilities, it would be too ostentatious. Nina nodded and suppressed her energy aura. It made her look like her combat power was only about 4 to 5 million. Even so, a young and beautiful girl, with such powerful combat power, she was already very eye-catching. Fortunately, Nina did not need to disguise herself because Doma did not know her. However, Jiang Fei could not. If he used his current appearance, he would definitely be discovered if he met Doma. When that time came, it would not be easy for Nicole to secretly observe Doma. When Jiang Fei and Nina had disguised themselves, Maleki had also flown the ship into the gravity well of KLAPRA. My lord, we have requested permission to dock, Maleki reported. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. After entering Vazari's territory, Maleki changed the ship's identity code again. At this time, the yacht had already been smuggled from the merchant ship. It had become an ordinary merchant ship in Vasily. Sir, we have been allowed to dock. Soon, Maleki brought good news. This was because this was the hinterland of the Vasily Legion. Moreover, the war had recently subsided. Therefore, the safety verification of planet Kla Pula was not as strict as before. Let's land. Following Jiang Fei's order, Maleki controlled the spaceship to enter the docking procedure under the guidance of the guide ship. Soon, the spaceship entered the atmosphere of the planet. Then, the spaceship landed smoothly at the designated location. As the cabin door opened, Nina held Jiang Fei's arm and walked out of the spaceship. Welcome to Planet Krupla. I am the guide of the airport. This is your stop pass. Please take care of your stop pass. When you leave the port, you need to pay through this. A staff member came in front of Jiang Fei. Okay, I understand. Jiang Fei took the stop pass. Sir, is this your first time coming to Planet Krupla with this lady? The staff member asked. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, do you need to hire a tour guide? The staff member asked enthusiastically. Jiang Fei was silent for a moment. At the same time, he opened his spiritual power and searched for Thomas on Kla Pula. However, he found nothing. Moreover, the apostle tracking device on his body did not show any reaction. It'll take one then, Jiang Fei finally decided. Although he had an apostle tracking device on him, this thing might not be fully functional. Previously, there were apostles who could escape the tracking of this thing. Therefore, Jiang Fei felt that it was necessary for him to bring a guide. As he was completely unfamiliar with this planet, Jiang Fei needed someone around him to consult him at all times. That way, he would be able to find Dorma, who might have hidden her identity. Yes, sir. Please follow me. When the staff member heard that Jiang Fei was willing to hire a tour guide, he was overjoyed because he could get a commission from it. Soon, Jiang Fei and Nina followed the staff member to a hall. After they waited for a while, the staff member brought a red-haired girl. Hello, my name is Martha. I would like to be your tour guide. My salary is $800 per day. Do you think it's okay? The red-haired girl introduced herself and explained her salary. Yes. Jiang Fei immediately nodded. Money was just a number to him. He did not care even if the girl asked for more than $800. You are such a straightforward person. Masha was overjoyed when she saw that Jiang Fei did not even return the price. It seemed that she would be able to earn a small sum of money. Sir, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave first, the staff member of the airport said with a smile. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded, and the person left. I still do not know how to address the two of you, Masha asked with a smile. My name is David. Jiang Fei casually made up a name. Nina. Nina used her real name, because she was not as famous as Aurelia or Bella. No one knew about her. Hello, Mr. David. Hello, Miss Nina. Martha formally gave the two of them a very local etiquette. It was considered that the two of them had officially reached an employment relationship. Now the two people in front of her were her bosses. Chapter 2576, Chapter 2567, Looking for Thomas. Mr. David, Miss Nina, since this is your first time on our planet, why don't you let me design a travel route for you? Martha suggested. This way, she would be able to drag out the journey as much as possible. She would also be able to bring the two employers to visit a few more shops. This way, she would be able to get more commission. As Jiang Fei and Nina were not short of money, Martha wanted to earn as much money as possible from them. There's no need. We came to Planet Kla Pratt mainly because of our reputation, Jiang Fei said with a wave of his hand. We came because of our reputation. May I know why you two are here? Are you from a historical site or a specialty? Martha asked. Horus wine, Jiang Fei said. So, Mr. David is a good drinker. Martha smiled. The commission on the wine was unusually high. If these two employers were really here to buy wine, she would not have to bring them along. Instead, she went straight to the point. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. The Horus wine on our planet Kalepula is one of a kind. Since you're here, it'll bring you to the 8 great wineries to take a look, Martha said with a smile. No need. We'll go straight to Sappho's winery, Jiang Fei said. Hee. I didn't expect you to know so much. Mr. David? Martha smiled and continued. All right then. He'll help you book your tickets now. We'll leave in the afternoon. All right. Jiang Fei nodded. Since Thomas might be here, he and Nina could not simply use teleportation. Otherwise, they would definitely be detected by the other party. Soon, Martha helped Jiang Fei and Nina book their tickets. After the 3 of them had a simple meal, they went straight to the airport near the airport. Around 1 p.m., the flight that Jiang Fei and the others took off on time. After about an hour, they arrived at Vika City, where Sappho Lin Winery was located. Let's go to Sappho Lin Winery. After walking out of the airport, Martha stopped a taxi and said to the driver. All right, said the taxi driver as he waited for Jiang Fei and the other 2 to get into the taxi. As Suffolk Winery was the symbol of Vika City, every taxi driver was familiar with the place. About half an hour later, the taxi stopped at the entrance of the winery. After registering with Jiang Fei and Martha, they entered the winery. The Sappho Lin Winery was very large. It took up more than 1,000 hectares of land. From the outside, it looked like a huge manor. There was a castle, a swimming pool, and a golf course. It was simply a private manor of the rich. However, the castle, golf course, and even the horse farm only occupied a small part of the winery. The winery was more of a plantation called Shirye fruit. The famous Horus wine was made from this Shirye fruit. Was brewed from this kind of Shirye fruit. This way, please! At this time, besides Martha, there was also a sales staff from the winery accompanying Jiang Fei and the ladies. My name is Killian. Is this your first time here? The young and beautiful saleswoman asked with a smile. Yes, Jiang Fei answered as he looked around. He hoped to find Thomas traces, but the winery was too big, especially the Shirye fruit plantation. It was as far as the eye could see. It was not an easy task to find an expert who deliberately hid himself here. Ah, Fei, are you sure he's here? Nina asked quietly. I don't think so. Vidalin has no reason to lie to me, Jiang Fei said. Then, let's look carefully. Nina nodded. You should pay more attention to the subtle spatial fluctuations nearby, Jiang Fei said. Okay. Nina nodded and began to carefully observe the surrounding space. Our Horus wine is different from other wines. If you drink it for a long time, not only will it not harm your body, but it will also have a lot of benefits, Killian recommended to Jiang Fei. Yes, my grandfather often drank this kind of wine. He has already lived for more than 100 years. Martha agreed. On the other hand, Killian and Martha were singing along. They were praising the Horus wine to the point that it was like heaven and earth. Their goal was very simple. They wanted Jiang Fei to sign a big contract, because one of them was the sales representative of the winery, and the other was the tour guide. Both of them relied on the sales commission to earn money. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded as he observed his surroundings. He did not listen to what the 2 women were saying from the beginning to the end. Jiang Fei was actually not interested in the Horus wine. He was just pretending to be a wine merchant to sneak into the winery and look for Thomas. Along the way, they chatted and walked. Soon, Jiang Fei and the group arrived at the castle at the center of the manor. This was the reception center of the winery, and also the wine cellar of the winery. Please come in, Killian said with a smile. Okay. Jiang Fei and Nina walked into the winery. Something's wrong. As soon as they entered the castle, Nina said to Jiang Fei telepathically. What's going on? Jiang Fei immediately asked. There's something wrong with this castle, Nina said. Something's wrong there? Did you find Doma's tracks? Jiang Fei asked. I don't know, but the space here is very unusual, Nina said. Be careful. Doma might be hiding nearby, Jiang Fei said. Okay. Nina nodded. In order not to alarm Doma, Jiang Fei and Nina continued to act as if nothing had happened. They followed Kreen and Martha into the hall on the first floor of the castle. The hall was filled with wine cabinets. Different types of Horus wine were displayed inside. Of course, these were all relatively normal new wines. Old treasures would definitely not be placed here. Mr. David, you can try it. Miss, you can also have a small drink, said Killian as he poured 2 small cups. Then, he handed them to Jiang Fei and Nina. Jiang Fei picked up the wine cup and took a small sip. To be honest, he did not feel that there was anything different about this Horus wine. Jiang Fei was not a wine lover. He did not usually drink wine. Even if he wanted to drink it, he also preferred the good wine brewed by the cultivators in the Five Directions world. As for this Horus wine, Jiang Fei really could not taste anything good. However, this wine was so famous that it might be a little different for people who really knew how to taste wine. Nina, who was standing at the side, did not drink the wine. She just frowned and looked at it before putting it aside. Killian did not mind that Nina did not drink. After all, there were many women who did not drink. Mr. David, what do you think of this wine? Killian asked. Jiang Fei did not say anything. He just shook his head slightly. It seems that, Mr. David, your taste is very high. It doesn't matter. These are just relatively ordinary new wines. Follow me. I will bring you to the wine cellar. That is the real top-grade Horus wine. Killian saw that Jiang Fei was not satisfied. He immediately invited Jiang Fei to taste the more aged Horus wine. Chapter 2577, Chapter 2568 revealed itself. Chapter. Jiang Fei followed Kreen all the way into the depths of the castle. He realized that there was something special about this castle. Although Jiang Fei was not a master who specialized in spatial elements, his strength was still there. Therefore, when Jiang Fei followed Kreen down the spiral staircase to the depths of the castle, he could clearly feel that the underground space of the castle was abnormal. The underground wine cellar was very deep, but there was no elevator installed. If they wanted to go down, they could only walk down the stairs. After walking for nearly half an hour, Jiang Fei and the others finally arrived at the depths of the wine cellar that stored aging wine. Mr. David, I believe that you have already felt the difference here? Kreen asked with a smile. Yes. The spatial structure here is very strange, Jiang Fei said. That's right. This was a natural point where space overlapped. The space here was stable and chaotic. Therefore, there was a very complicated spatial energy resonance. It was precisely this kind of energy resonance that made our Horus wine so charming. Killian asked with a smile. Killian, why did you bring our guest down without registering? At this moment, a middle-aged man came forward. He was the person in charge of the wine cellar in the winery. Buttra. We are so familiar with each other. Why would we need to register? My guest is an expert in wine tasting. How could the ordinary people outside fool him? Killian spoke to the middle-aged man. He did not forget to suck up to Jiang Fei as well. All right. It won't happen again, Buttra said angrily. Their wine cellar was very special. Because of the complicated spatial energy, it was impossible to use any mechanical equipment. People had to rely on their legs to walk down, compared to going down the stairs. What was worse was climbing up. That was really tiring. If he did not allow the other party to enter the wine cellar and directly rushed back, then the guest would be considered offended. Therefore, Buttra only grumbled a few words to Killian and then let them go. I knew you were the best. Killian glared at Buttra. The middle-aged man seemed to be buying it. Mr. David, let's go in. Seeing that Buttra had returned to his desk, Killian led Jiang Fei and the other two into the wine cellar. According to the usual practice, Buttra had to accompany him in case anything went wrong. However, Killian's glare seemed to be very useful. The guy immediately went back to his seat to do his work. Killian was allowed to bring the person into the wine cellar. In fact, there was nothing special about this saffron winery. The Horus wine they brewed was no different from other wineries. The key was this wine cellar. The spatial energy of the artifact here gave the Horus wine a unique flavor, which was why saffron became the synonym of Horus. Of course, there were only a few people who could enjoy this kind of special aging wine, because this kind of aged Horus wine was almost always sky-high in price. Most of the tourists who came here because of its fame, usually, they would spend a higher price than other wineries to buy the most ordinary Horus wine. Mr. David, please try this. This is a 5-year-old Horus wine. Klein took a small bottle of Horus wine from the wine rack. This super small bottle of Horus wine was actually for the guests to taste. They were produced together with the entire bottle or barrel of Horus wine. However, the bottle was filled in small bottles. This way, there would not be too much waste when tasting it. After all, opening the bottle was one's business. If the other party did not buy it after tasting it, the bottle would be useless. Okay. Jiang Fei took the wine glass and took a sip. At the same time, Killian did not forget to help herself. She also poured a glass for herself. After taking a sip of the wine, Jiang Fei indeed felt a trace of spatial energy in the wine. However, the spatial energy was very weak. Nina, try it, Jiang Fei said to Nina. Nina nodded. At that moment, Kulien immediately poured a glass for Nina. It does contain some spatial energy. Nina nodded. Then, she sent a voice transmission to Jiang Fei and said, Now, I am very sure that Doma might be hiding here. This is very suitable for people of the spatial element to cultivate or live. Moreover, the taste of this wine is also not bad. If you like it, I can buy some later. However, the question is, where is this kid hiding now? Jiang Fei frowned. The space of the entire wine cellar was not very big. Jiang Fei even activated the eye of Nishiro. There was no sign of Doma. Wait. At that moment, Nina suddenly closed her eyes. What's wrong? Jiang Fei asked. I seem to have sensed him, but am not very sure. Nina said. Where is he? Jiang Fei asked. There was a very subtle spatial fluctuation that entered this place just now, but he immediately left when he found someone. Nina said. This kid is quite alert. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Because Buttra was only responsible for looking after the wine cellar, he usually did not enter this place. The owner of the winery was also a thief. When they chose the wine cellar manager, they specifically looked for people who were allergic to alcohol. They were afraid that these people would steal alcohol. It was also because of the alcohol allergy that Buttra did not enter the wine cellar when he was free. The door of the wine cellar was very tight. There was almost no smell of alcohol outside. That place would make him feel more comfortable. When there was no one around, Doma could use his spatial ability to avoid Buttra's gaze and enter the wine cellar. Whether it was drinking or enjoying the energy of space, this was a very good place for him to rest. However, Doma went out to do something today. When he came back, he was about to get some wine. However, he realized that someone was coming. Therefore, he left first. Alright. It's good that we know he's here. We have plenty of opportunities to stop him. Jiang Fei nodded to himself. After that, with Kreen's introduction, he tasted a few more older wines and expressed his strong desire to buy them. Mr. David, how many do you want? 3 boxes? 5 boxes? Or just buy a few barrels? Kreen was excited. She had already learned from Martha that Jiang Fei was a tycoon. Give me a few barrels of 20-year-old wine, Jiang Fei said casually. He really did not care about money. Since Nina liked this kind of wine that was rich in spatial energy, he naturally had to buy more. Really? Really? Kreen was overjoyed. She had never seen such a tycoon who was so generous. After all, this kind of wine that was rich in spatial energy was a very expensive luxury item. Even if a top-tier tycoon came, they would only buy it in 1 or 2 cases. It was very rare for someone like Jiang Fei to talk about buckets. Chapter 2578. Chapter 2569 was surprisingly easy. Of course, Jiang Fei said calmly. That would be great. Mr. David, please follow me. We will go to the VIP room to sign the contract, Klein said immediately. If this deal was successful, she would be very rich. Okay. Jiang Fei was happy to be the tycoon who bought things without asking the price. The group of people walked down the spiral staircase and returned to the castle. Jiang Fei and Nina were both super experts. This little walk was nothing to them. However, it was terrible for Kalyan and Martha. These 2 girls were just ordinary people. Moreover, they were both wearing high heels. It was really hard for them to climb the stairs for half an hour. However, even so, the 2 girls were still full of smiles. This was because the commission for this business was too much. It was so much that they could even wake up from their dreams laughing. For the sake of a large amount of money, what else could they complain about? After arriving at the VIP room, the contract was signed very smoothly. Jiang Fei quickly paid the money. After seeing Jiang Fei pay, the 2 girls, Carrion and Martha, jumped down excitedly. As for the contents of the contract, Jiang Fei only looked at it briefly. As long as the year and quantity of the wine were right, it would not be a problem. The winery would not dare to deceive such a rich person. Although the rich people did not even blink when they bought luxury items, it did not mean that they would remain silent after being lied to. On the contrary, these rich people did not care about whether the items were expensive or not. They only cared about whether the items were good or not. If you dared to lie to them and play some kind of substandard trick, they would have 10,000 ways to take revenge on you and make you wish you were dead. Saffron Winery, who had been dealing with this kind of rich people all year round, naturally knew this. Therefore, after Jiang Fei paid the money, one of them immediately went to the wine cellar and delivered the few barrels of Horus wine that Jiang Fei needed. Jiang Fei waved his hand and stored the wine into the ring space. Do you have a place to stay? We don't want to leave today, Jiang Fei asked. He had come for Doma. Now that he had found traces of Doma, he naturally could not leave easily. Of course. We have the most luxurious presidential suite here. There are delicacies from all over the universe. There are horse farms, and all kinds of entertainment facilities. You are our super VIP customer. You can enjoy all of these for free, Gillian said immediately. These rooms were the best for ordinary people. The prices were also very expensive. However, for a big customer who had just spent a large sum of money on luxury goods, the winery was very willing to entertain them for free. This was because as long as they bought a few bottles of high-aged Horus wine, all the money would be returned. After Klein brought Jiang Fei and Nina to a luxurious suite, he left with Martha, leaving only Jiang Fei and Nina behind. Do you have any plans? Nina asked. Looks like we have to play a role play. Jiang Fei laughed. Role play? Nina asked, puzzled. Tonight, the two of us will pretend to be wine thieves and go to the underground wine cellar. Jiang Fei had thought of this idea when he signed the contract. You are the Grand Marshal of the Universe Empire. Are you going to be a wine thief? Nina looked at Jiang Fei with a puzzled look. I think that Doma should have returned by nightfall. When the time comes, we will teleport in and knock out the guards. Then, we will pretend to go in and steal the wine. We will meet up with Doma unexpectedly, Jiang Fei said. And then? Nina asked. If that Doma is hostile, we will use the power of space to attack him. We will also take the opportunity to observe him, Jiang Fei said. But according to you, Doma's power of space is much stronger than mine, Nina said. It's okay. This guy doesn't have any offensive skills. If it really doesn't work, there's still me, Jiang Fei said. All right then. What if he's not hostile? Nina asked. Then we'll try to get close to him. Then, you can take the opportunity to observe him more, Jiang Fei said. All right. Nina nodded. Come on. Let's disguise ourselves. Tonight, we will be the Bonnie and Clyde. Jiang Fei laughed. Then, he took out a full set of equipment from the ring space and began to adjust his appearance again. This time, Nina also changed her appearance. She did not want her real appearance to be captured by a surveillance camera or something. That would be too embarrassing. When the sky gradually darkened, Jiang Fei and Nina did not walk through the main door. The two of them immediately teleported out of the suite. With Nina's spatial ability, the security equipment in the winery was useless. She and Jiang Fei easily entered the wine cellar under the castle. Swoosh! Nina and Jiang Fei directly appeared in front of Buttra. You are? Buttra was knocked unconscious by Jiang Fei before he could even speak. After that, Jiang Fei and Nina pushed the door open and entered the wine cellar. Humph! You hit it pretty well. Jiang Fei immediately found Dorma hiding in the subdimension through the eye of Nishiro. Meanwhile, Nina did not even need any tools. With her knowledge of space, she had already figured out Dorma's approximate location. Ha ha! After this job is done, we will be rich. Jiang Fei laughed loudly. Although he had found Doma, he still had to act. Okay. As the Holy Maiden of the Holy Sea in the past, Nina had never done anything like stealing. Therefore, she was very embarrassed. Be cooperative, Jiang Fei said to Nina as he put the Horus wine in the wine cellar into the ring space. Although this girl had a good personality, her acting skills were too bad. If he brought Sylvie here, that girl was a natural-born actress. MMHMM. Nina nodded. Then, she pretended to help steal the wine. However, she inadvertently turned to Doma. Wait! There's a problem here! Nina suddenly shouted. What's wrong? Jiang Fei pretended to be surprised and asked. There's a subspace here, Nina said. She was mainly talking to Doma. Subspace? Could it be that there are spatial masters here as well? Jiang Fei put on an exaggerated expression. It'll blast him out. After Nina said that, she began to use her spatial power. As her strength was suppressed to around 4 to 5 million combat power, Nina did not use her full strength. She only used the power of space to squeeze the subspace. Bang! What Nina did not expect was that she did not use much strength to squeeze through Doma's subspace. Thus, Doma fell out of the subspace. Ah! Doma was shocked. He did not expect such a situation to happen. So he was shocked. Because the players used their skills directly and did not really grasp power, including apostles like Doma. Although he could create subspace and hide in it. However, he would not use the power of space to contend with Nina's power to maintain the stability of the subspace. Hence, when Nina made her move, the subspace created by Doma was crushed. Chapter 2579. Chapter 2570 had taken the bait. Who are you people? Thomas was terrified when he was suddenly squeezed out of the alternate dimension. Who are you? Jiang Fei pretended to ask. He was not in a hurry to attack Thomas. Although Nina had chased Thomas out of the alternate dimension, this kid's spatial ability was too strong. If Jiang Fei were to expose his identity, if this guy teleported and ran away, it would be difficult for Jiang Fei to find him again. Me? Doma was stunned. He looked at Jiang Fei and Nina, but he realized that he did not know them. Players were different from experts like Jiang Fei. They could not judge a person's identity by their aura. Moreover, Jiang Fei and Nina had disguised themselves. Therefore, Doma did not recognize Jiang Fei's identity. Who exactly are you? Don't tell me Saffron Winery can afford to hire such an expert? Jiang Fei asked. Don't worry about who I am for now. What do you guys do? Thomas frowned and asked. We? Of course. We're here to steal wine, Jiang Fei said. Actually, there was a loophole in Jiang Fei's words. Although he and Nina had disguised themselves, the strength that they revealed was also in the millions. Why would such an expert come to steal wine? However, as a player, Thomas did not understand the common sense of this game world. Moreover, Jiang Fei and Nina had indeed been stealing wine, so he easily believed them. Me? Am also here to steal wine, Thomas said casually. His words were actually half true and half false. Ever since he had agreed with Jiang Fei on the date, Thomas had indeed planned to take advantage of this period of time to come over to Vazari's army to create some massacres. However, due to the delay in the final payment that the development team had promised, Doma decided to strike out in a fit of pique. Coincidentally, he had accidentally discovered that the aged Horus wine in Sappho's Lin winery tasted pretty good. Therefore, he decided to stay here. On one hand, he was waiting for the development team to pay him. On the other hand, he was waiting for time. Then, he would be able to complete the transaction with Jiang Fei. However, he did not expect that he would encounter such an accident after only staying here for a few days. Therefore, from a certain perspective, Doma was really here to steal the wine. However, he did not take the Horus wine away. Instead, he stayed here and drank slowly. You are also a wine thief! When Jiang Fei heard this answer, he immediately let down his guard. Nina, who was beside him, also let down her guard. Yes, Doma replied. Since we are in the same boat, I won't waste any words. We will split the wine here according to the number of people. We are 2 people, so we will take 2/3, Jiang Fei said. Why should we? Why should we split it according to the number of people? You 2 are together, and we're 2 groups. If we want to split it, we'll have to split it in half, Thomas said. Actually, he did not drink much at all. Moreover, he did not intend to take the wine away in the first place. However, now that Jiang Fei said that he would take 2/3, he felt that he had suffered a loss. So he opposed it. So, this means that we can't come to an agreement? Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. What do you want? Doma frowned. F***CKU. Jiang Fei immediately attacked. However, he still suppressed his strength and only used a few million combat power to attack. Ding ding ding. Jiang Fei's attacks were all blocked by Doma's spatial barrier. He could not be hurt at all. Don't just watch. Help. Jiang Fei shouted at Nina, who was behind him. Okay. Nina immediately joined the battle. Through her understanding of spatial power, she was able to disintegrate Doma's skill with very little power. Therefore, when Nina intervened, Doma's skill would lose its effect almost as soon as it was used. You guys are actually bullying the weak. Doma was forced back by Jiang Fei. The spatial skill that he relied on to survive did not seem to be very obedient. Every time he used it, the skill did not last more than a second before it was disintegrated. Swish. Jiang Fei's eyes flashed with killing intent. It seemed that he might be able to take this opportunity to kill Thomas. However, at this moment, Thomas suddenly shouted, I can't beat you guys. I'm not playing with you anymore. Okay? Nina, can you stop him? Jiang Fei knew that Thomas was going to run. So he immediately asked Nina. It's tough. I can only break the continuous type of skills. If he tries to escape, teleportation will happen in an instant. I won't be able to stop him in time. Nina replied. Sigh. Jiang Fei sighed and suddenly stopped. Jiang Fei knew that if he continued to press on, this Doma would really run away. At that time, it would not be so easy for him to find this guy again. Therefore, in order not to scare Doma away, Jiang Fei stopped immediately. How about it? I want 2/3. Do you have any objections? Jiang Fei asked. Ah? Doma was stunned for a moment. Then, he asked Jiang Fei. I was ready to give up completely. Why are you still saying such things? Humph. We, the Bonnie and Clyde, are people who follow the rules. There are rules in Jianghu. When we meet in the same profession, we have to divide the spoils. If I monopolize these drinks, if this matter gets out, do we, the Bonnie and Clyde, still want our face? Jiang Fei said with a disdainful expression. F***ck? There's such a rule? Thomas was stunned by Jiang Fei's words. All right. The rest is yours. As Jiang Fei spoke, he had already stored 2/3 of Horus into the ring space. You really gave it to me? Thomas asked in disbelief. Whether you want it or not is your business. Anyway, I left it for you. After Jiang Fei said that, he brought Nina out. Wait a minute. Thomas called out to Jiang Fei after putting away the remaining Horus wine. You? At the same time, Jiang Fei heaved a sigh of relief. If this kid did not stop him, he would have to find a reason to stay. Previously, Jiang Fei had insisted on giving Thomas some Horus wine to arouse the kid's curiosity so that they could spend more time together. On the one hand, he wanted Thomas to lower his guard against him. On the other hand, it was also convenient for Nina to observe this guy. What's the matter? Jiang Fei turned around and asked. Where do you two plan to go after you finish this job? Doma asked curiously. He was really interested in these two NPCs. As there were only a few days left before the agreement with Jiang Fei, Doma could not be bothered to find a place to create a black hole. If he were to stay in the wine cellar for the next few days, it would be too boring. Therefore, he planned to play with the Bonnie and Clyde in front of him for a few days. Although he was an apostle with cheats, Doma was still a player. His goal in playing the game was to experience a different life. He wanted to experience adventures that were impossible in reality. Therefore, as for earning money from the development team, Doma also wanted to experience the fun of the game. Chapter 2580, Chapter 2571. Trash Planet. What do you want? When Jiang Fei saw that Doma was interested in the two of them, he was secretly delighted. At the same time, he put on a vigilant expression. Since we are in the same trade, of course, I want to join. Doma smiled and said, I'm sorry. We are used to traveling alone. We don't like to bring outsiders. Jiang Fei said. Sigh. Don't say that. One more person means more power, said Doma with a smile. But one more person means more wealth, Jiang Fei said coldly. It'll only take 1/5. Right. Doma laughed. Humph. You're either scheming or scheming. What are you trying to do? Jiang Fei frowned and said. The more vigilant Jiang Fei was, the more confident Doma was in them. If Jiang Fei agreed to Doma's request to join them without hesitation, this kid would probably start to have doubts in his heart. You might have noticed it as well. I've just joined this industry, and I don't understand many of the rules. It's fine if I meet someone like you who obeys the rules. But if I meet someone who's unreasonable, wouldn't I be at a disadvantage? Doma found an excuse for himself. Jiang Fei muttered to himself and pretended to think about it. Look, I'll learn the rules from you. After I get some benefits, I'll share a little less. I'll treat it as working for you to pay your tuition fees. What do you think? Thomas saw that Jiang Fei was starting to think about it. So, he immediately fought for it for himself. Husband, why don't you bring him along? At this time, for some reason, Nina suddenly felt blessed and took the initiative to speak up for Jiang Fei. Why don't we bring him along? Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. Although he looked like he was tempted, he was actually praising Nina's acting skills. It's not bad to bring along a guy who doesn't get paid much. If he doesn't listen, just kick him out, said Nina. All right. Jiang Fei nodded and said to Doma, do you understand? We can bring you along too. But if you don't listen, we can kick you out anytime. Understood. Understood. Doma nodded repeatedly. He was just bored in the wine cellar. He wanted to find some fun for himself before the agreed time with Jiang Fei arrived. As for the threat of the Bonnie and Clyde in front of him, Doma did not care at all. All right then. Let's go. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, Nina activated her spatial ability and brought Jiang Fei to the outside of the winery. That's pretty fast. Doma smiled. Then, he followed after Nina's teleportation. When they were outside of the winery, Jiang Fei said to Doma, do you know anything about this galaxy? Not really. Doma shook his head. not to mention this galaxy. He did not know much about the entire game world. Forget it. I did not plan to rely on you. Jiang Fei shook his head. Then, he said to Nina, let's go first. This planet has nothing good besides Old Horus wine. Okay. Nina teleported again. She brought Jiang Fei directly to the airport. Naturally, Doma followed closely behind. The reason why Nina did not teleport to the spaceport in one go was not because she was not powerful enough. Instead, she wanted to lure Doma to use as many spatial abilities as possible so that she could observe his weaknesses. Holy sh*T! You guys actually have a spaceship, Doma said in surprise when he saw Jiang Fei's yacht. What's a spaceship? Jiang Fei pretended that he did not care. In fact, when he arrived at the spaceport, he had already regretted it a little. After all, he had driven the yacht to look for Doma. If he was recognized, that would be bad. Fortunately, Doma was focused on creating the black hole. Moreover, Jiang Fei's yacht was not too close because of the unstable spatial structure. Therefore, Doma did not recognize the ship. Alright, let's go! There is nothing left on this planet that is worth thinking about. After Jiang Fei said that, he took the lead to board the spaceship. Nina followed closely behind, followed by Doma. After entering the spaceship, Jiang Fei did not summon Maleki. Instead, he went to the pilot's seat and sent an exit request to the spaceport. Your exit request has been approved. Please pay the fees and enter the flight path. The spaceport quickly replied. After Jiang Fei paid the fees, he left the planet in the spaceship. After entering outer space, Jiang Fei quickly operated the ship's computer. As Doma was looking around curiously, he did not notice that Jiang Fei was searching for an uninhabited planet. He also did not know that Jiang Fei was choosing a graveyard for him. Very quickly, Jiang Fei decided on his target. It was a trash planet in the galaxy. The so-called trash planet was the garbage dump of the few administrative planets around it. In the era of the Great Cosmos, the standard of living of humans continued to improve. What followed was more and more garbage. Regardless of whether the garbage was burned or buried deep, it would cause great damage to the planet. Therefore, people would choose planets that were not suitable for living to dump their garbage. These planets that were thrown into the garbage were called trash planets. The reason why the planet that Jiang Fei had chosen was not because its atmospheric structure was not suitable for humans to live on. Instead, it was because the planet was extremely short of water. It was a desert planet. After choosing a destination, Jiang Fei personally flew the yacht over. After more than 4 hours of sailing, Jiang Fei and the rest finally arrived at the gravity well of the trash planet. This planet looks pretty good, Doma said with a smile. From the porthole, the trash planet was a planet with a rough yellowish surface. It looked pretty good. Okay, let's go down first. After Jiang Fei said that, he had Nina teleport him down. Me? Directly teleport down? Doma muttered and followed. How is it? Do you have any clues? Jiang Fei took the opportunity to ask Nina. Not yet. Nina shook her head. It's fine. I'll find an opportunity for you to observe again, Jiang Fei said. Okay. Nina nodded. At this time, Doma also followed behind. Damn! This place is too dry. As soon as he came down, Doma was blown by the yellow sand all over his face. When he looked at Jiang Fei and Nina again, both of them had used their spiritual energy to protect themselves. Therefore, they were not as embarrassed as Doma. You guys are too unscrupulous. You know that the yellow sand is all over the place. Why didn't you warn me? Doma muttered. Then, he also formed a space-type shield to isolate the yellow sand outside his body. Chapter 2581, Chapter 2572. Next stop Minsk. Alright, enough with the nonsense. Jiang Fei gave Nina a look. Then, Nina retreated to the side. You? What are you doing? Thomas was also on alert. Nonsense. If you want to follow us, you have to show some sincerity. What do you know? Show us your skills first, Jiang Fei said angrily. That's it? Doma was stunned by Jiang Fei's words. Nonsense. What else? If you don't know anything, why would we bring a burden along with us? This is a trash planet. There are not many people here. You can use your skills without worry. When the time comes, I will arrange jobs for you based on your abilities, Jiang Fei said. You? I jumped in the afternoon. I thought you guys were planning to cheat us and kill me. Doma let out a long sigh. Are we the kind of people who don't follow the rules? We are thieves. Not thieves, Jiang Fei said disdainfully. Hee hee. I've misunderstood. Doma smiled and said to Jiang Fei, I'm a space-type ability. Most people know it. What do you want to see? You're the best, Jiang Fei said casually. At the same time, he told Nina telepathically, observe carefully. Yes, I know. Nina nodded. She knew that Jiang Fei had created this opportunity to let her observe Doma's spatial ability. Okay, I'm coming. Doma nodded and then used a spatial barrier. The spatial barrier lasted for a while. After seeing Nina nod, Jiang Fei said to Doma, what is this? A spatial barrier. It can block all attacks. Doma said, we are all in the business of stealing. We hardly ever fight with others. What use is this move of yours? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Doma was stunned by Jiang Fei's words. Then, he hurriedly changed his move. As the move was activated, Doma disappeared into thin air. Under the eyes of Nishiro, Jiang Fei knew that the kid had hidden in the subspace again. Seeing that the kid had gone into the subspace, Jiang Fei did not say anything. He just waited quietly. Anyway, his goal was to let Doma show off as much of his ability as possible so that Nina could find a loophole. After a long time, Nina shook her head. Then, she directly intervened and squeezed Doma out of the subspace. Hee hee. You guys have seen this move before. Right. Doma smiled embarrassedly. He had already used this move in the wine cellar. This move of yours can only be used as a sentry. It's useless. Right. Jiang Fei frowned and said. Doma was a little embarrassed that Jiang Fei had belittled him. Although his spatial ability was quite strong, it was mostly in terms of movement and spatial control. Moreover, he did not want to reveal his strength. Therefore, it was really not good to show Jiang Fei and the others. If this is all you know, then let's go our separate ways. Can you leave this planet by yourself? If you can, then we will leave first. If you cannot leave by yourself, we will send you to the next planet. Anyway, if this is all you have, then we will not carry any burden, Jiang Fei said. Wait, let me show you a skill. Thomas was a little anxious when he saw Jiang Fei chasing him away. Therefore, he decided to reveal his core skill. Although Thomas had followed Jiang Fei and the others mainly to pass the time, there was nothing to lose even if he did not follow them. However, people tended to have habitual thoughts. He had already taken the test twice. If he gave up halfway now, he would feel that he was at a disadvantage. Therefore, without realizing it, Doma really wanted to join the Bonnie and Clyde. He did not really want to steal anything with Jiang Fei and the others. He just wanted to prove that he had the right to be accepted by others. It was precisely this kind of unyielding thought that made Doma even change his previous plans. He was ready to expose his strength. Watch carefully. Doma took a deep breath. Then, he waved his hands and saw two small mountain-like garbage dumps moving in the distance. These two small mountain-like garbage dumps weighed at least 1,000,000 tons. However, under Doma's control, they gradually closed in and finally merged together. Boom! As the two garbage dumps merged, Jiang Fei's eyes twitched. This ability must have something to do with Doma's ability to create black holes, Jiang Fei thought to himself. In fact, the effect of Doma's earlier move was easier to achieve with gravity. However, the method he used was indeed to compress space. He had forcefully merged the space where the two garbage mountains were. Nina could not do this kind of spatial manipulation. How is it? Jiang Fei looked at Nina. Dot! Nina shook her head first. Then, she said to Jiang Fei, his use of space is very direct. He can't sense any laws in it. Then, do you have a way to deal with him? Jiang Fei asked. I have some ideas, but I haven't thought about it yet, Nina said with a frown. Then he'll think of a way to stall him. Jiang Fei took a deep breath, then turned to Thomas and said, this move looks alright. You've passed. Hee hee. I told you I could help you. Thomas laughed proudly. Then let's go, Jiang Fei said. Where are we going? Thomas asked. To do business. Of course, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Right now, he was deliberately pulling Thomas to prevent him from running away. Once Nina's ideas had matured, he was ready to take care of Thomas. Sure, Doma laughed. At that moment, he did not realize that death had already arrived by his side. Therefore, he was still rather open. Let's go back to the spaceship, Jiang Fei said to Nina. Okay. Nina immediately activated her ability and brought Jiang Fei back to the spaceship. Doma followed closely behind. After arriving on the spaceship, Jiang Fei opened the star map. Let's go there! Jiang Fei pointed with his finger. That was the headquarters of the Vizari Army Minsk. Okay. Doma also knew that this was the capital of the Vizari Army. There would be a lot of interesting things to do here. After that, Jiang Fei entered the coordinates of the destination into the spaceship and activated the automatic navigation. Nina, when we reach Minsk, I will go down with Doma. The spaceport will take care of the spaceship and prepare to meet us, Jiang Fei said to Nina. Okay. Nina nodded. She also knew that Jiang Fei was trying to buy her time, so that she could quietly think of a way to deal with Dormer. Dormer, who was standing at the side, did not have any objections. After all, it was normal for a thief to leave a backup. He was now a new member of the gang. They would definitely not give him such an important task. Chapter 2582, Chapter 2573 Low-Class Bar. One day later, Jiang Fei's yacht arrived at the gravity well on Mink Star. Maleki had successfully disguised the yacht as a legitimate merchant ship in Vizari. Therefore, Jiang Fei's request to dock with the yacht was quickly approved. Let's prepare to land. Nina, you stay here. I'll go with Doma to do the business, Jiang Fei said. Okay. Nina nodded. Soon, the spaceship landed in the airport of Minsk. Jiang Fei and Doma walked out of the cabin. Boss, whose family are we targeting? Doma asked with a smile. Ano, have you heard of this person? Jiang Fei asked with a smile. He had not forgotten about this old friend. Since he had chosen to scam people this time, he naturally had to choose their family. I've heard of him a little. This guy seems to be a high-ranking member of Vizari's army, said Doma. That's right. His family must have a lot of treasures. Let's go get him, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Sure. Of course, Doma did not care. The more important the family was, the more dangerous the place would be. That would be more exciting. Anyway, he was a player, and he had the power of space to protect himself. Therefore, there was nothing to be afraid of. Let's go! Let's step on the road first, Jiang Fei said as he led Doma around the central city of planet Minsk. The purpose of this trip was to buy time for Nina so that she could figure out Doma's weakness. Therefore, Jiang Fei was not in a hurry to go to Ano's house to cause trouble. He first brought Doma around the central city for half a day. Then, when it was getting late, they entered a rather unrated bar. Boss, what are we doing in a place like this? Doma frowned. The environment here was simply too terrible. Not only were there noises, the lights were dim, and the smell was very unpleasant. In Doma's opinion, a thief of Jiang Fei's level was not one who lacked money. Even if he wanted to go to a bar, he had to go to a high-end place like that. Such a place was simply uninhabitable. What do you know? This is where we should be. Look, the environment here is chaotic, and the people are mixed. There are all kinds of people. Only in this kind of place can we get the information we want, Jiang Fei said, as if he was experienced. I see. Doma nodded in agreement. Then, the two of them walked around a row of dark brown sofas. On top of it, a man with a big beard was fooling around with a blonde girl. The two of them did not avoid the gaze of the people around them. Meanwhile, the people around them were drinking and cheering for the two of them. TSK, TSK, TSK. This place is really... Doma was completely speechless. Fortunately, I did not bring Nina here. Jiang Fei also cried out in his heart. He had never been to such a place before. Although he had heard that this place was very chaotic, he did not expect it to be to this extent. As they walked deeper into the bar, the two of them soon arrived at the bar counter. 2 glasses of flame wine, Jiang Fei said to the bartender. Okay, the bartender replied and quickly handed over 2 glasses of red wine. Here you go. Jiang Fei handed a glass to Doma. Thank you. Doma took the glass and took a sip. Is this your first time in Minsk? The bartender was a sharp-eyed person. He could tell that Jiang Fei and Doma were not locals. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. Are the two of you here for business? The bartender asked. Yes. I have some business to discuss. Jiang Fei smiled. Ha. The bartender revealed a knowing smile. After all, people who did business would not come to places like this. After sitting at the bar counter for a while, Doma saw that Jiang Fei did not ask about anything. She could not help but feel a little puzzled. However, at that moment, a very seductive girl walked over. Handsome guys, aren't you going to buy me a drink? The girl squeezed herself between Jiang Fei and Doma and sat down. Give her a glass of lemonade, Jiang Fei said. Hee, you're really interesting. Handsome. However, I don't drink lemonade. Buddy, have a glass of Horus wine, the girl said directly to the bartender. Horus wine. Doma raised his eyebrows. Wasn't this the kind of wine that they had stolen before? Why? Do you like this kind of wine? The girl looked at Doma. It's okay. Doma smiled. Then how about we have a drink? The girl smiled. Sure. Doma was just out for fun. As for whether or not he would steal from Ano's house, he didn't really care. Soon, the bartender handed over 2 cups of Horus wine. But they were the most common ones. They were not even produced by Sappho Winery. Dot! The girl took a sip. But she frowned. Obviously, she was not satisfied with this kind of Sappho Lin wine produced by other wineries. PFFT. Dorma spat it out directly. And then he said to the bartender loudly, UF** King made fake wine to fool people? How is that possible? Our wine is all authentic. The bartender refused to accept it. These words were ruining their jobs. After all, if a bar sold fake wine, their reputation would spread, and they would not be able to work. Tui! Do you think I haven't drunk Horus wine before? Dorma was also angry. He had indeed drunk Horus wine before, but he had only drunk Saffron Winery. The aged saffron wine that had been fermented by the power of space couldn't be compared to the products of those crappy wineries. This is the real Horus wine from KLA Pula. As the bartender spoke, he whistled behind him, and a few burly thugs rushed out from behind him. These people thought that Dorma was here to cause trouble. At the same time, the customers in the bar also surrounded him. After all, it was the nature of people to watch a show. Humph! What? Are you trying to be unreasonable? I'll show you what a real Horus wine is today. As Dorma spoke, he took out a bottle of aged Horus wine from his player's backpack. F***CK! The bartender was dumbfounded. And so were the customers. The bottle that Doma took out had the mark of Saffron Winery. And it was a 5-year-old wine. Huh? The eyes of the girl next to Doma lit up. Although she often drank Horus wine from Saffron Winery, she couldn't afford to buy old wine. After all, the price difference between the two was more than 100 times. See? This is Horus wine, Dorma said proudly. Sir, you are going too far. You spent 30 yuan to buy a cup of Horus wine, and you want me to make you vintage wine from Saffron Winery. Don't you think this is a bit of a bully? The bartender sneered. This was what he did, so he naturally knew the goods. Chapter 2583, Chapter 2574, Reassembling the Fragments. Hee. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. He doesn't understand the market, said Jiang Fei as he stepped forward to smooth things over. Humph. All of you, be more open-minded. Although we don't bully customers here. Don't try to take advantage of us, said the bartender with a cold laugh. Then, he waved his hand, and the thugs left. This bar was open for business. The purpose was to make money. If it was possible to not fight, they did not want to cause trouble. After all, once the fight started, even if they won, the remaining customers would be scared away. They would not be able to do business anymore. Seeing that the few thugs had left, Doma showed a hint of disappointment. He was not particularly concerned about whether he could get any information or whether he could successfully go to Ano's mansion to steal. He followed Jiang Fei out to kill time. Therefore, if he could cause some trouble, it would actually be quite fun. Jiang Fei looked at Doma and laughed coldly in his heart. When Nina has figured out a way to deal with you, boy, your time is up. Jiang Fei and Doma had their own ulterior motives. Neither of them had good intentions. Although the two of them were joking on the surface, there was no telling what they were thinking in their hearts. Handsome. This is the old Horus bar. At this time, although the thugs in the bar had left, the girl who was dressed very flirtatiously did not leave. She was still sitting between Jiang Fei and Doma. However, at this time, she was almost leaning on Doma's body. Yes. Why? Doma did not seem to care. Aren't you going to buy me a drink? The girl winked at him. Of course. Doma immediately filled the girl's glass. It's really different. The girl took a sip. The taste that entered her mouth could not be compared to that of ordinary goods. How is it? How does it taste? Dorma asked with a smile. At the same time, he didn't forget to glance at the bartender. Che, you're crazy. You can afford to drink old Horus, but you actually came to a place like ours. The bartender sneered and then ignored Dorma. On the other hand, Dorma and the girl began to chat with each other through the relationship of Horus wine. The more they talked, the more passionate they became. The girl was almost hanging on Dorma's body. Another glass? Please? The girl asked with a sleepy look in her eyes. This thing is very expensive. I gave it to you to drink. How are you going to repay me? Doma asked with a smile. What do you want? The girl asked as she blew hot air into Doma's ear. You? Doma said with a smile. Another glass. I'm yours tonight. The girl said as she gently licked Doma's ear. What is this little girl trying to do? Jiang Fei quietly watched Doma flirt with the girl. Although the girl was already very flirtatious, Jiang Fei still felt that this girl was not an ordinary call girl. Okay. Doma filled another glass for the girl. Then, she held the girl's waist and stood up. Boss, I'm going out for a while. I'll be back in a while. Doma gave Jiang Fei a look that everyone understood. Okay. Go ahead. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he quietly split his spiritual power and stuck it to Doma. After Doma brought the girl out, Jiang Fei sat alone at the bar counter. He looked like he was drinking alone. But in fact, he was observing Doma and the girl through his spiritual power. After the two left the bar, they walked toward a dark alley nearby. There were faint sounds of breathing coming from the alley. It seemed that there were quite a number of people working here. Am I wrong? Jiang Fei thought to himself. However, at this moment, two people suddenly appeared from the shadows. Kid, hand over all the money you have. The two brawny men said to Doma with weapons in their hands. With just the two of you. Doma laughed coldly. At this time, the girl had already hidden behind the two brawny men. Clearly, the three of them were in cahoots. Cut the crap. Hand over the money. One of the strong men shouted. Little girl, you are really capable. But do you think this is enough? Let me tell you. Since you have promised to accompany me tonight, you have to accompany me. These two people will at most be our audience. Dorma gave a lewd laugh. Then, he stretched out his hand and pointed. Huh? Dorma, who originally wanted to use the power of space, realized that his skill was not used. Ha ha. Kid, I know that you are not an ordinary person. However, you have been poisoned by me. Do you still think that you have the ability to fight? The lady laughed proudly. Kid, just accept your fate. Hand over the money. The two brawny men laughed. That was so easy. Jiang Fei was stunned. If poisoning could easily kill Doma, he would have done it long ago. There was no need to go through so much trouble. You guys are ruthless. At this moment, Doma's face was filled with pain. Bean-sized beads of sweat dripped down from his face. Boy, you sure talk a lot of nonsense. Looks like you won't be honest if I don't beat you up. One of the brawny men walked up and hit him with the baseball bat in his hand. Pa! Crash! Doma seemed to be made of glass. As the baseball bat hit him, his entire body broke into pieces and turned into pieces on the ground. F***CK! He's dead? No way! The two brawny men and the lady were dumbfounded. However, Jiang Fei, who was secretly observing, frowned. F***CK! What a waste of my strength! The pieces on the ground actually spoke. Then, they reassembled into Doma's body. How is this possible? The two brawny men and the lady were dumbfounded. Freeze! As Doma pointed his finger, the space around the two brawny men was instantly frozen. Then, Doma came in front of the two brawny men. He grabbed the baseball bat and smashed it at the two brawny men. Crack! The two brawny men were smashed into pieces. They were also shattered into pieces like glass. However, the two brawny men did not have the ability to recombine. They could only waste their good lives. Is the poison removed after the reassembly? Jiang Fei thought to himself. If that was the case, it was the right choice for him not to poison them earlier. Otherwise, his identity would definitely be exposed. But how did this guy do it? Could it be that he really is immortal? Jiang Fei frowned. At the same time, Doma came in front of the scared girl. Little girl, are you satisfied now? Dorma said with a smile. Brother. The girl screamed and wanted to pounce on the pieces of the two strong men. But she was stopped by Dorma. Now it's time to fulfill your promise. Dorma laughed lewdly, and then stripped the girl naked next to the pieces of the two strong men's bodies. Don't. Ah. The dark alley was filled with the screams and pleas of the girl, as well as Dorma's lewd laughter. Chapter 2584. Chapter 2575 went deep into the treasury. Bah! Jiang Fei spat in the bar. However, he did not stop Doma. Jiang Fei was already used to seeing such miserable lives. He could not manage all of them. After about half an hour, Doma returned to the bar with a satisfied look on his face. Boss! Doma greeted Jiang Fei and sat down. Did you cause any trouble? Jiang Fei asked calmly. No. It was very clean. Doma said. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded and did not say anything else. Boss, how's your news? Doma asked. What's the rush? Why so fast? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. All right. Doma shrugged. Then, he took out another bottle of Horus wine and drank it. The bar was still as chaotic as before. As for the tragedy in the alley, it did not seem to have any effect on these people. Jiang Fei waited in the bar for a long time. He noticed that Doma was getting impatient. So, Jiang Fei stood up and said, Let's go! What news did you get? Doma was confused. The bar was too chaotic. He could not hear what these people were saying. Someone like you still needs 10 more years of training. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes at Doma. He pretended to be enigmatic and walked out of the bar. Doma shrugged and followed him out. Boss, where are we going? Doma asked after they came out. What happened to you just now? Jiang Fei decided to try his luck. Doma was stunned. I was worried about you just now. So I followed you out. Didn't you get broken by someone? How did you recover? Jiang Fei asked. He did not actually plan to let Doma tell him. He just wanted to be on the safe side. H? You saw it. Doma was stunned at first. Then, a murderous intent rose in the corner of his eyes. However, he suppressed it in the blink of an eye. What's with that move of yours? Jiang Fei continued to ask. This. Doma was a little troubled. He hesitated for a moment before saying to Jiang Fei, This is actually nothing much. I just left a spatial mirror image first. My real body is hidden in the subdimension. Doma was telling the truth, because he felt that even if he told this guy who only had a few million combat power, he would not be able to do anything to him. Even if he had the help of that woman, who also knew how to use spatial abilities. Doma did not care. You can do that? Jiang Fei was stunned. He did not expect the spatial ability to have such an ability. He also did not expect Doma to tell him so easily. It's just a little trick, Doma said proudly. Interesting. It seems that bringing you along might be of some use. Jiang Fei smiled and led Doma straight to Ano's mansion. This is it. Jiang Fei stopped outside the side wall of Ano's house. This is it? Thomas looked at the huge mansion. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. When do we start? Thomas asked. Later. When the sky is completely dark. Jiang Fei said. In fact, whether it was dark or not made no difference to him. He just wanted to buy some time. Doma looked up at the sky. It was already evening, so he did not mind waiting a little longer. The two did not go far. They found a cafe nearby and sat down. Time passed by slowly. Doma was very excited. After all, he had just finished enjoying himself and could take an exciting risk again. Jiang Fei was praying in his heart, hoping that Nina could catch Doma's weakness. Soon, the sky turned completely dark. Although it was not so dark that one could not see one's fingers in the city, it was impossible to see one's tracks in a place where the lights could not find them. Let's go, Jiang Fei said. How do we get in? Doma asked. Over the wall. Jiang Fei said. Don't you need to teleport? Doma asked curiously. If you don't step on the path and teleport directly, aren't you afraid of pushing yourself into the cracks in the wall? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes at Doma. Can you do that? I always teleport directly. Nothing has ever happened to me. Doma looked confused, because the teleportation that he used was actually a player skill. This ability had been calculated by the game. Therefore, there was no way that he would be able to push people into the cracks in the wall after teleporting. Alright, bring me in. Jiang Fei nodded. Since the player did not need to know the location of the target for teleportation, he could not be bothered to climb over the wall. With a flash of white light, Doma brought Jiang Fei directly into Ano's house. Do you know where the treasure house is? Doma asked. The location of the treasure houses of the rich are all similar. It's very easy to find. After Jiang Fei said that, he went straight to Doma's treasure house. He could easily find Doma's treasure house not because of the reason he said that. It was because Tyrion had mentioned the location of Ano's treasure house to him, as he knew the location and the method to open the treasure house. What happened next was much easier for Jiang Fei. The two of them took a few twists and turns. After bypassing a few waves of patrolling security guards, they arrived at the back of a rockery. Then, Jiang Fei gently dialed the mechanism. It was about the method to open Ano's treasure house. Previously, Tyrion had already told him about it. Therefore, Jiang Fei could be considered to be very familiar with the method. Caw-caw. Following two soft sounds, the treasure house was opened. Not bad. Your skill is really experienced. Thomas was really impressed by Jiang Fei's ability to open the lock. Let's go! Let's go in! Jiang Fei brought Thomas into the treasure house, and then quietly closed the door of the treasure house. You go first. You're not afraid of getting beaten up anyway, Jiang Fei said to Doma. What do you mean? Doma was stunned. You'll know when you get there. Jiang Fei kicked Doma's butt. The kid lost his balance and took 2 steps forward. At that moment, 2 poison arrows shot out from both sides of the corridor. F***CK! Doma was shocked. He quickly used the spatial barrier to block the 2 poison arrows. You harmed me. Doma turned around and scolded. You're fine even if you're broken. Why are you afraid of this? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Alright. Doma shrugged. He also knew that the other party was using him as cannon fodder to explore the way. However, Doma did not really care about this. After all, he was here to take risks. If he just followed behind and watched, it would be meaningless. Moreover, from his perspective, it made sense. The other party had brought him out. After the deed was done, he would still have to get a share of his wealth. If he didn't do anything, the other party would definitely not be happy. Thinking of this, Doma decided to just be cannon fodder. After all, his real body was hiding in the subspace and wouldn't die at all. Chapter 2585, Chapter 2576. Port closure. After making up his mind to be cannon fodder, Thomas began to walk deeper into the corridor. Gotcha! Whoosh 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 whoosh. The wall on the left suddenly flipped open and shot out a row of poison arrows. On this side, Thomas hurriedly used a spatial barrier to block the poison arrows outside. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, 2 black tubes suddenly stretched out from the wall on the right. Immediately after, the 2 tubes began to spew out flames. Hoo-hoo! The rising flames pounced towards Doma's face, scaring him into rolling on the ground. Having dodged the flames, Doma thought that this was the end. However, he did not expect that this was only the beginning. Caw-caw! The ground beneath Doma's feet suddenly split open. Below it was a net of light formed by high-energy lasers. At the same time, a heavy hammer fell from the ceiling, wanting to smash Doma into the net of light below. At that moment, it was already too late for him to dodge when he had used up all his old power and had yet to produce new power. When he saw that Doma was about to be slammed into the web of light, the kid was also anxious, because there was nowhere to hide. Doma had no choice but to hide in the alternate dimension. Swoosh! As the heavy hammer fell, Doma took the opportunity to come out from the alternate dimension. Then, he tapped the tip of his foot on the heavy hammer and leaped forward. Be careful, said Jiang Fei, who was behind him. Don't worry, boss, Thomas agreed. He was having a good time. After all, he was not in real danger. This kind of adventure was only exciting to him. There was no threat to him. The long corridor was filled with traps and ambushes. Moreover, these traps were very tricky. Even though Thomas had the power of space to protect himself and was on full alert, there were still a few wounds on his body. However, Dormer was very happy. He felt that this kind of game was very challenging. Therefore, although he had died a little, he was still happy to be at the front. Ha ha. Boss, how is it? I'm not a burden. Right. Dormer turned around and asked. At this moment, his face was full of pride. Previously, Jiang Fei had looked down on Dormer. Therefore, after Dormer proved himself, he felt a strong sense of achievement. After about half an hour, Doma finally passed through the long corridor and arrived at the entrance of a hall. At this time, Jiang Fei also followed. From Doma's point of view, this was because he had already explored the path ahead. Even if some of the mechanisms could be activated twice, Jiang Fei was mentally prepared. Once these mechanisms were not able to catch him off guard, then there would not be any threat. However, to Jiang Fei, it did not matter much whether Doma explored the path or not. This was because of the trap design of Ano's treasure house. Tyrion had already told him about it. Boss, don't tell me there are more traps in here? Doma pointed at the hall and asked. How would I know? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes at Doma. Actually, there were no more traps in the hall. Then, let me explore the way. Doma was even addicted to exploring the way. He felt that this kind of adventure game was too interesting. Okay, go ahead. Jiang Fei shrugged. Since there were no more traps, since Doma was willing to go, then he would go. Okay. Doma agreed and then touched it. Hee. Jiang Fei looked at Doma's cautious look and could not help but sneer in his heart. At this time, there were no more traps in the hall. However, looking at Doma rolling around in front like a monkey, It was a pretty good pastime. Doma struggled in the hall for a long time, but none of the traps were triggered. After a long time, Doma also noticed it. Boss, there doesn't seem to be any traps in the hall? Doma turned around and said, No. Jiangfei pretended to ask. Yes, I tried for a long time, but I did not find anything. Doma replied. That should be it, said Jiangfei calmly. Then, he walked into the hall. So, what are we going to do next? Asked Doma. Of course, we're going to move things. Jiangfei rolled his eyes and began to search the treasure house. Boss, isn't this a little too easy? Asked Doma curiously. It's really not difficult to get in. It's rare to find a way out. From the moment we entered, they had already noticed us. I think the entrance of the treasure house is already filled with people. Jiangfei shrugged and said, Can't we teleport out? Doma asked. There's a space suppression device here. Most experts can't teleport out. Not everyone has the power of space. Jiangfei explained. I see. It seems like I have the talent to be a thief, Doma said proudly. All right. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go. At this time, Jiangfei had already emptied Ano's treasure vault. Okay, boss. Doma nodded and then led Jiangfei out of the treasure vault. With a flash of white light, Jiangfei and Doma appeared directly in the airport. Soon, the two of them returned to the yacht. How is it? Do you have any leads? Jiangfei asked Nina telepathically. I have some leads, Nina said. I have new information now. Jiangfei then told her that Doma was just a spatial projection outside. Nina was stunned. If that was the case, her previous thoughts would have to be reversed. It's okay. Well, think of another way. Jiangfei sighed. He knew that Nina could not be blamed for this. After all, no one had expected Doma to be so cunning. He had only left a mirror image outside. I'll do my best. Nina nodded. At this time, Doma also walked to the cockpit. Boss, where are we going next? Why don't we go to the Universe Empire? Doma suggested, as the agreement between him and Jiangfei was about to arrive. He wanted to take the opportunity to go to the Universe Empire. Jiangfei thought for a moment. In fact, he did not want to go to the Universe Empire. Beep beep beep. At this moment, the alarms in the entire port rang loudly. Following that, the radio in the port rang. Attention! All captains! Attention! All captains! Due to a major theft on Mink's planet, the port is now sealed. Until the port is lifted, all ships are not allowed to leave the port. ****. It's so fast. Although Jiangfei looked annoyed, he was still happy. Isn't Ano's reaction a little too fast? Doma muttered. Looks like we can't leave for the time being. We have to stay on the Mink's planet for a few days, Jiangfei said. Alright. Then what are we going to do next? Doma asked, as he still had a few days left to make an agreement with Jiangfei. He was not that anxious. Let's stop for a few days first so that we won't be targeted, Jiangfei said. Chapter 2586, Chapter 2577. Slums. No. It's boring to stay on the ship. Let's go to Minsk and have some fun, Thomas urged. He followed Jiangfei to have some fun. If he stayed on the ship all day, what was the point? If Jiangfei insisted on staying on the ship, Thomas might as well have someone go to the Universe Empire in advance. Jiangfei pondered for a moment. He had also noticed Doma's thoughts. He knew that if he insisted on him staying on the ship, he might have to leave. How about this? Since Minsk has sealed the port, let's go to other cities on this planet for a walk, Jiangfei said. That's more like it. If we hide on the ship the moment something happens, wouldn't that be telling them that we have a problem? Doma said with satisfaction. In that case, the two of us should go down. Nina, you continue to wait for us on the ship, Jiangfei said, as Nina needed to calm down and think. She definitely did not have time to go down and play. Alright, you two go and play. Nina nodded. Let's go! You can lead the way wherever you want to go, Jiangfei said to Doma, and then waited for him to teleport. Let's go! Doma shouted and activated his ability. With a flash of white light, Jiangfei and Doma disappeared into the yacht. In the next second, the two of them appeared in another city nearly 1,000 kilometers away. Where do you want to go? Jiangfei asked. Boss, is there a bar like the one we went to before? Doma said with a lewd smile. Why would I go to a bar like that? Jiangfei asked despite knowing the answer. Hee hee. Of course. I'm going to have some fun. Doma's smile became even more lewd. F***ck. If Nina had not come up with a way, I would have killed you right now. Jiang Fei cursed in his heart. However, he knew that it was not the time to make a move. If he made a move now, he might alert the enemy. Jiang Fei. Oh, Jiang Fei. If I can't bear it, it'll mess up the big plan. Jiang Fei kept calling out his name in his heart. In the end, he suppressed the thought of making a move. Let's go! After taking a deep breath, Jiang Fei brought Dormer onto the streets of the city. Actually, it was not too difficult to find such a chaotic bar. First of all, it was impossible for such a chaotic bar to exist in the rich area. Therefore, Jiang Fei asked around and went straight to the slum area. After arriving at the slum area, Jiang Fei looked around and soon found his target, a few ruffians with colorful hair and baseball bats in their hands. At this moment, these local ruffians were collecting protection fees along the street. The merchants on both sides of the street were not so much merchants as vendors. Their so-called shops were actually this small, shabby shack. Inside, they sold small, dirty-looking food. Other than the people in the slums, no one else would be able to eat these things. A small shop like this could not earn much money. They could barely make a living. After these local ruffians charged them for protection, they might go hungry. Hurry up and take the initiative. Don't wait for me to waste my time. A yellow-haired ruffian pouted and shouted. Boss, isn't Minsk the capital star of the Vizari people? How can there be such a poor place? Doma asked curiously. Sigh. Jiang Fei sighed. If he had not stayed in the Vizari army for a period of time, he would have been as confused as Doma. However, after leaving Earth, Jiang Fei's first stop in the universe was the Vizari army. Therefore, he knew that the people in this slum area were a group of orphans and widows. The husbands or fathers of these people were also warriors of the Vizari army. However, they died prematurely in battle. Or when they were alive, they did not leave enough wealth for their families to survive. As the Vasily Legion was the largest pirate group in the universe, they continued to follow a military salary distribution model. Among soldiers of the same rank, the soldiers of the Vasily Legion were usually paid 3 to 5 times the salary of the imperial soldiers. However, the Vasily Legion did not have a pension system for soldiers who died in battle. They believed that the money should be given when one was alive. However, after a group of soldiers who risked their lives all day long received the cash, there were very few who were not addicted to eating, drinking, prostitution, and gambling. Therefore, most of the money in their hands was taken and spent freely. Very few people could have too much savings. Once these people died in battle, their families would naturally lose their source of income. Without money, they could only end up in the slums. However, for the children in the slums, it was not difficult to make a comeback. When they became adults and joined the Legion as soldiers, they would immediately receive a good salary and leave the slums. However, these children who lacked education and were used to being poor would often follow the same path as their parents when they suddenly had money. Eating, drinking, whoring, gambling, and then dying on the battlefield. They would leave the orphans and widows to return to the slums to wait for the next cycle. I see. The higher-ups of the Vizari army are quite smart. This way, they will never lack cannon fodder, Dorma said with a smile. That's right. Jiang Fei nodded in agreement. Hey, you two. Are you new here? At this moment, the few ruffians came before Jiang Fei and Dorma. Yes. Dorma saw that Jiang Fei could not be bothered with these people, so he walked forward with a smile. Since you are new here, then according to the rules, you have to pay the protection fee first, the yellow-haired guy said to Doma. You? You want to collect my protection fee? Doma grinned. It was as if he was looking at a clown. Although the yellow-haired guy was noisy, his combat strength was only around 30,000 to 50,000. Although he was more than enough to bully ordinary people. In the eyes of people like Jiang Fei and Doma, he was not even considered as a battle scum. Damn, you're quite arrogant. Kid! The yellow-haired guy raised his eyebrows, and then shouted at his little brothers. Brothers, fight for me! All right. Yes! The little rascals swarmed up and surrounded Thomas. Don't kill him! We still need them to lead the way to the bar, Jiang Fei said from the side. Don't worry, boss! Thomas shouted and then rushed forward. In just one exchange, the yellow-haired guy and his little brothers were all lying on the ground. 2 of them even died on the spot. Although Dorma didn't have any offensive methods, the strength of his carrier was obvious. Even if it was a punch from a bastard, these little rascals wouldn't be able to withstand it. Seeing that his little brothers were either dead or injured, The yellow-haired guy was scared out of his wits. At this moment, Dorma even walked up to him. Chapter 2587, Chapter 2578 Invitation Letter. You? Don't come over. Goldie shouted in fear. Didn't you just say that you want to collect my protection fee? Why aren't you collecting it now? Dorma asked with a smile. But in Goldie's eyes, his smile was even more terrifying than the smile of a demon. I am not collecting it, Goldie said in fear. You don't want it anymore? That won't do. Dorma came in front of the yellow-haired man with an evil smile and squatted down. You? What are you doing? The yellow-haired man was so scared that he shrank back. Although he was so arrogant to the ordinary poor people, when he faced Dorma, this kid was like a young girl who was bullied. He actually looked pitiful. Unfortunately, Dorma was not a person who took pity on women. The girl from before was brutally raped to death by him. How could this yellow-haired guy in front of him have any special privileges? Kid, let me ask you a question. You answer honestly. Dorma came to the front of the yellow-haired guy and said, I answered. You? Will you let me go? The yellow-haired guy asked in fear. If you answer, then I might give you a quick death, Dorma said while baring his teeth. It's a death. So why should I tell you? Perhaps he knew that he was going to die for sure. But the yellow-haired man still became stiff. Oh, is that so? Death is different from death. Some deaths end as soon as you close your eyes. And some deaths are very long and enjoyable. Dorma's voice was very proud. However, to the ears of a human, it sounded extremely terrifying. You? You are not a human, the yellow-haired man shouted. You are right. I am not such a lowly human. Dorma's voice was very soft. He thought that only he and the yellow-haired man could hear it. However, he did not expect Jiang Fei, who was beside him, to hear it clearly. Humph. You people who think that you are superior. When I get to the Gamma Dimension, I would like to see what the capital of your arrogance is. Jiang Fei laughed coldly in his heart. All right. I don't have time to waste on you. Hurry up and tell me. There are some interesting bars around here, Dorma said, as he casually broke one of Goldie's arms. Ah! I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Goldie cried out in pain. He did not expect the demon in front of him to only want to ask about this. However, he had to pay the price with one of his arms. Speak, Dorma said coldly. Go down this street and turn right. There's a beer glass light box at the door, the yellow-haired boy said quickly. He was afraid that if he spoke slower, he would be raped by the demon again. Why didn't you say so earlier? Dorma smiled and was ready to kill the yellow-haired boy. All right, let's go. Don't waste time, Jiang Fei said at this time. Then, he walked toward the location that the yellow-haired boy had described. All right, consider yourself lucky. Dorma shrugged. He did not have to kill Goldie. When he saw that Jiang Fei had left, he put down Goldie and followed him. When Goldie had just breathed a sigh of relief for his narrow escape from death, he saw that many half-grown teenagers had suddenly walked out from the surrounding shops and corners. You? What are you doing? Goldie shouted loudly. He wanted to use his own strength to scare off these teenagers. You hit my father yesterday. Tell me, where did you take my sister? A group of youths with red eyes surrounded the yellow-haired youth, because the yellow-haired youth was considered to be quite good at fighting in this slum area, and he had a group of underlings around him for a long time. Even if he had done all sorts of bad things, the surrounding poor people also dared to be angry, but did not dare to speak out. But now, the yellow-haired youth had lost an arm, and his underlings were either dead or crippled. The adults in the slum area might still be fearful, but these half-grown kids could not sit still anymore. They felt that the opportunity for revenge had come. At this moment, a sense of crisis arose in the yellow-haired youth's heart. He knew that he might not be able to escape today. If it was under normal circumstances, he would not have cared about these half-grown kids. But now, it was different. His arm was injured. Half of his body could not move. Those underlings were even more miserable than him. He could not count on them at all. Now that he was facing a group of red-eyed half-grown boys, he was really doomed. Go! Those half-grown boys picked up their wooden clubs and other weapons and rushed in front of the yellow-haired boy. Get lost! The yellow-haired boy roared angrily. However, this time, he did not suppress anyone. Those half-grown boys swarmed forward. They did not give him a chance to resist at all. With a series of random punches, they knocked him to the ground. After that, it was a group fight. Half an hour later, the yellow-haired boy and his little brothers all died at the meeting point. These guys who usually bullied others had finally paid the price for their actions. Brothers, why don't we team up? We don't want another guy like the yellow-haired boy to bully us again. One of the boys shouted loudly. That's right. Let's team up. Let's see who dares to bully us in the future. The other half-grown boys responded one after another. Soon, a new club was established. Although the original purpose of the club was to protect the village, these half-grown boys soon found that no one dared to provoke them in the entire block. Then, they went to the next block and fought for territory with others. As the territory expanded, their ambitions gradually grew. Gradually, another yellow-haired boy was born. However, they harmed another block and another group of poor people. Of course, Jiang Fei did not have the ability to foresee the future. He had no idea that these things would only happen in the future. At this moment, he brought Thomas to a small, dark door. On top of the small door, there was a light box that looked like a beer cup. However, the light box had been out of repair for a long time. It was no longer bright. Let's go! Let's go in! Jiang Fei was about to enter with Thomas, when he was blocked by a black-faced man at the door. Do you have an invitation? The man asked. Age? You need an invitation to come to a place like this? Thomas was stunned. I don't usually, but I need it today, the burly man said. Why? Dorma asked. Miss KLA is holding a party here today. If you are not invited, please go back, the burly man said. Miss KLA? Dorma's interest was piqued when he heard that. At the same time, an unpredictable smile appeared on his face. Hey, if you two are not going in, move aside. At this time, a Deckard with a crocodile head walked over. After he showed the big man the invitation, he was allowed to enter. We have an invitation too. At this time, Jiang Fei reached into his pocket and actually took out the invitation from the ring's space. When the Deckard took out the invitation, Jiang Fei saw the appearance of the invitation, as this thing did not have any anti-counterfeiting methods. Therefore, Jiang Fei easily used the factory in the ring space to make a copy. Chapter 2588, Chapter 2579, was about to be completed with tears in his eyes. If you have an invitation, you should have taken it out earlier. The burly man rolled his eyes at Jiang Fei and Thomas. Then, he pouted and said, Go in. Boss, where did you get the invitation? Thomas asked curiously after entering the bar. I stole it. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes and said, F***CK. Boss, you're really amazing. I didn't even see how you stole it, Thomas said with great admiration. TSK. If you saw everything, wouldn't I be caught 100 times over? Jiang Fei said disdainfully. You're right, Thomas shrugged, because Jiang Fei was the super bandit in front of him. It was not surprising that he had the ability to do so. After passing through the long corridor, Jiang Fei and Thomas entered the bar's hall. At this time, there were already many people gathered in the bar. These people were swaying their bodies under the dim light. It seemed that the party had not started yet. Boss, what kind of person do you think Miss KLA is? Thomas asked curiously. How would I know? A person who can hold a party in such a place should not be a decent person. Right, Jiang Fei guessed. Who cares if she is decent or not? I'm concerned about whether she is decent or not, Thomas said with a smile. You better restrain yourself. We are still wanted, Jiang Fei said. At this time, the entire Minsk Star streets and alleys were all wanted for him and Thomas. After Ano's treasure vault was emptied, this old man was furious. Don't worry, boss. I know what to do, said Doma. Although he said that, he did not think so in his heart. He planned to play a game and leave. As the appointment was getting closer and closer, he was going to the Universe Empire to attend the appointment. As for whether or not the Bonnie and Clyde would be tricked by him in Minsk, he did not care. Okay, Jiang Fei nodded. He did not care much about Doma's promise. Anyway, he just wanted to buy some time for Nina to reorganize her thoughts. When that time came, it would be time for him to take Doma's dog life, as he had an unusual purpose. Doma greeted Jiang Fei. Then, he pushed forward with all his might, hoping to see Miss Claw's beautiful face. He pushed forward with all his might. He even chatted with the people around him. Hey, do any of you know this Miss KLA? Why are you looking for her? I'm here because of her reputation. Reputation? Yes. I've admired Miss KLA for a long time. I'm here to pursue her. Doma was completely shameless when he spoke. It did not take long for everyone in the bar to know that a suitor of Miss KLA had arrived. Many of them raised their big fingers at Doma and wished him all the best. Why hasn't Miss KLA come out yet? Dorma waited for a long time, but he still didn't see Miss KLA. He couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Don't be anxious, brother. Miss Kayla will come out soon. Someone beside him laughed. After a while, the bar suddenly became lively. Many people shouted, She's coming! She's coming! Is it here? Is it here? Dorma was also excited. He stood on his tiptoes and looked forward. At this moment, the crowd parted. A monster, who was 2.6 meters tall, 2.6 meters in circumference, and had a pig's head appeared in the middle of the dance floor. Where's the guy who wants to pursue me? When Miss Kayla opened her mouth, it was like the roar of a dragon and the roar of a tiger. 18 strong men stacked together, and their voices couldn't compare to hers. My mother! After Dorma saw Miss Claw's true appearance, he was so scared that he shrank his neck. However, at this moment, the people around him betrayed him at the same time. Everyone stepped aside and then pointed at Dorma. It's him! Everyone shouted. Yo! Not bad. He's a little handsome guy. Miss Kayla was overjoyed. Dorma's appearance was indeed not bad. He was a standard handsome guy. Am not. Dorma was so excited that he could not speak. How could he have guessed that the owner of the name, Miss Kala, would be such a good-for-nothing? Ha ha. Handsome little guy. Don't be shy. Come. Come. Let's dance. Miss Kala was very enthusiastic. She arrived in front of Dorma in a few steps. Boss, save me. At that moment, Dorma was almost ready to die. I can't save you. You asked for sex yourself. Even if you have tears in your eyes, you have to finish it. Jiang Fei shrugged and said, No. I thought. Dorma was about to explain to Jiang Fei when she was pulled over by Miss Kala. Dorma, who was about 1.8 meters tall, was like a toy in front of Miss Kala, who was 2.6 meters tall. The entire dance floor echoed with Miss Kala's rough laughter. There were also more than 10,000 King mother hackers in Dorma's heart. Serves you right. At that moment, other than these two words, Jiang Fei could not find any other adjectives to describe her. You guys have fun at today's party. Let's talk about serious matters next time. I'm going to the bridal chamber with my little handsome man. After dancing for a while, Miss Kala did not even bother to talk about serious matters anymore. She pulled Dorma and walked towards the back door of the bar. Boss, save me. At this time, Dorma had already suffered a mental breakdown due to the stimulation. He had even forgotten about his own strength and his spatial ability. Just like that, he was dragged away by Miss Kala with brute force. Jiang Fei did not bother with Dorma's cry for help. He just used a wisp of his spiritual power to attach himself to Dorma's body and then left it alone. Very soon, Dorma was dragged out of the bar by Miss Kala. The rest of the people were dancing and chatting. To them, Dorma was at most an interesting topic to talk about. In their hearts, Dorma was just a guy with an extremely heavy taste. As Jiang Fei drank, he secretly used his spiritual power to observe the situation on Dorma's side. This Dorma seemed to have really been scared silly. He even forgot to resist. He was just dragged into the alley by Miss Kala with a terrified look on his face. Then, he was stripped naked. Jiang Fei really could not bear to watch what happened next. If he continued watching, not only would he be afraid that he would have needle eyes, but he would also have to spit out the food that he ate overnight. After about 2 hours, Dorma leaned against the wall and returned to the bar. His face was full of fatigue. Boss, why didn't you save me? Dorma looked at Jiang Fei with a bitter expression and asked. She's just a little strong. She's not strong. You didn't even resist. I thought you were resisting. Jiang Fei shrugged and said, It's not that I don't want to resist. This woman is too weird. After I was captured by her, I couldn't use any of my powers. Dorma said with a sad face. Chapter 2589, Chapter 2580 Emergency Quest. Oh! After hearing Dorma's description, Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. If this Miss Kala really had such a superpower, would he still need Nina to think of a way? He would let Miss Kala hold Dorma's hand. Then, he could directly deal with Dorma. Little handsome, where are you? At this moment, Miss Kala barged in. She smelled Dorma's voice and came over. Dorma was immediately scared shitless. Brother, I'm leaving now. I'll wait for you outside. Dorma was so scared that he stumbled out of the bar. At that moment, Miss Kala arrived in front of Jiang Fei. Hey! Where's the handsome guy who came with you? Miss Kala asked. He went out, Jiang Fei said. Oh! Miss Kala nodded. Then, she used her big belly to push the crowd in front of her, as if she was going to chase after them. At that moment, Jiang Fei hurriedly stopped her. Wait! Jiang Fei shouted. What? Miss Kala glared at Jiang Fei. Clearly, she felt that Jiang Fei was hindering her from pursuing her sexual pleasure. Can I ask you for a favor? Jiang Fei asked tentatively. Sure. Miss Kala agreed immediately. That's great. Jiang Fei was delighted. He did not expect Miss Kala to agree so easily. However, I see that you're alright. Moreover, you sound strong. It's not difficult for me to help you. You have to satisfy my needs first. Miss Kala said to Jiang Fei with a sweet smile. Of course, this sweet smile was only for her. For Jiang Fei, he almost vomited the food from last week. Hello, Miss. Goodbye, Miss. When Jiang Fei heard this woman's request, he was so scared that he turned around and left. Hey, don't go. It's easy to negotiate. Miss Kala shouted from behind. However, her voice allowed Jiang Fei to escape even faster. Just as Jiang Fei was about to squeeze out, he was suddenly pulled back by someone. What are you doing? Let go! Jiang Fei shouted. Because Miss Kala had caught up from behind. Although she was huge, it was not easy to squeeze through. However, Jiang Fei did not want to take the risk of being caught by her. If that happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although Jiang Fei had once lost to Phoenix Spirit was still a super beauty. If he lost to her, Jiang Fei would not have the mood to save the world. He would most likely find a piece of tofu and kill himself. Jiang Fei! It's me! Although Jiang Fei did not know who that person was, Jiang Fei could tell from the tone that this person had been summoned by Vinolin. We'll talk about it later. Let's run! Jiang Fei could not care less at this time. He brought Vinolin and squeezed out of the bar. Soon, Jiang Fei and Vinolin squeezed out of the bar. Then, the two ran for a distance before they stopped. Why are you looking for me? Jiang Fei asked while panting. This stretch of road did not allow him to pant. It was because he had been too nervous earlier. There's an urgent matter. The development team has issued an urgent mission, said Vinolin with a serious face. Age? Jiang Fei was stunned. He was about to solve Doma. How would he have the time to care about the urgent mission? The development team has asked you to solve an apostle named Data within 3 days. Otherwise, kill him on the spot, said Vinolin. What? Jiang Fei was shocked. Although the development team had always been threatening him, they had never used such serious words like today. The time has begun. You had better leave now. These are the coordinates, said Vinolin as he provided Jiang Fei with a very specific coordinates. 6 starfields away? Jiang Fei frowned. This distance was not close. Even if he immediately started traveling, he would only be able to make it in time. However, now that Meng's star had sealed the harbor, he had to show his ability. He kept the spaceship and teleported to the outer space of Meng's star in order to escape. However, if that happened, Jiang Fei would have to give up on his disguise in front of Doma. Moreover, he would not have time to kill Doma anymore. In fact, the development team had given such an urgent time-limited mission. Their purpose was to protect Doma because they felt that Jiang Fei was almost able to kill Doma. Therefore, they hurriedly sent him away. Even though Doma was an apostle, he was still working for the development team. Therefore, the development team had to ensure his safety before they used Doma. Otherwise, if Doma died, who would still work for them? Alright, I've said what I needed to say. I have to go, Vinolin said and left, leaving the customer in a daze. Little brother, don't go! At that moment, Miss Kala caught up to him. *a minute. What a coincidence! Jiang Fei cursed under his breath. Then, he quickly teleported forward. Soon, Jiang Fei found Dorma. Miss Kala was also persistent. She did not know what method she used to locate Jiang Fei and Dorma. Just like that, her huge body caught up to Jiang Fei in a panic. *CK! Boss, why did you bring her here? Doma was so scared that her hair stood on end when she saw Miss Kala. Return to the spaceship. Jiang Fei did not waste any time and went straight to Doma's side. Okay. At this time, Doma had lost his ability to think. When he heard Jiang Fei's words, he immediately did as he was told. Nina, come out of the spaceship for a moment, Jiang Fei said to Nina as soon as he was done teleporting. Okay. Nina did not waste any time and teleported out immediately. Swoosh! Jiang Fei waved his hand and kept the spaceship. What the *CK? So awesome? Thomas was stunned for a moment. To be able to keep a spaceship. This was not an ordinary spatial container. Stop talking nonsense and leave Minsk immediately, Jiang Fei said to Doma. Oh? Doma was stunned for a moment. Oh, what? Hurry up and do it. Do you want that monster to catch up? Jiang Fei asked coldly. Oh. Once the name of Miss Kala was mentioned, Doma stopped talking nonsense. He immediately activated his ability and brought Jiang Fei and Nina into outer space. Although the Minx planet had also activated its space suppression device after the port was sealed, this thing was not effective in front of the cheat Doma. Nina, is there a way to kill him? Jiang Fei asked telepathically. If Nina already had a way, he could act immediately. If it was not possible for the time being, he could only put Doma aside for now. Although the black holes that Doma had created were very terrifying, he still needed to create 2 more black holes before he could destroy the universe empire. However, if Jiang Fei did not go to the designated location to deal with Tai immediately, he would be killed instantly. Chapter 2590, Chapter 2581 was forced to make a decision. I have an idea. However, I can't do it here. I need a special location, Nina said. A special location. Jiang Fei was silent for a moment. Then, he immediately gave up on the idea of killing Dorma immediately. He did not have time to design a suitable tomb for Dorma. He could only temporarily give up on Dorma. Instead, he chose to deal with the Tai first. Although this Doma was a greater threat to the universe, Jiang Fei still cherished his own life. After all, if he was finished, there would be no one to save the universe. After making a decision, Jiang Fei directly said to Doma, the 2 of us have urgent matters to attend to. We have to leave first. You can think of a way to go. Boss, you too. Doma did not know why Jiang Fei had suddenly left him alone. Alright. Goodbye. Jiang Fei immediately released the spaceship and teleported in with Nina. Then, he activated the warp drive. He did not have time to waste. Sigh. Looking at the spaceship that had entered the dimensional space and began to warp, Doma sighed. Fortunately, it was not long before he and Jiang Fei agreed on the time. Therefore, he had to part ways with the Bonnie and Clyde. Although the separation was a little sudden, he could still make it to the Universe Empire. Jiang Fei was no longer in the mood to manage Doma's journey to the Universe Empire. After he had Maleki activate the automatic navigation, he began to study the information left behind by Vinlan. Actually, this time, Vinlan did not leave behind much information. He only gave Jiang Fei the name of the target apostle. Dada. Then, he gave Jiang Fei a set of coordinates. As for Dada's ability, he did not tell Jiang Fei any other information. What the HL is the development team doing? They suddenly gave such an order. Moreover, they have a time limit of 3 days to destroy this apostle. Jiang Fei frowned and thought for a long time. In the end, the answer that he could come up with was that the development team had forced him to give up on killing Doma. That was why they had arranged for such a time-limited mission. They wanted him to immediately head out of the 6-star regions. Ah, Fei! Is there enough time? At that moment, Nina also knew why Jiang Fei had suddenly given up on killing Doma. She had rushed to the 6 galaxies in a hurry. It will take a little more than 2 days to reach the target location. Then, I have to find a Tai and kill him. If everything goes well, it should be about the same. However, if there is an accident, it is really hard to say. Jiang Fei frowned. The development team had given him too little time this time. There was no margin for error at all. Then, aren't you in danger? Nina asked worriedly. Ever since I was targeted by the development team, when have I not been working with my head on my belt? Jiang Fei smiled bitterly. Sigh. You have really suffered. Nina sighed. She knew that the entire universe's life and death depended on Jiang Fei alone. The pressure was naturally imaginable. However, although she and the other girls wanted to help Jiang Fei share some of the burden, there was very little they could do. Hee hee. It's fine. Jiang Fei forced a smile. He could only take things one step at a time. Judging from the situation today, the development team was watching him more and more closely. Moreover, Vitalin seemed to have given up on him. This guy did not seem to be as desperate as before to cover for Jiang Fei. This caused Jiang Fei's every move to be exposed to the monitoring of the development team. Actually, Jiang Fei could understand Vitalin sometimes. When the development team had not targeted him previously, Vitalin could still use some methods to help him cover his tracks. However, when the development team had already targeted Jiang Fei, if Vitalin made any more small moves, it was very likely that he would expose himself. If that was the case, it was definitely not good news for Vitalin. Therefore, in order to protect himself, It was understandable that Vinolin would no longer provide help and protection to Jiang Fei like before. Oh right. You said that you have a way to deal with Doma. Right. Jiang Fei suddenly changed the topic. After all, after he had dealt with Data, he still had to get rid of Doma. Otherwise, he would keep this apostle who could create black holes to the entire universe. It was an unstable factor. I have indeed thought of something. Nina nodded and said to Jiang Fei, I have thought of a way to interfere with his spatial ability and make him reveal his true form. What method? Jiang Fei immediately asked. The specific process is very complicated. It involves too many spatial laws. I can't explain it to you at the moment. However, there is one thing that I need to pay attention to. I need a special location to complete the above operations, said Nina. What location? Jiang Fei immediately asked. The edge of the black hole, Nina said. The edge of the black hole? Jiang Fei was stunned. Even for a powerhouse like him, the black hole was still dangerous. Once it was sucked into the black hole, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even a super powerhouse like Jiang Fei would not be able to escape from such a huge gravitational force. Moreover, the huge gravitational force of the black hole had caused the surrounding space to distort. Even Nina, who was proficient in spatial power, would not be able to teleport away. Therefore, the edge of the black hole was a very dangerous place. If one was not careful, one might die in the black hole. Yes, the gravitational force there is strong enough. The state of space is also very strange. It can help me break Dormer's spatial ability, said Nina. But it's too dangerous. Jiang Fei frowned and said, but I can't think of any other way. Nina shook her head and said, it's okay. You can think about it first. Anyway, I have to deal with Data first. You still have a few days. Jiang Fei took a deep breath and said, Okay. Nina nodded. During the rest of the journey, Jiang Fei and Nina were silent. Jiang Fei was worried about the situation in front of him while Nina was focused on thinking of other ways to deal with Doma. 2 days later, Maleki's yacht arrived at Tropa Star in the Barty Galaxy. This was the coordinates provided by Venlon. Nina, you can stay here. They'll go down and look for that guy named Atai. Jiang Fei adjusted his wristwatch. There was a countdown stopwatch on it. This time was designed by Venlon for him. Before the countdown ended, he had to get rid of Data. At this time, there were still 21 hours and 15 minutes left on the stopwatch. All right. Nina nodded. She knew that she could not drag Jiang Fei down at this time. Moreover, she could continue to think quietly on the ship and find a safer way to solve Doma's problem. As a white light flashed, Jiang Fei teleported to the surface of Tropa Star. This was an Earth-like planet. Moreover, the planet was not very developed and the environment was maintained very well. Chapter 2591, Chapter 2582. Tate's appearance. After arriving on planet Tropa, Jiang Fei took a deep breath. He still had about 20 hours left. It might sound like a long time, but if he wanted to find a person on a planet, that was actually no different from finding a needle in a haystack. In order to save time, Jiang Fei did not bother to hide his strength. He directly spread out his spiritual power. In a moment, Jiang Fei's spiritual power covered the entire planet. What's going on? Is Data not here? Jiang Fei frowned. He did not find any signs of a player. Could it be that this Data also has the ability to hide her identity? If that's the case, what will happen to me? Jiang Fei's eyebrows were almost knitted together. A minute. The development team is forcing me into a dead end. You must not let me seize the opportunity. If I go to your side, I promise that I will make you beg for death. Jiang Fei said in his heart. However, at the moment, Jiang Fei could not do anything to the development team. The most important thing now was to find Atai first. He could not give the development team a reason to kill him. Swoosh. After withdrawing his spiritual power, Jiang Fei teleported to a densely populated city. He hoped to find someone to ask. And that person could only be Vinolin. Vinolin, I know you're there. Jiang Fei shouted loudly. The people around him looked at him as if they were looking at a clown. Vinolin, come out. Jiang Fei continued to shout. But no one paid him any attention. Damn it. Has Vinolin abandoned me at this time? Jiang Fei clenched his fists tightly. As the monitor of the universe, Vinolin would definitely know that Jiang Fei was calling for him. However, he refused to show himself. Therefore, his thoughts were self-evident. Jiang Fei took a deep breath. It seemed that Vinolin would not help him anymore. However, he still had to continue with this quest. The only thing he could count on now was the pocket watch that could search for players in Jiang Fei's hand. Jiang Fei took out the pocket watch from his body. There was no sign of players on it. It seemed that there were no signs of players within a few hundred miles. Swish! Jiang Fei stretched out his hand and summoned the Chungying sword. Then, he rode his sword and flew in a random direction. Vitalin refused to show himself. The search range of the player tracker was limited. Therefore, Jiang Fei could only do a blanket search. Jiang Fei flew aimlessly in the air. At the same time, Jiang Fei's eyes were fixed on the pocket watch in his hand. He had hoped that this thing would shine. However, the answer had disappointed him. Time flew by. The countdown on the watch gradually changed from 21 hours to 18, 16, 12. However, Jiang Fei's search still did not yield any results. Am I really going to die here today? Jiang Fei could not help but feel a sense of fear in his heart. Ever since he left Earth, Jiang Fei could be said to have killed countless people. The number of lives that had died in his hands or under his orders could not be counted. This had made him very open-minded about death. However, Jiang Fei knew that he must not die. Once he died, the universe would be completely hopeless. The entire universe would become someone else's plaything and eventually be completely destroyed. I must survive. I must find that Datai. Jiang Fei reminded himself again and again in his heart. He was afraid that his will would be destroyed by the terror of death. Fortunately, Jiang Fei's will was not ordinary. In this universe, there were people that he loved. And there were also people that loved him. There were too many things that he missed. Therefore, Jiang Fei was not willing to die just like that. Datai, come out! As time passed, Jiang Fei felt more and more depressed. In order to release this pressure, he could not help but roar at the sky. Who called me? At this moment, a voice rang in Jiang Fei's ear. F***CK! Am I hallucinating? Jiang Fei was shocked. He had just roared to vent his anger. He did not expect to call out Datai directly. If he had known it would be so simple, he would not have wasted so much time. Datai? Jiang Fei asked tentatively. You called for me? A voice answered beside Jiang Fei. Where are you? Jiang Fei asked. I am right in front of you, Datai said. Huh? Jiang Fei was stunned. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind, and he activated the Eye of Nishiro. Under the Eye of Nishiro, Datai appeared in front of Jiang Fei. Even so, his figure appeared to be fleeting and illusory. Ethereal? Jiang Fei shouted subconsciously. You actually know this form? Data looked at Jiang Fei with interest. Previously, when he was with Doma, Jiang Fei had turned off the player privilege in order to deceive Doma. This caused Data to view him as just an ordinary NPC. You are Data? Jiang Fei asked. Yes. How do you know me? Data asked curiously. But? Jiang Fei was a little dumbfounded. He had never thought that there would be an apostle in ethereal form. Because in this state, they could not do anything at all. It was as if Vitalin had not descended. They could only watch. Although Data was a player, so he had some privileges compared to Vitalin. He could only talk to people. It was impossible for him to interfere with things in this universe. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Datai asked with a confused look. At that moment, Jiang Fei finally understood why the development team had given him the Eye of Nishiro. He had thought that this thing was used to deal with Doma. Now that he thought about it, the development team had given him the Eye of Nishiro to deal with Datai. Previously, he had found Doma hidden in the subspace through the Eye of Nishiro. That was just an accident. It was not part of the development team's plan at all. But what is the use of the development team giving me the Eye of Nishiro? Could it be that it's just to see Data? Jiang Fei was confused. Even if he saw Data, he could not kill her because ethereal spirits were invincible. Ethereal spirits actually did not exist in this universe. They were just a materialized concept. Just like Velen from before. They were more like the audience outside the television. Although this Data could talk to the people inside the television through the microphone. How could the people inside kill the Data outside the television? Chapter 2592, Chapter 2583. The unexpected ending. What Jiang Fei did not know was that the developers had given him the Eye of Nishiro not for his own good, but to make him suffer. Because in the eyes of the developers, most of the apostles in the game had been bribed by them. Then, what was the point of Jiang Fei? There was nothing left. As the saying goes, a bird that flies with the bow hides the best. A crafty rabbit that dies will be cooked like a dog. Now, Jiang Fei was no longer of any value in the eyes of the developers. So, what they had to do was to kill the donkey after the grind. As for the Apostle Data, it was the execution ground that the development team had prepared for Jiang Fei. The purpose of giving Jiang Fei the Eye of Nishiro was nothing more than to increase his pain, because Data was an ethereal form. Even if Jiang Fei had great abilities, he would not be able to kill him. In that case, the development team would be able to kill Jiang Fei. Although it was easy for them to kill Jiang Fei, these high-dimensional creatures stood on a higher level. When they decided the survival of the low-dimensional creatures, they often liked to stand on a moral high ground. Therefore, although they could easily kill Jiang Fei, killing Jiang Fei for no reason would make them seem too evil. Although they had done nothing but kill Jiang Fei, they were not willing to bear this moral judgment. This way, Jiang Fei would be given a quest that he could not complete, causing him to fail the quest and be killed. This would make sense. By then, the development team would be able to kill Jiang Fei without having to worry about being accused of morality. The purpose of the Nishiro's Eye was for Jiang Fei to be able to find Tai, but not kill him. Then, he would watch the time limit of the quest slowly pass, and eventually face his own death. If Jiang Fei had been looking for Tai all this time, he might not have paid too much attention to the passage of time. In this way, the horror of death that was constantly approaching could not be expressed to its fullest extent. The development team's bad taste could not be satisfied. That was why they gave Jiang Fei the Eye of Nishiro. However, it was definitely not out of kindness. Unfortunately, up until now, Jiang Fei had not realized the development team's evil intentions. He was simply worried about not being able to kill Tai. "Oh right. Why are you looking for me?" Data asked curiously. He did not know that the young man in front of him was the guy who was chasing after the apostle. "What are you doing here?" Jiang Fei asked back. "Nothing much. I just like to look around," Data said with a smile. He did not seem to care that Jiang Fei did not answer his question. "Then, what is your purpose in this game?" Jiang Fei asked directly after a moment of silence. "You know that you are in a game?" Data was stunned. "Yes." Jiang Fei nodded. "Oh, I really do not have any specific purpose. Boss wants us to save NPCs like you. However, our strength is too weak. Moreover, my cheat ability is useless. So, I can only look around and record your life paths. Then, I will let the world know that you once existed. This can be considered as doing something for you." "Right." Data shrugged and said, "That's it?" Jiang Fei was stunned. "That's it? Do you think I can do anything else?" Data said helplessly. As a cheat, he could only watch and not interfere. Although he was absolutely invincible, it was really not of much use. "In that case, you are also a good person." Jiang Fei sighed. If possible, he did not want to kill a person like Dada. Although he was also a creature of the gamma space, this guy had a good heart. Of course, on the other hand, Jiang Fei did not have the ability to kill Data. As an ethereal, Data was immune to all attacks. No matter what tricks Jiang Fei used, it would be useless against the other party. On the other hand, Jiang Fei and Data chatted non-stop. However, time never stopped. The minute hand and hour hand on Jiang Fei's wristwatch went round and round. The deadline given by the development team was just over an hour away. Sigh. Looks like I'm really going to die here. Jiang Fei sighed. In fact, when he discovered that Tai was an ethereal, he had this premonition. At this moment, Jiang Fei, who knew that he was going to die, actually wanted to return to Skoda Planet to reunite with his parents and girls. However, the distance between Tropa Planet and Skoda Planet was so far. Even when he had just arrived here, he had already discovered Data. There was no time for him to rush back. Forget it. Let's go say goodbye to Nina. Jiang Fei took a deep breath. At this point, he no longer felt afraid. Instead, he felt relieved. "What? You don't want to talk anymore?" Data asked. "No. I need to say goodbye to my family," Jiang Fei said. "Are you just going to accept your fate?" asked Tai. "Ah?" Jiang Fei was stunned. "Are you just going to let yourself be killed?" asked Tai again. You knew about it?" Jiang Fei was stunned. "Of course. I am also an ethereal. What in the universe do I not know?" said Tai with an enigmatic look. "So what? Don't bother me anymore. I'm leaving." Jiang Fei waved his hand. Knowing that he was going to die, he was no longer interested in these things. What a pity. Someone left you a life-saving item. You don't even plan to use it. Data sighed. Age? A life-saving item? Jiang Fei was stunned for a moment. Then, he suddenly remembered something. Handsome, you must keep it close to your body. If you encounter any danger that you cannot pass through, it will save you. Natasha's voice echoed in Jiang Fei's mind. Swoosh. Jiang Fei hurriedly took out the small jade pendant from his pocket. Didn't you not lose it? Datai smiled. Then, she said to Jiang Fei, use your spiritual power to activate this jade pendant. Then, use it on me. Who are you? Will this thing kill you? Jiang Fei asked. It doesn't matter who I am. You just have to remember that my name is Data. As for this thing, of course, it won't kill me. If I have to use my life to save you, I'm not that noble. This thing will only give me a permanent title. Data smiled and said, permanent title? Jiang Fei was stunned. Yes, a permanent title. It's still my identity code. So, I can't enter this game anymore. To that group of people, it's equivalent to killing me. Data said with a smile. Thank Natasha for me. Jiang Fei bowed to Data. It seemed that this guy had been pulling him to chat with him all this time just to test him. In fact, he had already known Jiang Fei's identity. Therefore, when Jiang Fei first arrived on this planet, he had already followed him. Okay, I will. Datai nodded. At that moment, Jiang Fei activated the jade pendant. A ray of light shot toward Datai. Following that, a black light flashed and Datai disappeared. Chapter 2593, Chapter 2584. The Spatial Compensation Mechanism. Is it over just like that? Jiang Fei looked at everything in front of him in confusion. Data had disappeared. Moreover, the jade pendant in Jiang Fei's hand had also dimmed. Clearly, this item that could forcefully seal a title was also a one-time use item. At the same time, in an office far away in another dimension, a guy with an indescribable appearance slammed the table hard. Pa! Damn it! After slapping the table, this guy did not seem to be able to vent his anger. He scolded angrily. Why is that variable able to forcefully seal the accounts? We can't even seal the accounts of those apostles. How did he do it? I don't know. Boss, another guy said. Boss, what do we do now? The guy on the far left asked. Huff. Huff. The boss panted heavily, but he did not speak. How about we kill him? The guy from before suggested tentatively. TSK. He has completed the mission. Yet you still want to kill him. Do you want to die? If you want to come, you come. I will not participate. A person with eyes said with a sneer. The others also spread their hands, indicating that they would not participate in this matter. Why are we, as creatures of the high-dimensional space, subject to such restrictions? The person who had suggested killing Jiang Fei previously complained while holding his head. However, he did not really kill Jiang Fei. In the gamma space, although people had a broader vision, advanced technology, stronger abilities, and the power of a god to low-dimensional creatures, they were also subject to an additional restriction. That was, the people of the gamma space could not casually kill creatures of low-dimensional space. They wanted to kill a creature of low-dimensional space, either by setting the rules of low-dimensional space, let that creature of low-dimensional space die under the rules, or make an agreement with a creature of low-dimensional space. When the creature of low-dimensional space could not fulfill the agreement, they could directly kill it. Other than these two methods, if a gamma-dimensional space creature wanted to kill a low-dimensional space creature for no reason, the space rules would make it pay with its life. As a high-dimensional space creature, no one would sacrifice themselves to kill a low-dimensional space creature. It was just like how no one on Earth would sacrifice their lives to erase a person on a canvas. Therefore, as the development team of Gamma Dimension Lifeforms, they had only two ways to kill Jiang Fei. First, they had to set rules. For example, they could create a huge rock above Jiang Fei's head and then smash it to death. Or they could provoke Jiang Fei to fight with others and let Jiang Fei be killed by his people from the same dimension. However, with Jiang Fei's current strength, there were almost no people or methods that could kill him in his universe. Even if someone could defeat him, they might not be able to kill him. Even if they could create a black hole beside him. With Jiang Fei's senses, he would be able to escape from the dangerous area before the black hole formed. Therefore, unless the development team completely gave up on the game and changed the rules in Jiang Fei's universe, it was almost impossible to kill Jiang Fei. Another method was to make an agreement with Jiang Fei. If Jiang Fei could not fulfill the agreement, the development team would be able to kill Jiang Fei as promised. This was what the development team had been doing all along. Originally, they were about to succeed. It was impossible for Jiang Fei to kill an ethereal spirit like Data. However, he did not expect that at the last moment Jiang Fei would come up with a title that the development team did not have. He gave Data a title. This meant that Jiang Fei had fulfilled the agreement with the development team. The development team could not kill him again unless someone from the development team was willing to pay with their lives. However, it was clear that no one was willing to make such a sacrifice. In fact, as long as Jiang Fei did not admit to the agreement with the development team would not be able to kill him. However, he did not understand the rules of the Gamma space. Let alone him. Even most people in the Gamma space did not understand the rules. Under normal circumstances, they would not be able to come into contact with creatures from the lower dimensions. Just like the people in the three-dimensional world. You could come into contact with the two-dimensional plane every day. But have you ever seen a life form inside? Have you ever seen a two-dimensional life form? No. The Gamma people living in the four-dimensional space were the same. Although they could see a large number of three-dimensional forms every day, the vast majority of people had never seen a three-dimensional life form. Therefore, even if they wanted to kill these three-dimensional life forms, it was impossible, since they could not touch them. It was even more impossible for them to understand the spatial compensation mechanism. However, the development team was different. They had unintentionally come into contact with Jiang Fei's universe and developed it into a game. After that, many programmers who were lacking in skills were killed by this compensation mechanism. Therefore, they were very clear about the consequences of killing Jiang Fei for no reason. Therefore, if Jiang Fei knew about this spatial compensation mechanism, when the development team gave him a quest and told him that if he could not complete the quest, he would die, he would only have to say, "Go and play." The development team could not do anything to him. However, as long as Jiang Fei agreed to the treaty in his heart, even if he was cheated without knowing it, he would have to complete the quest. Otherwise, the development team could logically kill him. Moreover, even if Jiang Fei knew the rules, he actually did not have much of a choice. Although he could ignore the punishment of the development team, his family and friends could not. If the development team told him, if he did not complete the mission, he would create a black hole on Skoda Star. Then, Jiang Fei would have to submit obediently. Because Jiang Fei could escape in time, it did not mean that his family and friends also had the ability to do so. Therefore, even if there was a spatial compensation mechanism, the high-dimensional creatures still had an absolute advantage. They could still be like gods. They could dominate the low-dimensional creatures. It was just that they could not directly kill people. Forget it. Let this kid hang around for a few more days. In the end, the boss finally spoke. Since Jiang Fei had completed the mission to kill Tai, his subordinates would definitely not sacrifice themselves to kill him. Therefore, he could only let Jiang Fei live for a few more days before finding a chance to kill him. At the same time, Jiang Fei was still at a loss on planet Trappa. He did not know that he had walked through the gates of hell. He also did not know how angry the development team was that they were unable to kill him because of the spatial compensation mechanism. At that moment, the only thing that Jiang Fei was glad about was that he had gotten to know this little sister of his, Natasha. If it was not for her, he would have died a long time ago. When I see her again, I must thank her properly, Jiang Fei said to himself. Chapter 2594, Chapter 2585, Chasing Thomas. Jiang Fei saw that the timer on his wristwatch had already exceeded the countdown timer. He did not wait for the development team to wipe him out. At that moment, he finally confirmed that he was fine. Phew! I dodged a bullet! Jiang Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Following that, Jiang Fei teleported away from planet Trappa and returned to the yacht. How was it? Did everything go well? Nina asked as if she knew the answer. However, it showed that she cared about Jiang Fei. Yes! It was all thanks to the gift that Natasha gave me. Jiang Fei briefly described the process. This time, it was really too dangerous. After listening to it, Nina was still terrified. If Natasha had not prepared this gift for Jiang Fei a long time ago, if Tai had not voluntarily quit the game, then Jiang Fei would have already ended the game. Let bygones be bygones. Don't mention this to Bella and the others, lest they worry, Jiang Fei said to Nina. Okay, I understand. Nina nodded. Then, she asked Jiang Fei. Then, where are we going next? Of course, we're going to finish the unfinished business. First, we'll go to the Rei Star area and settle the matter with Doma, Jiang Fei said. Okay. Nina nodded. After that, Jiang Fei transferred the responsibility of piloting the spaceship to Malekith. He went back to his room to rest. After everything that had just happened, Jiang Fei's mind was in a mess. He needed time to sort it out. Natasha! Natasha! What exactly is your identity? Jiang Fei stared at the ceiling as he muttered to himself. Jiang Fei had known Natasha for a long time. However, her identity was a mystery. From the very beginning, Vitalin had told Jiang Fei to pay attention to a girl named Natasha. He said that she was the key to Jiang Fei's success. Later on, Natasha did provide Jiang Fei with a lot of help. This time, she even saved Jiang Fei's life. However, whether it was Vitalin or the other players, Jiang Fei had once inquired about Natasha. However, these people either did not know about it or kept it a secret. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not have any clue at all. However, after experiencing what happened to Data, Jiang Fei was almost certain that this Natasha must be related to those apostles. Although Jiang Fei did not know if she was also an apostle. At the very least, those apostles, who had the power of law to protect themselves, seemed to be not as powerful as the infinitely precious Natasha. I wonder if there will be more apostles after this incident with Doma. Jiang Fei thought of the other apostles, as he could not figure out what was going on with Natasha. According to the statements of the previous apostles, there were a total of 12 apostles other than the boss. Now, Jiang Fei had killed 8 of these apostles, either by killing them, leaving them behind, or giving them titles. If Thomas was killed, then there would only be 3 apostles, and the boss standing in front of Jiang Fei. Time is really running out. However, I have no idea about this inheritance space. Sometimes, Jiang Fei was so anxious that he was scratching his own hair. He watched as the number of apostles dwindled. How could he not be anxious? Now, the development team had already shown their killing intent towards him. If all the apostles were killed, would the development team still be able to keep him alive? Therefore, whenever he thought of this, a wave of anxiety would rise in Jiang Fei's heart. Jiang Fei tried to calm himself down and allow himself to calm down and enter a state of cultivation. He made use of all the time he had to study his inheritance space. However, this time, he failed. No matter what, he could not calm down. A few days later, the yacht that Maleki was piloting entered the Raytheon star area. As soon as the spaceship arrived, Jiang Fei felt a strange spatial fluctuation. It was obvious that Doma, who had returned earlier, had started to do the same thing again. It was time to create the 4th black hole again. Sir, the spaceship cannot come any closer. At this time, Maleki reported to the police. No matter how advanced the yacht was, it was still a civilian ship. The spatial energy in front of it was too unstable. If the yacht came any closer, it would probably disintegrate. Okay, I got it. Jiang Fei nodded and put away the yacht. Nina, let's go! Jiang Fei nodded at Nina. Okay. Nina immediately activated her space ability and teleported her and Jiang Fei to Doma's planet. With a flash of white light, Jiang Fei and Nina appeared not far away from Doma. Boss? Why are you here? Thomas was very surprised when he saw Jiang Fei, as Jiang Fei had not removed his disguise. He and Nina still looked like Bonnie and Clyde. That's not right. Who are you? Why are you here? Thomas realized that something was not right after he blurted out those words. Before this, Jiang Fei and Nina had only played the roles of the female and male bandits. They only had a few million combat power. In such a place where spatial energy fluctuated, they could no longer hold on. How could they look at Doma so calmly? Who am I? You forgot so quickly. Jiang Fei activated his player privilege and tore off his disguise. Jiang Fei? How did you disguise yourself as an NPC? Doma was stunned. Even now, he still thought that Jiang Fei was a player. That's none of your business. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. It's none of your business. It's none of your business. Doma did not care. Then, he continued to say to Jiang Fei, Look, the time we agreed on has come. Give me your account number. I'm going to start working. I don't have my account number. The deal is cancelled. Jiang Fei said with a cold smile. Why don't you keep your word? Doma said anxiously. He could not defeat Jiang Fei. Although Jiang Fei could not kill him, he could not work if he kept causing trouble for him. F***CKU. Jiang Fei cursed angrily. Then, he made his move. Swoosh! Doma did not waste any time. He immediately stopped casting spells and hid in the subdimension. He knew that even if he used the spatial barrier to block, it would be in vain. Come out! As Nina shouted, Doma was squeezed out of the alternate dimension. F***CK! I forgot about this little girl. Doma cried out in his heart. With Nina, a spatial master, many of his skills would be ineffective. Forget it. I can't beat you guys. Can't I just run? Doma immediately wanted to teleport away. Nina, stop him! Jiang Fei shouted. However, teleportation did not require casting time. Nina had no time to stop him. Although she did not have the time to stop Doma from casting teleportation, Nina could use her understanding of the laws of space to quietly change the direction of Doma's teleportation. When Doma appeared again, he was already at the edge of a black hole. This was just the critical point. Only people with powerful spatial abilities could escape the gravitational pull of the black hole here. The rest of the place was very dangerous even if Jiang Fei was deep inside. Chapter 2595, Chapter 2586, Madness. Ah, Fei! You'll get rid of him! Seeing that Doma had been teleported to the edge of a black hole, Nina's eyes lit up. I'll help you, Jiang Fei said. No! You don't understand the laws of space. If you go there, you won't be able to come back. Nina refused flatly. At the same time, she activated her spatial ability and teleported herself to Doma's side. You're the only one chasing me? You think you can kill me? Doma laughed coldly. The main reason he could not kill Jiang Fei was because he did not care much about Nina, who only had a little over 20 million combat power. Although Nina had repeatedly destroyed Doma's spatial spell and caused a lot of trouble for Doma, her true strength was still here. Therefore, when Doma saw that Jiang Fei had not caught up to her, killing intent rose in his heart. Dot! Unlike others who liked to talk tough, Nina did not make a sound. She directly used the power of space to create a spatial depression. It's just a small skill. Doma did not know this kind of spatial skill. He could only tell that this skill was not very strong from the strength of the energy. Go to H.L. Doma leaped forward. Although he lacked offensive skills, the strength of the carrier was there. Once he got close to Nina, he could kill her with both fists. Dot! Nina remained silent. She did not even try to dodge Doma's attack. Just as Doma was about to reach Nina, she suddenly put her hands together. At the same time, her eyes shone with a silvery white light. Potential activation? What is Nina doing? Although Jiang Fei could not see the actual battle from afar, he could feel Nina's aura suddenly increase. Boom! Just as Doma rushed to the depression in the space, Nina opened her eyes. Ah, Fei! Goodbye! Nina did not turn her head. Her eyes were fixed on Doma. But she was mumbling to herself. From Nina's eyes, Doma could see that she was reluctant to leave. It was not known whether it was because of her attachment to living or her reluctance to leave Jiang Fei. Other than that, there was more determination in her expression. What are you doing? Doma was shocked. Although he did not know what Nina was trying to do, he knew that she was going to fight with her life on the line. Forget it. There's no point in fighting with her. Let's just leave first. Doma immediately wanted to use teleportation. However, the distance between him and the black hole was too close. As a result, the space was extremely unstable. Even if he used teleportation, there was still a slight delay. There was a very slight delay. This delay was less than half a second. For an ordinary person, it might be over in a moment of carelessness. But for Nina, this was the time difference she needed. Ah! With Nina's delicate shout, cracks actually appeared on her body. These cracks were not caused by her skin cracking, but by the space she was in starting to collapse. Crack, crack, crack. The cracks continued to spread and instantly appeared in front of Doma. Doma had been teleporting earlier, and because the space was unstable, he had hesitated for half a second. But now, even if he cancelled his teleportation, it was too late. Under his feet was the space depression that Nina had created earlier. This depression was currently producing a huge gravitational force. A miniature black hole was born. This black hole that was only the size of a wash basin was actually nothing. It would fill up very quickly and explode in the form of a white hole, releasing all its energy. However, its position was too special. This was the edge of a huge black hole. Although the black hole that Nina had created was very small, its gravitational force was also very huge. As soon as it appeared, it had formed a connection with the huge black hole. The strong gravitational interference caused the dangerous area of the giant black hole to suddenly expand by a distance. Although the distance was not very long, it was only a few hundred kilometers. For the giant black hole, a few hundred kilometers was negligible. However, the problem was that Nina and Doma were at the edge of the black hole at the moment. They were already at the critical point of danger and safety. Now that the dangerous area had suddenly expanded, they were immediately included in it. Goodbye. Ah Fei! Nina wanted to turn around and look in Jiang Fei's direction. But it was too late. The gravity of the black hole quickly swallowed her, and pulled her into the endless abyss. You woman! Thomas cried out. However, he could no longer withstand the gravity of the black hole. The 0.5-second delay made it impossible for him to leave, because he had already been captured by the gravity of the black hole. The state of the space here was completely different from normal space. At this moment, the skills that he had been given by the cheat had instantly lost their effect. Thomas wanted to struggle, but it was futile. Nina! Jiang Fei shouted from afar. Although he could not see the scene in front of him, he could feel the edge of the black hole expanding instantly. Immediately after, Thomas and Nina's breathing had decreased. Plop! Jiang Fei knelt on the ground. There was a time when Bella and Ariel had died in the game to save him. Jiang Fei had sworn in his heart that he would never hide behind a woman again. He would never let the woman he loved die in front of him again. However, today, Jiang Fei had become one of the most powerful people in the universe. However, Nina still died in front of him because of him. Moreover, Bella and Ariel had only died in the game. Their consciousness bodies had been protected very well by 0541. In the end, they had been resurrected in reality. Today, Nina had been sucked into the black hole. Even her soul could not escape. Even if Aisha and Lorna's abilities were still there, they would not be able to do anything about it, let alone Jiang Fei. Development team! You bastards of the Gamma Dimension! One day, I will make you pay with your blood! Jiang Fei knelt on the ground and roared at the sky. A terrifying aura rose into the sky. The ground beneath him shattered inch by inch. After a moment, the soaring aura dissipated. Jiang Fei's black hair had turned silver white. His black eyes, that belonged to Chinese people, had turned into a pair of blood-red eyes. Hee! I've broken through! I've actually broken through! Ha 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 ha! Jiang Fei stood up abruptly. He placed his right hand on his forehead and laughed maniacally. At this moment, his combat power had already broken through the critical point of 70 million. He had officially entered the next level, which was the highest level that Yu Ting was at. But what the F***ck is the use of this? After laughing maniacally, Jiang Fei soared into the sky. After he had climbed to a certain height, his fists suddenly landed and instantly shattered the planet beneath him. Development team! Gamma Space! As long as I, Jiang Fei, am still alive, we are not finished! Jiang Fei's malicious consciousness reverberated throughout the entire space. On the other hand, he had directly teleported back to the 5 directions of heaven and earth, because returning to Skoda Star from the 5 directions of heaven and earth was much closer than returning from here. Chapter 2596. Chapter 2587 must survive. After returning to the 5 directions, Jiang Fei was about to let Little Nine send him out. However, at that moment, a white light suddenly flashed beside Jiang Fei. Handsome! You're finally here! I've been waiting for you for a long time! Natasha suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Fei. However, when she saw Jiang Fei's current appearance, Natasha's little face was stunned. Handsome! What happened to you? Natasha's eyes were filled with heartache as she asked. Natasha! Jiang Fei wanted to say something, but his throat seemed to be blocked. He could not say a word. Handsome! Did something happen? Why are you like this? Natasha asked with concern. Nina is dead, Jiang Fei said with a face full of grief. What? Sister Nina is dead? As Nina had been to the 5 directions, Natasha also knew her. Yes. Jiang Fei then told Natasha about Nina and Thomas dying together. Regarding the apostles, Jiang Fei did not hide it from Natasha because the matter with Dada had already shown that Natasha actually knew more than Jiang Fei. Was she swallowed by the black hole? Natasha asked. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded with red eyes. Brother, don't be too sad, Natasha advised. What? Do you have a way to revive her? Jiang Fei heard something from Natasha's words. Handsome brother, am not a god. Natasha shook her head. Jiang Fei's mood immediately sank. But handsome, you have to hold on. Anything is possible, Natasha said. What do you mean? Jiang Fei asked. I can't tell you that yet. Natasha shook her head. Then what should I do? Jiang Fei held a glimmer of hope in his heart. Natasha was just like what Villan had described. She was the key to Jiang Fei's comeback. Handsome, you don't need to do anything now. What you need to do is live. You have to live. Only by living can there be hope, Natasha said. Live. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Yes, I have to live. Although Nina is gone, I still have other family members. If I die, they will be finished. Moreover, I have to live to avenge Nina. Handsome. You're right. Natasha nodded. I got it, Jiang Fei said. Also, if it's a critical moment, Handsome, you have to be able to bear the sacrifice, Natasha reminded him. Bear the sacrifice? Jiang Fei was stunned. Yes, sacrifice. Handsome, you might lose everything. But remember, as long as you can live to that critical point, all the sacrifices will be worth it. And you will get more, Natasha said slowly. Can you be more specific? Jiang Fei asked. I'm sorry. Handsome, I've said enough. If I say more, I'm afraid I won't be able to help you in the future. Natasha shook her head. All right. No matter what, I have to thank you, Jiang Fei said. Initially, he wanted to ask Natasha about her identity. But now, it seemed that Natasha would not tell him. All right, Handsome, I don't have much time. I have to go. Natasha waved at Jiang Fei and then disappeared. Do I have to live? Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Sacrifice? How else do I sacrifice? Is Nina's sacrifice not enough? Jiang Fei closed his eyes in pain. Brother, are we going back now? Little Nine asked at this time. Let's go back. Jiang Fei closed his eyes. He had originally planned to visit the Phoenix Spirit, but now, he wanted to go home to see his parents and Bella. All right. Little Nine sent Jiang Fei out of the boundary of the 5 directions. Then, Jiang Fei summoned the yacht and had Maleki set his destination on Skoda Star. After that, Jiang Fei returned to his room and locked himself inside. After returning to his room, Jiang Fei did not enter a state of cultivation. At this moment, his mind was in a mess, and he could not enter a meditative state at all. What does Natasha mean exactly? As long as I can obtain the final victory? Jiang Fei still could not understand the hidden meaning behind Natasha's words. A few days later, the spaceship docked at the airport of Skoda Star. Aurelia was at the berth to welcome Jiang Fei back. Ah, Fei. You? When they met, Aurelia was also shocked by Jiang Fei's appearance. If it was not for Jiang Fei's aura that had not changed, she would not even dare to recognize him. I'm fine, Jiang Fei said with a blank expression. Did everything go smoothly? Aurelia asked. It's okay, Jiang Fei said expressionlessly. At that moment, Jiang Fei had already walked out of the cabin. Following that, the cabin door closed. Where's Nina? Didn't she come back with you? Aurelia asked. She is gone, Jiang Fei said with a blank expression. Gone? What do you mean? Aurelia did not know what to say. She's gone. She can't come back, Jiang Fei cried. What? Nina is dead? Aurelia felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Nina had the best personality among the girls. She was also the most gentle. None of the girls hated her. Jiang Fei then told Aurelia what had happened. I'm going into seclusion. You can tell Bella and the others about this. Jiang Fei really could not face the girls. He was the one who had brought Nina out. However, he did not bring her back. Oh! Aurelia was also stunned. By the time she reacted, Jiang Fei had already entered the time room. He needed time to calm himself down. Soon, the news of Nina's sacrifice was known to Bella and the others. All the girls cried. Although Bella and Nina were enemies at the beginning, Nina was a person that people could not hate. Therefore, Bella and Nina had a very good relationship. After learning about Nina's sacrifice, the girls were very touched. They knew that Nina was willing to die together with Thomas for Jiang Fei and for everyone else. Don't worry, Nina. We will avenge you. Bella clenched her fist and asked Alyer. Where is Jiang Fei? He went to the time house. Alyer said. Yes, I understand. Bella nodded and walked towards the time house. After arriving at the time house, Bella did not waste any time. She opened the door and walked in. As soon as she entered the time house, Bella felt her body sink. It was obvious that Jiang Fei had already adjusted the gravity of the place to its maximum. An ordinary cultivator would be reduced to a meat patty if they stood there. Even for powerhouses like them. Even if they stayed there, they would still feel pressured. Chapter 2597, Chapter 2588 took the initiative to attack. Honey, where are you? Bella called out after entering the time house. The time house was completely silent. Bella's call didn't receive any response at all. Honey? Bella called out as she walked deeper into the time house. This time house was actually a huge simulation training ground. This place looked like an endless prairie. As far as the eye could see, there were endless green grass everywhere. It was impossible to see the end of it. It was not easy to find a person here. Moreover, because Jiang Fei had adjusted the gravity of this place to the maximum, even Bella, who had already reached the true immortal level, could not fly here. She could only walk on the ground with difficulty. "Husband, where are you?" Bella shouted loudly. "Bella, why are you here?" Jiang Fei had appeared beside Bella without anyone noticing. Ah! Bella was shocked by Jiang Fei's current appearance. In the past, Jiang Fei had always had the image of a sunny boy. However, at this moment, he had a head full of silver hair and a pair of blood-red eyes that emitted a suffocating cold light. Hee. My appearance is very scary. Right. Jiang Fei laughed bitterly. No, your appearance is not scary. What's scary is your heart. I can't find any hope in your heart. Bella shook her head. She could no longer see any hope in Jiang Fei's eyes. At this moment, Jiang Fei's eyes were only filled with despair and fury of revenge. Hope! Jiang Fei smiled bitterly. Then, he said in a desolate voice, I can't even protect my own woman. You, Ariel, and now Nina. All of you died for me. What right do I have to talk about hope? We did sacrifice ourselves for you. However, have you ever thought that if you become what you are now, then what is the meaning of our sacrifice? Bella asked. Jiang Fei was speechless. However, the feeling of helplessness did not change. Jiang Fei, you have to pull yourself together. Even though Nina has left, you still have many people to take care of. Think about your parents. If you continue to do this, what will happen to them when the universe is destroyed? Bella asked. But what can I do? Jiang Fei shouted as if he had gone mad. If he really had a way to change everything, he would have done it long ago. If he could kill his way into the gamma space, he would have turned the place into a Jura purgatory long ago. However, the problem was that Yu Ting had spent hundreds of thousands of years, but he had not been able to find a way to enter the gamma space. How could Jiang Fei solve the mystery in such a short time? I heard from Aurelia. Didn't Natasha give you advice? Bella said. Natasha. Jiang Fei smiled bitterly. Yes, she gave me advice. But she only wanted me to live. She also told me that the sacrifice was not only limited to Nina. Jiang Fei closed his eyes in pain. The reason why he was so sad and depressed was not only because of Nina, but also because he was worried about his family and the girls. From Natasha's words, Jiang Fei knew that the development team would not let it go just like that. The people around him might continue to be sacrificed. That was the main reason why he was helpless and depressed. Forget it. Don't think too much. Didn't Natasha say that it doesn't matter if there are sacrifices? As long as you live to that critical point, everything will be fine? Bella comforted him. Perhaps. But can the dead be resurrected? Jiang Fei asked with a bitter smile. Perhaps? Who knows? The people in the gamma space are like gods to us. Perhaps they can really bring the dead back to life? Although Bella knew that the possibility of this was not high, she did not take it seriously. However, since she was comforting Jiang Fei, she naturally would not take it seriously. Hee. Do you really believe me? Jiang Fei asked. Actually, he knew that it was impossible. However, at this moment, what a person was looking for was psychological comfort. I believe you, Bella said. All right then. Jiang Fei nodded. All right. I'll go out first. After all, Nina has left. There are still many things to deal with. You should stay here and calm down. Bella patted Jiang Fei's back and walked towards the exit of the time house. Jiang Fei sat down on the ground. He lowered his head and fell into deep thought. When Bella came out of the time house, she began to organize people. Although Nina had been sucked into the black hole and ended up dead, there was still a memorial ceremony and a funeral. After all, this was also a place for the living. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. For the time house, that was 5 months. After such a long period of calm, Jiang Fei finally walked out of the time house. Husband, you're out. Bella came to Jiang Fei's side. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. Although Nina's death had made him extremely sad, he still had to care about the dead and the living. Now, the gamma space was still a threat to the entire universe. The other girls and his parents were still in danger. Therefore, at this moment, Jiang Fei had also come to an understanding. Instead of being immersed in grief, he might as well give it his all. After all, It was a death sentence. If he really gave it his all, he might be able to fight for a chance at survival. Have you all thought it through? Bella asked. At that moment, the other girls also came over. Yes, I thought it through. I'll go to my parents' place first. When I come back, we'll have a meal together. I have to go now, Jiang Fei said as he took a deep breath. This time, Jiang Fei planned to take the initiative to hunt down the remaining 3 apostles. Although he did not know where they were, it was not difficult for Jiang Fei to find them after he had thought it through. As long as he could grab hold of Vinolin, this guy would definitely reveal the location of the apostles. Previously, Jiang Fei had always treated Vinolin as his ally. However, he did not expect that this guy would abandon him at the critical moment and watch him die. Since Vinolin was not kind, then Jiang Fei could not be blamed for being unrighteous. Okay, good. Go for it. At this time, the girls had nothing more to say. Jiang Fei had regained his fighting spirit. This was already good news for them. Just as Natasha had said, at this point in time, their chances of winning were close to 0 against the Gamma Space, which had a dimensional advantage. If they were still afraid of sacrifice at this time, there was even less chance of winning. All right. Thank you. Jiang Fei bowed to the girls. He owed the girls too much. After leaving the girls' place, Jiang Fei went to his parents' place. Little Fei, why are you like this? Seeing Jiang Fei's appearance, his mother's tears fell. Chapter 2598, Chapter 2589, Turning Passive into Active. Mom, I'm fine. It's just a normal phenomenon caused by training. Jiang Fei did not want his parents to worry, so he lied. I heard that Nina is gone, his mother asked. Apparently, Jiang Fei's parents had also heard the news. Yes, Nina was killed in a battle. Jiang Fei nodded. What a pity for this child. Nina is so obedient. Just like our poor goddaughter. She did not have a good life. Her mother's tears fell. Nina's death reminded her of Shang Guanqi. I hope they can all live a happy life there. Jiang Fei's father sighed. Then, he said to Jiang Fei, Son, you have grown up. Your father cannot control your affairs anymore. However, you must not let those girls down. I understand. Jiang Fei nodded. After that, Jiang Fei chatted with his parents for a while. However, because of Nina's death, the topic was a little heavy. Finally, Jiang Fei stood up. Dad, Mom, I have to go, Jiang Fei said. Go. Go do your thing. Jiang Fei's parents waved their hands. Plop. Jiang Fei immediately knelt on the ground and kowed out 3 times to his parents. He did not know if he could still come back. He did not know if he could protect his parents. Child, what are you doing? Jiang Fei's parents quickly helped him up. Dad, Mom, I'm leaving, Jiang Fei said and walked out of his parents' residence without looking back. It was not that he did not want to look back, but he was afraid that tears would fall when he looked back. After leaving his parents' residence, Jiang Fei spent half an hour to calm himself down. Then, he went to look for Bella and the others. Jiang Fei and the girls had a reunion dinner. However, no one had a smile on their faces. This was not only because of Nina's death. The girls also knew that Jiang Fei was about to embark on an expedition. Moreover, it was an expedition that was uncertain of his life and death. After eating the reunion dinner, Jiang Fei went straight to the airport. Then, he drove the yacht that had finished resupplying and left Skoda Star. Sir, where are we going? Maleki asked. Capital Planet. Pizerns, Jiang Fei said. Yes. After Maleki received the order, he immediately adjusted the navigation mark and jumped straight to Capital Planet. A few days later, Jiang Fei landed in Pizernis Airport. Vinolin, come out! Jiang Fei shouted loudly in the airport's departure hall. What the H.L.? What is this person doing? Why does he look so familiar? Holy shit! Could this person be the Grand Marshal? Hide a little. There are more than 10,000 bodyguards around this kind of person. If they misunderstand us, they will lose their lives. The surrounding people quickly dispersed. It was not that they did not want to watch the show, but Jiang Fei's status was too high. These people were afraid that they would be accidentally injured by the bodyguards, so they all hid far away to watch. In an instant, Jiang Fei's surroundings became a vacuum. However, Vinolin did not respond at all. Vinolin, if you don't come out now, don't blame me for being rude. Since I have already been targeted by the development team, I don't mind dragging someone down with me before I die, Jiang Fei said loudly. Shoo! An airport ground crew suddenly appeared beside Jiang Fei. Then, he lowered his voice and said to Jiang Fei, "Hey, we worked well together before. You're already like this. Why do you have to drag me down with you?" Vinolin felt very bitter. Although he was the supervisor of the universe and had some authority, he could quietly erase Jiang Fei's words and actions from the development team. Previously, he had done this when he helped Jiang Fei clean up his mess. However, the problem was that the development team had already set their eyes on Jiang Fei. Who knew when they would be monitoring his every move? If the development team happened to be watching when Jiang Fei was spouting nonsense, it would be too late for Vinolin to erase the traces. "Humph. Since you know that I'm in danger, why didn't you save me?" Jiang Fei asked coldly. "Do you think that I'm willing?" Vinolin rolled his eyes. Then, he said to Jiang Fei, "Do you know that the development team has already set their mind on killing you? The last time, they wanted to use the tie to kill you. In the end, you narrowly escaped death. Of course, I know. I also know that when that incident happened, you left me to die," Jiang Fei said coldly. "Then, what can I do? The development team is watching you. What can I do? Do you want to expose me as well?" asked Vinolin. "Humph," Jiang Fei snorted. Of course, he knew that Vinolin was not willing to die with him. "Don't harumph. If I don't expose myself, I might be able to avenge you one day. However, if I were to expose myself, which one of us would be able to defeat the development team?" Vinolin asked back. "If you say so, wouldn't you be betraying me?" Jiang Fei said disdainfully. "How can this be called betraying me? This is abandoning a pawn to protect a cart." "Okay," Vinolin said. "So, in the unimportant pawn?" Jiang Fei said coldly. "Don't be unhappy. You're still the same pawn. Moreover, I prepared a lot of pawns. It's just that you crossed the river. That's why I paid attention to you. However, if you could threaten me, of course, I would not put myself in danger," said Vinolin as if it was a matter of course. "Fine. Do whatever you want. Our cooperation is over anyway," Jiang Fei said. "Since it's over, why are you still looking for me?" Vinolin asked. "I need your help," Jiang Fei said. "What help?" Vinolin asked. "Give me the coordinates of an apostle," Jiang Fei said. "Why should I help you?" Vinolin asked. "If you don't help me, I will tell the development team about you," Jiang Fei threatened directly. "Aren't you being a scoundrel?" Vinolin said angrily. "It doesn't matter whether I'm being a scoundrel or not. What matters is whether you're willing to take a gamble." Jiang Fei felt a sense of revenge in his heart. Previously, in his cooperation with Vinolin, Vinolin had always been the dominant one. He could only follow orders. Now, the tables had turned. As the saying went, a barefooted person was not afraid of wearing shoes. Now that Jiang Fei was willing to risk his life, he had nothing to fear. After all, his identity had been exposed to the development team. Therefore, Vinolin had nothing to hold him back anymore. On the contrary, Vinolin had become the passive one. Because his identity had not been exposed, he had no choice but to compromise with Jiang Fei for the sake of his own life. Although there was a certain risk in providing information to Jiang Fei, which might be noticed by the development team. If he did not provide information, Jiang Fei would keep spouting nonsense. Who knew when the development team would look at him? At that time, Vinolin would be in trouble. Chapter 2599, Chapter 2590's next target leeway. "Alright. Wait a minute." Vinolin finally compromised. Vinolin knew very well that just like the development team could not tolerate the existence of Jiang Fei, they could not tolerate Vinolin's self-awareness. If the development team found out that Vinolin had awakened his self-awareness, then their priority to eliminate Vinolin was much higher than Jiang Fei's priority. Moreover, the development team did not have to go through so much trouble to eliminate Jiang Fei. Vinolin was not a life form of the lower dimensional space. He did not enjoy the protection of the spatial compensation mechanism. Therefore, as long as the development team suspected him, then he would be immediately killed. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Vinolin would definitely make a compromise. "You go and finally weigh." Vinolin gave Jiang Fei a coordinate. "If you lie to me, you know the consequences." Jiang Fei laughed coldly and turned around to leave. "Sigh. What a mistake." Vinolin looked at Jiang Fei's back and his heart was filled with killing intent. However, because Vinolin was unable to directly interfere with the things in this universe, if he wanted to kill Jiang Fei, he would have to plot even more. For example, this time, he had chosen Li Wei as Jiang Fei's target. There was no lack of thoughts of letting Jiang Fei die at the hands of Li Wei. On the other hand, Jiang Fei did not leave the spaceport at all. Although he had arrived at planet Pizernes, he had no intention of meeting Jupiter. After walking away from Vinolin, he went straight back to his berth. Then, he drove the yacht and set sail. This time, Jiang Fei was going to the Dominican Galaxy. This was the border between the Universe Empire and Vizari's army. It was also the base camp of the Universe Empire's players, such as Amon. This Li Wei is actually staying with other players. Jiang Fei muttered to himself as he walked on the yacht. Under normal circumstances, apostles with cheats would not be able to deal with players. Even if they were paid by the development team, they would not bother to be with ordinary players. If they were to meet them occasionally, they would not mind torturing noobs. However, this Li Wei was different from the others. He actually stayed with other players all day long. Li Wei! Li Wei! Suddenly, Jiang Fei felt that this name was somewhat familiar. It seemed like Peter had mentioned this name to him before. Are you an apostle who has been bribed by the development team? Then, what is the purpose of you staying with ordinary players? Jiang Fei muttered to himself as he arrived on the yacht. Sir, are we going to set off? Malachi asked. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. Master, where are we going? Malachi asked again. Let's go to New China first, Jiang Fei said after thinking for a moment. He wanted to go and say goodbye to Han Tianyu. Yes, Master. Malachi immediately began to adjust the route after receiving the order. Then, he went straight to planet New China. A few days later, Jiang Fei's spaceship arrived at the gravity well of planet New China. After requesting to dock, Han Tianyu immediately received the news of Jiang Fei's arrival. Brother, why are you so free to visit me? Han Tianyu immediately picked up the call with Jiang Fei. When he saw Jiang Fei's expression, he was dumbfounded. Brother, what happened to you? Han Tianyu was shocked by Jiang Fei's current appearance. I'm fine. Jiang Fei smiled bitterly. Little Fei, is there anything that you cannot tell me? Han Tianyu said with an unhappy expression. Sigh. Let's talk about it when we meet. Jiang Fei sighed. Sure. Let's talk when we meet. Han Tianyu nodded. He knew that something must have happened to Jiang Fei. Otherwise, he would not be in such a state. During the chaos of John, that guy had brainwashed Bella and the others, and made them fight against Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei did not end up like this either. Therefore, Han Tianyu was sure that Jiang Fei was in big trouble. Soon, Jiang Fei's yacht landed at the airport of planet Xinhua. At that moment, Han Tianyu personally drove over to pick him up. Brother, don't say anything else. Let's go. Follow me home. If there's anything, let's talk at home. As soon as they met, Han Tianyu held Jiang Fei's hand and left. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded and followed Han Tianyu into the hover car. After speeding all the way, Han Tianyu brought Jiang Fei back to his official residence. Oh, Fei is here. Aisha smiled as she walked out. Although she had lost the power of the rule given by the cheat, she and her sister had been nourished by love. Now, they looked even better. Okay. Hello, sister-in-law. Jiang Fei squeezed out a smile from his face. You guys chat. I'll get someone to prepare some food and wine. You guys take your time to drink. Lorna is not feeling well. I have to go take care of her. I won't be accompanying you guys. Aisha could tell that Jiang Fei had something to do, so she found an excuse to leave. Sister-in-law, there's no need to trouble you, Jiang Fei said politely. It's okay. It's okay. There's a ready-made chef. You guys can chat while you drink in a while. If there's anything, tell your brother you more. Aisha smiled and walked out. Brother you, this sister-in-law is really not bad, Jiang Fei said to Han Tianyu. Isn't that obvious? Do you think that I would them back then just to help you? Han Tianyu said proudly. The two of them chatted for a short while before an attendant came to inform them that the dishes and wine were ready. As the governor of a planet, Han Tianyu had a few chefs at home. Would it not be easy for him to prepare the dishes and wine? Let's go! Let's drink and talk. Han Tianyu did not wait for Jiang Fei to express his opinion. He pulled Jiang Fei to the table. As a man, it was more convenient to talk at the table. Alright. Jiang Fei really wanted to use alcohol to numb himself. After they arrived at the flower hall and took their seats, Han Tianyu did not wait for Jiang Fei to speak. He picked up his glass and said, Brother, don't say anything. One of you will leave first. Han Tianyu then poured himself a glass. Jiang Fei did not say anything else and followed suit. Han Tianyu continued to persuade Jiang Fei one glass at a time until the bottle of wine was almost gone. Jiang Fei did not use his spiritual power to suppress the alcohol, so his face turned pale. At that moment, Han Tianyu said to him, "All right, I'm almost done drinking. If there's anything, tell me. Brother, Nina is dead." When Jiang Fei opened his mouth, tears began to fall. If he was not affected by the alcohol, he would not have been so weak. However, this time, Jiang Fei deliberately did not suppress the alcohol. It was to vent the emotions that he had suppressed in his heart. He did not want to let Han Tianyu down. "What?" Han Tianyu was shocked. He did not expect Jiang Fei to say such bad news. "Nina is dead." Jiang Fei told Han Tianyu about what had happened. "Sigh. She is also a person who is infatuated with love." Han Tianyu sighed. He did not comfort Jiang Fei. Instead, he asked, "Brother, what do you plan to do?" Chapter 2600, Chapter 2591. Entering the safe zone. At the wine table, Jiang Fei released all the pent-up feelings he had during this period of time. Han Tianyu, on the other hand, acted as a listener and comforted him. "Brother, do you have any plans?" Han Tianyu asked. "Things have already come to this point. I think that hiding is no longer a problem. Therefore, I plan to take the initiative to attack. First, I will get rid of the apostles. Next, I will try my best to survive. According to Natasha, as long as I live long enough, there might be a chance for things to turn around." Jiang Fei said. "Is there anything I can help you with?" Han Tianyu asked. "Not at the moment. Actually, I only came here to say goodbye to you. If I need your help, I won't stand on ceremony." Jiang Fei said. "Let's not be strangers. If you need anything, just let me know." Han Tianyu patted Jiang Fei's shoulder and said, "Thank you." Jiang Fei nodded at Han Tianyu. The relationship between the two of them was still there. There was no need to say anything unnecessary. After chatting with Han Tianyu for a while, Jiang Fei directly used his spiritual power to force the alcohol out of his body. He had wanted to vent his emotions just now. Now that he had vented his emotions, it would be a mistake to keep the alcohol in his body. "Brother, I won't send you off. I have something to tell you." Han Tianyu saw that Jiang Fei was about to leave and stood up. "Okay." Jiang Fei teleported to the airport and entered his yacht. Soon, the request for the yacht to take off was approved. Jiang Fei left planet Xinhua. "What's wrong? What happened?" After Jiang Fei left, Aisha walked up from behind. "It's nothing. He will take care of it." Han Tianyu smiled. Although the matter that Jiang Fei was facing was related to the survival of the entire universe, Aisha and Lorna, whose souls had already been solidified in this universe, were no longer able to help him. Their fate was now bound to this universe, with no way to solve it. Han Tianyu did not want them to worry anymore. After Jiang Fei came out from Xian Huaxia planet, he asked Maleki to adjust the direction and head straight for the Dominic Galaxy. "Maleki, you will pilot the spaceship. Call me when you arrive at the Dominic Galaxy." After Jiang Fei said that to Maleki, he returned to his room and went into closed-door cultivation. Although Jiang Fei knew that the chances of him understanding the ultimate mystery of the inherited space were very slim, he was not willing to give up so easily. A few days later, the spaceship entered the Dominic Galaxy under Maleki's control. At this time, the galaxy, which was originally busy with flights, had become empty. Other than the spaceship of the players, the spaceships of the Universe Empire rarely stepped into this place anymore. "Sir, we have arrived at the Dominic Galaxy." Maleki woke up Jiang Fei, who was in closed-door cultivation. "Okay." Jiang Fei opened his eyes. Although his strength had exceeded 70 million, and he had the power to rival Yuding, he had no idea how to comprehend the inheritance space. "Switch to manual control," said Jiang Fei to Maleki. "Yes, my lord." Maleki immediately gave Jiang Fei the authority to operate the ship. Jiang Fei then flew the ship straight to the safe zone of the player. According to Vitalin, the guard was right there. When he entered the player territory, Jiang Fei immediately activated his player privilege. In this way, the safe zone system determined that Jiang Fei was just an ordinary player. Therefore, there was naturally nothing to stop him. Although after activating the player privilege, Jiang Fei's identity could be exposed if he met players that he was familiar with. Therefore, Jiang Fei had disguised his aura and appearance in advance. He made himself look like a real player. Although Jiang Fei had already thrown caution to the wind, he still did not want to cause trouble in the safe zone. Once his identity was exposed, his player privilege might lose effect. If the safe zone system attacked him, it would be very dangerous. Jiang Fei still remembered the huge golden battleship from before. After successfully entering the safe zone, Jiang Fei activated the tracker on his body and began to search for the whereabouts of the apostles. This was because the place was full of players. Therefore, the tool used to track the players was useless. Now, Jiang Fei could only rely on the close-range search to find the guard. "Kid, where exactly are you hiding?" Jiang Fei muttered as he drove the spaceship closer to the core area. Although he knew that the leeway was here, the safe zone of the player was still quite wide. It would not be easy to find a player in this area. "Damn it! Why am I so stupid? If I can't find it, I can find someone to help me." Jiang Fei had an idea and drove the spaceship out of the safe zone. After leaving the safe zone, Jiang Fei directly jumped to the back of the nearest planet. After confirming that there was no one around, he not only removed his disguise, but also turned off the player privilege. Then, Jiang Fei drove the yacht to the safe zone of the player in a grand manner. "Wow! The big boss is here! Such a high-level friendly boss! Why is he here?" The players in the safe zone were mostly newbies. They suddenly realized that the Grand Marshal of the Universe Empire had flown into the safe zone with a huge title. All of them were shocked. "What's going on? Is there another quest? Maybe. Hurry up and go. Last time I heard, there were a bunch of guys who made a fortune doing quests." A few old players had seen the world. Back then, Jiang Fei had also used the clone of the Grand Marshal of the Empire to come to the safe zone. Then, he had given some quests to the newbies. Those new players had obtained a lot of good things through these quests. Therefore, when Jiang Fei came again, the old players, who had experienced it once, were all excited. Very soon, the news that the Imperial Army's Grand Marshal had arrived at the safe zone spread among the players. Previously, Jiang Fei did not want to enter as the Grand Marshal because he was afraid of being targeted by the development team. Now, he had thought it through. The development team had long since targeted him. If they wanted to find him, it would be easy. Even if he tried to hide, it would be useless. He might as well come out in the open. Not long after, Jiang Fei's yacht was surrounded by a large number of novice ships. They tried to send messages to Jiang Fei, hoping to receive a quest. However, Jiang Fei rejected all of them. "Your levels are not high enough. Please work hard to increase your strength. Come and find me when you are strong." Jiang Fei recorded a message. Whenever a player contacted him, he would send this message to them. "Have you heard? The Grand Marshal has come to issue a quest. If your level is too low, you will not be able to receive it. It seems that this quest is extremely rare." Very soon, the news spread throughout the player circle. Chapter 2601, Chapter 2592 activated players. "Your levels are not high enough. Please work hard to increase your strength. Come and find me when you are stronger. Your levels are not high enough. Please work hard to increase your strength. Come and find me when you are stronger." Jiang Fei's yacht kept playing the recording. A large number of players swarmed over and left in disappointment. Some of them were players who had come from far away. They had heard that the Grand Marshal of the Imperial Army had issued a hidden quest in the safe zone. All of them had wasted their time and rushed over from far away. In the end, they only received such a reply. Jiang Fei had waited in the safe zone for almost a day. The person he wanted to see had finally arrived. "Grand Marshal, long time no see." Eamon's communication link was connected to Jiang Fei's yacht. "Yes, long time no see. General Eamon." Jiang Fei checked. At this time, Eamon's military rank had already reached the rank of general. It seemed that he had not been idle during this period of time. He must have led the players of the Imperial Army to do a lot of PvP quests. "I wonder, Grand Marshal, is there anything that you need help with?" Eamon continued to use the same glitch that he used when accepting quests to talk to Jiang Fei. "Yes, I do need your help," Jiang Fei said. "General, can I help you?" Eamon asked. He had heard that Jiang Fei's quest was very demanding. Hundreds and thousands of players had failed to accept the quest. "You might not be able to." Jiang Fei's words made Eamon's heart sink. He was already the best among the players. If he could not accept the quest, who else could? "Grand Marshal, is this quest very difficult? Can I not meet your requirements in that aspect?" Eamon asked. In his opinion, the reputation of others in front of Jiang Fei was very low. Therefore, after he was rejected, they ignored him. Eamon was different. He had done many quests with Jiang Fei before, so his reputation value should be relatively high. That was why Jiang Fei was willing to talk to him so much. Then, Eamon wanted to learn from Jiang Fei about the conditions for accepting the quest. If there was not much difference, he could think of a way to make up for it. You lack some luck, Jiang Fei said. Huh? Eamon was a little dumbfounded. If Jiang Fei said that his spaceship was not strong enough, he could change to a more expensive ship or equip stronger equipment. If Jiang Fei said that his carrier was not strong enough, he could exchange for items to equip it. However, what the H? I was this lack of luck. How could he make up for it? It's like this. I have carried out a random selection among all the reinforcements. Only certain people can participate in this mission. Your name is not on it. So, I'm sorry, Jiang Fei said. General, is this mission very difficult? Eamon asked. Very difficult. Of course. The reward is also very generous, said Jiang Fei. Can you tell me in advance? Eamon asked tentatively. There are many specific rewards, but I can tell you that the reward includes a Titan battleship. Jiang Fei opened his mouth and drew a large pie. A large pie that was big enough to move Eamon's heart. Titan! As expected, Eamon's eyes lit up. Due to the rules of the game, each player faction could only have one Titan. Eamon and the others already had one. It was impossible to spend money to buy it. However, there was one exception. It was to obtain it from an NPC. Now, Jiang Fei had provided him with such an opportunity. That was why Eamon was firmly attracted to this bait. Grand Marshal, such a difficult quest. I'm afraid it's not a single-player quest. Right, Eamon asked. That's true. However, you must have a special person to lead the team to participate, Jiang Fei said. I see. Eamon rolled his eyes. He had seen this kind of random quest in other games. It was nothing more than a lucky draw by the system. A certain player was chosen as the lucky one. Only he could lead the team to participate in this quest. General, can you show me this list? Eamon asked with a smile. Jiang Fei hesitated for a moment and then replied. All right. Then, Jiang Fei sent a list to Eamon. This list was completely made up by him, except for one named Li Wei. In Jiang Fei's list, other than Li Wei, all the names were made up by him. Therefore, Eamon naturally could not find a player with the same name. Moreover, even if he found a guy with the same name, Jiang Fei could also find a reason to say that the person was not right. Therefore, Eamon would definitely help Jiang Fei find Li Wei in the end. This was exactly what Jiang Fei needed. All right. Great, General. I will help you find these special guys. After Eamon received the list, he did not leave. He directly posted the message in the guild channel. Attention! All members, those on the following name list. Please take the initiative to contact the guild leader. After the message was sent, Eamon uploaded the name list. At this moment, Eamon's guild was already dominating the Empire army. Almost 2/3 of the Empire army's players were members of his guild. Hence, Eamon felt that it should not be very difficult for him to find the people on this name list. Boss, why are you looking for these people? Yeah. Is it related to that hidden quest? However, after a long time, no one took the initiative to contact Eamon. Instead, many people curiously asked Eamon why he was looking for these people. If we don't have these people in our guild, do you have any friends here? Eamon asked in the guild. I don't think so. I don't know them. However, the reply from the guild members still disappointed Eamon. Since you do not know them, go and look for those who are online. I will reward whoever finds them. Eamon had really invested a lot for the Titan that Jiang Fei had promised. All right, boss, don't worry. We will go and look for it now. The guild leader of a large guild like Eamon had quite a lot of authority. The moment he opened his mouth, the members under him started to take action. Not only in the safe zone, but also throughout the entire Universe Empire. Members of Eamon's guild were everywhere. They asked around about the members on the list. Very soon, almost all the players in the Imperial Army knew about this matter. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. Finally, Eamon received a piece of good news. Boss, I found one. A newbie player shouted excitedly. Who did you find? Eamon's attention was immediately drawn over. Although there were many people on the list, there was no guarantee that some of them were not online or simply not playing. Hence, it was not easy to find them. I found a guy named Li Wei in the safe zone, the novice player said. Chapter 2602, Chapter 2593. The name Li Wei. Liwei? Eamon was stunned. Then, he quickly took out the name list. He quickly found the name in the middle of the list. Great! Where are you? Eamon immediately sent a party request. Guild leader, I'm at the east side of the novice zone. The novice player was ecstatic. The boss of his guild had actually formed a party with him. This was simply a great honor. Follow that Liwei. I'll look for you, said Eamon. In. Okay. The player agreed. Eamon pulled out the map and looked. The novice who formed a team with him was in the novice zone below the safe zone. It looked like he was an absolute novice who had just entered the game. Any player who had played for more than a month would definitely not stay in the novice zone. Could that Liwei be a new player, too? Eamon guessed in his heart. If that Liwei was a newbie, it would not be good news for them to complete their missions in the future. Then, Eamon piloted his spaceship and flew towards the coordinates of his teammates. After about 2 hours, Eamon arrived in front of a space station. Huh? There are no spaceships around. Could it be inside the space station? Eamon looked around in confusion. There wasn't even a small novice ship around. Hey, are you inside the space station? Eamon asked in the team. Yes, President, the novice replied. Is that Liwei still around? Eamon asked again. Yes, he's right beside me, the novice said. Okay, wait for me. Eamon immediately sent a docking request to the space station after hearing the answer. Soon, Eamon's docking request was accepted. His spaceship was guided into the space station and then docked at a berth. After getting off the spaceship, Eamon looked around. This space station seemed to have been built later, when he was doing missions in the newbie zone. It did not seem to have this space station. He opened the map again and confirmed the location of his teammates. Then, he walked towards the other party. 10 minutes later, Eamon passed through an automatic door and entered a hall. At this moment, not far away from him, there were 2 players standing. Guild leader. One of the players took the initiative to greet Eamon. The other did not need to ask to know that it was Liwei. In. Eamon first greeted his own member, then came to Liwei's side. I heard that you're looking for me. Liwei took the initiative to ask. Hello. I'm the guild leader of the War Soul tribe. My name is Eamon. Eamon first introduced himself. I know you. You're a famous professional player. Liwei smiled. Hee hee. You flatter me. I'm just making a living by relying on this. Eamon smiled modestly, then said to Liwei, I came to look for you this time because I really have something to trouble you with. Oh, what do you need my help for? Letty asked curiously. It's like this. There's a lucky draw mission. You're one of the lucky ones. You need to be the team leader to accept it. Eamon said straightforwardly because this matter could not be hidden. Oh, I have to accept it? Letty frowned. Not really. You're just one of them. There are others who can do it too. It's just that you happen to be seen by one of our members. So I came looking for you. Eamon said. I see. Levi's vigilance was slightly lowered. Many apostles had been in trouble recently, so Levi had been extra careful, now that he heard that they were looking for him. Of course, he was on guard. However, when Eamon showed him the list, Levi relaxed. There were more than 100 names on the list, and there were no other apostles. That was why Levi let his guard down. Maybe it's a coincidence, Levi said to himself. He had heard of this kind of lucky draw mission before. Although he was an apostle with cheats, he was still a player based on his identity. Therefore, there was a possibility that he would be chosen. Is the mission very complicated? Levi asked. I'm not sure, but you don't have to worry. Our War Soul tribe is very powerful. I'm sure you know about it. You just need to accept the mission. It'll take care of the rest, Eamon said. Oh, what benefits do I get? Levi asked. Other than the Titan. The rest will be yours. Eamon really put in all his effort. Okay. Deal. Liwei immediately nodded. Although he didn't know what the specific mission rewards were. If it included a Titan, how could the other rewards be less? When he sold these mission rewards, it would be a lot of money. At this time, wasn't Liwei playing the game for the money? If the development team didn't give him money, how could he continue to take risks and cheat? And now, Liwei would definitely continue to stay in the game. This risk was something he had to take anyway. It would be even better if he could earn some money along the way. Anyway, it was just a quest. As for how to execute it, it was all up to Eamon. He didn't need Liwei to do anything. Wouldn't this money be like picking up for free? That's great. Let's go and accept the quest. After saying that, Eamon handed over the party request. Alright. Li Wei immediately agreed to form a party. Very quickly, the party arrived near the berth. At this time, the newbie player was very self-aware and said, Guild leader, I still have to continue with the newbie quest. So I won't disturb you guys. That's good too. I'll inform the management later. Every time you reach a level, the guild will provide you with a basic spaceship and a complete set of modified equipment, said Eamon. Thank you, boss, the newbie said with a loving expression. After all, changing a ship after leveling up would cost a lot of money. Now that the guild had all these items, it was much easier for him to play the game. Let's go. Get on my ship. When he saw the newbie leaving the team, Aaron said to Levy, Okay. Levy nodded and boarded his ship with Aaron. Then, Aaron drove the ship straight to Jiang Fei's yacht. After more than an hour, Aaron once again returned to the vicinity of Jiang Fei's yacht. Come. I'll give you the captain. You go and accept the quest, Aaron said as he handed the captain to Levy. Alright. Li Wei nodded and went to contact Jiang Fei. Hello, General. I'm Li Wei. I heard that you have a quest for me. Li Wei smiled and said to Jiang Fei through the screen. You're Li Wei? Jiang Fei looked at this guy through the screen. He looked like a man in his 30s. He had a white face and no beard, but he was quite energetic. Chapter 2603, Chapter 2594 Serial Quest. Yes, Grand Marshal. I am Li Wei. Li Wei nodded from the other end of the screen. Although he knew that someone was chasing after the apostles, the development team did not tell them about Jiang Fei's identity. Although the development team had paid the apostles to work for them, in the eyes of the development team, these cheaters were not good people. If they were to spread the news, it would be troublesome. Therefore, regardless of whether they killed Jiang Fei or Jiang Fei, in the eyes of the development team, it was not a loss. Are you Li Wei? Jiang Fei frowned. He could not confirm the identity of the other party through the screen. Yes. Li Wei confirmed. Good. You guys come to my spaceship, Jiang Fei said as he let Malachi extend the bridge of the yacht. What does he want? Li Wei turned around and asked. Although he was an apostle who used cheats, he was not an expert in the game. Professional players, like Eamon, knew more about the things in the game. I don't know. It's probably a ground mission. That's why we need to hand it over in person, Eamon guessed. He had played the game for so long and had figured out some patterns. If it was a fleet mission, then normally, they would only need to dock at the space station or get close to the spaceship that issued the mission. But if it was a mission on the ground that needed a carrier to complete, then they usually had to hand it over in person with the mission NPC. Oh, then let's go. Li Wei nodded. Since there was a precedent, he had nothing to doubt. All right. Eamon nodded. Then, he brought Li Wei to the bridge exit of the spaceship. Soon, the two spaceships had completed the docking. The cabin door opened and a long passage appeared in front of Eamon and Li Wei. Let's go. Eamon called Li Wei and then walked up the bridge. A few minutes later, the two of them crossed the long bridge and arrived at the side of Jiang Fei's yacht. The cabin door opened and Jiang Fei appeared in front of the two of them. Grand Marshal, I didn't expect you to come and welcome us personally. I'm really flattered, Eamon said very politely. He knew that if he had a good relationship with an NPC, he could receive additional rewards. I'm glad that you guys can help. Jiang Fei smiled and looked at Li Wei. It's our honor to be of service to you. Eamon smiled. At that moment, Jiang Fei looked at Li Wei as he quietly activated the equipment that was used to detect apostles. Soon, a layer of red light shadow appeared on Li Wei's body. Of course, only Jiang Fei could see this light shadow. That's right. It's you? Jiang Fei was happy. He did not think that he would be able to find Li Wei so easily. However, even though he had seen Li Wei, Jiang Fei did not attack him immediately. First of all, Jiang Fei did not know what kind of cheat this guy had. He did not understand his abilities. If he attacked him rashly, he would only alert the enemy. Secondly, now that Li Wei had asked him to accept the quest, the initiative was already in Jiang Fei's hands. Therefore, he could completely set up a trap to kill Li Wei without taking too much risk. Finally, there was another reason. This was the safe zone for players. Although Jiang Fei was now an ally, the security system in the safe zone would not attack him. However, as long as he attacked the player here, the system's judgment of his identity would immediately change. Jiang Fei did not want to personally test the defensive firepower of this safe zone. Grand Marshal, Can you tell us what the quest is now? Asked Li Wei. Come! Jiang Fei called out to the two, and then turned around to walk towards the driver's seat. Okay. Li Wei and Eamon looked at each other, and then followed Jiang Fei to the driver's seat. Swoosh! Jiang Fei raised his hand, and a star map was projected. Look! Jiang Fei pointed at the star map. Okay. As expected, Li Wei and Eamon's eyes were attracted to the star map. At this time, Jiang Fei quietly took out a small gadget from his pocket and used it to shine on Li Wei's body. After the shine, Jiang Fei quickly put the small gadget away. The entire process was not noticed by the two of them. Look at this planet! Jiang Fei enlarged the star map at this time and focused his attention on a planet within the territory of the Vizari army. This planet was known as a pirate planet. Moreover, the relationship between this pirate gang and the Vizari army was very complicated. It could be said that they were the pirate gang under the Vizari army. They were usually in charge of plundering the original merchant alliance, the current universe empire. Previously, when Aurelia had wiped out the pirates, it was because the base of this pirate gang was within the territory of the Vizari army. Therefore, they were lucky enough to escape the calamity. These guys caused a disaster. However, because their base is within the territory of the Vizari army, it would be too troublesome if we send our troops to wipe them out. Therefore, I hope that you can secretly carry out the decapitation operation and destroy their base. Jiang Fei said to Li Wei and Eamon. It's that simple? Eamon was stunned. This did not seem like a quest that could reward the Titan battleship. Of course it's not that simple. This is only the first step of the quest, Jiang Fei said. I see. Eamon nodded. It was very obvious that this was a chain quest. This was very common in the game. As the quest progressed, the rewards would become more and more generous. General, is this quest time limited? Eamon asked. Time limited. I need you to reach there within 3 days. Then, destroy this pirate lair within 2 days. I will announce the second phase of the quest to you there, Jiang Fei said. That tight? Li Wei frowned. If they were to rush to this pirate planet, he and Eamon's people would have to leave now. That way, he would not be able to do his own things for a short period of time. Brother, please, after this is done, I will give you a huge reward. Edmund also saw through Levi's thoughts. Previously, he had thought that it would be enough after Levi accepted the quest. He did not expect this to be a chain quest. This caused Levi to have to follow him the entire time. Otherwise, Jiang Fei would not have continued to issue the next phase of the quest. Levi pondered for a moment. That's the number. Eamon extended 2 fingers. Deal. For the sake of money? Li Wei immediately nodded. After all, the development team did not give him a deadline. Moreover, his quest was to expand the number of kills. Killing pirates also required killing people. These 2 things did not actually delay him. Thank you very much. Eamon smiled. Alright. I still have other matters to attend to. When you are ready, you can set off. At that moment, Jiang Fei gave the order to leave. His main purpose of chasing Eamon and Li Wei away was, he wanted to see what kind of cheat this Li Wei was. Chapter 2604, Chapter 2595, Infiltrating the Pirates. Yes, General. I'll see you in a few days, said Eamon as he bowed to Jiang Fei. Then, he turned around and left his spaceship. Li Wei followed behind him. After Li Wei and Eamon had returned to Jiang Fei's spaceship, Jiang Fei took out the small device. After opening the small device, Jiang Fei looked up. There were only 2 words on it, create. Create? What the HL? Jiang Fei frowned. Although this device could detect the cheat used by apostles, the information it revealed was too simple. It was impossible to completely grasp the other party's ability. Forget it. It's good to grasp a rough idea first. Let's wait and see. Jiang Fei took a deep breath and then told Maleki. Adjust the route. The target is the Daka star in the Mulkin Galaxy. Sir, Daka star is located in the Visari army's territory. Are you sure you want to go? Maleki confirmed. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. Yes, sir. Maleki immediately accepted the order. As the player, as safe zone was in the Dominant Galaxy. And this was the galaxy that was connected to the Visari army. It was not very difficult for Jiang Fei to go to the Visari army's territory. Under Maleki's control, Jiang Fei's yacht quickly arrived at the Stargate. Then, just like the last time, Maleki disguised the yacht as a smuggling ship again. He easily fooled Visari's guards on the other side of the Stargate. After passing through the Stargate, Maleki changed the identity of the yacht again and warped towards the Malkin Galaxy. 2 days later, Jiang Fei arrived at the Morkan Galaxy. Then, he arrived at the gravity well on Daka's star. Swish! Jiang Fei waved his hand and disguised himself. Although he did not activate the player privilege, he had changed his appearance and aura. Then, Jiang Fei put away the yacht and warped to the planet that the pirates occupied. This pirate gang was not weak at all. Their fleet even had powerful spaceships such as the main ship and the heavy patrol. Moreover, there were actually a few powerhouses among the pirates. Of course, these powerhouses were only relatively strong. Their combat power was only more than 10 million. They did not break through to more than 20 million. Therefore, these people should not be a hindrance to Eamon and Li Wei. Swish! Jiang Fei's spiritual power quickly covered the entire planet. Very soon, every move on the pirate planet was under Jiang Fei's control. These players are really unprofessional, Jiang Fei muttered. At this time, Eamon and Li Wei had not arrived yet. Therefore, Jiang Fei looked around and looked at the surrounding environment. The planet was not bad overall. Although it was a barren planet, the overall environment was acceptable for carbon-based life forms like humans. The only drawback was that it was extremely dry. However, it was not as exaggerated as the desert planet. It was also because of this that the planet was not favored by the orthodox cosmic forces. They would not treat this place as an administrative planet. However, to pirates, this place was much better than an asteroid that humans could not survive on. According to the information returned by the spiritual power, most of the areas on this planet were in a state of desolation. After all, the abilities of the pirates were limited. Although they plundered many treasures, most of them were used to eat and drink. The pirates lived a precarious life. They did not have any great ideals of building walls and accumulating food. Therefore, these pirates mainly lived in a huge pirate city. There was a huge freshwater lake nearby. It was probably the only open-air freshwater resource on the planet. Therefore, the pirates chose to build a settlement here. Forget it. I have nothing to do. Let's sneak in and play for a while. Jiang Fei shrugged. Anyway, Eamon, Li Wei, and the rest had not arrived yet. It was boring for him to wait here. Therefore, Jiang Fei quietly went outside the pirate city. With Jiang Fei's strength, if he wanted to hide himself, the pirates would not be able to detect his presence even if they were blessed by their ancestors. Therefore, Jiang Fei easily reached the edge of the freshwater lake. As this was the pirates' only source of freshwater, the surrounding security was pretty good. There were surveillance cameras everywhere, so Jiang Fei did not dare to go too close. At that moment, a very shabby hover car drove over. There were 2 men and a woman sitting in the car. It seemed that the pirates were on vacation. Girl, it's not that I'm bragging to you. In our Hungry Wolf pirate gang, Big Brother also has a number 1. The guy driving the car was bragging to his female companion. The girl was pretty, but her style was not what Jiang Fei liked. She was dressed in a steampunk outfit, with holes and silver nails all over her body. This kind of beauty could only be enjoyed by pirates. Brother, I want to go to the bathroom. When the car was near Jiang Fei, a yellow-haired guy with a golden ring on his nose suddenly shouted from the back seat. What a lazy donkey! The red-haired pirate, who was driving, laughed and scolded. Then, he parked the car by the side of the road. Thank you, Big Brother, the yellow-haired pirate said. Then, he jumped out of the car and ran straight towards Jiang Fei. What a gift of a pillow! Jiang Fei's lips curled into a smile. Then, he hid himself in the forest. After a few minutes, Goldie came out of the forest with his pants in his hands. Get in the car, said Red Hair. Yes, Big Brother. Goldie jumped into the back seat of the car and left. At that moment, there was only a small puddle of water on the empty ground in the forest. It was still emitting a faint smell. It was not the result of Goldie peeing. It was the result of his memory being forcefully read by his mind. It was caused by incontinence. At that moment, the real Goldie was already lying in Jiang Fei's inheritance space. Although he was not dead, he had become a fool. This kind of forcefully reading of the memory was very harmful to the person who was being read. However, Jiang Fei did not have the slightest bit of pity for the Goldie, because these pirates were all fugitives who deserved to die. Sitting in the back seat of the hover car, Jiang Fei was quite good at pretending to be the yellow-haired pirate. After all, he had forcefully read the yellow-haired pirate's memories. Most of the conversations could be matched by him. Occasionally, he would not be able to match a single sentence. He could also make a fool of himself. In the front row of the hover car, the red-haired pirate and the female pirate had never been honest. At first, the two of them were touching each other. However, Jiang Fei was disgusted. Chapter 2605, Chapter 2596 Entering the Pirate City. How shameless! Jiang Fei cursed in his heart. It would have been fine if Red Hair and the female pirate were just touching each other in the front row. In the end, the two of them simply stopped the car. Then, they directly started fighting on the hood. Elton! Come on! Let's play together! Red Hair even invited Jiang Fei. However, the Elton that he spoke of had already become a fool. Big brother, you guys go ahead and play. I'm not going to play, Jiang Fei said as he resisted the urge to kill the couple. Did you have too much fun last night? Are you tired now? Red Hair mocked. Hee hee. Jiang Fei laughed awkwardly. He really did not like people like the female pirates. Moreover, this kind of chaotic battle was definitely not something that Jiang Fei could accept. After an unknown amount of time, the two pirates were done with the mess. They finally returned to the hover car. Then, Red Hair continued to drive towards the freshwater lake. From Yellow Hair's memories, Jiang Fei already knew the purpose of their trip. It was to check and repair a few surveillance devices beside the freshwater lake. Because this freshwater lake was the only source of fresh water in the pirate city, the pirates paid special attention to it. Soon, the hover car arrived at the first maintenance point. Red Hair flipped over and jumped down. The female pirate stayed in the car and played with a dagger. Elton! Let's go! Red Hair shouted. Coming! Jiang Fei jumped down from the hover car and followed Red Hair to the location of a surveillance camera. The surveillance camera was well hidden. It was in the middle of a pile of rocks. If one did not know, it would be difficult to find its location. *MN. This hyena really knows how to find a place, Red Hair complained. Then, he used his foot to kick a pile of hyena feces in front of the monitor. The monitor itself was not damaged. It was just that its field of vision was blocked. After dealing with the monitor, Jiang Fei and Red Hair returned to the car. Then, they headed toward the next monitor. The hover car sped through the yellow desert. It was a bit like a Western movie. However, every time Jiang Fei saw the man and woman in front of him, the beautiful feeling in his heart disappeared. There was only a disgusting feeling left. The wiring is old. These broken things are broken every 2 to 3 days, Red Hair complained at the second monitor point. At the same time, he asked Jiang Fei to hand over the tools and began to repair them. Boss, when are we going back? Jiang Fei asked. He mainly wanted to go to the pirate city to have a look. Otherwise, why would he be with Red Hair? We just need 5 more monitoring points. These things have been used for almost 20 years. Boss, why didn't you tell us to get a new one? Red Hair complained. However, the work under his hands was not delayed at all. Although Jiang Fei did not quite agree with this guy's character, he still had some skills in terms of maintenance skills. After more than 10 minutes, the fault in the monitoring point was eliminated. Jiang Fei and the rest continued to move on to the next fault point. When it was almost noon, the remaining 5 fault points were all fixed. Red Hair looked up at the sky and spat. Damn it! We're late for lunch again. Yeah, our work is hard and tiring, but we can't even make it to lunchtime. Those sons of the cheese are eating and drinking all day in the city. It's really weird. Jiang Fei also complained. That's right. Jiang Fei's words immediately resonated with Red Hair. Following that, his complaints were endless. However, in the end, Red Hair smacked his lips. Then, he said to Jiang Fei, however, there are benefits to doing our job. Do you see that *TCH? If we were in the city, would we have a share? But outside here, wouldn't we be able to play however we want? After saying that, Red Hair laughed proudly. Hee! Jiang Fei laughed awkwardly as well. Then, the two of them returned to the hover car. Can we go back now? The female pirate said impatiently. Yes. When we go back, the quest will be considered as yours. You can go and submit the quest with Poisonous Spider, said Red Hair. Okay. The female pirate nodded and did not speak. The car drove all the way to the city. Halfway through, Red Hair stopped to have sex with the female pirate. Then, they returned to the pirate city. In Red Hair's words, she did all the work for the other party. If that was the case, she would receive a little more reward. Wouldn't she be at a disadvantage? The female pirate was also very cooperative. It seemed that this was not the first time that she had done something like trading her body for a quest. Sigh. A bunch of male pirates and female prostitutes. I'd let Eamon and the others destroy all of you. I have not wronged you at all, Jiang Fei thought to himself. When the sun began to set, Red Hair drove the hover car to the city gate of the pirate city. As he was familiar with the sentries on the city gate, Red Hair's car was not stopped. They let him pass very easily. Let's go! Shall we have a drink together? Red Hair invited the female pirate. No need. The female pirate jumped out of the car and left without looking back. She did not care about the kindness she had shown just now. What a bitch! Red Hair tilted his head and smiled. Boss, I still have something to do. I'll be leaving first. Jiang Fei did not want to be with this Red Hair anymore. Aren't you going to have a drink with me? It's my treat. The red-haired guy was very generous. Perhaps it was because he had vented enough today. No, I still have something personal to do. Jiang Fei waved his hand and said, All right, I'll see you tonight. The red-haired guy said because he lived with the yellow-haired guy that Jiang Fei was pretending to be. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. However, he thought to himself, I hope you can still live until nightfall. Although Jiang Fei had arrived a little earlier than expected, the time he had agreed to with Eamon and Li Wei was limited. He estimated that they would arrive very soon. With the simple and violent habits of the players, they would not play any role-playing like Jiang Fei. They would probably just rely on brute force to force their way in. With the means of the players, Jiang Fei did not doubt that the entire pirate city would be massacred. Not even a blade of grass would be left alive. After parting ways with Red Hair, Jiang Fei strolled along the streets of the pirate city. Although they were in the era of the Great Cosmos, and the pirates had powerful battleships, it had to be said that their city was really rough. Not to mention the lack of technology. Even the earth back when Jiang Fei was still in school could not compare to it. There were houses built from yellow soil everywhere. The highest one could reach was only 2 or 3 floors. There was sand and dust everywhere. The pirates on the streets were also filthy. Each and every one of their faces was either greasy or yellow soil. It was very uncomfortable to look at. I really don't know what kind of life these pirates are living. There are actually people who are willing to live in such a place. Jiang Fei frowned. Chapter 2606, Chapter 2597, An Old Man's Conjecture. Jiang Fei strolled along the streets of the pirate city. Although the place was shabby and dirty, it was very lively. Moreover, there seemed to be smiles on the faces of these people. I really don't know what is there to be happy about living in such a place. Jiang Fei complained. Kid, what's wrong? Are you not satisfied with your current life? At this time, an old man who was setting up a stall asked Jiang Fei. What he was setting up was just some simple fruits and vegetables. It seemed like the old man had grown them himself. A little, Jiang Fei said. You're still young. You might think that the conditions here are tough and not as comfortable as the outside world. But when you get older, you'll know that our place is still better, the old man said. Why? Jiang Fei asked. Because we have something that the outside world cannot compare to, the old man said. What? Jiang Fei asked curiously. He had never seen anything that the outside world did not have. Freedom, the old man said with a smile. Freedom? Jiang Fei was stunned. He never thought that the dirty-looking old man would give such an answer. Yes. The old man nodded and said to Jiang Fei. Kid, you should be born here. Right. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. From Goldie's memories, he knew that this guy was indeed born and raised on the pirate planet. Then it's no wonder. You have never seen the oppression and control of the outside world. That's why you yearn for the outside world, the old man said with a smile. Oppression and control? Jiang Fei was stunned. To be honest, he had been in the Universe Empire and the Vizari army. He was familiar with the environment twice. Not to mention the Universe Empire. The ordinary people would at least be happy to live in peace. Although the Vizari army carried out harsh punishments, the ordinary people were better off than the pirates. Yes, you have never been out. Therefore, you do not know that in the outside world, children as old as you will be forced to enlist in the army and sent to the front line to be cannon fodder. If you are lucky enough to survive, even if you come back, you will have to work hard for those high officials and nobles. How can it be as comfortable as it is now? Said the old man in a serious manner. If Jiang Fei was still that yellow-haired guy, he might have been fooled. Really? Jiang Fei pretended to be skeptical. Why would I lie to you? The old man rolled his eyes. Then, he said to Jiang Fei, the people there are far away from us. They are even more terrifying. The moment they see you, they will sink your spaceship and kill you. They don't even ask why. There's such a thing? Jiang Fei could not help but laugh. The old man's words were true. For the fleets of the Universe Empire, there was no need to interrogate the pirates. They could just sink them. There was no need to leave anyone alive. Are you afraid? You should just stay here immediately. Don't even think about the outside world. It's too dangerous. The old man tried to persuade Jiang Fei. Oh, I understand. Jiang Fei nodded and continued to walk forward. These old pirates are really sparing no effort to brainwash the young people. Jiang Fei turned around and looked at the old pirates. At the same time, he laughed coldly in his heart. Although young people like Goldie were filled with curiosity about the outside world, it was impossible for them to betray the pirate planet because the spaceship was in the hands of the pirate leaders. However, the pirate leaders still hired many old men to brainwash the young people on the streets. They let the young people stay on the pirate planet in peace so that the pirate leaders could rule easily. These old pirates who were hired were usually people who had lost their families. They did not have any children and lived their lives day by day. Therefore, they could get benefits. They did not mind deceiving the young people. It seems that the world that these experienced people described might not be the real world, Jiang Fei muttered. Then, he suddenly had an idea. Then, is the gamma space that the players described really the gamma space? Was there something that they did not say? Or perhaps, they were not very clear about it. Were the people of the gamma space really free to do whatever they wanted in the low-dimensional space without any restrictions? This thought appeared in Jiang Fei's mind. Then, this thought began to flood his mind. It seems that I still need to know more about the gamma space, Jiang Fei thought to himself. His understanding of the gamma space came from two main sources. One was to interrogate the players, whose souls had been captured by him. The other was Vinolin. However, it seemed that Vinolin was not entirely on his side. Therefore, Jiang Fei could not completely trust Vinolin's words. Meanwhile, those players did not dare to lie during Jiang Fei's interrogation. However, did they really understand their own world? Just like the universe that Jiang Fei was in now. Although the technology was very advanced. Who would dare to say that they knew this world very well? Whether it was black holes, white holes, or space technology, there were too many things that were still unknown. Even professional scientists might not be able to figure it out. As for the players that Jiang Fei had imprisoned, they were just some of the most ordinary people in the gamma space. Many of them had not even studied for a few years. What right did they have to control their own space? Could it be that I have been misled by them? Although Jiang Fei was strolling in the pirate city, his thoughts had already drifted far away. Other than these people, is the information that Yu Ting provided me true? Was he really so sure that the secret of the inheritance space was the entrance to the gamma space? If it was not, then wouldn't I be wasting my time? Jiang Fei muttered to himself. At that moment, other than killing the apostles, Jiang Fei had spent all of his time comprehending the profoundness of the legacy space. If he was misled by Yu Ting, the legacy space would prove to be unrelated to the gamma space. That would be a huge trap. When he thought of this, Jiang Fei could not help but break out in cold sweat. At the same time, he thought of Natasha. Who was this little girl? Why was she so good to him? Not only had she repeatedly helped him, she had also saved his life many times. Moreover, as a person of the gamma space, even if Natasha sympathized with Jiang Fei, her bottom line was to protect the interests of the gamma space. Right. If Jiang Fei succeeded in the end, and he entered the gamma space, what good would that do to Natasha? Jiang Fei never denied kindness. However, no one in the world would treat him well for no reason. Why would Natasha take such good care of him? There were too many questions in Jiang Fei's mind, especially about Natasha. What was her identity? Why would she help him? Jiang Fei's intuition told him that as long as he understood these 2 points, then all his questions would be answered. Chapter 2607, Chapter 2598. Leeway. Boom, 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 boom. Just as Jiang Fei was deep in thought, a series of explosions could be heard from afar. What's going on? What's going on? What happened? Enemy attack. Quick. Hide. F*CK? How did these B** stars defend themselves? Why isn't there any movement from the fleet? Don't worry about it. Let's hide first. For a moment, the entire street was in a mess. Those who were originally doing business or strolling around were all swarming towards the underground bunkers. As for the goods on the ground and other things, at this time, no one had the time to care about so much. Kid, are you looking for death? Hurry up and leave. Seeing that Jiang Fei had already walked forward with a blank look in his eyes, the old man who had fooled Jiang Fei for a long time was not completely dead. He took a few steps forward and dragged Jiang Fei to a nearby air raid shelter. At that moment, Jiang Fei was in a dazed state. Therefore, the old man dragged him into the air raid shelter. Boom, boom, boom. Hiding in the air raid shelter, one could vaguely hear the deafening explosion outside. This bomb shelter was not very big, only about the size of 2 rooms. There was nothing inside, only 4 concrete walls. At this time, there were about 30 to 50 people gathered here. A few women and children were so scared that they were trembling. A large number of living people were gathered in this small space. In addition, the air in the bomb shelter was not very circulating, and the pirates did not bathe much. The smell inside was imaginable. However, as they were running for their lives, everyone could not care less. All of them were panicking as they looked at the entrance of the bomb shelter. However, no one dared to look outside the entrance. Kid, are you stupid? At this time, the old man still did not forget to teach Jiang Fei a lesson. Jiang Fei was still thinking about something, so he ignored the old man. Mommy, I'm scared. At that moment, the cry of a child woke Jiang Fei up. Jiang Fei followed the cry and saw that it was a very clean little boy. This cleanliness did not refer to the cleanliness of the little boy. His entire body was covered in dirt, tears, snot, and dirt that had formed a ravine. This appearance definitely had nothing to do with cleanliness. However, the cleanliness in Jiang Fei's heart, the look in the eyes of the real little boy, and his original appearance. On the pirate planet, Jiang Fei had seen too many people. These people were either dyed with yellow hair or had been hit with various nails. Each and every one of them seemed to not be able to reflect their own personalities without hurting their own bodies. This included many children. They had been hit with various earrings, lip nails, and even nose rings. Only this little boy was very clean. There were no tattoos or decorations on his body. Moreover, his eyes were very clear. Although there was fear in them, there was still a sense of innocence that belonged to someone his age. Don't be afraid, child. The little boy's mother's face was covered in heavy makeup. At that moment, it was a little messy. Her body was also covered in tattoos and nails. However, at that moment, her maternal instincts had triumphed over the wild nature of the pirates. She comforted her child in a low voice. It allowed Jiang Fei to see a little humanity in these heinous pirates. These pirates, who live by killing and plundering, still have a trace of humanity. Are the people in the Gamma space all heinous? Jiang Fei asked himself. Due to the development team and the actions of most of the players, Jiang Fei had sworn on more than one occasion that he would slaughter all the lives in the Gamma dimension once he entered it. However, at that moment, Jiang Fei was hesitating. If he really entered the Gamma dimension one day and slaughtered all the lives there, then what was the difference between him and the development team? Was he not just as inhumane? Actually, since his rise to power, Jiang Fei had been taught by many people not to kill too many people. This included Tyrion, Yu Ting, and others. They had all warned Jiang Fei to keep his heart and not be influenced by power, hatred, or other emotions, or thoughts that were influenced by other emotions. However, everyone could understand the reason. However, not everyone could do it. They had witnessed countless civilians being destroyed by the attacks of players. They had also seen the apostles killing their own family members. Seeing Nina die in front of him was enough to make Jiang Fei lose his mind. Even before this, when Jiang Fei went to look for Li Wei, he had always harbored a desire for revenge. At that time, he did not think too much about it. He only wanted to kill as many of the apostles as possible so that he could survive. He wanted to see if he could survive until the special time that Natasha had mentioned. Now that he had been influenced by the gaze of the little boy and his mother, although Jiang Fei's heart was still filled with hatred, he had become more rational. He knew that other than seeking revenge, he had to protect his family. Then, he took the initiative to think of a way to solve the problem in front of him. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions outside grew louder and louder. Jiang Fei did not need to ask to know that it was Eamon and the others who had charged in. I'll go out and take a look. After Jiang Fei got rid of the old man, he walked out of the bomb shelter. Kid, do you want to die? The old man shouted. I'm fine, Jiang Fei said calmly. Then, he kept walking out of the bomb shelter. Jiang Fei did not care about the pirates, who looked at him as if he was an idiot. When he returned to the ground, Jiang Fei found that the closest explosion location was 2 blocks away. It doesn't look like an attack from an expert. It looks more like a bomb explosion. Jiang Fei frowned. He knew that Eamon's carrier was very powerful. It would not be difficult to destroy a pirate city. However, It was obvious that this method was not based on the carrier. Could it be the means of a sharp guard? Jiang Fei guessed as he hit his tracks and quietly moved forward. The sound of the explosion was getting closer and closer. There was even a bomb that was detonated right next to Jiang Fei. However, the power of the bomb was not enough to break through Jiang Fei's protective true qi. Therefore, it did not affect Jiang Fei at all. At this time, Jiang Fei had already sensed the opponent's aura. There were 6 people in total. Other than Eamon and Li Wei, there were 4 other players. They were probably Eamon's underlings. Moreover, what surprised Jiang Fei was that not only Eamon and Li Wei, but the other 4 people were also at true immortal level and above. It seemed that they had also obtained extraordinary carriers. Whoosh! Jiang Fei leaped up and jumped onto a building. Then, he leaned on the top of the building and looked down. At that moment, Eamon and the others were passing through the intersection. Brother, your ability is pretty good. What item did you get? Edmund was talking at that moment. Hee. A quest item, Levi said vaguely. At the same time, he pointed his finger, and a few cluster bombs appeared out of thin air in the distance. Chapter 2608, Chapter 2599 was a pity. Boom! 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 As Li Wei pointed, cluster bombs appeared one after another, and destroyed a large number of buildings. The pirates who did not have time to hide in the air raid shelter were also doomed. All of them were blown to pieces on the ground. Could this be the so-called creation? Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. He did not feel much about the deaths of the pirates. After all, these pirates deserved it. However, he had some guesses about Li Wei's methods. Previously, when he used the equipment to check the attributes of Li Wei's cheat, Jiang Fei had already obtained the word creation. Now, Li Wei could create cluster bombs out of thin air with a wave of his hand. Perhaps his ability really had something to do with creating something out of thin air. Jiang Fei would not simply think that Li Wei could only create cluster bombs. After all, the cheat of the apostles could change the rules. Since Li Wei could create cluster bombs out of thin air, it was very possible that he could also create something else. This ability is interesting. Jiang Fei smiled faintly. Then, he could not wait to see what Li Wei would look like when he fought with others. At that moment, although Li Wei was also attacking, this kind of attack was simply bullying. Although the pirates were extremely vicious, they were only ordinary people. With one bomb, he could kill them all. There was no way to test his depth unless there was an expert stopping him. Just when Jiang Fei needed a target to test Li Wei, a powerful aura rushed over from afar. Hee. You're just in time. Jiang Fei smiled and hid in the dark to continue observing. Very soon, a strong bald pirate came to the street. He was god red. He was naked, revealing his strong muscles. However, his left arm had been replaced by a machine. Moreover, his eyes were also man-made. His appearance was very much in line with the aesthetics of the pirates. Jiang Fei looked at the pirate leader. His combat strength was around 16 million. He could be considered as a top-notch expert. After all, in the outer universe, a hermit-level master would usually not participate in worldly matters, let alone becoming a pirate. Therefore, people of this level could already be considered as top-notch masters in the outer universe. Who are you people? The bald man came to the street and asked loudly. It doesn't matter who we are. What matters is that you all deserve to die today, said Eamon with a cold smile. Brat, leave now. I cannot pursue your responsibility. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite, shouted the pirate leader. Ha ha ha. Pursue our responsibility? Eamon seemed to have heard an extremely ridiculous joke. The other players also looked at the bald pirate as if they were looking at an idiot. All of you! The pirate leader was furious. He immediately roared and pounced on them. Whoosh! 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 The pirate leader's artificial eyes suddenly flashed with red light. Then, he fired a few high-frequency lasers at Eamon and the rest. Whoosh! 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 Eamon and the rest's bodies flashed with silver-white light. The lasers were blocked by the shields. As the players were still ordinary people, their ability to predict danger was not as sharp as Jiang Fei's. Therefore, before the laser beam was fired, they could not sense it at all. After the laser beam had been fired, even if these people had carriers of true immortal level and above, they could not be faster than the speed of light no matter how fast they were. Therefore, these players could only take the attack head-on. After being hit by a round of laser, Li Wei was ready to attack this bald pirate, but he was stopped by Eamon. Brother, let us do this guy, Eamon said with a smile. They had accepted this mission because of Li Wei. If the whole process was done by him, how could they have the face to ask for the final reward of the Titan battleship? Therefore, in order to have the right to ask for the final reward, Eamon and the rest had to do something. Boss, it'll go! A player beside Eamon rushed out. Pa! The bald pirate rushed over quickly and flew back even faster. In just one exchange, he was sent flying by the player while vomiting blood. Pooh! With a mouthful of blood, the bald pirate wanted to get up, but he could not. You dare to make a ruckus with this bit of power? The player laughed disdainfully, then slowly walked over to the pirate leader. Given the hard power of true immortals and above, the pirate leader was nothing in front of this player. Are you going to make a ruckus again? The player laughed as he stepped on the pirate leader's chest. Ha ha ha. The pirate leader suddenly began to laugh loudly. What the F***ck are you laughing at? The player was angered by the pirate leader's laughter, so he stomped hard and broke a few of the pirate leader's ribs. PFFT. Fresh blood flowed out from the corner of the pirate leader's mouth, but the smile on his face became even wider. I didn't think that Barlow, would end up like this. It's really karma. The pirate leader mocked himself, then glanced at the player who stepped on him. But it's worth it to have you die with me. As soon as he finished speaking, the pirate leader's eyeballs popped out. Then, he exerted some force in his mouth, and a false tooth was crushed, and the liquid inside flowed out. As soon as the liquid entered the pirate leader's mouth, the pirate leader's face began to turn from purple to black. Moreover, the speed was so fast that the player who stepped on him didn't even have time to react. Poochie! Before the player could understand what was going on, his foot missed, because the pirate leader had already turned into a ball of black water, and the black water soaked his shoes. Then, it stained the player's foot. Ah! The player let out a scream, and then his face began to turn purple, and then black. Roar! What happened to you? Eamon was also shocked by this sudden change. Before the player named Roar could reply, he turned into a ball of black water. F***ck! I died! I just bought a carrier! Roar resurrected in the safe zone. Sigh! You were too careless! Eamon sighed. Everyone, stay away from the black water. This black water is too evil. At this moment, Eamon could only warn the others to stay away from the black water. Okay! The others nodded, with the example of Roar, who would dare to stick to this poison. What a pity! Jiang Fei sighed as he stood on the rooftop. Wasn't this Roar full of himself? What was he trying to do for Li Wei? If it had been Li Wei who had just attacked, Jiang Fei might have been able to end this apostle in advance. Chapter 2609, Chapter 2600 was a ridiculous reason. Just as Jiang Fei was feeling sorry for himself, Eamon, Li Wei, and the others had already started moving forward, although they had lost a player in the battle. It was just a small incident to Eamon and the others. First of all, the death of a player could be resurrected. It was not a death in the true sense of the word. Therefore, other than the person involved, who might feel sorry for the loss of the carrier, no one would care too much about this matter. Secondly, the death of that player was only caused by his carelessness, not because the enemy was too strong. Therefore, Eamon and the others did not care too much about this pirate planet. After all, this was only the first step of a chain mission. In Eamon and the rest's opinion, it was not difficult to eliminate the pirates on this planet. The death of Roar just now could only be blamed on his own carelessness. Therefore, after Roar went back to revive, Eamon and the rest only went around the black water and continued to move forward. Whoosh! On the roof, Jiang Fei's figure flashed and followed him. On the other side, Jiang Fei had just moved to the top of another small building. Before he could stand firmly on his feet, he sensed another powerful aura. Jiang Fei closed his eyes and sensed for a moment. This person's strength was not much different from that of the pirate just now. It could only be said that he was slightly stronger, but it was also very limited. Damn! I can't waste any more! Jiang Fei's spiritual power instantly enveloped the entire pirate planet. Other than the guys who were rushing over, there was no one else who could be considered as an expert. In order to test the depth of Wei Li, Jiang Fei could not allow Eamon and the others to cause any more trouble. Therefore, before the pirate leader arrived, Jiang Fei quickly restored his identity. He removed all of his disguises and appeared in front of Eamon and the others in a flash. Who? Eamon and the others were shocked. A person appearing beside you out of thin air. Anyone would be shocked. You guys are pretty punctual. Jiang Fei laughed. Great General. You're here too. Eamon was stunned. He initially thought that Jiang Fei would only appear after they had completed their quest. He did not expect him to appear in advance. I found something interesting on this planet. I need you to help me look for it, Jiang Fei said. Okay. No problem. Grand Marshal, what are you looking for? Eamon immediately said. It was obvious that this had triggered the storyline. Eamon's question really cut Jiang Fei short. Although he was planning to use the excuse of letting Eamon and the others look for something to distract them so that Li Wei could face the powerful enemy alone. He did not know what exactly to ask Eamon and the others to look for. He really did not know what exactly he was asking Eamon and the others to find. What is on this pirate planet? Jiang Fei thought for a moment. Then, he paused for a moment and said to Eamon and the others, I need you to bring all the underage children back intact. Underage children? The few players were stunned after hearing Jiang Fei's request. Let's go. You guys hurry up and find them, Eamon said to his underlings. He was a veteran professional player. NPCs would do whatever quest they were given. If they asked so many questions, how was the game supposed to be played? That's true. Eamon's underlings nodded. They were players who played the game. As long as they gave rewards to the NPCs for doing quests, they would be fine. They did not care about anything else. Not to mention whether it was meaningless or not. They did not care even if it was outrageous. As they spoke, the few players rushed out. Only Eamon and Li Wei were left in front of Jiang Fei. You should go too. Find as many children as you can. This is very important to us, Jiang Fei said to Eamon. Age? Oh. Eamon was slightly stunned. However, he immediately came up with the reason. From what Eamon knew, Jiang Fei valued these children so much. This meant that these children were very important tools for the subsequent quests. As a professional player, Eamon's thought process was like this. Therefore, there was no need for Jiang Fei to specifically fool him. He would come up with a reasonable reason himself. In fact, Jiang Fei's real goal was to get rid of him. He did not think too much about other things. Jiang Fei had not even considered what the next step of this chain quest was. If he could directly test out Li Wei's strength and give Jiang Fei the confidence to kill him, there might not be a second step. Let's go. Li Wei. Well, go look for him too. Eamon pulled Li Wei up and was about to complete the side quest first. Wait! Jiang Fei quickly stopped the two people. If Li Wei left with Eamon, all his previous efforts would be in vain. What is it? General? Eamon turned around and asked. It's like this. He cannot participate in the straight line quest. He is the executor of the main storyline quest. Therefore, he must attack from the central axis of the pirate city. Jiang Fei made up a reason at the last minute. This reason sounded ridiculous even to him. If that's the case, alright then. Li Wei, you have to work hard. There are no experts among the pirates anyway. Walk slowly. We will come over after we find the person. Eamon said to Li Wei. Alright. Isn't this NPC also following me? Li Wei did not take it to heart. Grand Marshal? Are you going with him? Asked Eamon. Yes. I want to participate in the attack head-on too, said Jiang Fei. Alright then. Li Wei, you protect the Grand Marshal, said Eamon to Li Wei. Although he knew that Jiang Fei was a big boss, he had no idea about Jiang Fei's strength. If this big boss was killed by a pirate boss, his titan would be ruined. Alright. Don't worry. Levi One nodded. He really did not care about the pirates. Then, Grand Marshal, he'll go and save the children first, said Eamon as he turned around and left. D*MN. These two people have poor intelligence. They actually believe such a crude excuse. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Actually, it was not Eamon and Levi's fault when they were playing other games, because of the developers being lazy or not being professional enough. Many of the conversations in the storyline quests were ridiculous. Therefore, the players were used to this idiotic dialogue. Now, the NPCs in this game were all real people, so it attracted a large number of players to come over. However, they were used to playing that kind of game before, so they were naturally used to that kind of nonsense dialogue. Now, when they heard Jiang Fei say this, not only did they not feel strange, they even felt that it was very familiar. There was another point. When he had first accepted the quest, Li Wei had actually been a little suspicious. However, he had completed a part of the quest and had a professional player to vouch for him. Therefore, he had subconsciously recognized Jiang Fei as an ally NPC. Therefore, he naturally did not doubt Jiang Fei's words. Chapter 2610, Chapter 2601, Long-Term Plan. As no one had ever doubted Jiang Fei's identity, they had treated him as an ordinary NPC leader. Therefore, no matter if it was Eamon or Li Wei, they had never doubted anything Jiang Fei said, even if Jiang Fei's reason was ridiculous. Therefore, after Eamon heard Jiang Fei's words, he naturally went to carry out the so-called side quest. Li Wei, who stayed behind to continue the main storyline, did not think too much. He continued to walk forward. At the same time, he made bombs to destroy everything in front of him. As Li Wei walked, he would occasionally turn his head to look at Jiang Fei. From the looks of it, he was really trying to protect Jiang Fei's safety. Alright, now there's no one to help you block the knife. Jiang Fei laughed in his heart. Then, he followed behind Li Wei and continued to walk forward. In less than 2 minutes, the powerful aura that Jiang Fei had locked onto was right in front of him. Damn it! What have you done? Where is my brother? The person who came was also strong, but his hair was very thick. He should be the bald brother from before. Yo! Another one who came to die? Li Wei smiled faintly. Who exactly are you people? The strong man asked. We are the people who took your dog's life. Li Wei smiled. Jiang Fei stood behind him and did not say anything. He looked quietly in front of him. What did you do to my brother? Asked the brawny man. You mean the bald guy? Asked Li Wei despite knowing the answer. Yes. The brawny man nodded. He has become a pool of black water, said Li Wei with a shrug. What? The brawny man was stunned when he heard that. He and his brother had been together since they were young. Their relationship was very deep. Now that he had heard the news that his brother was dead, the brawny man's eyes were red. Did you kill my brother? The brawny man asked angrily. It's not just your brother. We want to kill you too. As Li Wei spoke, he threw a bomb at the low building. At the same time, it also blew up the few pirates who were hiding inside. You deserve to die. The brawny man roared and rushed forward. This cannon fodder sure talks a lot of nonsense. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. However, the brawny man had finally charged forward. Whoosh! Whoosh! Li Wei threw 2 bombs at the brawny man. It seemed that he did not want to show his true strength. Boom! Boom! The 2 bombs exploded right next to the brawny man. The violent explosion mixed with flames instantly burned the brawny man's clothes. However, he was after all an expert with a combat strength of more than 10 million. This kind of ordinary cluster bomb was not enough to threaten him. Although he was not injured, the brawny man who rushed out from the smoke was only left with a pair of pants and a few pieces of cloth stuck to his body. However, at this time, the brawny man clearly did not have the mood to be shy. He rushed straight towards Li Wei. Moreover, his speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Li Wei and punched him. Swoosh! Li Wei pointed with his finger. A thick steel plate appeared out of thin air in front of him and the burly man. Bang! The burly man punched the steel plate. The steel plate that was more than a foot thick caved in. Boom! The steel plate was sent flying and continued to crash into Li Wei, who was behind him. F***CK! Li Wei clearly did not expect such an outcome. Clearly, he did not have much experience fighting with this kind of ability. At that moment, Li Wei instinctively wanted to dodge. However, he suddenly remembered that there was still Jiang Fei behind him. Moreover, he did not know Jiang Fei's strength. If he was killed by the steel plate, wouldn't all their previous efforts be wasted? Therefore, Li Wei had no choice but to grit his teeth. He placed his arms in front of his body and took the hit head-on. Boom! The steel plate hit Li Wei's body, causing him to take half a step back. But that was all. Although the brawny man had made great achievements in terms of strength. But don't forget that the difference in toughness between the two was too big. Although Li Wei was an apostle with a cheat, even if he did not use the ability of a cheat, he still had a true immortal level carrier. Using the true immortal level strength to fight against a guy with a combat strength of more than 10 million was already bullying. Although it was a hasty attack. And the opponent was a strength type expert. But because of the huge difference in strength, therefore, the burly man could not threaten Li Wei at all. Bang! Li Wei threw the steel plate that had stopped on the ground. And then he looked at the burly man in front of him. Kid, you can do it. Since you want to play, let's play. As soon as Li Wei finished his words, countless sharp swords appeared out of thin air above his head. Then, all of the sharp swords flew toward the brawny man. *MN. It's a little like the 10,000 swords facing the sect. Jiang Fei was stunned as he watched from behind. This Li Wei was actually able to use such a skill with his creation ability. Jiang Fei had to admit that this really impressed Jiang Fei a little. "I'll fight you to the death," the brawny man roared. Then, he took out a short metal handle from his waist. Buzz! After the short metal handle was activated, it turned out to be a light sword. Ding ding ding! Following a series of soft sounds, the sharp swords that filled the sky were shredded into pieces by the brawny man. Then, he rushed over with the sword in his hand. "I'm not playing with you anymore." Li Wei frowned and suddenly pointed forward. "You?" The brawny man stopped in his tracks. He stared at Li Wei with his mouth agape. His eyes were filled with shock. "Bye-bye." Li Wei waved at the brawny man. Boom! Amidst the violent explosion, the brawny man was blasted into pieces. "What's going on?" Jiang Fei, who was watching from behind, was stunned. However, he quickly reacted. Although the bomb that Li Wei had created was not enough to kill an expert of the brawny man's level, it could only blast him naked. However, this meant that the bomb exploded next to the brawny man, not in his body. Just now, Li Wei had directly created a bomb in the brawny man's body. This was also the reason why the brawny man stopped walking. Suddenly, he felt a foreign object appear in his body. However, before he could understand what was going on, the brawny man was killed by the explosion in a daze. "This creation ability can actually be used in this way?" Jiang Fei was stunned. He was wondering if Li Wei could use this ability on him. Would he be able to withstand it? Player privilege might be able to help Jiang Fei block Li Wei's ability. However, not all apostle skills were ineffective against players. For example, Li Wei's ability that only killed carriers. It was estimated that player privilege was ineffective. If Li Wei suddenly created a bomb in Jiang Fei's body, Jiang Fei could only escape back to the inheritance space in an instant. Then, he could change the vibration frequency of the energy string to eliminate the bomb. Otherwise, once the bomb was detonated, even an expert like Jiang Fei would not be able to withstand the damage from the inside out. Theoretically speaking, Jiang Fei had a way to remove the danger. However, he had to return to the inheritance space and change the vibration frequency of the energy string bit by bit. However, if Li Wei wanted to create such a bomb, he only needed a single thought. The difficulty level of the two was not on the same line. Therefore, if he wanted to kill Li Wei, he had to think long and hard. Chapter 2611, Chapter 2602. Exterminating the Pirate Star. After learning that Li Wei had such an ability, Jiang Fei did not want to act rashly. After all, this was not all Li Wei had. Who knew what other tricks he could play? This creation ability was too evil. There were too many tricks that he could play. Therefore, when Li Wei killed the strong pirate, Jiang Fei only smiled at him. He did not suddenly attack him when Eamon and the others were not around. Anyway, now that Li Wei had fallen into Jiang Fei's trap, Jiang Fei could slowly set him up. After killing the strong pirate, there were no more masters on this pirate planet. Moreover, the death of the two pirate leaders scared the other pirates so much that they did not dare to show themselves. Boom! 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 A series of explosions sounded in the distance. This was the location of the pirates' port. The pirates knew that they could not protect their lair anymore, so they wanted to fly the spaceship to escape. Unfortunately, there were more than 4 players who came with Aaron. There were even more players who were sent to the port. Their goal was to prevent any pirates from escaping this planet. Therefore, when these pirates ran into the port and entered the spaceships, the players, who had been lying in ambush for a long time, took action. They detonated the explosives that they had planted earlier. They sent the spaceships and the pirates to their deaths. The pirates, who didn't make it to the spaceport in time, didn't even need to mention the despair in their hearts when they saw the explosion and fire. "Oh my god! Is this retribution? Are these guys trying to kill us all? Damn it! Who is it that wants to harm us? To actually do such a thing? It must be the higher-ups of the army. They have used us enough, and now they want to silence us." The pirates cried out in despair. However, they never expected that the group of players would come to destroy them. The reason for destroying them was only because of Jiang Fei's sudden whim. "Kill! Don't let these pirates escape!" At this time, the players, who were hiding in the harbor, rushed out. They began to slaughter the desperate pirates mercilessly. For the players, it was normal to do missions to kill NPCs. Even the kindest people would not feel that there was anything wrong with this. Therefore, when they were slaughtering these pirates, the players did not feel guilty at all. Moreover, these players were afraid that they would not be able to kill all of them. They were afraid that some of these pirates would slip through the net. This was because their boss, Eamon, had previously instructed them to be more serious. This mission was of utmost importance. They must not make any mistakes. Actually, based on the character of the players, they had originally planned to fly the spaceship over. Then, they would use the powerful weapons of the battleship to directly destroy the pirate planet. That way, it would be both clean and convenient. Unfortunately, Jiang Fei had previously said that he would issue a second mission on this planet. As such, Eamon had no choice but to give up on the idea of directly destroying the planet. Instead, he would bring his people to wipe out the pirate planet. As the difference in strength was too great, the pirates did not have the slightest ability to resist. In front of these vicious players, they were simply waiting to die. Moreover, these players did not care who these pirates were, regardless of whether they were young and strong young men, old, weak, women, and children. In the eyes of the players, they were quest monsters. Therefore, when they came over, they would stab them. Slow down! Slow down! At this time, one of Eamon's underlings rushed over. Leave the underage children behind! Eamon's underling shouted. Age? Vice Guild Leader. What's the situation? A few players asked in puzzlement. The side quest is useful, Eamon's underling said. What side quest actually needs children? Those players were even more confused. Why bother? If the NPCs want them, you can keep them. Eamon's underlings rolled their eyes and said, That's true. Brothers, be careful. If you see children staying, don't kill them too. A few players called out to their own team members. Other than the airport, there were also many players looking for and slaughtering the pirates on this planet. After Eamon shared the quest in the guild, the players in his guild who had decent carriers were all activated. Therefore, there were more than 1,000 players participating in this battle. They were scattered around the planet. They were divided into small teams and killed the pirates on this planet just like how they usually did when they were grinding monsters. After receiving the notification, these players deliberately left the children behind. Unfortunately, they only left the children alive. However, they killed their parents and relatives in front of them. Soon, these children were gathered by the players. Then, they used the pirate cars here to transport them to Jiang Fei's side. Jiang Fei and Li Wei had also killed their way to the pirates' lair. It was also the core of the city, the pirates' castle. General, do we attack now? Li Wei turned around and asked. Let's attack. Jiang Fei nodded. The initial probing of Li Wei had been completed. There were no more experts on this pirate planet. Therefore, it was better to end this quest as soon as possible. Do you have any specific requirements? Li Wei asked. No. I just need to destroy it, Jiang Fei said. That's simple. Li Wei smiled. Then, he stared at the pirate castle. After a moment, Li Wei turned around and smiled at Jiang Fei. It's done! As soon as Li Wei finished speaking, a mushroom cloud suddenly rose from the entire pirate castle. Boom! The shockwave swept over. Even though Jiang Fei and Li Wei were both true immortals and above, the violent wind blew so hard that they could not even open their eyes. A moment later, the dust from the explosion dispersed. The pirate castle that was originally fine had been turned into ruins before Jiang Fei could even enter it. Moreover, it had been blown to smithereens. Not even an entire brick could be found. Quest completed. Levi smiled and turned around. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. The aura of at least a few hundred people in the castle had disappeared. After a while, a few old buses stopped in front of Jiang Fei and Levi. Eamon and a few players jumped out of the buses and walked to Jiang Fei. Great General. I will bring all the children that I can find, Eamon said with a smile. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. He used his spiritual power to scan the bus and knew that there were more than 200 children on the bus. These were definitely not all the children on the entire pirate planet. However, the players were able to bring so many children. It was already beyond Jiang Fei's expectations. Jiang Fei walked to the front of the buses and looked through the window. Although the children had terrified expressions, their eyes were different. Some of them were simply afraid. Some were confused. Some had hatred and anger. Chapter 2612, Chapter 2603. Step 2. Sigh. Jiang Fei looked at the children inside. Although their parents or grandparents were pirates and their hands might be stained with the blood of countless people, these children were innocent. If they were killed together, it would be legal. But it would not be humane. According to the law, no matter how young these children were, they were still pirates. However, The law of the Universe Empire had zero tolerance for pirates. Therefore, these children could be said to be born with the death penalty. The sins of their ancestors made them born with the death penalty. This law was actually first set in the era of the Merchant Alliance. At that time, the merchants suffered greatly from the pirates, and almost every family had people who died at the hands of the pirates. Therefore, the merchants and the pirates could be said to have a deep blood feud. And in the Great Universe era, due to the abundance of resources, the moral people who had eaten and drunk enough naturally wouldn't advocate such a law that was tied together. They couldn't tolerate the merchants deciding that the children of the pirates deserved to die too. However, the merchants only gave one reason to shut these moral people up: the children of pirates ate, wore, and used stolen goods, and their blood was stained with the merchants' blood. You're telling me that they're innocent? Then, are the merchants who died in the hands of the pirates innocent? Are the orphans and widows they left behind innocent? Moreover, the merchants felt that they had killed the parents of the little pirates. Naturally, the little pirates would hate them. If they raised these people up, would they seek revenge? Rather than taking such a risk, it was better to eliminate the root of the problem. Therefore, in the end, the Merchant Alliance resisted the pressure of the moral people and resolutely pushed forward the ruthless law against the pirates. This law had been implemented for hundreds of years. However, Jiang Fei had to admit that only such a heavy law could deter the pirates. It would allow them to consider the consequences of doing so when they intended to become pirates. At that moment, Jiang Fei looked at the children. There were indeed some of them who had hidden hatred in their hearts. However, he still could not bear to let Jiang Fei kill all these children just because of this. Grand Marshal, what should we do with them? Asked Eamon as he walked over. Let me take them away, said Jiang Fei as he waved his hand and took out his yacht. Come! Organize the children to board the yacht. Eamon did not say anything. After all, he had completed the mission. As for why Jiang Fei wanted the children, that had nothing to do with him. Although Jiang Fei's yacht was not very big, it could fit more than 200 children. After that, Jiang Fei planned to leave the children to Han Tianyu. He should be able to take care of the children. Jiang Fei did not ask the children to do anything in the future. As long as they could live a normal life, that would be enough. As the children began to board the boat, Jiang Fei had to settle the rewards for the first phase of the quest with Eamon. Players did not do quests as volunteers. Very good! You have completed the first stage of the quest, Jiang Fei said to Eamon and the others with a satisfied expression. Thank you for your praise, Grand Marshal, Eamon said with a smile. As a reward, you will receive 3 frigates and 10 million Imperial coins, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Thank you, Grand Marshal, Eamon, Li Wei, and the others said. 10 million Imperial coins was not a lot, but it was not a small amount either. According to the accepted price of players, it could be sold for a lot of money. The price of the 3 frigates was about the same. They were both rewards that were neither too much nor too little. Eamon and Li Wei were also quite satisfied with this reward. After all, this was only the first step of a chain quest. Boss Eamon, how do we split it? Li Wei asked, pretending to be serious. Split what? Didn't we agree? Other than the final reward of the Titan battleship. The rest is yours. However, I reckon that it's useless even if you want the game coins and battleships. How about I buy them all at the market price? Eamon said. That's good. It's settled then. Li Wei smiled. The first sum of extra money had been successfully received. Jiang Fei directly transferred the cash portion to Eamon. As for the other 3 frigates, he would have to wait for a while. He had already sent them to Eamon. Great General, what do you need us to do for the second step of the quest? Eamon immediately asked. He was actually not very interested in the 3 frigates. The second step of the quest is more troublesome. Jiang Fei spoke very slowly. It was mainly because he had to think about it as he spoke. It's okay, General. We will help you complete the most difficult quest, said Levy. He had not done many quests in the past. Now that he had earned a lot of extra money, he was a little addicted to it. As long as you are willing to do the quest. Jiang Fei laughed coldly in his heart. Then, he smiled and said to Levy, Eamon, and the others, the second step of this quest requires you to go deep into the Vizari army and destroy a military base. General, is there any specific requirements for this quest? Eamon asked. No, as long as you destroy it, Jiang Fei said. That's easy, Eamon smiled and said. However, you have to be fast. You have to destroy the target within 2 days, Jiang Fei said. General, where is that location? Eamon asked. These are the coordinates. Jiang Fei casually provided the coordinates of an important base of the Vizari army in the core galaxy. Jiang Fei had once served in the Vizari army, so he had a good understanding of the Vizari army, especially those large bases. They could not simply move around. Therefore, Jiang Fei chose one of them. He chose to be the target of Eamon and the others. So far, Eamon and the others were stunned. If they wanted to go back and fly the battleship, it was already too late. It's okay. We are enough. Li Wei laughed indifferently. He felt that with his cheat, no one could stop him. All right, Great Marshal. We will set off now. Eamon saw that time was tight and immediately led his men and Li Wei to set off. As they were going to infiltrate Vizari's territory, Eamon and the rest had brought their own shuttles. Not only were these small flying machines stealthy, but they were also faster than battleships. However, they did not have any protection or firepower, so they could only be used for traveling. Soon, one after another, the shuttles rose into the air and headed straight for the next target of the quest. When Jiang Fei saw that the players had left, he returned to the yacht. At this time, the children had already been placed in the cabin at the back. Although it was a little crowded, there should not be any problems in the short term. I'll find a place for you to settle down first. I don't have time to send you to New China right now. Jiang Fei took a deep breath and drove the yacht away from the pirate planet. Chapter 2613. Chapter 2604. Dog Eat Dog. After leaving the pirate planet, Jiang Fei found an agricultural planet nearby. Compared to the administrative planets that were filled with cities, Jiang Fei felt that these agricultural planets were more humane. After landing in a small airport, Jiang Fei found a welfare center nearby and gave them a sum of money to help take care of the children. For the sake of money, the welfare center did not pursue Jiang Fei, who was suspected to be a human trafficker. They happily took in the pirate children. Seeing that the children were settled, Jiang Fei sighed. He gave up on the idea of bringing the children back to China. Jiang Fei wanted to hand these children over to Han Tianyu because he had enough confidence in Han Tianyu. He hoped that these poor children who had lost their parents would be able to live a normal life. However, now that Jiang Fei had thought it through, he had too many important things to do. He had no time to show such kindness. If Jiang Fei failed in the end, the entire universe would be destroyed. These children did not even have the qualifications to become adults. Therefore, Jiang Fei could only let them develop in the future. The most important thing for him now was to get rid of Li Wei. After settling the children down, Jiang Fei directly drove the yacht away. After leaving the agricultural planet, Jiang Fei went straight to Li Wei planet. That was the location of the military base that he had previously mentioned. Li Wei planet was located in the core galaxy of the Vizari army. It was only half a galaxy away from the capital of the Vizari army, Star Minsk. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was the garrison base of the capital planet. The main reason why Jiang Fei chose this place as his target was because the base of Leviathan Star was under Ano's control. Jiang Fei could not be blamed for always being narrow-minded. Once he arrived at the territory of Vizari's army, he would cause trouble for Ano. Previously, when Ano had made things difficult for Jiang Fei, he had done so much more than that. Therefore, Jiang Fei wanted to return the interest. It could be considered returning the favor. Swoosh! Jiang Fei's yacht ended its warp and entered the gravity well of Leviathan Star. As soon as Jiang Fei entered the gravity well of Leviathan Star, Jiang Fei's yacht began to call the police. Warning! Warning! The ship has been locked on! Warning! Warning! High energy reaction ahead. F***CK. Fire first and ask questions later? Jiang Fei was shocked. Although Leviathan Star was a military restricted area, he was piloting a civilian spaceship. The other party should have sent a ship to check it out and then detain it. How could they fire directly? However, at this time, Jiang Fei had no time to ask why because the main cannon on the other side had already started charging. Swoosh! Jiang Fei immediately put away the yacht. Then, he teleported and escaped out of the attack range of the energy cannon. The target has disappeared. How is that possible? Search carefully. The captain of the battleship that had just aimed at Jiang Fei's yacht frowned. The disappearance of the civilian spaceship was too strange. After Jiang Fei teleported a few times, he arrived at the low Earth orbit of Leviathan Star. At that moment, he finally understood why the fleet here had opened fire without asking any questions. At that moment, explosions continued to erupt on Leviathan Star. Mushroom clouds of various sizes shot up into the sky, and flames almost covered half of the planet. Meanwhile, the fleet near Leviathan Star had also entered battle mode. Many battleships had even aimed their cannons at the planet. Clearly, the situation on the ground was quite unfavorable. Not bad. The fight on the ground is very lively. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. He was very happy when Ano and the players started fighting, no matter who had suffered losses on both sides. Jiang Fei was happy to see it. Fight! 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 Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Jiang Fei did not go down to the surface of the planet. Instead, he circled above the battlefield in low Earth orbit. At the same time, his spiritual power spread out and quickly covered the entire planet. At this time, there were about 1,000 players fighting on Leviathan. Most of them were using a humanoid armor to attack the military facilities on Leviathan. Meanwhile, the defenders of Leviathan were doing their best to resist. Only a few players were relying on their own powerful combat strength to fight. After all, this was a real military base. It had extremely powerful firepower. Its combat strength was far from what the pirate planet could compare to. Therefore, the average player could no longer fight with only the carrier. That humanoid mech was also one of the equipment of the players. It was used to make up for their lack of combat strength on the ground battlefield. Fight! Fight! Jiang Fei muttered to himself. In the short amount of time that he had been watching the battle, 7 or 8 of the players piloting the mech had been destroyed. The players inside had also been sent back to the city free of charge in the violent explosion. However, compared to the loss of the players, the casualties of the defenders under Ano's command were even more severe. At this time, almost all of the military bases on the entire planet of Leviathan only had the power of defense. They no longer had the ability to fight back. Ano! Old man! Aren't you going to send reinforcements? It's best if you come too. Jiang Fei's lips curled into a cold smile. While Jiang Fei was watching the battle, a few white lights suddenly flashed in the gravity well of Leviathan Star. A few battleships had completed the warp. The asterisk minute. Who dares to attack the military restricted area? Ano frowned. Previously, when Aurelia had launched a large-scale attack, he had already lost a large portion of his strength. After this period of breathing, it was not easy for him to catch his breath. But now, he was faced with such a situation again. Sir, the enemy does not seem to have a fleet to cooperate with. Only ground troops. A captain of Leviathan's garrison reported. Only ground troops? How did they get here? Ano was stunned. I don't know. The captain was also very surprised. These guys seemed to have appeared out of thin air. You don't know? What are you guys doing? Ano, who already had a fire but had not set off, was immediately enraged. Sir, please forgive me. These guys seem to have appeared out of thin air, the captain said. How's the battle situation now? Ano took a deep breath. He also knew that now was not the time to pursue responsibility. Currently, our army is in a defensive state. We can still hold on for the time being, the captain said. The fleet will first send fighter planes to support us. If that doesn't work, we will directly bombard the planet. Ano gritted his teeth and said, Sir, I have seen the combat style of these people. It is very similar to the combat style of the Holy Advent emissaries. I suspect that they are foreign reinforcements from the Imperial Army, so I suggest that we seek help from the Holy Advent emissaries, said the captain. Oh. Ano frowned and then looked at the combat footage sent by the captain. All right. Leave this to me. Ano nodded and then immediately contacted his subordinates on the Meng Star. Chapter 2614, Chapter 2605. Alonso. Oh. Is there any reinforcements? Jiang Fei had also noticed that the Bazaria Legion had a new warship arriving on Leviathan Star. However, he did not do anything. This time, Jiang Fei did not intend to personally intervene in the war. He had arranged a series of quests. Other than trying to find out more about Li Wei, he wanted to stall Li Wei and prevent him from working for the development team. Therefore, when Li Wei and the other players were fighting with Ano's people on Leviathan Star, Jiang Fei just stood aside and watched coldly. He did not have the slightest intention of interfering. Through the scan of his spiritual power, Jiang Fei had already found Li Wei and Edmund. The two of them were working together to attack a military base. This military base was obviously the result of Edmund's painstaking efforts. All kinds of defenses were quite adequate, even for a combination like Edmund and Li Wei. It was very difficult for them to advance forward. Speaking of which, the combination of Eamon and Li Wei could definitely be considered powerful. Eamon himself was a top player. With a carrier at the true immortal level, he could really destroy a small mountain with a wave of his hand. However, the number of hidden sentries in front of him was simply unimaginable. Although the defenders of Leviathan Star no longer dared to send out armored vehicles or fighter jets to attack the two of them, relying on the defensive line, the other party was also very tenacious in resisting. In the beginning, when Eamon and Li Wei faced the attacks of the aircraft and tanks, they were indeed very happy. After all, regardless of whether it was the armored vehicles or the fighter jets, in front of these two people, they were like paper. The sword aura that Eamon casually waved could easily tear apart the fighter jets or tanks. But Li Wei was even easier. He raised his head and took a look. He could place high explosive bombs inside these fighter jets or tanks. Once this thing detonated, would it still be okay? So in the blink of an eye, these two people shot down dozens of fighter jets and hundreds of tanks. However, after a round, the defenders of Li Wei were not stupid. They knew that this thing could not hurt them. They simply did not take the initiative to attack. Now, it was Li Wei and Eamon's turn to attack, facing those hidden bunkers and the fortifications under heavy cover. Even if these two people were powerful, they had to flatten them bit by bit. Therefore, the attack speed could not be fast. Hey, do you think we have to push them over bit by bit? Can't we just go and destroy their nest? Li Wei asked impatiently. Hee. Even if you destroy their nest, you have to turn around and push them away. These missions are just like this. If you leave one of them behind, he can consider it as you haven't completed it. Eamon shrugged. Sigh. All right. It's not tiring anyway. Let's take it one step at a time. Is there enough time? Asked Levy. There are still more than 10 hours left. That's enough. Eamon smiled. That's good. Levy nodded and continued to bomb his way out. Really? Don't you have any other tricks? Jiang Fei was anxious from the high altitude. This Levy was really good. He would throw his bombs everywhere. He really did not show any of his trump cards until he reached a certain level. Fortunately, it did not take long before the turning point that Jiang Fei was looking forward to came. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, white lights flashed one after another. A large number of resistance players suddenly appeared on Leviathan Star. F***CK! Eamon, you brat. You actually came to my territory without saying a word. A player with equally luxurious equipment stood in front of Eamon. Alonso? Eamon frowned. The guy in front of him was his old enemy. Not only in this game, but in many previous games. They were all opponents. This Alonso was also a professional player. His ability was not inferior to Eamon at all. The two of them could be said to be evenly matched. They would meet a good opponent, and every time they fought, there would be victories and defeats. Today, he did not expect this guy to come out and cause trouble. I'm just doing a quest. You'd better not cause trouble, Eamon said with a frown. You came to my territory to do a quest, but you didn't even greet me. You're looking down on me, Alonso said with a cold smile. Boss, let's take advantage of the fact that they have fewer people today to kill them a few rounds first. One of Alonso's underlings called out. That's right. This Eamon has always been against you. Boss, let's kill them today to blow up their arrogance. Another underling also shouted. Although Eamon had brought over 1,000 players this time, this was still the territory of the resistance, so their numbers were much greater than theirs. Alonso, my mission this time is very crucial. If you really want to cause trouble, then our enmity can be considered formed. Eamon's face sank. Do we still need to form enmity? I thought we already had enmity. Alonso sneered. Eamon, come! At this time, Li Wei suddenly waved his hand and called Eamon over. What's wrong? Eamon was originally in a bad mood, so his tone was naturally not much better. These guys have enmity with you? Li Wei asked. Yes, they're old enemies. Eamon nodded. This number, it'll help you destroy them. Li Wei stretched out his finger and gestured. 500,000? Eamon frowned, then gritted his teeth and said, Deal, but I want to record it. Done! Li Wei was overjoyed. He originally wanted 50,000, but he didn't expect Eamon to misunderstand. Moreover, he didn't even bargain and directly nodded. You're really good? Eamon confirmed. 500,000 wasn't a small amount, but if he could record it, it would severely damage Alonso's reputation. If he could really suppress Alonso, then in the next few games, he, Eamon, would become the #1 player. The benefits wouldn't only be 500,000. Don't worry. I don't have a grudge with money. Li Wei smiled. All right. I'll rely on you. Eamon gritted his teeth. He could not admit defeat today. Otherwise, his reputation would be ruined. At that time, he, a professional player, would be worthless. After communicating with Li Wei, Eamon turned back to look at Alonso. Then, he said indifferently, Alonso, I'll give you one last chance. Take your men and get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Ha ha ha. Are you threatening me? Alonso laughed after hearing that. He said to Eamon, Damn it! Do you think I'm scared? So there's no room for negotiation? Eamon sneered. Negotiation your ass. Alonso cursed and called out to the guild members beside him. Kill them all. Don't leave any of these Imperial Army players alive. Kill! After receiving the order, the players of the Resistance Army shouted and charged towards the players that Eamon had brought. Chapter 2615, Chapter 2606, Serious Li Wei. Kill! With a command, Alonso's rebel players swarmed forward and pounced on Eamon's men. Because of the absolute disadvantage in numbers, Eamon's players all had solemn expressions on their faces because they knew that the chance of winning today's team battle was very small. It could even be said that they were doomed to lose. However, at this moment, Li Wei suddenly spoke. Eamon, tell your men to retreat, Li Wei said with a smile on his face. All right. Although Eamon did not know what Li Wei wanted to do at this moment. Looking at how confident he was previously, Eamon chose to trust Li Wei now. Moreover, the main reason was that even if Eamon wanted to not trust Li Wei now, he could not do it. Alonso had too many people. If he were to fight head-on, he would definitely lose today. Hence, he could only place his hopes on Li Wei now. He hoped that he would be worth his price. After receiving Eamon's order, the players of the Imperial Army retreated one after another, giving way to the battlefield. The players of the Resistance Army did not know what had happened. The players on the opposite side actually retreated. However, they had received the order to annihilate the other party. So they all chased after them. Come, my dear little friends. Li Wei walked up to the thousands of players of the Resistance Army alone. He spread his arms as if he wanted to hug someone. At this moment, the players of the Resistance Army pounced forward. Accept the baptism, Li Wei said with a smile. I said, the meteor is about to fall. Li Wei's face was filled with a smile. Is he an idiot? He's like a fraud. Kill him. The players of the Resistance Army did not take Li Wei seriously at all. They had so many people. But facing a mere player, even if he was a top-tier expert, they would not care. After all, Alonso was also a top-tier player. But at this moment, following Li Wei's words, the sky suddenly darkened. What's wrong? Many players raised their heads to look at the sky in confusion. However, with just one look, their jaws almost dropped from shock. This was because meteors streaked across the sky one after another, followed by a terrifying pressure. Numerous huge fireballs descended from the sky. Boom, 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 boom. When the meteors landed, many players were smashed to death on the spot. Although these players had very strong carriers or were driving huge mecha in front of these hundreds of tons, or even tens of thousands of tons of meteors. Boom! 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 When the meteors hit the ground, the sound of explosions was incessant. In an instant, hundreds of players of the Resistance Army returned to the city for free. I said, the ground will collapse too. Li Wei's face was still filled with a smile. But at this moment, no players of the Resistance Army dared to mock Li Wei anymore. Kala! Rumble! In the distance, the ground that had just been baptized by the meteor suddenly cracked and then collapsed. Many of the players who had escaped this disaster were not so lucky this time. The sunken ground did not simply crack, or a large pit appeared. Instead, it was like quicksand, crazily devouring the players. Soon, rays of white light lit up again. Hundreds of players from the Resistance were sent back to the city for free. F***CK! Boss, what kind of ability is this kid? Not to mention the players from the Resistance. Even Eamon and the others had never seen such an ability before. I don't know. Eamon shook his head. He did not think that this was the effect of a cheat. He thought that Li Wei had some kind of fortuitous encounter and obtained some kind of magical item. Come on! Show me your trump card as much as you can. Jiang Fei laughed coldly from high up in the sky. The appearance of another faction of players was indeed beyond his expectations. However, this also helped Jiang Fei. It allowed him to see more of Li Wei's trump cards. I say! Li Wei's voice kept echoing in the air above the battlefield. The players of the Resistance Army did not even understand what was going on before they were slaughtered. Damn it! Who the H.L. is this guy? Alonso frowned from afar. He had never heard of Li Wei, nor did he know where this guy came from. However, the strength that he displayed was simply too terrifying. This F***CK is simply getting what he wants. How do we play this? Alonso clenched his fist in hatred. Although he did not know if he had the ability to kill the other party, he knew that he could not sit idly by and do nothing. If he allowed Li Wei to continue killing like this, then all his underlings would be slaughtered. Whoosh! Alonso moved. His carrier was extremely fast. In just a few seconds, he had arrived beside Li Wei. Moreover, Alonso's carrier seemed to be an assassin. It had extremely strong stealth skills. At the very least, Li Wei had no ability to detect Alonso's presence. Oh! Sneak attack? Jiang Fei, who was high in the air, watched everything quietly. If Alonso's sneak attack was successful, he was already prepared to rush down and intercept Li Wei's soul. Whoosh! Alonso moved. He suddenly appeared behind Li Wei and stabbed the dagger in Li Wei's back. Poof! The dagger easily stabbed into Li Wei's heart. You? Li Wei turned around with difficulty. Alonso pulled out the dagger and instantly moved away from Li Wei. After one attack, Alonso immediately ran away. Alonso's attack style was very much in line with an assassin style. Blood spurted out from his heart. Li Wei seemed to have suffered a serious injury. Alonso was ready to launch a second attack to completely kill Li Wei. At the same time, Jiang Fei, who was high in the air, frowned. Is it that simple? When did apostles become so easy to deal with? Jiang Fei muttered to himself. However, at that moment, he noticed that the corner of Li Wei's mouth curled up into an inexplicable smile. Swoosh! A fellow that looked exactly like Li Wei appeared. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes and fell to the ground. Very good. You actually managed to sneak up on me and hurt me. However, that doesn't mean anything. The new Li Wei laughed. F***CK? You can even create a new body to replace the one that was previously injured? Jiang Fei was about to curse at the cheater. However, cheating itself was cheating. Therefore, it made sense for Li Wei to use such a method. You? Alonso was also dumbfounded. He did not know how to deal with Li Wei anymore. After all, if you killed him, and he was reborn out of thin air, how was he supposed to play? Don't try to resist in vain. Li Wei smiled and said to Alonso. I said, a sharp sword will stab out of your heart. Pooh! As Li Wei's voice fell, a sharp sword pierced out from Alonso's body. Looking at the sharp sword on his chest, Alonso was stunned. This kind of attack was impossible to dodge, let alone resist. He could clearly feel that his vitality was rapidly depleting. Chapter 26:16, Chapter 26:07. Complaining about the cheat. You? Alonso looked at Li Wei in a daze. He had no idea how the opponent launched the attack. Why did this sharp sword appear in his body out of thin air? Goodbye. Li Wei smiled. Then, the sharp sword in Alonso's body began to heat up. Boom! The sharp sword and Alonso exploded into pieces. It was a pity that this top-tier player did not even understand what was going on and died without any reason. F***CK! This guy cheated. After resurrecting, Alonso stomped his feet and cursed. Although losing a carrier was nothing, as a professional player at his level, buying a new top-tier carrier was just a small matter. But the problem was that he died too unjustly. Moreover, after this matter was spread, it dealt a heavy blow to his reputation. An unknown guy, a nameless underling under Eamon, instantly killed Alonso. How would he be able to raise his head in the future? How is it? Is it worth it? Li Wei turned to look at Eamon. It's worth it. It's especially worth it. Eamon nodded repeatedly. At this moment, although he was also stunned by Li Wei's methods, his heart was filled with joy. Alonso was his old enemy. After teaching him a lesson today, he would wait until he went offline and arrange for the promoter to hype things up. Alonso would probably be suppressed until he could not breathe for a while. When the next game started, his value would naturally rise. Alright, you guys clean up the battlefield. Li Wei smiled and took 2 steps back. Although there were still the remaining players of the resistance army on the battlefield, they were already out of shape. Although there were still quite a number of them. After seeing Li Wei's slaughtering methods, these people were no longer in the mood to continue fighting. Leave the rest to us. Eamon laughed out loud. Then, he immediately called the players under him to charge. Kill! The players under Eamon were originally watching with their blood boiling. Now that it was their turn to take action, their morale was high. It was a stark contrast to the players of the opposing resistance army. One side's morale was high, while the other side was not in the mood to fight. After the two sides fought, the results of the battle could be imagined. Soon, the players of the resistance army were scattered. Then, only the defenders of Leviathan Star were left struggling. Let's also speed up our attack, Eamon said to Li Wei. That's true. After being delayed by these guys, we don't have much time left. I guess the quest NPC will be here soon. Li Wei nodded and then walked forward. Meteor fall. As Li Wei pointed, a large number of meteors appeared out of thin air. These huge meteors fell from the sky, carrying a huge amount of energy. They then smashed into the various military bases on Leviathan Star. In an instant, those military bases were destroyed into ruins. Let's clean up the battlefield. Li Wei laughed. Brother, let me ask a question. Is this your own move or a prop? Eamon came over and asked curiously. After all, Li Wei's move was a little too shocking. Hee hee. It's just a small trick. It's not worth mentioning. Li Wei smiled and prevaricated. When Eamon saw that Li Wei didn't want to say anything, although he suspected that it was a cheat, it was hard to say. After all, the two of them were in a cooperative relationship. However, it was hard for Eamon to say. But Alonso wasn't polite at all. After he was killed, he immediately reported Li Wei to the development team and even told the media that this game was full of cheats. Although what he said was the truth, but the purpose was indeed for himself. Because he knew very well that Eamon would definitely hype up this matter if he did not expose it himself and took the initiative to shift the blame to the cheats. Then, he would be even more passive. However, what Alonso did not expect was that the game development team denied his accusations. They firmly denied the existence of the cheats and insisted that there might be any cheats in the game. It was all because Alonso was not as skilled as the others that he suffered a crushing defeat. The development team didn't admit it, and Alonso couldn't bring out the evidence of the stone hammer. All of a sudden, the wind of public opinion pointed to his side. Even before Eamon had hyped it up, Alonso had already put himself in a disadvantageous position. It was also imaginable that the development team firmly refused to admit that there was a plugin. They had discovered too many secrets in the game, and none of those secrets could be made public. Otherwise, the impact would not only be something they couldn't bear, even the big boss behind them would not be able to bear the consequences. Therefore, the development team kept a tight lid on everything related to the game settings and data control. They would never allow the media to get their hands on them. With the development team giving the green light, apostles like Li Wei, who had a cheat, would naturally become rich in silence. Especially people like Li Wei, who had taken money from the development team. He was even more confident. Forget it. If I had such means, I definitely wouldn't reveal it to others. Eamon shook his head. Even if Levi didn't say anything, there was nothing he could do. However, the cooperation between the two of them still had to continue. After a few hours, there were no more intact places on the entire Leviathan Star, especially the locations of the military bases. At this moment, they were all in ruins. Planetary bombardment. I don't care. Kill them all. Ano, who was in the outer space of Leviathan, was anxious. This planet was not only his base of operations for decades, it was also the capital base of the Vasily Legion. Now that it was destroyed, not only did he suffer a huge loss, he was also responsible for it. It was definitely enough to make him suffer. Yes! After receiving the order, the Vasily warships in outer space began to charge their main cannons. At the beginning, they did not dare to launch a planetary bombing rashly, mainly because they were afraid of blowing up their own base. But now, there was nothing to be afraid of. Their own base had long been reduced to ruins. Now, there was nothing to be sorry about. Boom! 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 Beams of bright light shot directly at Leviathan Star, and huge mushroom clouds rose into the sky. Hee hee! They are really ruthless! Eamon and the others had long moved to a remote place. They watched Ano's fleet bombard their own planet. But it was like watching fireworks. Although Ano's fleet had surrounded the entire planet, even though the ship's radar was powerful, it was unrealistic to find 1,000 people on a planet. After all, a person's size was too small. It was harder to find him on a planet than finding a needle in a haystack. Chapter 26:17, Chapter 26:08, Return to Tel Aviv. As he watched Ano bombard Leviathan Star like he was venting his anger, Jiang Fei could not help but laugh coldly in his heart. It hurts, doesn't it? When I came back from the Tel Aviv galaxy, how did you treat me? When he thought of the Tel Aviv galaxy, Jiang Fei had an idea. That's right. How could I have forgotten about this place? This is a good place. Why don't I let Leviathan and the others go there to have some fun? Jiang Fei's lips curled into a smile. After making up his mind, Jiang Fei flew straight to where Eamon and the others were. Even though Ano could not find these players, it did not mean that Jiang Fei could not find them. Under Jiang Fei's powerful spiritual power scan, any movement on the entire planet could not be hidden from his eyes and ears. Soon, Jiang Fei arrived above these players. Everyone, it seems like you have completed the quest. Jiang Fei landed. Grand Marshal, you are here, said Eamon. Yes, you have completed the quest very well, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Thank you, Grand Marshal. Eamon, Li Wei, and the others were very happy because Jiang Fei's words meant that they had completed the second step of the quest. As a reward, you will be rewarded with 20 million Imperial coins. Jiang Fei was lazy this time. Paying Eamon and the rest for the battleships and other rewards was too exhausting. On the contrary, he had plenty of Imperial coins. Thank you, General. Eamon gladly accepted the game coins and paid Li Wei in cash. Thank you, buddy. Li Wei smiled in satisfaction. This was another bonus for him. After paying the rewards for this step, Jiang Fei said to Li Wei and Eamon, I have settled everything here. Now, I need you to help me with one more thing. General, please feel free to say it, Eamon immediately said. They were now doing a series of quests, so they must be doing it step by step. He and Li Wei were already prepared for this. It's like this. I need some rare materials. I need you to help me collect them, said Jiang Fei. General, what do you need? Asked Eamon. I need the corpses of giant beasts. A large number of giant beast corpses, said Jiang Fei. The giant beast jerky that he had obtained in the Tel Aviv galaxy had already been almost used up. After all, he had been supplying the entire army with this kind of material on Skoda Star. The consumption of the dried meat had increased all of a sudden. This time, since Jiang Fei had thought of the Tel Aviv galaxy, he naturally wanted to collect more dried meat along the way. If these players could hunt down the cosmic giant beasts, the dried meat of the cosmic giant beasts would be very helpful to Bella and the others. It's not a problem to kill the giant beasts. However, these big things rarely appear in the area where intelligent creatures live. We don't know where to hunt them, said one of Eamon's underlings. I will provide you with a coordinate. Jiang Fei smiled and told Eamon, Li Wei, and the rest the coordinates of the Tel Aviv galaxy. General, how much do you need? After obtaining the coordinates, Eamon was relieved. He was not afraid of the giant beast's powerful strength. The main reason was that he was afraid that he would not be able to find the monsters. Kill as many as you can. It would be best if you can kill a cosmic giant beast, Jiang Fei said. General, don't worry. As long as we can encounter it, we will help you kill even a cosmic giant beast, Eamon promised. Okay. Then, you guys should leave as soon as possible. I will wait for you guys in the Tel Aviv galaxy, Jiang Fei said with a smile. All right, Grand Marshal. Please wait for our good news, Levy said with a smile. I hope so. Jiang Fei maintained his smile. However, he had already made up his mind to give Levy a vicious blow in the Tel Aviv galaxy. It would be best if he could kill Levy, even if this kid was lucky. Jiang Fei had to leave a mark on him. After issuing the mission, Jiang Fei left with Edmund and the others. As for how Ano went crazy and bombed his own planet, and how the Vizari army would hold Ano responsible after that, that was not something Jiang Fei had to worry about. After teleporting away from the planet, Jiang Fei went to the back of the planet and summoned his yacht. Maleki, prepare to warp, Jiang Fei ordered as soon as he entered the yacht. Master, where are we going? Maleki asked. Don't worry about where we're going. Just warp and leave this place first, Jiang Fei said. Yes, Master. After receiving the order, Maleki did not adjust the direction of the spaceship. Instead, he directly activated the warp engine on the nearest planet in front of him. Sir Ano, that capable spaceship has appeared again. Once Jiang Fei summoned the yacht, the Vizari army's fleet in the distance immediately noticed him. However, because Jiang Fei was on the back of the planet, therefore, these warships could not directly attack him with beam weapons. Stop it! Ano immediately ordered. Yes. The Vizari army's fleet immediately fired a few electromagnetic missiles in an attempt to intercept Jiang Fei's spaceship. As Jiang Fei's spaceship was at the back of the planet, the light energy weapons would attack in a straight line. Therefore, before the fleet adjusted their position, they could only use more flexible missiles to intercept Jiang Fei's spaceship. However, although the missiles could bypass the planet to attack. It had a flight time. Unlike the light energy weapons, it could not be fired immediately. Therefore, although the Vizari army's missiles had been released, Jiang Fei's yacht had already rushed into the phase space before the missiles could get close. "Sir, it has escaped," the radar officer reported. "A bunch of trash," Ano cursed. If he could keep this suspicious fellow alive, Ano would be able to push all the blame to him regardless of whether this fellow had anything to do with the incident on Leviathan Star. At the very least, he could use it as a scapegoat. However, now that the spaceship had escaped, Ano could not shirk the responsibility even if he wanted to. Swoosh! With a flash of light, Jiang Fei's yacht rushed out of the phase space. As it was only a temporary jump, the time was very short. "Sir, where are we going next?" Malecki asked. "To the Tel Aviv galaxy," Jiang Fei said. "Yes, sir." After Malecki received the order, he immediately began to adjust the route and prepared to head to this extreme edge of the galaxy. After a few days of sailing, Jiang Fei's yacht finally arrived at the Tel Aviv galaxy. Not only was this place remote, there were no navigation markers along the way. Unless one had been there before or had mastered the course of the ship, no one would be able to reach this place. Otherwise, outsiders would not be able to reach this place. Jiang Fei belonged to the former. Previously, he had been exiled to this place. Then, he had brought a group of exiled criminals and escaped from this place. Therefore, he remembered the coordinates of this place very clearly. After coming to the Tel Aviv galaxy again, Jiang Fei realized that this place was completely different from before. Chapter 2618, Chapter 2609 arrived ahead of schedule. Although the former Tel Aviv galaxy was a place where criminals were exiled, after many years of operation, there were teleportation platforms everywhere in the starry sky. There were blockhouses everywhere to defend against the giant beasts. However, at this time, the various facilities here were already damaged beyond repair. A large number of teleportation platforms had even been damaged. Those planets were also filled with the aura of the giant beasts. It was as if the entire Tel Aviv galaxy had been completely abandoned after Jiang Fei and the others left. Buzz! 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 At this moment, an unmanned transport ship came from afar. Hee. I did not expect the Vizari army to be so bureaucratic now. Jiang Fei sighed. This kind of transport ship could have been expected because it contained a small amount of supplies that were necessary for survival. Back then, the exiles had fought over these resources. Countless people had died in the internal strife. Now, the Tel Aviv galaxy had been abandoned for many years. However, these unmanned transport ships were still sending resources to this place. Although there were very few of them, they had never stopped. It was very obvious. This was because the Vizari army's bureaucratic system did not notice it or was too lazy to change the settings. That was why every once in a while, an unmanned transport ship would arrive in the Tel Aviv galaxy. Then, it would crash on a certain planet. These unmanned transport ships were all one-time consumables. Back then, in order to prevent exiles from using the transport ships to escape from this place, the unmanned transport ships were all one-way. After arriving here, their mission was over. Swish! Jiang Fei waved his hand and put away his yacht. Then, he teleported to the unmanned transport ship. Hee. The same recipe. The same taste. Jiang Fei could not help but laugh when he entered the unmanned transport ship. This was the same spaceship that had transported him in the past. Let's relive the feeling of the past. Jiang Fei smiled. Then, he walked to a seat and fixed himself in the seat. The spaceship is about to land. Please hold on tight and hold on tight. About 20 minutes later, the radio in the spaceship rang. Hee. Jiang Fei smiled and grabbed the armrest next to him. At that moment, the unmanned carrier began to shake violently. It had clearly entered the atmosphere of a certain planet. Boom, boom, boom. The vibration of the spaceship became more and more intense. Bang! At that moment, Jiang Fei suddenly felt that the world was spinning. Clearly, the spaceship began to roll around randomly. F***CK. What a bad luck. Jiang Fei cursed silently. He knew that this was because the unmanned transport ship had been attacked by the giant beasts. Although the Tel Aviv galaxy's concentration camp had been abandoned for a long time, the giant beasts did not recognize this kind of transport ship. Although they were huge and powerful, they did not have much brains. To these transport ships that had suddenly charged into the atmosphere, they had always assumed that they were prey or a threat. Therefore, they began to attack as soon as they saw it. The transport ship that Jiang Fei was on was no exception. Under the attack of the giant beast, The one-time transport ship was about to disintegrate. Beep beep beep. The alarms in the spaceship were constantly ringing. The orange-red alarm lights were even more annoying. Swoosh! Jiang Fei teleported out of the transport ship in a flash. Although he would not receive any damage even if the transport ship was destroyed, no one was willing to stay inside and get beaten up. After teleporting out, Jiang Fei found the giant beast that was attacking the transport ship. This giant beast's strength was relatively average. It was not at the level of a cosmic giant beast. It was just an ordinary cosmic giant beast. Its combat strength was around 15 million. However, it was as tall as a small building. This giant beast looked like a puppy. Of course, it was much bigger than a puppy. A big dog was not even enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. Moreover, this giant dog's face was even more ferocious. There were many tentacles with barbs on its back. It looked very terrifying. Roar! The giant beast let out a series of loud roars. Then, it continuously attacked the poor transport ship with the tentacles on its back. Finally, the transport ship could not withstand the attack of the giant beast and broke in half. Boom! The broken transport ship exploded into a pile of trash in the air. The supplies inside were also burned up by the flames. What a pity! Jiang Fei smacked his lips and said. At that moment, the space beast also noticed him. Ong! The space beast immediately became excited. Compared to the metal transport ship, Jiang Fei might be a little smaller, but at least he could meet the standard of food. Following an excited howl, the giant dog-like space beast turned towards Jiang Fei. The tentacles on its back shot towards Jiang Fei, trying to entangle him. Do you want to play? Jiang Fei was also very playful. He did not dodge. Just as the tentacles of the gigantic beast were about to approach him, Jiang Fei suddenly attacked. He grabbed one of the tentacles of the gigantic beast. Then, he shouted in midair. You stay here! Jiang Fei shouted loudly. Then, he actually swung the gigantic beast that was as tall as a two-story building. Bang! The huge dog drew a perfect semicircle and was heavily thrown to the ground. Its terrifying weight had become a burden. It was not light after being thrown by Jiang Fei. W. The huge dog whimpered. It looked like it had been wronged. Where was the arrogance from before? Swoosh! Jiang Fei landed on the head of the huge dog and looked at the huge beast calmly. W. The giant dog looked at Jiang Fei pitifully. If it was not so big and its appearance was not so ferocious, it would still be quite cute with its big, watery eyes. Get up! Stop pretending! Jiang Fei kicked the giant beast. What? The giant beast stood up shakily. Although this fellow did not have much intelligence, it had the instincts of a wild beast. This was the nature of wild beasts. The more you were afraid of it, the more it would be motivated. If you were more aggressive than it, the beast would be obedient. Let's go! Take me around the planet. Jiang Fei sat cross-legged on top of the giant beast's head. What? The giant beast nodded, as Jiang Fei used his spiritual power to communicate directly with it. Even if it was not smart, it could understand what Jiang Fei meant. The giant dog carried Jiang Fei on its back and kept its head high. On one hand, it was afraid that Jiang Fei would fall down if it lowered its head. On the other hand, it seemed like the dog was trying to take advantage of Jiang Fei, as Jiang Fei did not specify the direction to go. The giant dog brought Jiang Fei to the territory of its nemesis, as the giant beasts had already occupied the Tel Aviv galaxy for many years. Therefore, the territory between them had long been decided. Now that the giant dog was carrying Jiang Fei, it was obvious that it wanted to play a trick. Chapter 26:19, Chapter 26:10, The Cosmic Behemoth in the Valley. Sitting on top of the gigantic dog, Jiang Fei browsed through the scenery of the planet. This was a planet that he had never been to before. When he was exiled to the Tel Aviv galaxy, not every human planet had been to this planet before. This was a place that he had never been to before. Although he had never been to this planet before, Jiang Fei had a general understanding of these planets. Logically speaking, there should be traces of humans living here occasionally. However, now that the gigantic beasts had occupied this planet, this place had returned to its original state. Where are you taking me? Jiang Fei asked with his spiritual power. Revenge! The giant dog was not very intelligent. It would not lie. Hee. Jiang Fei could not help but laugh. He did not expect the giant dog to be so vengeful. The giant dog advanced with its head held high. Soon, it entered a forest. Chirp! The moment the giant dog stepped into the forest, a shrill cry rang in the air. Immediately after, Jiang Fei could feel the giant dog's excitement. Is your old enemy here? Jiang Fei asked with a smile. Roar! The giant dog let out a loud cry. Then, it charged toward the enemy. Chirp! Accompanied by a shrill cry. An incomparably large golden eagle appeared above Jiang Fei's head. It circled for half a circle before it pounced on the giant dog. Swish! 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 The tentacles on the giant dog's back waved like whips, and began to attack the swooping golden eagle. The golden eagle was extremely fast. Moreover, it maintained its agile posture while swooping down. It skillfully dodged a few of the giant dog's attacks. Then, it saw an opportunity, and pecked one of the giant dog's tentacles. Paw! The giant dog's tentacle was immediately pecked off. Fresh blood flowed down. Ow! The giant dog cried out in pain. It lowered its body. However, the golden condor was not going to let it go. Hoo! With a flap of its wings, the golden condor swooped down in a gust of cold wind. The wind alone could take the lives of an ordinary person. The golden condor's eyes shone with a golden light. It aimed at one of the giant dog's eyes and pecked at it. The giant dog lowered its head and passed Jiang Fei to it. The golden condor went with the eyes of the giant dog. When the giant dog lowered its head, it realized that there was a little person sitting on top of the dog's head. To the golden condor, its low IQ was not enough to judge Jiang Fei's strength. In its eyes, the little man sitting on the giant dog's head was just a gift for lunch today. Phew! The golden condor that could not peck the giant dog's eyes came straight at Jiang Fei. It seemed that it was planning to use him as a dinner. Hey! Why did you guys bring me along when you were fighting? Jiang Fei smiled slightly. In the beginning, he really did not intend to stand up for the giant dog. Although this guy could be considered Jiang Fei's mount now. However, this big guy was actually playing tricks on Jiang Fei. This was not something that Jiang Fei liked. Therefore, when he first entered this forest, Jiang Fei did not intend to stand up for giant dog. He did not expect the golden eagle to actually die on its own. Go back! Jiang Fei did not deliberately teach the golden eagle a lesson. However, when the sharp beak of the golden eagle came in front of him, Jiang Fei waved his hand and slapped it. Paw! Following a clear sound, the golden eagle was sent flying. Caw 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 caw! Boom! The trees along the way were knocked down by an unknown number of grams. The golden eagle fell heavily to the ground. However, with the size of the golden eagle, this level of attack was not enough to threaten it. However, the sudden distance gave it a scare. At the same time, it had a clear understanding of Jiang Fei's strength. Chirp! The golden condor rolled and crawled up. Then, it rose into the air and hovered above Jiang Fei and the giant dog. It seemed that it would not dare to come down for a while. Woo woo woo! At that moment, the giant dog was extremely proud. It kept barking in the air. It was unknown whether it was provoking the golden condor or gloating over Jiang Fei's misfortune. Alright, our fate ends here. Jiang Fei patted the giant dog's head. He had initially chosen the giant dog to have a transportation tool. Now that he had a better choice in front of him, of course, he planned to change it. Woo woo! The giant dog clearly did not understand what Jiang Fei meant. However, Jiang Fei pressed on the top of its head. Its entire body suddenly rose into the air. Before the golden eagle could react, Jiang Fei had already landed on its back. Chirp! The golden condor let out a cry. Then, it continued to somersault in the air. It made some very tricky maneuvers in an attempt to shake Jiang Fei off. However, everything that the golden condor had done was clearly in vain. With its strength of more than 10 million combat power, it would be a fool's dream if it wanted to shake Jiang Fei off, who had more than 70 million combat power. Behave yourself! Jiang Fei sent a small wisp of his spiritual power into the golden condor's mind. Chirp! After a scream, the golden condor immediately behaved itself. Although this ferocious beast did not have a high IQ, its instincts told it that it had to be obedient. Otherwise, it would be the one who would be in trouble. Alright, take me to the strongest giant beast, Jiang Fei said to the golden condor with his spiritual power. Chirp! Although the golden condor's ability to express itself was not good, it could still understand the message that Jiang Fei had transmitted to it through his spiritual power. Due to Jiang Fei's threat of force, the golden condor had no choice but to obey his orders. Therefore, after hovering in midair for half a week, the golden condor flew in a certain direction. As Jiang Fei had dealt with these behemoths before, Jiang Fei knew that although these behemoths belonged to different species, they had leaders every time there was a beast tide. The leaders of these beast groups were usually relatively strong. It might even be a cosmic giant beast. This time, Jiang Fei had rushed to the Tel Aviv galaxy ahead of time. His goal was to make a good ambush here. The best outcome would be to kill this guy. If there was a mistake, he would not let him suspect him. It's been a long time since I've done such a dirty job as a teammate. Jiang Fei could not help but smile evilly. Soon, the golden eagle brought Jiang Fei to the depths of a large mountain. As soon as they got closer, Jiang Fei noticed that there was something different about this place. This was because there were no other giant beasts within a radius of 1,000 miles. Clearly, this was the territory of a very powerful giant beast. Sure, when they were still 100 miles away from the terrifying giant beast, the golden eagle did not dare to get closer. Alright, you can go now. Jiang Fei jumped down from the back of the golden eagle. He knew that there was a cosmic giant beast lying in the valley in front of him. Therefore, the golden eagle in front of him definitely did not dare to get any closer. Chapter 2620, Chapter 2611 player had arrived. After sending the golden eagle away, Jiang Fei flew towards the valley in front of him. The valley in front of Jiang Fei took up an astonishing amount of land. The area of the valley was not less than several hundred square kilometers. However, such a large valley was still a little crowded for the giant beast inside. From this, it could be seen how big the cosmic giant beast was. When Jiang Fei entered the valley, the cosmic beast was still in a deep sleep. When the cosmic beast was not eating, it was usually in a deep sleep. Because of its huge size, even if it did not move, it would consume too much energy. It was not easy to hunt in the starry sky. Therefore, when it was not eating, the cosmic beast would most likely enter a dormant state to lower its metabolism to preserve the hard-earned energy. After entering the valley, Jiang Fei went straight to the head of the cosmic giant beast. This thing was too big. Just one head was like a building. TSK, TSK, TSK. No wonder they dared to sleep so peacefully. Even if they were hit by the main cannon of the battleship, it would not be a big deal. Jiang Fei smacked his lips. These giant beasts were huge in size. Therefore, their defense was also terrifying. They dared to enter deep sleep without any defense. They relied on this ability that no one could do anything to them. Wake up! Wake up! After coming in front of the giant beast, Jiang Fei did not stand on ceremony. He directly used his spiritual power to stimulate the cosmic giant beast. Although this giant beast was huge and had thick skin and flesh, even if Jiang Fei used his full strength, he would not be able to hurt it in 3 or 5 moves. However, a beast was a beast after all. No matter how big it was, its brain capacity was limited. Its mental strength was also weak. Therefore, after being stimulated by Jiang Fei, the cosmic beast was immediately awakened. Rumble! When the giant beast woke up, its mountain-like body moved, and the entire valley was like an earthquake. Whoosh! Jiang Fei rose into the air. He did not want to be covered in dust and gravel. The giant beast raised its head and looked around. It seemed to be looking for the person who had just attacked it. However, Jiang Fei was too small to be noticed by the giant beast. Hey! Look up! Jiang Fei sent his spiritual power over. Hoo-hoo! The giant beast panted as it raised its head. Roar! The giant beast finally saw Jiang Fei and let out an angry roar at him. Powerful sound waves mixed with violent squalls rushed toward Jiang Fei. What the F***CK? The violent squalls were nothing to Jiang Fei. However, this stinky toothpick that had not been brushed for thousands of years was enough to disgust Jiang Fei to death. Roar! The giant beast let out a loud roar and rose into the air. Clearly, Jiang Fei's actions of waking it up had angered it. Behave yourself! Jiang Fei's face darkened. He directly sent a spiritual attack at the giant beast. Although the giant beast had accumulated thousands of years of spiritual power and possessed extraordinary spiritual power, it did not know how to use it. Therefore, after being hit by Jiang Fei's attack, it was immediately in great pain. Its body, which had just been in the air, fell to the ground again. Boom! The giant beast fell to the ground. It was like an asteroid falling. The ground trembled as well. Within thousands of kilometers, there was an earthquake of varying intensity. Roar! Hoo-hoo-hoo! The giant beast roared angrily. It lay on the ground and began to pant. Although its intelligence was not high, it was still very experienced. Its instincts told it that although the little person on top of its head was not big, it was an existence that it could not afford to offend. Let's go! Follow me! Jiang Fei's spiritual power was directly transmitted into the giant beast's mind. Woo! This time, the giant beast was obedient. It followed Jiang Fei and soared into the sky. They left the planet directly and came to outer space. Swoosh! Jiang Fei pointed with his finger. A golden light landed on the giant beast's back and embedded itself between its thick skin. Some people will come to cause trouble in a while. You have to kill them all. Do you understand? Jiang Fei said to the cosmic giant beast. Roar! The cosmic giant beast nodded. It was floating in space like a battleship. I will be observing you in the dark. So, don't play tricks on me. Jiang Fei threatened as he used his spiritual power to stimulate the cosmic behemoth. Roar! The cosmic behemoth quickly nodded. It did not want to experience that kind of intense pain again. With the cosmic behemoth's huge body, the physical pain was nothing to it. However, that kind of mental tearing pain made it wish it was dead. After Jiang Fei gave the order to the cosmic behemoth, he found a small planet and hid. He began to wait quietly for the arrival of the players. Edmund, Li Wei, and the others did not let Jiang Fei wait for too long. After he gave the order to the cosmic behemoth, less than 12 hours later, more than 100 player shuttles arrived at the Tel Aviv galaxy. This place is really remote. I can't even teleport here directly, cried Levy. Yeah. The star map does not even have the coordinates of this star area. I even received the reward for opening the map just now, said Eamon with a shrug. Alright. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's just do the quest first. I don't know what reward we will get after this step is over, said Levy with a smile. He had already received a lot of benefits before this. Therefore, he was a little addicted to doing this quest. No matter what reward we get, I am a man of my word. Other than that Titan, the rest of the rewards are yours. If you don't want it, I will buy it at the market price, said Levy. Just give me a discount. I am not interested in the things in the game, said Levy straightforwardly. The purpose of him playing this game was very simple. It was for money. No problem. I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Eamon smiled. Yes, a pleasant cooperation. Levi nodded with a smile. As the shuttles went deeper and deeper, Eamon and the others entered the inner part of the Tel Aviv galaxy. Soon, teleportation platforms that looked like dilapidated walls appeared before them. There should have been signs of human activity here in the past. I don't know why it was abandoned, Eamon said. It must be because of those giant beasts. If this place is really as the NPC said, then even the fleet wouldn't be able to face so many giant beasts. Levy laughed. Forget it. Let's search for the target first. Amon nodded. Boss, look over there. At this moment, a player suddenly shouted. Amon looked in the direction that he provided. And in the distance, there were dense dots. Beep beep beep. The alarm on the shuttle sounded. Everyone, put away the shuttles and prepare to face the enemy. Eamon shouted in the party channel. Chapter 26:21. Chapter 26:12 Slaughtering Behemoths. Following Eamon's command, the players put away their shuttles and prepared themselves for the onslaught of the beast tide. The space was deathly silent. Due to the lack of a medium, sound could not be transmitted. Although the space behemoths were roaring furiously, their voices could not reach the players at all. Even so, the players under Eamon all had solemn expressions. After all, these players did not have powerful carriers like Eamon, nor could they use plugins like Li Wei. The quality of these ordinary players' carriers was generally not high. Their combat strength was around 3 to 5 million. Although this level could be considered as an intermediate military officer or above in the Vizari Legion. However, they were still not enough to face the space behemoths. Therefore, almost all these players were piloting mecha to participate in the battle. These players' unique mecha could greatly make up for their individual combat strength deficiencies. Although they were not flexible enough, they had both offense and defense. It was the best choice for players who could not afford high-quality carriers. Eamon, I think it's enough for the two of us to come. Why do you have to bring those burdens? Levy looked at those players and then sent a private message to Eamon. Hee. I'm the guild leader of the guild. Of course, I have to bring some members with me when doing quests. They don't necessarily have to help me, but if everyone often goes on quests together, it will increase the cohesion of the guild. This is something that you, a solo player like you, will not understand, Eamon said with a smile. Suit yourself, as long as it doesn't hinder me from earning extra money. Li Wei shrugged his shoulders. Don't worry. I'm a man of my word, said Eamon with a smile. Then let's get to work. Li Wei nodded and charged towards the beast tied ahead. Kill! Eamon also roared in the party channel. Kill! The players under Eamon let out a wave of angry roars. However, they did not charge towards the beast tide. Instead, they opened fire on the spot. Boom 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 boom! These players were equipped with large-caliber energy weapons on their mecha. The attack power of these energy cannons was very terrifying. Some of the high-level cannons were not even weaker than the battleship main cannons. So in the hundreds of players, after the full firepower, a bright beam of light straight to the distant beast tied. Boom! 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 The beam weapons hit the bodies of those space behemoths, with sparks flying everywhere. No different from hitting battleships. These space behemoths not only had extremely strong individual defenses. These large meteorites blocked the bodies of the space behemoths. They were no different from a layer of armor, which greatly weakened the attacks of the players. Whoosh! 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 The space behemoths struck back. These space behemoths did not only rely on brute force to attack. They either spat out plasma or shot out red laser beams from their eyes. In short, there were many ways to attack from a distance. Bang! Ah! A player was accidentally hit, and his mech was destroyed by the plasma on the spot. Following that, he was instantly killed by a few red lasers. Everyone, keep your spirits up! These behemoths are not easy to deal with, Eamon reminded loudly. At the same time, Li Wei had already rushed to the vicinity of these behemoths. I said, there will be a meteorite belt here. Li Wei pointed with his finger, and a meteorite belt appeared in front of him, isolating the giant beasts behind him. I said, there are meteors streaking across the meteorite belt. Li Wei's voice rang out again, even in space where there was no medium. His voice was still transmitted out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Accompanied by Li Wei's voice, many large meteorites in the distant meteorite belt began to accelerate, and then violently smashed towards the space behemoths. Bang! 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 The space behemoths were immediately thrown into disarray by the meteorites. Not only that, these high-speed meteorites also possess terrifying lethality. Many space behemoths were smashed into bloody heads by these meteorites. Some even had their brains smashed into pieces. Eamon, does that NPC have to have a complete corpse? Is it okay if it's broken? Li Wei turned around and asked. I don't know. Try to keep it intact. Otherwise, it might affect the final reward, Eamon said. Sigh. How troublesome. Li Wei shrugged. Then, he looked at the giant beasts and said, I say, your brains are full of rocks. Schwa. As Li Wei said this, the large group of space beasts suddenly did not understand. F***CK. So awesome. Elman was dumbfounded. At this moment, he believed that Li Wei was using a cheat. However, since the development team didn't admit it, and Li Wei was his ally, there were only benefits and no disadvantages for him. Therefore, Elman didn't expose this matter. Come! Come! Let your people clear the field, Li Wei shouted at Elman. All right. Eamon nodded. Then, he said to the few players behind him. Have you cleared all your backpacks? Boss, we cleared them out before we came, said the few players immediately. All right. Follow me. Eamon nodded. Then, he led the few players and rushed forward. After passing through the meteorite belt, Eamon led the players and began to collect the astral beast's corpse. These were the quest materials that they had to hand in. Therefore, they must not waste them. The player's bag was a spatial item that was even more powerful than Jiang Fei's ring space. The space inside was almost infinite. No matter what was placed inside, it would only take up one slot. Therefore, even if it was a massive star beast, each player could carry a lot of it. Very soon, the star beast's corpses that had just been killed by Li Wei were all collected by the players. Then, Eamon brought them back to the safe zone. This quest is not difficult at all. It's just a bit of traveling time, Levy said with a smile. It's all because of your strength, Brother Levy. Although Elmo said so, he was disdainful in his heart. If you don't use your cheats and try again, this quest will be easy for you. After clearing out a wave of beast tide, it seemed that the nearby space behemoths were frightened. They scattered in a hurry and all landed on the planet below. This made Levy a bit embarrassed. Really? Why are you running? Whaley complained unhappily. Then he turned to ask Aaron. How many corpses does that NPC want? He didn't say the specifics. Just the more the better. However, he seemed to have mentioned that he needed universe beasts. These beasts are all low-leveled, Aaron said. That means we still have to fight a few bosses? Whaley asked. Yes. Eamon nodded. Can you search for any nearby bosses? Li Wei asked. Even though his combat power was off the charts, his ability to search for bosses was far from it. Chapter 26:22, Chapter 26:13 presents appeared. All right. Leave it to me, Eamon nodded and took out a small item from his pocket. Eamon took out the small item and fiddled with it for a while. Then, he pointed in a direction and said to Levi, "Over there! There's the aura of the boss over there! Alright, let's go!" Levi laughed loudly and took the lead to fly in the direction that Eamon pointed. "Follow me!" Eamon called out to the players around him and followed. "Is it finally starting? Don't let me down!" Jiang Fei, who was hiding on the asteroid, finally stood up. Actually, Jiang Fei had already noticed the players the moment they arrived in the Tel Aviv galaxy. The previous beast tide was actually within Jiang Fei's expectations. For players of Eamon and Liwei's level, even without the help of a cheat, the galactic behemoths would not pose a threat to them. Now that these guys had eliminated the galactic behemoths, they finally went after the cosmic behemoth that Jiang Fei had arranged beforehand. Therefore, Jiang Fei stood up as well. He had to go check on his results. After quietly turning invisible, Jiang Fei leaped up and followed the players. As these players did not have strong spiritual power, they did not notice Jiang Fei behind them. Even Eamon and Liwei were unaware of Jiang Fei's arrival. After quietly following behind these players, Jiang Fei was already very close to the planet he had previously arrived on. "Why isn't it coming out yet?" Jiang Fei frowned. Logically speaking, due to the gigantic size of the cosmic behemoth, when it was on the surface of the planet, due to the gravity, its combat power would be limited. Therefore, they would usually choose to fight in space. However, it was too unusual today. The cosmic behemoth had been hiding on the surface of the planet instead of taking the initiative to fight. If the cosmic behemoth did not sense the arrival of Eamon and the other players, Jiang Fei would not believe it at all. Although the cosmic behemoth did not know how to use its spiritual power to investigate. However, these creatures had extremely strong beast instincts. Therefore, it must have known about the arrival of Eamon and the other players. However, just as Jiang Fei was puzzled, a powerful aura suddenly emerged from the planet below. Following that, a powerful aura rose up into the sky. The cosmic beast had appeared. "Wow! There really is a boss!" Liwei smiled excitedly. To him who had a cheat, no matter how strong the boss was, it was not a problem. On the contrary, the stronger the boss, the more quest rewards the NPC gave him, the more he would earn. "Try to keep this intact," Eamon warned. "Don't worry. Even if we wanted to break this big thing, it would be hard." Liwei laughed. At this time, the universe beast was already in front of him. This space battleship-sized beast charged over with a terrifying pressure. It growled softly, even though the terrifying sound waves couldn't spread in space. Eamon and the others could still feel the pressure from the beast. "It'll go!" Levi smiled at Eamon and the others, before leaping forward to meet it. "Roar!" The giant beast roared. A terrifying energy spewed out of its mouth and headed straight for where Levi, Eamon, and the other players were. Because the size of the universe beast was too big, it was difficult for it to accurately attack a person. Hence, every time it attacked, it would attack a large area. F***CK! Liwei obviously didn't expect the attack range of the beast to be so big, and this made it impossible for him to dodge in time. Hung! The energy ball that the beast spat out directly hit Liwei's body, and this huge energy instantly drowned him. Compared to this huge energy ball, Liwei's body was too small. So small that it was almost negligible. The energy ball contained very strong power, but because of its huge size, therefore, the energy density was relatively smaller. Although Liwei had been hit head-on, he was still a carrier of true immortal level and above. Therefore, after taking this attack head-on, although the corner of his mouth was slightly bloodshot, the problem wouldn't be too big, because Liwei's body was too small. After soaking him, the energy ball continued to fly backward. By the time Liwei escaped from the energy ball had already arrived in front of Eamon and the others. F***CK! Eamon was also shocked. He thought that Levi would be able to block this attack, but he did not expect the guy to take the attack head-on and leave the energy sphere alone. Prepare to resist the impact. Levi could not care less about the lives of the players, but Eamon could not. He hurriedly took 2 steps forward, and with a wave of his arms, an energy barrier appeared. Rumble! The energy ball slammed into the energy barrier. Eamon was sent flying a few km away, simultaneously spitting out a mouthful of blood. So strong! Eamon gritted his teeth and said, even though they were all true immortals, the huge size of the universe beast meant that its energy base far exceeded that of a puny human. I'm sorry. I wasn't ready just now. I'll take care of him right now. Levi Wei saw that Eamon was injured. His face was a little awkward. After all, he was the boss that paid to take care of him. And now that the boss was injured, obviously, he didn't do his job properly. Eamon nodded. His blood was still boiling. He couldn't say anything. You're good. You actually made me lose face in front of my boss. Looks like I have to show you something about Lehigh. Li Wei looked deeply at the universe beast before him. Then he pointed. You will suffer the pain of thousands of arrows piercing your heart. Ayo! The moment Li Wei said that, the battleship-sized universe beast suddenly started rolling in pain. This universe beast didn't have any scars on its surface, but its heart was sliced into pieces by countless sharp blades. The intense pain and fear of losing its life force lingered all over the universe beast's body, making it both afraid and uncomfortable. Your brain is a mess. Li Wei spoke again. Shua! In an instant, the two bright lights in the eyes of the universe beast dimmed. Its gaze became extremely dull. At this time, the body of the universe beast was still twisting instinctively. This was caused by the chain reaction of the nerves in its body. Actually, this universe beast was already brain dead. Whoosh! Li Wei leaped onto the body of the cosmic beast. He wanted to inspect his spoils of war. After all, Li Wei had never seen such a huge beast since he entered the game. Oh, damn! What is this? Very soon, Li Wei found the gift that Jiang Fei had left for him. Eamon, have you seen the corpse of the cosmic beast? What is this thing? Li Wei did not rush to make a move. Instead, he called Eamon over. This is my first time killing a universe beast. This thing is embedded in its body. It should be some treasure, right? Eamon was guessing. Chapter 26:23, Chapter 26:14 had failed. When they saw the golden bead, Li Wei and Eamon's curiosity was piqued. Since the giant beast had already been killed, they could report to Jiang Fei. Therefore, the two of them were not in a hurry to hunt the other giant beasts. Why don't we dig it out and take a look? Eamon suggested. Hee. If this thing is good stuff, Li Wei said halfway. The universe beast was killed by you. If this thing is a treasure, then it naturally belongs to you, Eden said straightforwardly. Hee. Then I won't be polite. Li Wei was waiting for Eden's words. Even though he was the one who killed the beast, he and Eden were still employees after all. If the other party insisted that these spoils of war belonged to Eden, this actually made sense. But luckily Eamon was generous enough, so he directly gave the spoils of war to Li Wei. So Li Wei happily walked over to the golden object. Li Wei squatted down on the space beast's back, and then he carefully observed the golden bead. No matter how he looked at it, this thing didn't look like it grew from the space beast's body. Instead, it looked like the universe beast had accidentally rubbed against something, and then the thing got stuck on its back. Forget it. I don't care. I'll just take it out first. Li Wei was really brave, and he directly attacked. Pong! As Li Wei's punch landed, with the carrier of true immortal level and above, his punch created a big hole on the back of the universe beast. As the big hole appeared, the bead naturally fell off. Shua! Li Wei grabbed the golden bead in his hand. What is this? Elman asked curiously. This is called heart-devouring goo. Li Wei frowned. With the special privileges of a player, as long as they held an unknown item in their hands, they could at least know the name of this thing. Heart-devouring goo. What is that? Elman was stunned. I don't know. It doesn't say. Li Wei was about to carefully observe the golden ball when it suddenly moved. Whoosh! In an instant, the heart-devouring goo bit Li Wei's palm and entered his body. F***CK! This is some kind of terrifying parasite! Li Wei shouted. And then he felt that the worm was crazily rushing towards his sea of consciousness. What? When Eamon heard this news, he was also scared and took 2 steps back. Parasites were not to be trifled with. Although this thing was not big, its power was absolutely terrifying. Swoosh! Seeing that the heart-devouring goo was about to enter Li Wei's sea of consciousness, this kid was really decisive. He directly stretched out his hand and pointed, creating a new body in front of him, and then transferred his consciousness over. Just as Li Wei transferred his consciousness, the Heart Devourer reached his sea of consciousness and cut off the connection between his sea of consciousness and his body. If Li Wei was 1 step later, then the Heart Devourer would be able to trap him in this body. I'm done! Jiang Fei, who was secretly monitoring everything from afar, slapped his thigh. Then, he immediately began to control the Heart Devourer through his spiritual power. As the Heart Devourer voodoo itself did not have a consciousness, it was not a real insect. It was just a type of insect-type weapon. Therefore, all the control was up to Jiang Fei. Swish! Under Jiang Fei's control, the Heart Devourer Voodoo bit the space between the brows of the Liwei's original carrier and directly rushed out. Then, a golden light was seen. It went straight for the face of the Liwei's new carrier. F***CK! Again? Liwei was on guard this time. He extended his hand and pointed. A metal box appeared out of thin air and put the Heart Devourer inside. Bang! 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 A series of muffled sounds came from inside the metal box. The Heart Devourer wanted to rush out, but the box was very strong. Phew! That was so close! I almost fell into the hands of this worm. Liwei wiped away his cold sweat. Yeah, I didn't expect this thing to be so powerful, said Eamon as he was a little scared. If he was the target of the heart-rending voodoo, he would not be as capable as Liwei. Perhaps the carrier would be destroyed. Eamon had spent a lot of money on this carrier. Yeah, this game world is really amazing. There's actually such a creature, said Liwei as he laughed. Hee hee. This game world even has such a huge monster. It's not surprising that it has such a powerful parasite on its body. Eamon's imagination immediately cleared Jiang Fei's suspicion. Yeah, but what's the use of this thing? Levi did not suspect that someone was plotting against him. He also thought that the Heart Devourer was just a parasite on the body of this cosmic behemoth. I don't know. Let's put it in here first and see if the quest NPC wants it. This thing might also be a quest item, said Eamon. That works too. If the NPC doesn't want it, it's better if this thing burns to death. Levi nodded. He was quite afraid of this thing. At this time, Jiang Fei was controlling the Heart Devourer. He was trying to let the Heart Devourer escape from the metal box. Logically speaking, the Heart Devourer could bite through superalloys and corrode many high-strength materials. However, there was nothing that could be done about the box that Liwei had created. Jiang Fei tried for a long time, but the Heart Devourer could not escape. I'd better show myself. Don't let them destroy my treasure. Jiang Fei took a deep breath. Although the Heart Devourer did not have any effect on Liwei, he might have this thing when he met other apostles in the future. After making his decision, Jiang Fei immediately removed his disguise and teleported to the side of Eamon and Liwei. Swoosh! Jiang Fei appeared out of thin air, scaring Eamon and Liwei. Looks like you have completed the quest. Jiang Fei smiled and said to the two of them. Ah! Great General. You came really quickly. Eamon immediately smiled and went forward to greet them. You guys have completed this quest very well. You have indeed killed a cosmic beast, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Hee hee. This is all luck, Eamon said with a smile. Is this the only result of your battle? Jiang Fei asked. No. 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 There's something else. Eamon waved his hand. A few players in his guild who were in charge of collecting the loot rushed over and released the cosmic beast's corpse from his backpack. Very good. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, with a wave of his hand, he put the gigantic behemoth's corpses into the spatial ring. Other than these, is there more? Jiang Fei continued to ask. Actually, what he wanted was his heart-devouring goo. Oh right. General, there's also this. Do you think this thing is useful? Eamon took the box that contained the heart-devouring goo. What's this? Asked Jiang Fei. There's a golden worm inside. It's called the Heart Devourer. This thing is very scary. It can even bite the skin of a hermit-level master, said Eamon briefly. Chapter 2624, Chapter 2615 Return to the Raytheon Star region. Heart-devouring voodoo. That's a good thing. How about this? Hand it over to me, and it'll give you an additional quest reward, Jiang Fei said with a smile. General, what's the use of this thing? Liwei rolled his eyes and asked. This thing can be used as medicine. It can prolong one's life, Jiang Fei said with a smile. I see, Levi said with some disappointment. Extending one's life was completely useless to players. I'll leave these to you then. Eamon handed the metal box to Jiang Fei. Alright, this is your quest reward. This time, Jiang Fei directly transferred 100 million Imperial coins to Eamon. Now, he decided to use cash to settle the account. It would save him the trouble of giving other quest rewards. Thank you, Grand Marshal. Ernest smiled as he accepted the quest reward. Then, he transferred the cash that belonged to Liwei to Jiang Fei. Thank you, brother. Liwei was very happy. He had obtained another sum of money. Grand Marshal, what's the next quest? Ernest asked immediately after settling the current quest. After all, what he wanted was the final reward, the Titan battleship. The next quest. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. He really had not thought about the next quest. He had originally planned to use the Heart Devourer to kill Li Wei. But he did not expect this guy to be so difficult to deal with. He had actually created another body for himself out of thin air. Seeing that Li Wei and Eamon were both focused on him, Jiang Fei frowned. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, I want you to go to the Rei Star area. Rei Star area? No problem. However, Grand Marshal, can you reveal the details of the quest? Eamon asked curiously. I can only tell you that this quest is very dangerous, Jiang Fei said. Ha ha. Grand Marshal, you must be joking. We are not interested in non-dangerous quests. Eamon laughed loudly. This was because the players would not really die. At most, they would only lose a carrier. Therefore, they were really not afraid of dangerous quests. Moreover, the more dangerous the quest, the more rewarding it would be. Therefore, players usually like to take risks. What about you? Are you afraid of danger? Jiang Fei looked at Li Wei. Brother, what about it? Eamon also looked at Li Wei. After all, he was the lucky player. It was all up to him to accept the quest. Of course, I'm not afraid. Li Wei shrugged nonchalantly. He was an apostle with a cheat. Even the carrier was given to him for free. Therefore, when he died, there was no loss at all. Naturally, he was not afraid anymore. All right, I'll wait for you at the edge of the Raytheon Star area, Jiang Fei said after taking a deep breath. To be honest, Jiang Fei really did not want to step into that sad place. After all, Nina had sacrificed herself there. However, Jiang Fei was really at his wit's end now. This guardian's cheat ability was too strong. Unless he was instantly killed, he would be able to create a new body for himself. Moreover, players did not take mental attacks. Therefore, Jiang Fei could not do anything to him. Therefore, Jiang Fei could not help but think of the black hole in the Rei Star area. Since that place could swallow Doma, it must be able to swallow Guardian. Jiang Fei had already thought about it. When he arrived at the Raytheon Star area, he would lure the Guardian to the black hole. Then, he would suddenly attack and kick the Guardian into the black hole. Although the Guardian could create things out of thin air, it could even turn Jiang Fei's brain into stone. However, if he was caught off guard, he would definitely fall for it. As long as the Guardian was kicked into the black hole, his ability to create things out of thin air would be useless. When that happened, no matter how many bodies he created for himself, he would still be sucked into the black hole. Although he was at the edge of the black hole, Jiang Fei had to take a certain amount of risks. However, how could there be absolute safety in this world? Moreover, Jiang Fei was doing this kind of job where his head was tied to his belt. All right, great general. Then we shall meet in the Raytheon Star area. Eamon smiled and replied, Great general. Farewell. Li Wei was completely unaware of Jiang Fei's killing intent toward him. Very soon, the players under Eamon's lead began to withdraw from the Tel Aviv galaxy. After all, this place was barren. There were only a few giant beasts entrenched here. After the quest was over, of course, the players did not want to stay here anymore. Nina, I will kill Li Wei in the same place. This can be considered as a sacrifice to you, Jiang Fei muttered in his heart. After taking a deep breath, Jiang Fei summoned his yacht and teleported in. Maleki, let's go to the Rei Star area. Jiang Fei instructed Maleki. Yes, sir. After Maleki received the order, he began to control the spaceship to adjust its course. Jiang Fei returned to his room alone. Sitting on the bed, Jiang Fei closed his eyes slightly. As he was going to the Rei Star area, all the things that he had spent time with Nina flashed past his eyes. Speaking of which, Jiang Fei did not spend much time with Nina. However, this gentle girl had left a deep impression on him. However, because Nina's personality was too peaceful, she had never fought for anything. Therefore, Jiang Fei had almost never spent much time alone with her. His feelings for her were not even comparable to Bella, or even Ariel and other girls. Therefore, whenever Jiang Fei thought of her, there was always a sense of guilt in his heart. Black hole. What kind of existence are you? Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Although the technology of this era was very advanced, no one could tell what a black hole was like. All the scientific theories about black holes were mostly conjectures. None of them had ever been proven. Almost all high-level civilizations had involved in the study of black holes. The biggest player was the people of planet Namek. But the result was obvious. The entire planet Namek had been fooled by them. In the end, They ended up exterminating their entire race. The experiments of other races were mostly miniature simulations. Although the energy level was very high, the energy base was very low. Those miniature black holes disappeared almost the moment they formed. So the data that came out was half true and half false. This was because the scientists could not prove that the thing they created was really a black hole. Nina, are you really dead? Perhaps you are living in a different way inside the black hole? Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Although his reason told him that the chances of Nina surviving were infinitely close to zero, Jiang Fei still hoped that there would be a miracle in the top 10. Under Maleki's control, the spaceship continued to pass through one stargate after another. After about a week and a half, the yacht that Jiang Fei was on finally arrived at the edge of the Raytheon star area. Chapter 2625, Chapter 2616 headed towards the black hole. After arriving at the Raytheon star zone, Jiang Fei put away his yacht and found an asteroid to rest on. While resting, Jiang Fei was perfecting his plan. He had already thought of killing Li Wei to commemorate the sacrifice of Nina. Soon, 2 days had passed. A few player shuttles appeared in the Raytheon star zone. Jiang Fei opened his eyes. Where's that NPC? Why isn't he here yet? Didn't he say that he would wait for us here? Li Wei asked impatiently. He had just received a message from the development team, telling him to act quickly. After all, they had spent money on him. Therefore, Li Wei could not wait to complete this series of quests. Then, he would free up his hands to do his work. Eamon was about to say that he did not know what to say when he suddenly appeared behind Jiang Fei. You are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Jiang Fei directly teleported to Eamon's shuttle. He had also heard what Li Wei had said earlier. Humph. You can't wait to die? Then, I will grant your wish. Jiang Fei laughed coldly in his heart. Ha ha. Grand Marshal, we were just talking about you. I didn't expect you to be here already, said Eamon with a smile. That's right, Grand Marshal. Now that we're here, can you announce the contents of the quest? Asked Levy. Of course. However, this quest does not require too many people to participate. Just the two of you will be enough, said Jiang Fei. H? Just the two of us? Eamon was stunned. This time, he had brought dozens of players over. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. All right then. I'll send them back. Eamon nodded. It was understandable that such an epic quest had a limit on the number of people. Very soon, the players who had received Eamon's message had all returned. The Raya Star region was even more desolate than the Tel Aviv galaxy. If there was no quest, they did not want to stay here. Can we announce the quest now? Levy urged. Yes. Look. Jiang Fei pointed at a black hole in the distance and said to Levy and Eamon. Black hole? Eamon asked curiously. Yes. There is a precious gem at the edge of that black hole. I need it, Jiang Fei said. Isn't this too dangerous? Levy said. That's right. It is indeed very dangerous. If you are afraid, it is still not too late to give up now, Jiang Fei said. Eamon was a little troubled. He did want the Titan. However, he had spent a lot of money on this carrier. If he were to fall into it, it would be a huge loss. It would be fine if he could get the Titan. If the mission was not completed, then he would lose a lot of money. I have no problem here, Li Wei said indifferently. He was not afraid of death at all. Even if he died, he could resurrect and get a high-quality carrier for free. As long as the plugin was still there, he had nothing to be afraid of. All right. I will participate too. Eamon was here because of Li Wei. He was the one who had asked for Jiang Fei's help. Jiang Fei was not afraid of death. If Eamon were to be afraid, it would affect his reputation greatly. All you need to do is assist me. I will handle the details myself, said Jiang Fei. Age? General, are you going to do it yourself? Eamon was stunned. He was not really concerned about Jiang Fei. He was afraid that after Jiang Fei died, there would be no place for him to exchange for the quest rewards. Don't worry. I'm confident. As long as you guys don't make any mistakes, there will be no problem, Jiang Fei said. All right. Eamon finally gritted his teeth and said, All right. Let's go then, Jiang Fei said to Eamon. Okay. Eamon nodded. Then, he piloted the shuttle and flew toward the black hole in the distance. The equipment of the players was indeed powerful. Moreover, it was so strong that it was completely unreasonable. If this shuttle was produced by Skoda Star, it would probably be torn apart by the terrifying gravity before it could even get close to the black hole. However, The equipment that the players had bought from the system was abnormally strong. It was almost at the edge of the black hole. This thing was completely fine. Alright. You can stop now, Jiang Fei said. Okay. Eamon nodded. Eamon, I need you to stay here and use the safety rope to hold us back. Give us the final guarantee, Jiang Fei said to Eamon. Sure. Eamon nodded immediately. He did not want to risk going to the edge of the black hole because he was a valuable carrier. Can the two of you go together? Jiang Fei looked at Li Wei. His main purpose was to distract Eamon so that he could create an opportunity for himself. No problem. Li Wei shrugged nonchalantly. He was not afraid of death anyway. Even if the quest failed, there was nothing to lose. Let's go then, said Jiang Fei as he took out an extremely long and extremely tough steel cable from his spatial ring. After that, Jiang Fei fixed one end of the steel cable on himself and Eamon's body, while the other end was fixed on Eamon's shuttle. Jiang Fei also asked Eamon to activate the reverse propulsion device to keep the shuttle in a stable position. Let's go, Jiang Fei said to Li Wei when everything was ready. Okay, Li Wei nodded. Then, he pressed the lock on his waist. After confirming that the lock was very strong, he and Jiang Fei left the shuttle together. As soon as they came out of the shuttle, the two of them felt a terrifying suction force. They relaxed their bodies slightly and slid toward the edge of the black hole. As Jiang Fei and Li Wei continued to move further away, the only connection between them was the steel cable. As the steel cable was released in circles, Jiang Fei and Li Wei gradually disappeared from Eamon's sight. On the other side, Jiang Fei and Li Wei quickly arrived at the edge of the black hole. The gravity here was even more terrifying. Li Wei had to use all his strength to resist the gravity in order to maintain his boat's stability. In comparison, Jiang Fei, who was stronger, had it much easier. General, where is the gemstone that you want? Li Wei asked. I still need to go deeper. Can you still hold on? Jiang Fei asked. I can do it. Li Wei nodded. Then, let's continue, Jiang Fei said. After that, the two once again relaxed their bodies. Under the effect of gravity, the two were pulled to the center of the black hole. Gradually, Li Wei felt that he had reached his limit. If he did not have the help of the steel rope to pull him, he would not be able to withstand the immense gravity. At that moment, he asked Jiang Fei, How much further do we need to go in? This is enough. Jiang Fei smiled. At that moment, he had reached his limit. If he went any further, he did not know if he could still withstand the terrifying gravity of the black hole.